It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. go back. A person that you miss might gotta go back. Gotta go starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Just go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. Promise that you love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another season of Dream League. We're on to the big 2-0 now, Dream League Season 20. Coming to you guys and girls, and we can't wait. The Dota is going to be fantastic. I'm sure you all tuned in for Dream League Season 19, and you saw how fantastic of a tournament we had there. We're going to hope to do it again, even bigger, even better. Once again, prize pool's huge. I've got Fogged here with me. Fogged, how are you doing?
Good, good. Very excited. I think it's going to be a little tough to top last season because we had a patch right toward the middle of the tournament, of course, which made things very exciting. But, I mean, we have crazy prize pool, we have amazing teams, so this should be pretty cool.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. As I'm sure you'll all remember from the last time around. Lots of money on the line, and of course this whole tournament, part of the road towards Riyadh Masters. This tournament in particular, the format, you should be familiar with it if you followed through on the coverage of Dream League Season 19, but we'll go through it again for you here. We're going to be starting with 16 teams in the first group stage. Group stage is going to last 4 days. I think we're going to potentially have a 5th day if there's some tiebreakers to sort out, so 4 or 5 days of group stage 1. And then when group stage 2 comes around, we're going to be saying goodbye to half of the teams. That's right, we're cutting right down from 16 to 8 teams. We're not going to see them anymore. So you better enjoy them whilst they're here if they're not doing too good, if they're not looking too good, because you won't see them anymore after the first 4 or 5 days. Group stage 2, we're going to play again another group with these 8 teams all together. A round robin best of 3, of course, to mention the first group stage with the 2 groups. We were doing best of 2s or 2-game series, if you prefer. And so then after the group stage 2 with the 8 teams with the best of 3s, we'll then move on to the playoffs. And the playoffs will have the top 4 teams from that 8-team group, double elimination bracket, best of 3s, and of course, as always, the finals will be a best of 5. And then we'll be down to the top 2 teams who will be getting a guaranteed spot at Riyadh Masters. So I hope you're all able to follow that. As I say, if you were watching before, you'll know what to expect. All in all, makes for a lot of fun stuff, this format. As I said, this first group stage, pretty tense because half of the teams will be going home. And of course, what are they playing for? Well, once again, as we were able to put up last time, lots and lots of money for these teams here playing today, all the way down to the bottom spot. That's right. If the team turns up, they don't do great, they're still going to be walking away with $10,000 here down at the bottom. Of course, though, if they're able to do pretty good, they can take home that top prize of $300,000. Of course, on top of the qualification to Riyadh Masters. So lots of money on the line for these teams here in this league. Yeah, there's no messing around. Sure, you know, you have DPC, you have the Dream League. With these sort of prize pools at stake, you know, teams, they're going to go hard here, Fogged.
Oh, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's international play, right? So that's one of the big things that people always, especially these teams, always like to come into, be very prepared. This is the place to learn. This is the place to really mesh all these ideas together, learn from everybody else, what they've been picking up over the last few months, etc., since we've had so much just regional play coming into everything here. But yeah, this should be super fun, and I think we're going to get to learn, get to see tons of universal heroes, of course, as that's kind of just become this trend, and see if anything has changed, see if people have learned stuff from these pubs and whatnot that they've been playing together. Because for now, I think most of the teams, if not all, right, have been kind of just been playing pubs like crazy in Europe. So they've all been playing each other. Like the players individually have been playing each other a ton and scrimming and stuff. So should be a very detail-oriented tournament.
Yeah, and of course, as we're getting to see just the caliber of teams that we have here, of course, we basically we have the best in the world, the 16 best teams in the world here, and well, Group A. What you're seeing on your screen right now. I mean, who's sort of jumping out of this one? Also, what sort of combinations of teams are jumping out to here, Fogged? Who are you looking forward to seeing play against each other?
This team to play against each other? Ooh. Probably just some EG Tundra. That's probably the top one that I'm looking at personally. Okay. I think EG's look super dominant. Tundra has clearly shown that they have the best grasp of the patch. So, yeah, I think that's probably the one that's most exciting for me if we get to see it soon.
Sure. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Tundra, because we have, a couple of... their roster's going to be a bit different. As far as I can't remember if this was confirmed online, or at least I read a comment that said it, so we'll go with it. I think it's only one day of play, right, where Tundra's going to be having Snaking standing out and someone standing in for him.
I believe that's the case.
And then for the whole duration, 9 is not playing?
Yes, and then 9 is not. I actually forgot that it was Snaking also. I forgot it was 2 people.
Yes, but I think, as I said, someone... I think Snaking's only out for 1 game, but we'll see.
And it's Immersion and Malrine, right? Immersion and Malrine?
I think it's Malrone, right? We used to be casting.
Oh yeah, we always say it right. It's Malrone. Yes, it's
Malrone, because the 1 is like a 1. So yeah, Malrone will be standing in for 9, and then
that'll be interesting.
I think Immersion's just in for 1 game instead of Snaking. Group B on your screen as well. We just had 8 fantastic teams showing you on Group A, and Group B we've got even more hot stuff here today. The second series of today, actually, I would say, is one of the series I think a lot of people are going to be looking very much forward to. Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. Oh, yeah. You'll see, this is today's schedule for the games on this stream. We'll start with Secret versus Talon. Yeah, the second one, Gladiators versus Shopify, and a Shopify that's is going to be having Miracle joining them. Oh.
I mean, that's it. Everybody's going to be watching this game. It's Quinn versus Miracle, right? We're going to have this... incredible showdown. The bat chests are going to be coming out, the memes. Can't wait for the interview, perhaps, if we do ever have one of those afterwards, because I think it's going to just be super fun. This whole tournament's going to be really fun, especially that we do have these stand-ins, and I know that the players, I've been really enjoying. I know for the most part, a lot of the like more fans and stuff like that. We've had a lot of streams lately, Owen. Like we've had our TZ streams coming back. Wynn's been streaming back, daily. So I actually think it's a lot of excitement because we're getting to see more of the, you know, the personality of these players that we learned so much over in the past. And like I feel like over time, we're getting less and less of these streams. You're getting less and less of the personalities of the players. So I feel like coming into this tour where it's like Dream League, things are a little bit more fun. We're gonna get to see more and more personality, more and more fun from these players. So yeah, I'm super excited for this tournament.
Oh, for sure, yeah. We're going to have the games and hopefully lots of interviews as well. Of course, after series, we're going to try and get some of the players in so we can speak to them and they can speak to you guys and girls. You know, let us know how they've been doing, you know, coming out of the DPC and going into this big tournament. Now, sort of getting in more in depth into the first series that we've got going on today, Secret versus Talon. Here, of course, we've got Secret up on your screen. And, of course, changes, they have been made. No surprises, really, considering that Secret, they did have, you know, just come off the back of a pretty rough, well, I guess as rough as it gets, DPC Division 1 performance. They did end up in that bottom spot, and therefore will be moving down to Division 2. They've had a tough time, Fogged. They have made some changes. I think we're not sure if this is permanent or not because it was announced that FBZ is simply on loan from Boom. I imagine, as with most cases, it's probably just going to be a situation of if it works, then I imagine Secret's going to probably try and make sure that they can keep him. And if it doesn't, maybe they'll try something else. How do you think it's going to go? Do you think this is a good move from Secret, sort of switching out the offlaner, getting FBZ in?
I mean, it's an offlaner, right? Like, Boom, he was kind of thrown into the offlane role, which I feel like is very difficult to do as like just a mid laner. Just like, good luck, you're playing offlane now. You know, fix everything, change your playstyle. So FBZ actually is a traditional offlaner, and he's playing with an SEA brethren, right? He's got Armel, so they've got a little bit of that camaraderie that's coming in. So I think this could perhaps work. I don't know if it's gonna work right away. You know, it's jumping right into things within like a day or two of practice. So maybe things will look a little bit sloppier at the start, but maybe this could mesh into something perhaps a little bit better from before. I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. I always want to see Secret do well. You know, always looking at Puppy, melding these players and you know, meshing them together and stuff like that. So hoping to see better, but the teams that they're up against, it's going to be quite a challenge. So
it is. And, you know, it's something to be said. Obviously not a lot. You know, even though they did come bottom of the Division 1, they were still winning individual
They took
games.
a lot of games. Yes,
you know,
they took from almost everybody.
Yeah,
Everyone but
6
Liquid, right,
wins,
I think?
12 losses, indeed. They took a game against Tundra, the team that ended up top of the league. They took a game off Gaming Gladiators. They took a game off OG. They took a game off, you know, Quest, who's been on the rise recently. So something it's still there for Secret, but it's, of course, not been enough, which, you know, EU, Western Europe, always going to be very tough to perform in.
Yes.
Meanwhile, over on the other side of the world, SEA, we have Talon coming through here into the Dream League, ready to play Secret. A team also, you know, they didn't have the best of times in the recent DPC, but it wasn't terrible at all. I mean, they just didn't quite make those top 3 spots you need to get to the major. They ended up coming 4th, but only just. You know, SEA was a massive bloodbath this DPC. They ended up going 10-6 on the individual game wins. And, you know, it didn't look bad from Talon. It just wasn't quite good enough.
I like how you say it's a massive bloodbath this season in SEA.
I mean, yeah, always, yeah.
Honestly, this was more of like this time for Talon, I would say they were more consistent than usual because they were actually like winning 2-0s. While in the past, it's like, all right, Talon won game 1. All right, X team's going to win game 2. Blah, 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 rinse, repeat. They actually were winning quite a bit of the early 2-0s, and then toward the end, they started dropping a bit of games. But yeah, should be fun. I've been watching them play a lot. They've been playing pretty farm heavy, I would say. Not based off their officials, but based off of their pub gameplay. And when you have someone like Jabs, I feel like the farm heaviness is always going to kick in. You have three carries. You know, you have all 3 cores trying to make space for themselves, kind of in a way. So it should be a fun one to watch the dynamic how it breaks down.
No, absolutely, yeah, Jabs, you know, whether it be him on the Dooms, you know, running so these Midas builds, or, you know, of course on the Magnus, as everybody wants to play right now. You know, understandably, you kind of build for yourself. You get the stats up, these Harpoons, Mantas, Lincoln Spheres. You're making the plays as an individual. That's what Jabs is really. Yeah, that's what he's all about right now.
Yeah,
as he always has been.
Yeah.
You know, he loves to sort of be able to pop off for himself. And sometimes it looks great, sometimes it doesn't. But that's sort of the fun and the entertainment value that Jabs provides. And one of the reasons why there's a lot of Talon fans out there that do enjoy watching Talon play. The question is, during this matchup against Secret, I mean, I imagine on paper, especially considering Secret's made this change with their offlaner, Talon, they're coming in as the favorites, right, folks?
Yeah, I would say so by a pretty decent margin, but it's always going to come down to this inconsistency and everything like that. And I think they've been in Europe for some time now, so they shouldn't be tired. There shouldn't be any like jet lag issue or anything like that. They've been playing there for a bit, so yeah, they should have a pretty clear advantage coming over them. I think it's just going to be a lot of fun. Just, you know, then we have the mid matchup, of course, right? We have the SEAs going against each other, so I think that's always going to be a bit of a really fun showdown. You know, there's always going to be a little of that like interpersonal kind of thing that, you know, they know each other really well. They play versus each other, they practice. So I'm going to be looking at mid mostly, and then Mikoto versus Armel.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I cannot wait. And in fact, we don't have to wait much longer, ladies and gentlemen. The game is going to be coming up very, very shortly. So do not go anywhere. We're going to jump to a short break, and then we will be right back for Team Secret versus Talon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about to get ourselves into this first series of the day, at least on this channel. Of course, as I'm sure you're aware, there's many channels going on, 4 in total, all with pretty insane games with the caliber of teams we've got. You'll look at them all. You'll want to watch them all. Try and get them all. I believe the links are in the top of the chat for you to quickly find your way to the other ones. Not that you should, though, of course, because you should stay right here because we've got a hot one. We've got Team Secret up against Talon. And, of course, Team Secret is coming in with a change to their roster. We've got FBZ instead of Boom, so different from the DPC that they've just come out of, of course, which they did not do very well. Fogged, what do you make of this? As you said, you know, we've got we're in a Secret now, 2 SEA players. We've got to imagine that they know Talon pretty well. I can imagine it can provide a lot of information back and forth to Puppy on how to draft, what they're good at, what you've got to watch out for. Should give Secret a bit of a sort of like a bonus against Talon, which they do kind of need in a matchup where they're likely to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, any little edge they can have, any little bit of information they can get from FBZ Armel, a little bit of inner workings and stuff like that coming in, definitely going to help. I see the Pugna ban already, so that tells me they definitely have been doing their homework. I think Talon, especially SEA in general, has been focusing a lot on this. Well, not a lot, but certain teams especially. This hero can be incredibly powerful to enable other heroes, so I like seeing that ban. Shadow Demon is very similar. This one started to get more rise and more popularity as the DPC progressed, but seems incredibly strong, even though did get nerfed in the 7.33 patch a bit with the, you know, 1 less charge on the Ags and stuff like that. Still feels super strong. Other hero that I think is probably going to rise a lot is probably that Spirit Breaker. I'm sure everyone knows this from your pubs.
Oh, yeah,
it's in every damn game.
It's so annoying.
It's so annoying.
He's just
There's no way to
He's
prevent
so
it.
fast. He's just, you can't lock him down. He's just running around.
The thing is, though, it's like the meta has now become like these universals, of course, as we've talked about ad nauseum, I think, through in the DPC. But it's like you either get these universals or you take Morphling and you counterpick it, right? So it's like if they take Magnus and Techies or something, you respond with a Morphling +1 so that you can turn into the Magnus, you get Aghanims, you know, steal the stats, the universal stuff and stuff like that. So I think it's very likely we see Void, Magnus, etc., Dooms, all these type of heroes that are just continuing to stay at the top of the board. Beastmaster's still, of course, up there. I'd like to even see a Beast really early for something like Secret. I think it's FBZ's. I think it's one of his best, if not his best.
Sure. I mean, Jabs is a big fan as well. He's playing a lot of games with DPC on it, so
yeah, I think Beast is scary.
Yeah.
Beast looks cool. Let's see if it does get prioritized too much since everything else is in the pool. Okay.
I'll start with the Techies here, Secret. I mean, Talon could definitely go for a Beastmaster +1.
Yep. Talon. I mean, they've got options. There's Doom, Magnus, Beast. I don't know if you want to give Beast Techies.
No, I don't know if, yeah.
It's a really oppressive lane. It's so powerful. It makes it really hard for you to set up on a lot of things throughout the game. It's not just about the aggression that it puts in lane. It's about how much map pressure they put as well. So let's see how Talon preps for it. If they are going to look to give it up. Because, okay, they're going down a bat route. It's a little bit different.
All right.
This I don't think I've actually seen from them at all. So this could be a bit of a test for them to maybe... I think this is always a good thing to do if you're starting a tournament as well, too. If you haven't played something like Bat, this is where you put it out there, because now you can flex it. This hero's played in so many different roles right now. 4, 5, etc. I've seen it as 3, I've seen it as mid, so it's like 4 different roles.
Yeah, I mean, and you can only imagine that's why Talon are happy to try out first, because
I'm cool with this.
They have got that flexibility.
Yep. And they'll do the breaker.
And they'll get the breaker.
Okay, so now I think you could just even move something up like a Medusa, even for something like Secret. Definitely some. I'm glad we're going to get to see the breaker right off the bat, though. I figured this was going to happen very early on.
Yeah, this hero's crazy.
But you know what's actually good versus breaker about Techies? The Taser Dispel. So I think something people like kind of forget about with this hero is the basic dispel that the Taser provides. So like versus these Ursa's break, like Spirit Breaker, etc., it's really good. And Secret, they're just gonna go for standard. So super strong combo, unbelievable amounts of damage between these two. Team fight consistently. Yeah.
Old Mag Techies. I mean, with all this Magnus that we've been seeing, what have you liked the most against it? Has it sort of just been these sort of Morphling lineups?
Morphling,
anything else?
Yeah. Void Spirit, Morphling, but even then the Void Spirit can suffer. Morph is by far the best, though. Jeez. Timbersaw, I think, is the other one. Right? I think those are the top 2 for me, Morph and Timber. If I'm not forgetting one right now, I might be forgetting. I have to go through like all the drafts because there's just so many games lately from so many regions that I've been trying to like absorb. I kind of like not as like a direct counter, right? Like, but overall in the game state, I like Lich a lot versus these heroes too. These universal heroes that have like 400 base damage, you just have from Lich Shield. It's really good. And with the rise of Pavis, well, I say rise of, but I feel like now people realized how broken the item is this DPC tour because we had what, like 400 purchased across 180 games or something. So I think Pavis, Solar Crest heroes and stuff like that versus these universal right clickers can be really strong. So maybe a defensive hero like Lich could be cool.
Well, let's see. Secret. I mean, they already know that Talon, they're going to be hunting down heroes across the map. Bat Spirit Breaker. There's a lot of run at you.
They could even look for something like Silencer on the side of Talon with these two. Because they have 2 ways to start fight, and they can prevent any counter initiation and stuff like that. So if you do want...
That's true. I kind of like Silencer. It makes certain parts of the games... the global can be a bit off-putting for the mag. I mean, at the same time, if mag's kind of having a good game, he's going to have to spell, and he's just going to walk in and just be right-clicking people down at a couple of attacks.
Sure.
But it can sometimes stop sort of that initiation that mag wants to look for.
It can just be really annoying, like with Breaker, Batrider, right? Like these two heroes, they're just going to provide visions, go in constantly, be these frontliners. It could be something they look for. I don't know how much. I know they played it during the DPC a bit. I don't think they played it a crazy amount. I think 2 or 3 games. But when you have these type of initiators, it usually can be an indicator. And yeah, they'll get rid of the Dusa. I think that's the other one that definitely looks incredible for, I mean, either side, really.
Yeah. I mean, the Dusa's still fantastic, and definitely one of those carries that can be nice to play against the mag. The mag wants to go in, you pop the ult, and suddenly the whole move gets a bit awkward for the mag lineup.
So the other thing too that happened here is, so they got this Magnus versus Breaker. I think is one of the other better answers too, because you can just Shockwave to stop charge, which I think is really, really nice. I think that's the only one reason now that also Mars. I think Mars is going to start getting better is because Breaker's going to get popular. So you have 3 ways to stop Breaker charge.
Yeah, that's true.
I love seeing.
I mean, Mars has got, he lacks a lot of.
He lacks a lot.
He's one of those heroes that just kind of got nerfed time and time again.
But he owns Pango. He does get Pango stuck to the wall.
I mean, I like Mars. I played with Mars recently. The ults, it can still be pretty hot.
Yeah. I mean, we're not going to see
these heroes running around, speeding about. If you're able to trap these heroes.
Talon Esports,
okay. So this is looking more and more. I mean, it's very likely like that. Mid Magnus, banning out the Queen of Pain as well, setting up for that strong lane. I like seeing that we even get a Chen ban still. But Chen kind of fell off the face of the earth for a lot of teams, but when there's a puppy team, always of course have to be careful of Chen. I still think that hero is very strong. I think people may be sleeping on it a little bit.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a lot of good heroes right now.
Talon Esports, turn to pick.
Wow, Doom's still in the pool too.
I mean, which way around do you think is most likely Talon's going to have these two? Or is it like we've seen sort of like a Spirit Breaker of being the offlane for jabs?
That it feels like that's more the case, but I think it's just really flexible. I think it's still very open-ended. Okay, Brubik, so old school kind of counter. This is really strong. Amazing versus Mag. Amazing versus Techies. Yep. You have a movement displacement ability versus Techies as well too, so you can stop the blow up. You can get some kills. Whoa! I didn't expect to see that today.
Well, I mean, what do you think about Boeta right now? I feel this hero can look pretty underwhelming a lot of the time. You need so many items. Late game, sure, you feel fantastic, but until you've kind of, it feels like you need the Maelstrom to farm, then you need like the Chrysalis for some damage, then you need something to sort of help you survive. You've got to have that range advantage. If you don't have kind of like 4 base items, you can feel kind of useless.
And versus Batrider can be a risk. You just you pop ult, you're just there on top of you. You know, they just burn you down. Yeah, I like Clockwork.
He's a hard hero.
I think Clock is a good response to the Spirit Breaker, but I think Rubik is great versus Clock. So I feel like Talon has a bit of, they have some pretty good coverage right now versus what they're up against.
I think this Rubik pick feels super hot. I mean, as you were saying,
it's really nice.
It's definitely one of the more annoying heroes to play Magnus against. You know, because of that instant catch for telekinesis, there's so many situations where you can't play that sort of jump in, heal someone away, because you're going to jump in, you're going to get lifted up. Talon, they're going to roll with the Alchemist.
Okay. I don't think I got the... Wow. I didn't think I'd see an Alchemist how much? I mean, actually, I gotta look now. I feel like Alk fell off the face of the earth after the nerfs, didn't he? At least from what I remember. I think he literally wasn't played at all during DPC. I think he played 3 games and lost all 3 games in the beginning of the tour.
That...
At least, okay, yeah. So Western Europe. Western Europe, he was played 20 days ago, lost. 24 days ago, lost. 27 days ago, lost. That's only 3 games that he was played in Western Europe.
Okay, in Western Europe. Okay.
In Western Europe. So let me check what else we got going on. Because that's actually pretty interesting to see that they prioritize it like this then.
Let's see if see what it was. Maybe some sort of I mean, maybe in regards to like the timings, they feel this hero sort of hits in regards, you know, compared to like Muerta.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get
sort of
crazy timings. Sure. You're not a hero that relies on a self buff like what I'm trying to say is like an Ursa or a Monkey King, something like that can get dispelled from the techies. You know, that annoying taser. There's a hero that just, you're an Alchemist, whatever.
Yeah. We've got, yes, Talon, they did have a game with Alchemist 20 days ago.
20 days ago. It's been a while though.
It's just probably a loss. I'll try and bring that up.
5 seconds remaining.
My SEA thing.
It was a loss. Yeah, they lost with it 20 days ago against Bleed. Of course, Bleed, very strong team. They did win against Blacklist Rivalry with it, so they have had success.
How much was it played?
Very different lineup.
It was 17
I'm only looking
games.
at Talon stats.
Okay, so it's played a little bit more, at least in SEA, I guess. I didn't get to see the most of SEA, just the time regions. It's so hard for me to see every game, but okay, cool. Tanky hero, you've got great heroes to back you up. Heroes to start the fight. And yeah, your farm rate versus Muerta is going to be excellent. She wants to sit back and farm. Alex is going to be able to set tempo.
Yeah, it looks like they, 23 when he did it before. He was kind of, goes Radiance, Blink, AC, Silver Edge, Abyssal. Oh no, sorry, Radiance BKB.
Radiance
BKB Blink. Yeah, and then join the fights.
Yep, very standard, I feel like.
Yeah, looks like when he played against Blacklist Rivalry, had a very snowbally game. Ended up 7-0-12. So. Okay. Well, when they hit it right with the Alchemist, they hit it right, Talon. So. And
they have great heroes with it right now. They have a very aggressive draft. Like, they have great ways to make plays, very quick around the map, low cooldown based. Batrider, Flaming Lasso is low cooldown now. Breaker ult, very low cooldown. Rubik, sure, he probably needs a spell in particular to gank, but he's got good heroes based around it. Maybe some lack in damage early game, depending on what the last hero is, unless the Batrider's there with Firefly early. But overall, I think Talon's looks pretty well-rounded. The Muerta is just the concern for me on Secret.
Same. I'm not sold on Muerta.
Because I'm fine with Mag techies, and I think if they had a different carry, I could be like, yeah, they can carry late game, like, no matter what. I don't know. Muerta is... I'm going to have to watch and be sold on it pretty quickly throughout this tournament to really feel like this is a good snag here. It doesn't look easy.
So what are they getting for this final pick? I mean, so Secret, assuming that by the looks of it, the Alchemist, at least Secret, coming in with the chance that this Alchemist could be in another position other than carry. They still banned the slot.
Possible. And they do get a beast last.
I mean, this is
strong.
Yeah.
We
thought we'd see this at the start of the draft. We've ended up seeing it at the left. It gets ignored completely up until the final pick.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, Secret's draft is strong. It's the Muerta. I don't know. There's something about the Muerta I don't like, but...
No, same.
Because I love their lanes. Like, well, they have Beast techies. This is incredibly strong lane. They have Muerta Clock, strong lane. They have Magnus mid. I mean, overall, it looks solid. Just, is Muerta a hero that can actually keep up with the pace that Breaker and there's like Batrider and stuff can set is going to be the question that I have to ask.
Let's see, final pick now for Talon. How we get these heroes cemented in each of their roles. Any sort of curveballs being thrown here at the final moment. I would guess.
Are they just going to pick a carry and throw something? Okay. Cool, so that's the anti-beast Magnus. That's pretty strong. Who's going to play what, though? That's what I'm waiting to say. Okay, Mid-Wyvern. Cool.
I mean, one of those universal heroes, right?
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot more in pubs.
It's looking good. And yeah, as you say, against Magnus, I mean, in the past, right, when this was just a Wyvern that you play as a support, a lot of elements of this hero's tool set very annoying for Magnus to play into. Yeah, getting it last hit is going to give them that kind of great setup, that kind of anti-team fight. Could be pretty solid. Overall,
cool.
As I say, I got to say I'm liking what Talon's doing here.
I like Talon's a little more, but like Secret they have a really well-rounded draft. They have FBZ on, in my opinion, like one of his best heroes. They have ways to scale and stuff like that. It's just going to be can they keep up with the tempo that I feel like Talon's going to be able to set? But also now it's like, Talon, are they going to be able to play well with this Wyvern that they don't play, really? The last time they played was 10 months ago.
Ooh.
I'm going to look at some pub stat stuff, though. Because everyone's playing this in pubs right now.
Yeah,
It's universal, it scales. Aghanims is absurd on the hero, so let's take a look at Mikoto. Because as far as I watched a lot of Mikoto in pubs, and I felt like he was playing more of like the spirits, like every game. I saw him playing Puck, Ember, Quap, like every game. I don't believe I saw a single Wyvern on. I watched a lot of streams these last few days, so I'm thinking off of like these games that I've been looking at. I don't see any Wyvern games that he's played at least in the last couple days.
Okay.
So
I'm sure it'll be fine. I don't think this hero is too difficult to play right now. I mean, it's you just press Q and then you win the lane in the mid matchup. You just poke them. That can be very, very annoying.
Crystallis, now I'm going to have to check also now for Crystallis. How much has he played this hero? Because this is one that I feel like sometimes people just don't play.
I feel this is quite a Crystallis hero. I reckon whether
he's played 11 matches of it in the last 8 days, and he only has a 45% win rate, though. So, not boasting.
I mean, I'd say that's not on him. I'd say that's on the heroes. I'm not sold on this hero right now.
I'm not sold on the hero.
I think there's just so many better carries that you want to be playing. Yeah, Secret, they go with the Muerta. Always happy to see a team try something that's not necessarily the most meta or the strongest of its choices on paper. They've obviously got an idea with it. And as you say, maybe down to the fact that they have got a good lane setup and ways to sort of get that Muerta snowballing, get those items sped up.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be interesting to see if it is gonna work out, because I just feel like, yeah, this hero, especially compared to these universals and stuff, it ain't quite there yet, Owen. It just does feel too slow. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one to see, because Secret, they definitely do have ways of stalling game out, getting this crazy farm. But let's see how it all does kick off.
So all going to be very, very exciting.
And let's see how much vision has an impact in this game, too, because there's a good amount of vision aspects on both sides. Right, we have Hawks, we have Techie's Mines, we have Rockets on one side, and then on the other side, we have Wyvern flying. Bat Rider, of course, doesn't provide the same type of vision, but still kind of there. And then there's Breaker, so a bit of a clash of vision concepts coming in. Let's see.
See if we any action around these bounty runes.
I'm gonna do this a little bit too by mistake. I'm gonna call Secret Boom a couple times because FBZ has Boom tagged as himself. But
he's got the Boom tag.
So Boom is still playing for Secret, just a different Boom, of course, in the offlane.
That's true.
So
Boom.FBZ.
Boom.FBZ. Yeah, I'm going to be looking at bottom lane. I think this is the lane to watch, at least for me, for Secret, is how much success they're going to be able to put on with Techie's Beast. Because this lane, as we've said before, this lane can get tons of kills. They can be super impressive, and this could be the one to set up a successful mid-game in order to be able to withstand the pressure that I feel like Talon is going to set up with the Spirit Breaker.
Sure. Because, like, can the Rubik 5 do much in the lane here to kind of make it easy for the out? Or not necessarily?
It's actually not one of the worst versus Techies. Just because you can prevent the blast off of the lift and stuff like that. So I think it should be able to set up 23 for an okay lane.
All right, yeah, let's see how much we can pick up from this. And then over on the top, you feel this should be okay for the Muerta? Like, Puppy as the clock can sort of be annoying enough to stop Q and jabs from being too aggressive against the Crystallis in this lane?
This is a scary lane. I mean, Cogs now are better because they do bonk you with the charge and stuff like that. You don't just charge right through. But there's still a lot of ways to get on top of Crystallis. This could be a scary lane. Bat Rider is insane right now.
Mid lane Mikoto.
Holding it.
Pretty low. Getting bottom. And the spam's going to start to step up. 3 so far.
He came ready. They've got salves. They know the lane they're playing verse, so they brought tons of regen. This is the way you deal with the spam lanes, right? You bring these salves, bring your tangos and stuff like that to deal with the harassment that they're going to bring. Tried to go for 23. Hey, Yamich.
Being able to turn. I mean, Yamich is going to die for that one. Fade bolt and a blood grenade ready from Ollie, and they're able to just turn around that attempt. Ends up giving 23 first blood. And
you gave it to the Alk.
Gotta be careful with that one.
The Doom scenario. Oh, does get his salve broken, though, from the axes. 23 being a little cocky with that one there. But yeah, gets a kill.
Now we're seeing on the farm on the top lane, Chrysalis. He's doing fine. 7 CS, same as Jabs.
Good lane positioning. As long as they can keep the lane right here, they're good. If the lane pushes forward pretty much at all in this top lane for Secret, that's when it's like, uh-oh, especially for Crystal. So right now, it's really important that they're keeping it here. And Jabs actually gets pushed into tower there for a second.
We'll be able to step back in time. Mid lane. Koto continues to have a little bit of an edge here against Amel, as expected. This Wyvern mid, the Arctic burn early on. Very easy to push away the enemy mid, but especially with their melee. Constantly got to step back to limit how much damage you're able to trade with them.
That's actually a good point, too. Armel did go for the skewer level 2 instead of having the empower. That's a bit interesting. So it did have that bit of a base damage where if he had empower, he'd have like a 20 base damage advantage over the Wyvern, so maybe that having a bit of an effect.
He's only managed to get the 4 denies in the lane so far, but
yeah,
not being able to take away as much as maybe we would have hoped for in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to take away though for me is just that, you know, bottom, even though FBZ is farming, it's already, you know, 23 is getting that farm on. He's not really getting pressured. So it's going to be an Alchemist who's going to get quite a lot from the start of the game. And you imagine they're going to have some stacks very early on too for him. 23, dropping incredibly low.
FBC set of axes in.
Yamich knows he can't go for the blast off though. Like Ollie's there for the lift. If they go for it, he just lifts him after, right in between it. So can't quite take down 23. That's why I was saying the Rubik's not like. I think it's a pretty cool lane for it.
Yep. Top lane, and they're gonna go for Jabs. Jabs, he's caught in the cogs, but he's standing his ground. In fact, Chrysalis, he's the one that ends up dying off the back of that attempt. Jabs does not go down. The wand and already having the Ring of Health definitely helping him out in that scenario. Secret, they can't get the kill on him. It cost Chrysalis his life.
You have to be very careful versus Bat Riders nowadays because the new build, you know, they go Flame Break and then they just go a couple points in Firefly. The damage is insane. They don't get the setup, and now the build also, I'm sure you've seen, bottom.
Yamich, he tried to go in again. This time, though, 23 was able to get the concoction off in time. So turns around with the stun. We'll throw out one more mine. 23 will die. So Yamich, he gets the job done.
Okay.
He'll definitely put that down as a worth.
Alrighty. And yeah, we're going to see the build from Jabs. I'm sure you've seen it in your pubs. Puppy.
Sort of tried to run down Jabs here, but yeah, he's ready to back Jabs up. So they can't go for this back. They've got to be, as you say, so careful at the moment with this skill build. When the Firefly's out, it's too much damage for Puppy to run into.
And he's going to get very tanky soon. As I was saying, he's going to do the Vanguard Arcane Boot build, very likely, and then just the Octarine Bat Rider that we've seen pretty much in every game. Or in most games, I imagine. Vanguard Arcanes enable your 4 position to make the roaming. You always have kill threat and stuff like that. So 3-1 right now, Talon.
Good start. Mid lane starting to level off a bit. Armel's catching back up. Getting to the point now where he's able to equalize it. Extra point now in power.
Yeah.
The CS in this matchup. Putting an even amount out of this mid lane.
Nice glyph there. I believe that was Mikoto there, preventing some last hits, getting some pressure. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Who's going to get it? Yamich, he's checking bottom. Ollie's going to make the move to try to help. Where's it going to go? Talon doing the double rotation. Will be a haste. Does get killed off. And we do see the stacks, of course, already being made there from the side of Q on Talon and from the side of Yamich on Secret.
That should help.
Bottom lane, 23 soon to hit the 6. So
he's chilling.
They're going to have to bring down more than just the Beastmaster and the techies, really, if they want to try and make a go for him. Maybe there'll be a window when FBZ hits the 6, but 23 is going to hit his first, as long as he's quick with a Chemical Rage. Unlikely that these two can take him down through that ultimate.
Yeah, he's tanky enough at this point, for sure. Every little thing matters, too. There's going to be backup that can always come to. The Q is going to be at the ready. 15 seconds, Wisdom Runes. soon going to be up. Looks like Puppy, he's getting in position. Trying to be sneaky Q. He's sniffing him out. Puppy.
He's not going to try for it. He knows Jab's backed off as well to help out. If a bit of a fight kicked off, if Puppy wanted to try and push for the Wisdom.
And we're seeing mirror things happening on both sides. Q stacks Ancients, Yamich stacks Ancients too. So very similar stuff coming out from the 4 players.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Top. See, Crystallis in terms of his build, no surprises, going to be going for treads into Maelstrom.
They're making the move.
I mean, they're very
is
strong.
moving.
3 points in Firefly. Ollie's coming from the side. They've got the setup on a Crystallis. Yamich is going to be TPing over to help out. Jabs and Q, they'll look towards Puppy instead. Try and dive him under the tower, cogs her up, push Jabs back. Secret, now to keep one another safe.
Okay.
Quite enough damage there from the 3 of Talon to get in, kill and get out.
Nice dead shot from Crystallis. Keeps himself alive there. Do force reaction though. And back to stacking. And yeah, I think the disparity of farm between this Alch and Muertas, I think this is the thing we talked about in the draft. You know, it's if they're not able to pressure this Alchemist in lane, the item timings he's going to be able to get over this Muerta are going to be terrifying. He's already 2,200 ahead, Owen. That's a lot.
This Alch's going to hit his timings. Yeah, the pressure was not enough. 23 is completely free farming.
It's a
back over in the
concern.
mid. I mean, because sort of 23 is so safe on his own down there, there's a lot of room for Q and Ollie to just do as they are. Just kind of run across the map, go from the mid lane to the top lane, and just be annoying. You know, force out reactions from Secret, slow down Secret's early game.
They have kill threat everywhere. And it's easy to make the quick rotations.
And what's the sort of the best bet for Secret in this sort of position when you're playing against this pressure from Talon?
You have to be ready to rotate, but the thing is, like, you probably already starting to feel like kind of bad because 23 got that first blood. He's been given a free lane, so you don't want to be playing too much of just this reaction Dota where you're just like, okay, we're going to respond to the moves because we're getting off farm. So they might have to look to make a move themselves with Armel a little early on and earlier than I think that he wants to. Because he wants to farm his Magnus, and Beastmaster wants to farm, and Muerta wants to farm. So someone's going to have to take the back foot off to try to perhaps make some moves early on to respond to this pressure. Because Talon, they're just beating on mid tower for free here. Mid tower is less than half health. No response from Secret yet.
No, Armel's just trying to take away some of the farm with 23, farming in positions that he knows the Alch's going to be swinging around. That does indeed mean that not many resources being able to be put into this mid defense. Jabs turns to top lane here and looks towards Crystallis. Crystallis a bit of a tough target to take down now that he's hit the 6. He's got to pierce the veil. Puppy once again by his side just in case Talon do try for anything.
Yeah, you're just leaving Yamich mid to try to defend. Mikoto, DD hitting the tower. Can Armel get the snag?
Telekinesis is out. It's going to be the problem as the mag against this Rubik. As long as Ollie's around, instant telekinesis, and suddenly you're just not able to get in with that opening that you want to as a Magnus.
And they had to be careful there. They could have gotten turned on. Mikoto had the DD rune. Does get dispelled. The taser does end up hitting the techies, gets dispelled, but now an arcane rune picked up for him. And yeah, they're stacking like crazy. I saw the Secret, they were stacking. It was cleared already mostly from FBZ. He's gonna likely have good timing on his Aghanims. But I mean, I'm just seeing Alchemist absolute free farming. Radiance is pretty much done, Owen.
Yeah, it's gonna be super solid timing here for 23.
And they're making the moves. Jabs, they're gonna smoke him. He's probably just gonna do his Ancients with his next Firefly. So it looks like maybe they're just waiting for perhaps a timing here. And Makoto's just playing super aggressively in mid, really wanting to persist for this tower here. It's very close to dropping to this next catapult.
How's Armel doing? Quarterstaff. Still a bit of time until he's able to get that echo and be able to contribute.
Let's see what.
Not been as fast of an opening as I think you kind of hope to see from the mid mag, right? The lowest farm right now, out at the cores, like lower than Crystallis. You know, Crystallis had a tough time. Not kind of that flash farming you want to see from an empowered Magnus early on. A bit of a slow start for Armel.
Yeah, that's huge for Mikoto. 15 denies on the Wyvern versus a mag. Cool. Yeah, Atos is pretty much done. He got the DD rune. Now he's got an arcane rune to play with. And it's. I feel like this is one of the slowest games I've seen of the patch. It's 3-1, Owen. What are the kills at?
11 minutes in.
Take a look at Yamich. He's setting up some mines to protect. He's still trying to. They're trying to hold on to mid tower as long as possible on Secret. But the thing is, they're holding the tower, but they're just getting out farmed.
Yeah, I mean, this tower's gonna go down within the next couple of waves.
Yep.
Mikoto in with the arcane rune, just pop the cooldown of Arctic Burn, get a few pokes in with extra range.
Jabs nearly has Jabs nearly has Octarine done. It's getting pretty close to having it.
Yeah, with the disassemble.
Okay.
Yeah, but basically got the money for the voice station. It just won about 1,000 gold short, right?
Yeah, just about. Oh,
Yeah, I just under that actually.
He misbought. Okay.
Wait, he bought two.
He's got it. There we go. He's good. He's got it.
He's put it back. Yeah.
Yeah,
There we
he's
go.
done.
No, you're right.
So,
He's got it. 12
finished.
minutes. Solid timing.
So-
That's what you want to see when you go for this Arcane Vanguard into the Octarine build-up. 12 minutes, you're happy.
That might be one of the fastest ones I've seen, just because of how like chill the game is, and he's not dying or anything. Like, he's level 9. Level 9 with an Octarine. I feel like it's like you don't see that. It just looks weird. But I guess I mean this is now the new thing, of course.
It just as the moments pass, it feels scarier and scarier for Secret.
Feels scary.
Game. Like
I
Chrysalis,
don't know.
he's gonna have to do so much, but you need so much to do that. You know, you get your Maelstrom, then you want to get your Dragon Lance, then you're probably gonna find that the damage isn't still quite there, so you want to get the Crystallis. You need a lot of items on this hero.
They're gonna have to have some like super explosive ways to start fights, but they're not going for items to start fights. Everyone's playing, like as we said, like we've seen this now, of course, from the Magnuses so much. He's got his item, right? I believe his Echo Saber is pretty much done, and they have Ags on FBC, but they're gonna have like Clockwork initiate the fights, and these guys are gonna have to like run in to get this initiation. It could be difficult for something like Wyvern.
Sure. And it's kind of hard, right? Because Talon's heroes, they're pretty beefy.
They are. They definitely are.
You know, they're prepared for you if you go on them. I mean, we'll see Secret go for the move now.
Let's see what they
They've got
get.
to find something with this. They really do need to. As you said, they've got Puppey with the setup with the hook shot. If he's able to get in, and Armel and Yamich can follow up, maybe they can find something with this smoke.
I mean, they gotta hit hard here because 23 is about to have BKB done.
Oh yeah, yeah, we're just a recipe away.
Yeah. This
There we
could be
go.
a big kill. If they can get 23, Makoto's in position though.
Talon seem kind of prepared. Yeah, they've got the four of them
do.
down here, Talon.
See if Armel can find anything.
I think Talon
Lingering on
they
the
know what's
side.
up.
Puppey
You know-
getting an angle. They're bringing the Muerta as well.
I see. Put the setup onto 23.
Gets the reach.
Puppey, he's caught himself in his own cogs here, trapped underneath the tower. He'll go down the hook the raw onto 23 on the backlines. Armel gets him with the RP on towards
They got Makoto.
Onto Makoto. They do indeed get the two of them. With the RP
Now what?
expended, I don't think they've got anything left to play with this Secret. They've just got to run. When
He stuns
will end up
himself.
stunning himself. Armel's going to try and turn over towards him, but the Chemical Rage is still there for 23, healing him up. Armel goes down. It's just going to be a cleanup for Talon. I mean, outside of just being able to drop their RP onto Makoto, get that guaranteed kill, everything else just falls apart completely for Secret. That they're not geared up the same way that Talon is at this moment in time to take these team fights. Talon, they're more than happy to open themselves up to these brawls.
They just don't have the damage on Secret or the connection. 23, he gets the ult off. I think as soon as Chemical Rage gets off, the fight is almost just done there.
Sure.
And now, Alchemist is level 13. BKB is done.
Oh dear.
The boy is big.
Yeah, and
8-2, but a 7,000 lead so quickly. Without
And
things, I mean, it's been gradually building up, but that feels, it's so early, but the game just feels so difficult for poor Secret.
I mean, I think you can feel that in sort of the plays that Secret were making there, because I don't think typically you want to be bringing your Muerta into those sort of situations where there's that much of a risk that the fight.
Armel.
But the setup with
looks
the
pretty
curse
dead.
in the mid, and he's very dead. Lasso into the charge. Armel's gone. Another kill for Jabs, dominating now on the bat. See Yamich and Puppey, they're going to go for Ollie. They will get him, but they're probably going to lose some of their lives here in return. Yamich gets caught. Jabs, still got the Firefly going over on the Puppey, knocks him back. Double kill. 23 now picking up the action with these kills. He's got his Blink Dagger coming out. This game, it is falling apart for Secret Fogden. We're just 15 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how they can try to like reestablish some type of things here. It's very difficult when you're playing versus this type of Alchemist draft when things have gone so awry. He's 5-1-4. He's part of 9-11 kills. He's huge, nearly unkillable. Even if you get him pre-Chemical Rage at this point because of how tanky he is, it accelerated so fast. Bots Octarine on the Batrider, level 14. He's the same as his Alchemist. They're huge. Makoto may be behind, but the other two are just absolutely massive.
Yeah, and the thing is as well with the Wyvern, it doesn't matter if you're a little bit behind, right? As long as you get a good ult off, you're able to play the positioning smart, you know, your abilities do enough. Top lane, Chrysalis tried to TP out, but the charge connects in time. TPs are coming over to try and back him up, but the lasso's back up from Jabs. Of course, that low cooldown thanks to the Octarine. making these plays fast as ever, you know, from that mid move onto Armel, straight up to the top, taking out Crystalis. Crystalis going down. I just don't see this Muerta recovering, Fog.
No, me either. And man, I had concerns when I saw the pick because it's into this Bat too, and Bat, as we've seen, like, I think Bat just eats Muerta all game. And I mean, honestly, Jabs has done exactly that. He's 5-0-3, flawless game. Makoto's having to take the back foot, but it's perfectly fine this game. He did his job. He won the lane versus the Mag. Besides that, his other two cores, they're carrying everything with the support rotations.
Puppey trying to get some XP out of this lane. We'll be able to walk away. It's like, yeah, 23 didn't quite have the ability to be able to dive in. Concoction was still on cooldown.
Damage. Might be able to scurry away, but, you know, Ollie, he did steal mines, so I think he got what he came for.
Jabs has got eyes on him.
He's got him.
He's not getting out, Yamich. No. It's just going to be another kill here for Talon. 13-3, 10k lead now for Talon.
Oh, even lower cooldown in Flaming Lasso now, 48 seconds. So yeah, the pressure on the map, there's no space really for Secret, and there's none of the cores that are really there to be able to provide it at this point because they've all gone for their own. I know it's the right choice probably. I'm just like, you know, emphasizing so much. It's like they all go for their own items. So it's like these Echo Sabers, Mags, Aghanims, Beastmaster. The plays are just hard to make without an initiating tool.
So we're going to line up the silence then, put a stop to Q and Jab's attempt to get on top of Armel. Secret themselves alive here underneath the tier 2 tower for now.
But only just keep themselves alive. Alchemist with...
Oh, yeah, he went the Halberd rather than the Blink, sorry, and then just go for the AC next. I mean, yeah, you've already got enough initiation, right? You don't need to be the one to go in.
No.
The rest of the team's got that covered. You just got to walk in and be unkillable. And 18 minutes in with a Radiance Halberd and a BKB, you're certainly exactly that. 23, unlikely to die.
I really like this Halberd pickup. The status resist, great versus Beast Mag, and then you have that Halberd, of course, versus Muerta, so super nice. Rockets to scout, but they're stolen mines.
Be careful of that Secret. At the least, Talon is backed away from the pit. Once they know that Secret's hunting around this area.
They have to catch Mikoto, but the thing is there's so many different things they have to worry about as well at the same time. It's a very tough fight for Secret. If you don't catch this Wyvern, he's just going to be able to immediately turn any type of fight that happens. But at the same time, too, you might just get gone on yourself. Big RP.
That's a decent one. The curse was there, though. Here's the veil from Crystalis out, but the disarm. It comes out onto Crystalis, so a huge amount of time, and this ultimate is going to be put to waste on the Muerta. Armel goes down. They got a couple of kills, but again, I think it's going to be Talon with the cleanup. 3 dead. Lasso's back up onto Puppey. Jabs drags him back. And once again, indeed, Talon, they'll take the team fight. Triple kill, 423. And yeah, I mean, the Halberd, as you say, it just completely destroys whatever damage Crystalis would potentially be able to offer in these fights. It just gets disarmed, and suddenly with that gone, they just don't have the damage output to be able to threaten these heroes. 23, they just can't bring this man down.
No, his item is, I mean, it's a very standard kind of items, but it's perfect. The Halberd, as you said, yeah, Muerta's damage gone. The status resist comes into play too. It's a good RP. It's a pretty damn good one, but the curse came out. Mikoto got the curse, so there's no follow-up, no other follow-up damage, and it's just immediate panic because it's not just one hero you have to deal with at this point. Yeah, you get 23 low, but Jabs is just killing everyone in the meantime also at the same time too. So yeah, they're covering their bases really nice. Great game from Talon so far. Secret trying their best to buff up their Muerta. I see a medallion on one hero, Solar Crest on the other, trying to put all their eggs into this Muerta basket, but she's just half the net worth of an Alchemist. Actually half.
A lot of money on 23. Very close to having the AC. At 900 gold off the plate map.
They're very good about their stacking. I do have to say that for Talon. This game especially, they emphasize so much on stacking both ancient camps, both hard camps. They have great heroes to be able to farm it. Secret, they did stack as well too. It just, they stacked for their Beastmaster and FBZ. He has like his Ag's Pipe, so it's like playing around him as like a carry kind of thing as this Beast can be good, but him making individual moves like this is just hard. This type of itemization. Armel. It's a bulldoze.
No dropping on the Q, and it'll guarantee them the kill.
There we go. The drums of Slam this time coming into play.
A little bit of a grab.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The biggest. The support here, and now jabs. He's going to find something bigger for Talon. Gets in with the lasso onto FBZ. Talon, they'll be able to take down the offlaner.
I like Jabs' side position a lot. He already went for his greed. His bots is Octarine. He's having a free game. Goes for Blink Force Staff. Now he's got ways to just start every fight. Got ways to break out of Clock, out of Muerta's. What is it? What's this W called? I always forget. The Calling.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, clean stuff. Very clean today for Talon. At least in this first game. I like the way they set up their draft overall, too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what they can get around here. They're looking at the Roshan. Especially with FBZ down.
Yep.
They're not really in a position to threaten this at all. So Talon.
RP on cooldown as well, too. Still for about a minute.
Should be able to get this one easily. See edges for them, and definitely getting to a point already where Talon could look to threaten the high ground as Secret. A good push around the AC of 23. Secret stepping out a little bit. Chrysalis has got his next item, done the Shadow Blade complete. And maybe a bit of a better
still
chance.
So fragile.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If they find him in the fight, he's in so much trouble. Whether he's either getting killed or he's just getting disarmed. He just got to try and do his best with that Shadow Blade to kind of outplay that sort of potential that Talon have to shut him down in the team fight, but it's not easy.
Positioning has to be like the 20 out of 10 for Crystals pretty much. It's not really dependent on him. His teammates have to do God's work in order to try to allow him to just sit his ground. I think the next best situation really for Secret is waiting for like a high ground mistake from Talon and you get some type of skewer play and you get some consecutive kills off that. That could be the next big play that I would say for them. Otherwise, things look very difficult. I think fighting outside the base, it's kind of suicide at this point versus Talon.
Yeah, and it's just so hard to make those sort of moves as a Magnus because there is a Rubik and a Wyvern in the game, right?
Yeah. I'm shocked they're
Really
actually
difficult.
playing around this tier 2 bottom. I guess they really don't want to give up this area at this point, but this could be a big risk here.
Already Jabs, he's able to start off the action. He catches Yamich. And Puppy is going to attempt with a hook shot in. I don't know if this is a fight that Secret can still try and take. Puppy, he's just gone into his death as he'll go down. And the rest of Secret, the three of them, they've got to run. The Shockwave pullback Q in time to stop the charge from projecting onto Chrysalis, but Jabs, he's still looking to go. He's heading straight for Armel. Got the Flame Break to knock him back. Q with the ult is able to knock Chrysalis back, but the rolls there from FBZ on towards Q. 23 steps up. Chrysalis will be able to take him down here with the Pierce the Veil, that magic damage, shooting him down through the Cold Embrace. Chrysalis manages to sneak away with the Shadow Blade. Dust not quite catching him. Chrysalis able to live. Sure, Secret lose too, but they were at least able to take Q down in return. They get something. Still, of course, not nearly enough to be able to start shifting this game back in their favor.
No.
But a trade of sorts.
They really want to hold this tower, though. I mean, Yamich, everybody's just swinging down immediately from the side of Secret. They really don't want to give this up. There's vision on this high ground, though, Talon. They see Secret. It's going to get dewarded.
Chemical Rage is back up for 23.
Jabs.
He's going Jabs. He'll start it. He sees Puppy straight and he goes, and Puppy's gone. Puppy does have buyback available if he wants to commit for it. Armel's trying to walk up for the RP. The curse is there to hold him back. Now comes the buyback from Puppy. They'll get the Stewart over towards Jabs. Jabs also pushed away by the dead shot. Charge forward from Q. He's in onto Armel. Armel's not been able to get the RP off.
Hook off the board.
Brought down low by the Arctic Burn. Mikoto, he's cleaned it up. Double kill for him. Chrysalis turns with the ult. Again, able to take down Mikoto through the Cold Embrace. But the disarms there from 23. 23 just comes charging through, gets caught in the cogs, but he's happy to stand toe-to-toe to Puppy. A couple of punches in on the clock. Puppy backs off. The stolen dead shot from Ollie catches Chrysalis. It's 3 dead again on Secret. They try their best, throwing everything they can here to against Talon in an effort to stop them, but it's just not working. They get Mikoto, losing 3, and almost certainly losing this tier 2 tower again. Yami's still going to try his best, throwing out the mines here to try and dissuade the push. And 23's got the Chemical Rage back up in 5 seconds, and with the backup of Q and Ollie, he's going to be happy sticking around. 2 minutes still on this Aegis.
And somehow Jabs, through all of it, survives. I cannot believe he gets away in that one. The hook shot, he dodges, 4 steps away, he trickles away for a second there. 9, 0, and 10.
No, check this replay again. I think there was a bit of a window where Armel could have dropped the RP to catch Jabs, but he opted not to. I think on this bit to the side when he goes for the skewer, he didn't want to use the RP here.
I'm not sure. I guess like he wanted to get something bigger out of it, and then by the time afterwards it's too late. He gets lifted and controlled, but yeah, bit grim. At least they would have gotten the bat if he did drop the RP, but
I mean, and the bat is a pretty huge kill.
It is a big
he's
problem.
not died this game. I think you got to be dropping RP, even if it's just for the bat solo, because Jabs, he is worth so much right now. 10-0-10.
But that, I feel like that says a lot about the story of how they're probably feeling on Secret, where Armel's like, I need something bigger. Like, he's like, yeah, we'll get a bat kill, but he's probably thinking in his mind, like, I need a 3-man. Like, I need a Wyvern, a bat, and maybe one more in this game in order to make things get better. Because, they'll get a kill, but overall it doesn't change. Yeah, it'll make your Muerta happier, but overall game state won't really feel too much better. I guess, like, that's what I'm trying to think, right?
Yeah.
So.
And also, of course, Jabs, he does have the luxury of buyback, and he's got those bots, right? So you're like, if I drop the RP for the bat, he's just going to buy back bots back in, and then the fight could maybe even go even worse for them, because maybe Secret would be baited to kind of contributing more off the back of the RP being expended. So yeah, playing the sort of a high risk, high reward, you say. Armel, he's all in for the big RPs, because he's got to. They're down 20k right now. They've got to have some sort of like 4-man, maybe even the full 5-man RP defense here to turn this one.
Yeah, I think even like before this, I think it was just like the thing I was saying before. It's like the next big things for Secret, the next big timings is really high ground defense and play around your techies and your Magnus. I already see Yamichi setting up the mines. Set up for these skewer plays. You know, this is your way back into the game potentially. I mean, it's a very small chance, of course, versus what Talon has, but I think that's their best way of trying to find a way back for this Muerta, just to get these big kills on these kill streak heroes, find someone who's not super paying attention with a harpoon skewer play, and get these small kills to try to recover things. Not easy though, obviously.
Not at all. Not at all. Again, as we say, just due to how many ways they can counteract the jump from Magnus.
Yeah. And they're building more. I'm seeing, I think Jabs is building another halberd. So they're looking for ways now to prevent the one. There's only really one damage source at this point, and it's the Muerta. So.
Puppy, try and go for this. Hit the jump, and again, telekinesis is there as soon as Armel tries to make the jump in. They get the lasso off, Armel goes down, and 23's in with the BKB and the Chemical Rage, ready to charge them in as he's in on top of FBC. 2 dead on Secret. They do have buybacks, but they don't have much more. And in terms of the base, it's going to be taken away from them pretty soon. 23's up the high ground. In fact, he's ready to jump in. Oh my goodness.
Bit deep.
Whoa.
A bit deep.
Okay. Well, the game's back on, boys and girls. 23's dead for 70 seconds. Maybe forgot that there was a techies in the game. He just went in. He was like, right, we've got this game in the bag. I'm jumping the high ground, but 23's dead. Armel, he's looking for the RP. He's going to be able to get it onto Makoto. Makoto's dead.
Okay.
I mean, this is... Crystalis... He finally gets taken out by Jabs, but Jabs is now completely alone. See if Jabs can continue to stay alive, or he's yet to die this game. But Roar's back up. They killed him. That's a godlike streak ended. Armel picks up a hell of a lot of money. Oh dear.
What is this, like a 9,000 gold swing and like a 12k experience change total?
Oh no.
I guess it shows 5k, but I believe it was like 25k lead or something before all those fights kick off when he first blinks into the base or something. Consecutive feed?
That was
it. Call that?
I guess 23 just, he felt unkillable. I mean, and to be fair to him, the last 25 minutes he certainly has. But jumping in under tier 4s against the techies and such, the mine's down, that's half your HP gone. Oh no.
Well, you get one of those, I think. Another one, things could get pretty problematic. Even though it's 15k lead, high ground defense and stuff like that, you definitely don't want to be giving too much.
You don't want to do that again if you're
Armel, oopsie.
They've caught him in. He's actually out of buyback. He 100 seconds. He's gone. So that's a big window open back up for Talon. Window. That should be smooth sailing enough to maybe get a set of racks here.
I mean, it should be as long as 23 just can't blink in. If he's gonna blink in tier 4, you have to BKB up. Small window now found for Secret. As Talon. They probably tell themselves, all right, guys, come on. Let's not dive base. Wait for items. Makoto, I think, was really close to Aghanims too. Calm it down. Game's in the bag. Let's go for this push again. RP cooldown, 60 seconds also on Mag, as you said, so they can go for some high ground push here. Glyph is available. But they do have a window, and Jabs, he is smoked, so he's going to look for a grab. Will he insta-die to mines, though? There is 8 of them at the ready here.
And I feel
That's
like
7 actually right there, but whatever.
and, you know, Jabs, I'd say he's still having a flawless game. He hasn't died. Because that death, that was absolutely not on him, right? That was on his whole team. Just everyone else died.
That was everyone else's fault. That was not Jabs' fault.
Jabs
is still having a flawless game. I don't consider that Jabs' death.
13-0-12.
That's 23's death from everybody.
Yeah,
he
well,
actually technically has 5.
Yeah.
He's not 10-2 anymore.
Dire's bottom tower
There we go. The push coming in. 30 seconds, still no arm out.
I feel like Jabs is going to blink into all these mines for some reason. Hook shot.
Getting on to 23. There's
No,
Jabs.
Christus.
It's a great grab onto them with the lasso. If they got any follow-up, they have the disarm. Christus as well is out. Curse, they're doing everything they can to control this Muerta. Make sure Chrysalis has nothing to offer in this team fight, and they'll succeed. They kill off the Muerta without Chrysalis able to pretty much do anything. BKB's popped now from 23 and FBZ. 23 allowed to back off a little bit. Chemical Rage has come to an end. So they'll back off. They'll just sort of kite out the rest of this fight. Armel. He's back in action. He's able to get the pullback onto Q with a harpoon, but not able to set up for a successful skewer. So Talon, they get the kill on Chrysalis. They won't lose anything.
Too much status resist. Can't even do it with the shockwave. Bulldoze plus
Jabs, he's in again.
Jabs.
Lasso's
Found
back up. He
FBC.
finds FBC in the mid. It does just sort of seem overall Secret a little unprepared for just how low cooldown this Lasso is. Jabs, he's just ready to go. Puppy's still committing in with a fight. Same to
RP.
for Yamich. They jumped in for this one. Armel, he has got the RP down onto 23, but the Chemical Rage is back up. 23 is healing up. Yamich dropping the mines. Is it enough to burst down this Alchemist? It isn't.
It's not.
The heals are there with the Cold Embrace. 23 this time round will be saved. Everybody dead on Team Secret. It's a team wipe. Talon back on with the push. And this time, it's without any hiccups. Nobody dies on Talon.
No, this one very clean. 23 does get pulled into, what, like 7 or 8 mines or something like that, but is able to withstand through it. Makoto's got the backup with Cold Embrace. And this time, Makoto, he gets to shine. I feel like he's been kind of a sleeper a bit with a little bit of his positioning because he's just getting gone on, but this time with his axe, gets all the hits off, does tons of damage, and yeah, back to business. Final shot for Secret.
Let's see if they can do anything here. Puppy's in. Crystallis, he's going to get caught again by the curse. Holding him in position. Jabs is getting pretty low. In fact, the crit comes through. Crystallis will manage to take him down, but he's all on his own in Crystallis. BKB's up for 23, and Q just charges straight back in on top of the Muerta. Crystallis goes down. Talon, they continue to take the base. They'll take a second set of racks. Jabs also buying back just to help speed this the end of this game up a little bit more.
Yeah, and now I think it's where Secret, you discuss what went wrong, obviously. Maybe you have been talking about it for a little bit of time here now as Yamich likely to go down as well. Yeah, I think Talon, they played the lane super nice. Makoto won mid. Top overall, I think maybe a slight trade where Secret was getting some stuff, but the difference is really bottom. I feel like the Beast and the Techie's dying. That can't happen. I think they need to be the ones that have this kind of like perfect game to dictate pace so that Secret can withstand the pressure that comes from this Bat Rider, from the Spirit Breaker and stuff like that. And it's a 10-minute radiance into a very early BKB from the Alk, and I think that bottom fight, as soon as it goes that way, the game is like 90-10, if not more than that for Talon.
Yeah. That was a pretty crazy game from Talon. Looking very, very hot. And as I say, even though this team weren't quite able to make it to the major out of the DPC, they still look pretty fire in the wins that they got. And turning up today. And I think, as you say, 23 with a free farm. But definitely this first pick back. I think we're going to be seeing it more if it's not being banned out. It's always... this is the huge sort of power play, right, as a team. When you turn up to a tournament, you go first pick bat, and then you just dominate with it. Because now, any of them, they're going to have this at the back of their minds when they're drafting against you. Do they have to take this out? Do they have to go for some sort of draft that really limits a bat's sort of potential? Because it jabs 15 to an 18. This bat was completely out of control.
Yeah, they haven't. They literally. I looked at the entire. They didn't play for a month. So they didn't play for the whole DPC. They come in, they first pick it, and that yeah, like you said, it says a lot, and it's a flexible hero, so it's going to be able to open up a lot of their drafting for them too. So it's just game one, but it's a good sign, at least for Talon. They show up, they look clean. They make, in that game, in my opinion, they make one mistake, and it's pretty much only 23.
And it was an entertaining mistake. They did it for the fans.
It was a funny one.
Up
it was
to that
for the
point,
fans.
it was pretty much stomp central. So having a bit of fun, why not?
So I think that's all you can ask for. If you're Talon, come in, show a new hero, kick ass. You also displayed the Spirit Breaker opener, which honestly looked great. I think, 30 assists or something like that, part of almost every single kill.
Yeah, perfect.
Overall game plan looked great. Yeah. So I think they have a lot of concepts and a lot of understanding. Because even like little things like picking the Rubik when they did, right? looks amazing. Great versus the Magnus. So good in the game. You have so many ways to steal. You're incredible versus the Mag Techies. The first 2 pick is countered from the 5 position, almost feels like. So, yeah, I think Talon did their homework, and they played exceptionally. So.
Yeah, for Secret, I imagine we'll see quite a change up. At least, again, the carry pick.
The Muerta, I just didn't like it.
As you say, it's just not really been winning games. And even for Chrysalis in particular, right? You're saying in pubs, it's not like he's kind of dominating, popping off with it.
No.
And I don't think it's really surprising. I think just kind of on paper, this hero is just feels kind of weak, especially against some of the heroes that are just super popular right now. Again, even just looking at Talon's opening, you knew already that this hero was just going to get run at.
Exactly what I was going to say. That's literally exactly what I was going to say. I was like, you pick 16 pick Muerta, and what you see on the board right there is Bat Breaker Rubik. Yeah. It just, for me at least, I'm not just like, oh my god, this is the Muerta game, right? Like when you want to pick Muerta, usually at least, it's like some super high agi carry, or there's not a lot of magic damage and stuff that's going to be able to pierce the veil. You're versus Batrider and Spirit Breaker. They're both just going to get on you. They're both going to burn you down. So this one just felt a little bit weird. Maybe Secret just wanted to put it out there early as well too, and make it work, or try to make it work early on. But yeah, I think that, at least for me, everything else for the draft looked pretty good. I think their lanes, they could have played better too. The Techies Beast and stuff like that could have been better. I think the Mag, maybe Armel could have done better in the matchup. Also in mid, maybe perhaps a little bit. But yeah, I just wanted to see a different carry hero. Maybe we're harping a little too much on it, but
no, sure. I mean, and the thing is, at the end of the day, right? We did expect this series was going to be a tough one for Secret. They're turning up. They've just changed the roster around for this tournament, getting FBZ in instead of Boom. So it's always going to take some sort of time to kind of really fall into place. Obviously, there's always the hope as a team when you change a player or you make a change that you turn up and then everything's going to be fantastic. But you don't always get that honeymoon phase straight away. Maybe they were able to find it in game 2. I mean, overall as well, I mean, obviously considering what Talon did do this draft, do you come in game 2 and you do have to start putting that bat in that first phase of bans if you're Secret?
Oh god, it's tough. It's really hard to say, honestly. I think you might, because they've done it. I want to say I saw them banning it a little bit during I'm actually gonna glance. Yeah, during the division, they were banning it. They banned it versus Entity first 2. They banned it versus, I believe it was one of the team, Tundra maybe. I think Tundra too. Yeah, a lot of teams were taking out, so maybe it is a priority, especially if you're gonna play versus a team that clearly has shown. It's just this one. How could you ban it, right? You didn't. Jabs had no one's played it in a month, right? So now maybe, but then yeah, you're gonna have to deal with playing with versus some of these other heroes. But maybe it is worth it because. I don't know. Bat looks crazy to me. I think this hero is just way too good.
Oh, yeah, Jabs, it looked fantastic. One of those top-tier bat games. Bat performances here for Jabs, 15-2-18 this game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to be able to get the game 2 onto your screens very, very shortly. So we'll see you very soon after this break. We'll be back. Game 2, Talon versus Team Secret.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dream League Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we are halfway through our first two-game series of the days, Team Secret versus Talon. We just had, of course, a very impressive-looking game one from Talon. Secret, it's a bit all over the place. A bit of a stomp, this one, Fogg.
Yeah, bit of a stomp. Definitely some things attributed to the draft, but I would say lanes could have absolutely gone better. Armel could have done better versus the Wyvern. Bottom, they did give up that first blood to the Alchemist, which is never something you want to do. You guys want to be the ones leading, and top also, yeah. Just things fell apart very quickly. And it seems like nobody, maybe not nobody is willing to take the back foot, but the draft ends up becoming very slow when you have no way to start fight except for your 5 position.
Oh.
Clockwork. Wait, that's
Chrysalis. He's looking a bit like Insania nowadays.
Yeah.
But, there we go. I believe at least the last hits are probably right. As indeed 23. I was able to farm much more than Chrysalis. Yeah, ended up 365 TS on him, so about a 50% more CS again.
Which
was able to find, which is
that'll
expected,
happen.
I guess. Especially as you said, you know, you were very impressed with the way that Talon was stacking this game, right? Even though a lot of those stacks, I guess, were also taken by jabs.
Yeah, I actually didn't get to see how many stacks did they have. A neutral camp stack. So let's take a. I mean, wow, there's an insane amount of neutral camp stack. Now that I look at it.
Here we go. Here's the real Crystalis and
there we go.
And the real 23. So yeah, honestly, the fact that Crystalis did relatively have a decent amount of CS as he did, was still just not able to do much as the Muerta. I think again, it doesn't impress me. This hero, this hero does not impress me right now.
If it's set up properly, yes. But if you're into so many things that get on you, Spirit Breaker, Bat, you leave the draft open to get more counter picked as well too. So yeah, I do think this patch it maybe will, well maybe not will, but is kind of starting to like form into like this. It's a super carries, right? We're seeing a lot of these like super carries and you just buff them up. A lot of Medallion, Solar Crest and stuff that we were talking about from earlier. So I could see a realm where Muerta can be good. Right? Like if it's a last pick in a game where it's set up for, but this one just didn't feel good. This one just felt really hard.
I did, yeah. Of course, you see the GPM difference. No surprises, of course, how much of a number difference that being 23 being on his Alchemist. 967 GPM that game. Very high XPM as well, 951 XPM. As we've seen from 23 previously on his Alchemist, very involved. 11, 2, and 21. Just notice sort of the timings perfectly of this hero. If 23 gets a good opening, gets a good timing on the Radiance BKB, I think it's very hard to beat his Alchemist. Even when he is diving tier 4s against the techies, it doesn't matter. He's still going to beat you.
I think their draft's just too well-rounded if they get off to that type of start in the bottom lane. Like, if this bottom lane is getting pressured and the other two lanes are going that well, the game could be different. This Beast could be able to do stuff around and not be, it's not like you're just thinking, we need to go 5-man bottom at 12 minutes or we lose the game because we need to kill this Alchemist and take the tower. This game, it ended up being that for Secret because of how bad bottom lane went. So they made that play bottom. They all died, and the game's just, like, over from there. So, yeah. If bottom goes better, I think the game could be a little bit different. But either way, I really like the way Talon set up their draft. And I think we're gonna see a lot of Bat Rider. We're gonna see a lot of Spirit Breaker. I think this patch, we're gonna see a lot more of these, like, of course, heroes that have gotten buffed so much, but it's just like these quick, easy initiation heroes with super low cooldowns. Like we saw there, Jab's Flaming Lasso was like 30-second cooldown.
It felt like 18. It, yeah.
With Octarine, 18, Talent, etc. It's 30 seconds. Spirit Breaker ult goes down to what? I think it's also like 30, right? Something like that.
Something crazy. I mean, that's why. I mean,
it is 30, yeah.
You sort of see at least in the pubs, right? People running these Octarine Spirit Breakers and things.
Yeah, like 30-second cooldown ult. Your charge goes down to like 4. I think if you have Ags and Octarine, I think it's like a 4.8 second charge cooldown or something like that. So it all just becomes crazy. Everything becomes very overwhelming. So
yeah, and of course, I think this the mid Wyvern. Really like
really
it
good
against the Magnus. This Magnus meta, this is a great hero to play. Mikoto, as you said, as far from as what we could see from the records, isn't one of his mids that he's been playing a lot, if at all. I mean, even his in-game Dota Plus stuff is only level 4, so it's not even capped out at the 5 if he doesn't have Dota Plus. So not a lot of games on this hero, but he was able to play it fantastic. 7, 3, and 21. Great impact, great laning, and yeah, if Magnus has been thrown around the place, I think pick more Wyvern, put it in this mid lane. One of these universal heroes. It feels great.
Especially if you see that, and you saw Mag and Beastmaster, right? Like that's like screaming. Like old school back in the days, you see summons, auras, amps, anything. That's where Wyvern's great. Now that universal, you're scaling as well too, and it adds an extra layer of good luck initiating. Who's gonna make these goes? Now you have to initiate, and we have a Wyvern to counter versus a Beast versus a Magnus. So yeah, really good picks as we're gonna get into the next one. Let's see what priorities do shift a bit here because, as you mentioned, the Bat I think is gonna start getting more priority. And I think I was looking at a bit of the not spoilers or anything, but looking at some of the other streams, Bat is starting to get like first 2 picked quite a bit here.
Okay, so yeah, first phase bans we may just see it indeed. The draft just beginning. Should be able to get it up on your screens very very shortly as we come into these first round of bans. We'll see the Pugna again. It's going to be the focus for Secret.
Okay.
See if Bat has sort of shifted up the ranks and will indeed get taken out by Secret. Or of course, they do have first pick. Maybe they want to run some Bat themselves.
Yep, definitely. There's a lot of different things I feel like they could do.
See Talon. Get rid of the Bloodseeker. I mean, I guess that is also, well, that's one of those heroes, right, that can be a bit annoying for a Bat if you want to play Bat, right?
Can be a little.
You don't think? Like, what are you banning this out for? Because you just want a Crystallis's solid carries?
It's one of the best carries in the game at the moment. It's not only just Crystallis, it's just one of the best heroes versus these universals.
I mean, Crystallis is super good on it.
And it's really good versus all the spirits and stuff like that. Good versus Mag, good versus Void Spirit. It's good versus. It really feels like it's great versus all the meta heroes right now. So I'm always fine seeing. I think I'm fine right now with the meta seeing Bloodseeker bans because Pango's popular, Mag's popular, Void Spirit's popular, all the heroes that So
the talent.
Let's see what we got.
What do they want to take out? And what do they want? Yeah, what do they want to leave in for themselves as well? Do they want to try and go for something similar? Honestly, it certainly after a game like that, it does feel like why not run it back? You know.
Yeah.
Just go for something similar. It clearly worked very well against the way Team Secret wants to try and play Dota 2 right now.
Maybe contemplating it, like what happens if they do give up the bat? What are they going to get out of it? Because if Secret first picks it, then they're going to get a trade, and is it worth it to get like some like Mag +1 or Doom +1 or whatever? I feel like I've seen a lot more core, like double core picks as well too. Not from these teams in particular, but just in general.
I just sell the Wind Ranger once again.
Leave everything in the pool.
See what way Secret want to go. So they'll have to change things up themselves. They did ban out the techies that they picked last time, and they will indeed take the bat. So not something that would be too surprising for Talon. They, almost certainly went into their reserve time discussing, do we leave in the Wind Ranger or do we leave in the bat? They said we're leaving the bat in. Secret, they'll be quick to snap it up.
Now for Talon, do you just like Doom Medusa or something? Or Void Spirit +1? You gotta. There's so many heroes in the pool, so it's tough to really think of.
I think you've got to think. I mean, I guess again, being the bat, you don't really know where it's going to go. It's not necessarily going to be FPZ on the off lane, so you can't really think too hard about those sort of individual lane matchups. You just want to be able to make sure that you're not getting run over. They get the Spirit Breaker. I mean, we saw how well that worked with the bat, so you don't want to let Secret have the opportunity of getting their hands on both of those.
Very true.
Talon, they'll take that. And again, a hero that we may see once again in the hands of either Q or either Jabs.
I think this hero plays 4 roles. I think this hero can even play 5 position. Yeah, 5 mid, off lane, 4.
I
think it can work. It may not be fantastic, but you see a game where it's like, wow, Spirit Breaker sucks. Yeah, let's just. I don't know. Is Spirit Breaker going to suck either way, every way, ever?
Probably not. Probably not. But yeah, if you know your mid matchup, then you definitely feel confident getting that.
They're thinking about this one a lot. This is interesting.
Yeah, I think you want other stuff to put off the bat from making moves. I think this bat hero right now in the right hands is looking so destructive. You've got to have something that just makes it difficult for for kind of what Jabs was able to do last game. Jabs was just able to jump in every time Lasso was up. He was getting in, he was getting a Lasso, he was getting out, and they weren't able to punish it. So we'll see if Talon themselves have a better idea against it. I mean, Slark was banned out last game at the end of the draft by Secret, so it's on Secret's radar. So if you want a Slark, you're probably gonna have to pick it up earlier in the draft as Talon. They'll get the Clinks. I'd imagine probably the support Clinks, right? You prefer this?
I'd imagine so. Yep.
It's super solid.
This is very strong. Again, very high kill threat around the map early game.
Yep.
People are split up. Barricade charge and Invis Clinks hunting you can be very pesky. This Phylactery build, if you've seen, I mean, everyone's seen it now. The Phylactery Solar Crest build on Clinks just seems to be the meta in most situations. Or you just skip the Phylactery, you go Solar Crest +1. It feels very strong. They're going to early Monkey King. Okay. So wanting to have a very comfortable hero, I guess, there for Crystallis. I was thinking, so the reason I said Slark is because I was thinking...
It feels like his stocks are going up this game with this draft.
Yeah. And I was thinking for Talon, then maybe they were thinking that Secret's going to morph lane because they have Breaker. So I was thinking like the next level kind of thing.
I mean, they still could. We don't know where this Monkey King's going, right? Or
True.
Like how sort of set are Monkey King's roles right now in this draft?
That looks like a carry Monkey King, 100%.
Okay. They're not going to do it anywhere else.
I don't think so, knowing Crystallis. And now they're going to ban the Slark. So I actually think I would have liked that Slark instead of Clinks. But I'm fine with Clinks because I think Talon, I think they're doing something really interesting here, like similar to what they did the last game. They're just putting it out there. It's the first day of the tournament, first series. We ain't played Clinks during the tour. We ain't played Batrider during the tour. Let's just try both out. Last game, the Batrider worked out. Let's see the Clinks. Let's see if it's going to go good. Because the hero, it's doing great in pubs.
And this Monkey King pick as well, I mean, isn't this one of those matchups that doesn't feel good for the Monkey King against Spirit Breaker? Isn't it kind of annoying picking Monkey King into Spirit Breaker, having to deal with the fact that if he's got the charge on you, he's gonna be finding you regardless of what tree you're hopping into.
That can be annoying, but I think they're probably thinking of the lane matchup where it's likely a 3 or a 4, and then you have a Monkey King that's either versus a Spirit Breaker 3, which that feels great for the Monkey King, or a Spirit Breaker 4, which feels pretty good for the Monkey King in lane. I think they're just trying to make sure that he has the best lane possible.
I think they'll still ban out.
And they'll take out the Morph.
Morph for themselves, Secret.
I think Morph looked excellent for both sides. I think it's like one of the heroes. It's another one of these heroes of the patch, especially when there's these bats, limited damage perhaps on some sides too. You can just see how Morph can be amazing. And yeah, I mean that's why I was thinking for both sides it looked so good. Because Secret, if they take Morph, they have Spirit Breaker, you can bulldoze all game and just laugh. But okay, take out Timber. Might be a Magnus ban that Secret has to do.
Yeah, I think so. You don't want to leave Mag in.
I don't think you do.
One of those heroes that if it's still there in the second phase of picks, that you're picking it.
10 seconds remaining.
Unless, Secret want to sort of play the chance of getting it themselves.
I guess if they don't take it immediately.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a risk if they leave it in. That's what we want to go for.
I've not been looking at the player cams enough right now. There we go. Hello, puppy. Curious to see what they're contemplating.
Very much focusing 23 Savage's ball.
Maybe they are just trying to make sure that the Monkey King has the best game possible and looking at those 23 heroes.
Do you, like the potential of them going for another Alchemist game, is that there, or is this looking different enough that you're probably not as Talon gonna go that Alchemist route?
You probably won't go this route. You could, but I don't think they need to.
No.
Let's see.
Some respect for Makoto's Wyvern after that Game 1 performance. So I'll take that out.
Okay. Cool. I think Void Spirit looks really nice for Talon. You have a little bit of worry, perhaps, versus Bat in some situations, but you have an excellent... the matchup overall versus Monkey King. I mean, actually, versus Monkey King's bad, but I think overall you have good ways to disjoint and stuff like that. I don't know. I really like that hero, too.
I don't know if you want to pick it as the third pick, though.
You'd probably
be okay with that, because then
no,
you're going to pick it, and then they're going to respond with 2.
Yeah,
they could still be the 2 supports. They can get themselves some catch.
Yeah, no, I probably take that back.
So I feel like that hero is always nice to pick into when you kind of see the supports. There's always going to be this easy hero to jump in and kill in the team.
No, you're right. You're right. I don't know why I said that one.
I mean, it's a good hero, Void Spirit.
It's really strong.
It's one of the hot ones. And maybe they will. But yeah, Magnus still on the table. They ban out the Venom.
It's just too risky.
So, it's one of those heroes that could be annoying for those sort of blink heroes that you're maybe going to get eventually on like a mag. And I don't know if you want to leave the mag in for Secret.
I think they just take the mag. That's a likely one. But okay.
That's
a bit different as well. Whoa. Have they played this at all either? I don't think they played this at all in the DPC either.
Okay, I mean, does this look like to you that this maybe would be a Jabs offlane DP that you're playing into the safe lane Monkey King?
I could be. Absolutely.
Yeah? That gives you a decent matchup, right? You play sort of DP and then Spirit Breaker on the 4 again? Or would you do Clink to the 4 and you do Spirit Breaker somewhere else?
Right now, if you're putting DP offlane, you want Spirit Breaker. You need protection.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want some type of help just in case
nice.
DP gets gone on. Could be a good lane. Could be a cool lane. I'm just astonished because, they literally... Dude, that's actually so interesting. They didn't play it at all. Not once.
Does mean Secret get their Magnus?
And they do, yeah. This is what we were talking about, right? We thought Talon would take the Magnus.
No, Secret played the risk of, they'll leave it in, and then, Talon didn't take it. So, Secret, I think they're going to be very, very happy with it. Already, this kind of... The opening to the draft, I prefer this much more for a Secret than Game 1.
For sure.
I'm leading Secret. They've got the Magnus, they've got the Monkey King, they've got the Bat Rider. And as you say, Talon, coming in with something a bit different with this Death Prophet. Clinks, the Spirit Breaker, sure we see a lot of that. But bringing in the DP. Secret, they'll get the Chen, something that was also banned out against them in Game 1. Left in the pool this time. They're able to get it. Secret, they're going to be feeling so much more comfortable with this draft than game 1.
Infinitely. Honestly, this looks so much better. And now it's a little bit of an awkward position here for Talon because they showed what's likely the 2 supports early on, right?
I think so. Right?
And now it's like you can't really go for something like Rubik to prevent the Magnus or anything like that. Wyvern's gone, so...
Yeah.
Okay. Much better. The risk for Secret for this Magnus definitely paid off. I did not expect to see Death Prophet there.
Let's have a look, Talon.
Team Secrets.
I've got the Alk route again.
Okay. Guess they like the Alk versus Magnus.
I think they might get punished for it this time, though.
I think so too, because the Monkey King's pretty good. Can be pretty good versus the Alk too. As long as Secret doesn't just mess up their lanes completely.
Yeah.
And just give the Alchemist like a 9-minute radiance again or a 10-minute radiance. I mean, things looking pretty good. Chen, a little bit of a question mark overall, but it's Puppy. It is a strong group up draft. And I still do like this hero personally. I know a lot of teams have fallen completely off of it.
Or just because of the countless kind of nerfs to its playstyle.
Yeah. Still farms.
Talent.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, what are we looking at from Secret? This being what, the FBZ Bat and Armel Magnus again?
Team Secrets.
That is definitely what it's looking like. It's definitely a bit strange to see the last 2 hero picks being the supports, but
yeah.
I think Bat can still be played as a 4 also here.
Okay.
I think they could still be flexing where this Magnus is going, if he's mid or if he's off lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Final ban for Secret. Looking towards Talon, assuming it's going to be the mid lane.
Yeah, they're banning on those
Makoto and Pango.
Okay.
It is gone. One thing that is still there, as you mentioned, your Void Spirit is still available. Would you now looking further into draft, now this Mag and Chen's been revealed, is this sort of turning you away from the Void Spirit, or still Void Spirit very much acceptable?
Matchup could be a little weird though, right? Versus Magnus. Mag's pretty good versus him in lane at least. But
Sure.
overall game,
Okay,
not too bad. There's not that much to say. And Void Spirit can hold his own. He can.
Yeah, I think it's all right in the matchup. I mean, you know, it's not one of those heroes that you're ever going to be able to get under the tower and kill off. And yeah, the only thing that's locking you down right now, it's an RP or a lasso or some nice micro from Chen. You know, not very easy for Secret to just throw abilities at you. Could be not one of those heroes that's fun to play against an early group up if Secret start to get the ball rolling early.
10 seconds remaining.
And they will, of course, get that ultimate final pick. So,
I mean,
that edge.
Remaining.
They could storm.
Yeah, I mean, the spirits.
They don't have a buffer though. They don't have like a mana battery or anything like that. But the spirits, I mean, there's definitely some limited disable that could be coming out from Secret, so could see one of those coming into play there for Talon. And they do love. I mean, they love them. Let's see what it's gonna be. Mid mag or off lane mag. Very likely the mid mag.
I think mid.
Yeah. This Marcy ban is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, what were they anticipating with that?
That I'm not sure. That one I'm not sure.
Talon Esports.
Yeah, they'll just get the Undying. So I imagine you're having the Bat as the core and the Undying as the support. You're doing some Undying offlane here.
This is weird on.
Oh, you didn't like this? I mean, it's another hero that doesn't have any catch right. If you're Talon, you feel you can get outside of the lanes. Yeah, if you feel like you're not going to get crushed in the first 10 minutes of laning, you have any of these elusive heroes, and it's going to be very annoying for Secret to lock you down. You're going to have
like this
free roam of the map.
This has to be like an offlane Undying, right? Otherwise, you have like a 4 Undying. Isn't that like super awkward? No stun on your supports. That was a weird last pick for me.
And they go for the Venge against the Bat.
So they've Venge versus the Bat, and versus the Monkey King, and versus the Magnus.
Yeah,
this is a nice Venge pick.
Which I feel like we don't say very often. No, Venge.
No, is this a mid Venge? I don't know. What are these?
No. They'll do
offlane Venge, Spirit Breaker, and then DP mid.
And Spirit Breaker mid.
Mid Spirit Breaker.
Mid Spirit Breaker.
All right.
And no offlane DP. Yeah, support Clink, support Venge. And,
I
for
don't like
Secret,
this Undying
again,
pick.
Well, you just don't like the 4 Undying. Even when you know it's against an Alchemist, because that's got to be why they've done it, right? They're like, we're against 23 on his Alch. We want to bully him. We're going to pick this 4 Undying. You feel it just doesn't have as strong of an effect to make it worth playing in this position?
You have to do a lot in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Your first 10 minutes have to be really, really good. Definitely can't die. You can't die in this lane as an Undying. It gives their group up. Their group up is terrifying. That I will say. Secret's overall group up with Undying, Chen, tons of heals, be able to get these towers and push. But I don't know. This Undying, the last 2 picks for me kind of left something to be desired. I like their first 3.
I was going to say, yeah, first 3 felt fantastic. And then, I mean, the Chen, as you say, you know, that's kind of like a 50-50 one because it is Puppey on his Chen. It's still potential with this hero, even though a lot of other teams are drifting away from it. So, yeah, not necessarily the gotcha final pick that you'd maybe hope to see with the Undying coming out. And we'll see what Team Secret have planned. Obviously, game 1 was a rough one. Game 2, the Talon side of things, but once again getting 23 on his Alchemist. And that Venge, you know, Ollie, he certainly could do a lot in terms of the saves.
He can.
There could be a lot of moves that he can make kind of tricky for Secret to execute.
I will say for Talon, they have to be pretty decisive of how they pick and choose their battles. I don't think they want to overtake team fights into the side of Secret's draft. Secret's draft is very strong when it comes to group up and team fight overall.
Sure.
So I think they have to pick and choose how they take these fights. I like Talon's draft a little bit more. I can see realms of how Secret can win if they do force these fights, but I favor Talon a little bit here.
Okay.
Just because I don't know. When I see just like no stuns, I get really worried with these 2 supports. It's like when things just start going wrong, everything is on the course to do so much work. So it puts a little bit of fear for me, but let's see what they can do with very comfortable heroes, lots of Grandmaster heroes and stuff like that. So
let's find out. I mean, and what does it sort of make for the, you know, now that we see that Makoto taking the Spirit Breaker to the mid lane, with the 2 heroes, the Talon's going to be... Again.
What did you expect?
I can't believe I'm seeing this with my own eyes.
All right.
I mean, it's what, double range, right? So it can be pretty annoying for this Monkey King to deal with constant harassment. Might not be the easiest lane for little Chrysalis. Really gonna be up to Puppey. Setting the trap up top.
See if Secret walk into this.
See if we get anything too I don't think we're gonna get anything too different this game either. I'm like clicking around just looking. I think we're gonna see very normal items coming out.
Doesn't look like we're gonna get the clash here. Secret.
Nah.
Gonna be stepping out.
Secret has a pretty weird level 1.
Begins.
23. Casual stun. 2 for 2. Okay, and let's see how I think these lanes can be pretty volatile on a lot of sides here. Mikoto probably will end up losing to the Magnus a little bit here. Armel should have a good time in the matchup, but I think Spirit Breaker should be able to get stuff. He just maybe falls behind a little bit on denies because of the base attack time. Yeah, bottom, I think I'm watching Puppey, what creeps he's going to be able to find and how much he's going to be able to do, because this could be a tough lane for Chrysalis.
Yeah, well, what would you say are sort of the big creeps to find to help him out down there?
Maybe the healing creep. Just one of these like the small creeps that you like the one of the harpies. Harpy or that healer actually sounds kind of nice early. But that harassment is going to add up. The right clicks from DP, the Blightstone on the Clinks. It's going to be a little annoying. Chen takes some time to be able to commit some help.
Does not seem like an easy lane for him to play Chrysalis. See how well he can deal with it. What's in the mid? Maybe you have the opportunity for Armel to get some sort of skewer backs into the tower. I guess it's always difficult though. If charge, if Makoto's got that ready to get back out of those positions.
Yeah, I think Mikoto should farm very well. I just think the mag should have like maybe a couple more denies and stuff like that.
Yeah. And then as for this top lane, I mean, as you said, they've gone all in on this, right? Yamich and FBZ, they have to crush 23.
Yes.
If this out does not get slowed in the laning phase, Secret's draft's gone horribly wrong.
Agreed, 100%. This is it's all in. There's no other way to put it. It's like when you pick an Undying Forest. If you don't do super well in lane, your hero's going to fall off incredibly hard, so. Right now, I mean, keeping 23 a little bit low there with the decays, but that's the one thing about when you're playing versus these heroes, you decay and then he just salves back up to full. But yeah, they're playing this top lane nicely. And mid is...
Yeah, both getting kind of low. Yeah, Armel did just get the skewer back onto Makoto, got a few tower hits in. But again, just being a Spirit Breaker, a lot of HP, so those early hits don't matter too much.
Yep.
Able to trade back nicely, getting the bash.
And Puppey, he did get the creep that I was, at least for me, I think this was the best creep. He got the Hill Priest. So he's just throwing heals onto Crystallis every, what, is it 10 seconds, I think? Yeah, 100 health every 10 seconds. Kind of the dream when you're playing versus a harassment lane. FBZ completely whiffs the Flame Break top.
I mean, 23 is going to be able to walk out perfectly fine.
That was a kill. Might still be.
They're still trying to dive in for this. That's 23. He's going to have Concoction up again in a second, so Secret can't really continue to push for the Alchemist. 23 is fine.
Oh, that was really awkward. FBZ just a swing and a miss completely on the Flame Break. That was a free kill. Happens. Lane's looking good, though. Yeah, I think this creep is definitely making a bit of a difference. Crystallis, he's keeping himself like full HP, dodging hits and stuff like that with Mischief. He's having great farm. Magnus is pulling ahead with those denies. Bat having a good time. All three lanes looking good for Secret this time. Armel. Another skewer. Another charge.
We'll see bottom. Yeah, Crystallis, he was holding on to the points. Will now commit for the 2 in Jingu. They can try and trade back against jabs.
And he just keeps getting healed.
I mean, it's allowing him to hit the creep safely. 20 last hits, Crystallis is doing fine.
This is very nice. Yeah, immediately just back. He hasn't even used his tank. He still has 3 tangos chilling after his initial ones. Puppey just keeping him up to full. That'll definitely be pretty important, because the thing about this bottom lane is they're very fragile on the side of Talon, too. Now that they're not able to really put harassment onto Crystallis, I like that he's actually gone for the 2 in the Jingu and stuff like that. If he gets the Jingu stacks, the Clinks is just going to explode. Even DP can pop very early, so... Really nice start for Secret.
Let's have the first blood. I mean, I feel like that, this top lane is really where you expect to see it.
Yeah, I've been just looking up here.
Caught, but he's been playing smart so far.
They are playing super aggressive, which is allowing them to get the healing lotuses, though, too. So Yamich is just staying in the face of the Alk. And it looks like for Talon, they're already accepting the fact that this lane is, disaster. They're just going to start stacking. Ollie, he's starting to do, like, double stacks. Yamich is going to start stopping them. And Makoto gets solo killed.
Yeah, but a bit of a mess up there. Opted to actually kind of charge back in to clear out that creep wave, but he was too low. He'll die for that one. Up top, Yamich, on the other hand, 23 and Ollie, they're chasing him down. Puppey's going to get over to help out.
Whoa! Surprise!
Keep Yamich alive. Maybe a chance to turn for 23. Good body blocks here with a Mud Golem. 23, he'll get taken out.
Play.
Puppey coming in and making sure that this Alchemist does suffer a little bit in this laning stage. And he's on his way back out. Nothing for them to do about that one. I mean, that's what you got to be seeing here from Puppey.
That was such a cool rotation from Puppey.
Oh, I mean, they're going after
They're here.
Q and Ollie like, right, we're chasing you down. Puppey has got the backup of Crystallis. I mean, Crystallis jumps in. He's going to go for Ollie. The Jingu Mastery stacks up, and he's able to take Ollie down. And now with a full Jingu, it slams down the Boundless Strike onto Q. I mean, sure, Puppey dies, but he did so much for the team there. It sets up for that kill onto 23 up top, and then coming back down here, ends up sort of baiting the 2 supports to follow him, and that ends up handing a double kill to the carry. Crystallis picks it up.
Pupon God, the Puppey Chen. That was sick. Amazing rotation top to set up for 23 into baiting them, and he's got a medallion done already, so that's going to be super nice now for Crystallis. Okay. This is the Secret we were hoping to see. Very comfortable draft. As we said, Grandmaster heroes, they know how to play these very nicely. And yeah, this early game, couldn't really ask for better, I would say. Except for, you know, the flame break that did miss top from FBZ. Everything is pretty much perfect from them right now. 40-18 on bat, 40-13 mag. Crystallis in a lane that could have been tough for him. They completely endured with the creep that Puppey was able to find. And top, look at his dive.
Are we going in beyond the tier 2? And they'll get away with it. I mean, Armel's TPing out. Okay, maybe. No, not quite. They charge. It's there in time, so Armel, he will not get away with it. But at the least, they're throwing bodies in to kill this Alchemist, slow his game down, and get space for Secret to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower with the 3 of them.
Nice. Yeah, phenomenal early game. Exactly how they want to play it with the Chen Undying draft. Yeah, this tower's dead already. So they're going to have early access into jungle. Yeah, Alchemist this time, you know, I think last game we saw 23 with like 2,000 gold plus treads already. Nowhere near that. And his jungle's going to get invaded. Puppey, we can imagine he's even going to steal farm with some of his creeps and stuff like that too. The back end steal farm too, so really beautiful stuff there already here from Secret. And Talon, now they got to perhaps just look to make a lot of rotations coming out from Mikoto just to be able to bail a little bit of these problems that have happened inside the laning phase. He doesn't just want to sit mid now as a Spirit Breaker. He wants to break lanes. But not easy versus these strong heroes. FBZ, super tanky up top. Don't want to rotate toward the Monkey King because you could just get yourself killed. And you don't want to play mid, so not really great homes. Now that you look at it for Mikoto to go in these next few moments. Things are a little awkward for Talon these next few moments.
I mean, what's sort of the game plan, you know, when you're in this sort of scenario, Talon? Just sort of making space for the out?
Yeah, it's make space for Alk and then play around Jabs. I think Jabs is going to be the one that you look to make most of your moves around. Jabs plus the Spirit Breaker looking to make these early moves. And Jabs, he's doing a different route, different build. So as we said, you know, they haven't touched the Death Prophet during the DPC, I don't believe. He's going to go down a Phylactery build. It's kind of cool.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen the Death Prophet Phylactery, but you can, you know, conceptualize how it can be kind of neat.
Yeah, he's pretty close to it.
Yep.
Does mean, yeah, you're pretty much just relying on the Siphon heal alone for your survivability.
Yeah, and it looks like Talon, instead of actually making any moves, they're just like, you know what? Let's farm. Like, moves are a little hard. Okay, now they are gonna make it. All right, they do see an opportunity bottom.
And they are gonna try and dive in for Crystallis. The Magic Missile's there in time to put a stop to the ult coming out from Crystallis, but Crystallis is still able to turn with the Boundless Strike. Jabs is able to finish him off though. They take him down. Armel's turned up for the fight though, ready to help turn as he looks towards Jabs. Jabs, he is healing up with the Cyphers. The lasso's there. Armel will drop the RP down onto Mikoto and Jabs, but they didn't have to follow damage. Mikoto charges over towards Armel. Armel's potentially in trouble as Jabs, he cleans him up with a Crypt Swarm. It's a double kill for Jabs, and Jabs with the Ghost out. He's not done yet. He's looking over towards damage. They're chasing down the Undying. They'll get him here with Mikoto coming through with a final bash. And this time, it's bought enough time for 23 to turn up the action. He heads in with a concoction. Another charge from Mikoto goes over towards Puppey. Crystallis, he's back in action. Boundless Strike's there to punish Mikoto for continuing to dive in and look for more.
Can they get Ollie? FBZ's got Flame Break.
Has got a Magic Missile though, Ollie. Down with a stun. They do the Flame Break. The sticking napalms is enough to kill him off. Jabs, on the other hand, they can't quite take him down. Final Siphon keeps him at full HP.
Okay. Back and forth exchange, but I feel like Talon, they got quite a lot out of that. Jabs, he's huge. That was pretty big there for them. Heavy rotations, heavy commitments. Q actually has a Solar Crest somehow finished on this Clinks.
I mean, they can go again down bottom.
I think they can go again, yeah.
Yeah.
That was RP, Tombstone. That was like everything from the side of Secret. Jabs just withstands it. He's the one they have to play around, and they did. It looked like they were going to sit back for a second there to farm, but then they saw an opportunity onto Crystallis.
I mean, they can dive Crystallis if they want.
Q wants to with the Solar Crest.
Yeah, he's just not quite stepping up far enough at Crystallis. He's playing safe enough under the tower.
But a pretty good recovery, I'd say, for Talon. 23, still not in the most comfortable position, but they brought pressure to the Monkey King and did it trip up Crystallis a little bit there. So nice hit from Talon. Mikoto.
An FBZ, he's looking for action, but there's a lot of them here. Ults up from Mikoto, knocks FBZ back into the Magic Missile. FBZ just A little too aggressive there on his own. Didn't have any backup. I mean, even if Yamich was around, not really a whole lot that the 4 Undying can do to bail them out. That sort of aggressive play.
They have very good ways to just, as we said earlier, like the team fight from Talon's a little awkward. They are almost completely relying on the Death Prophet, but their pickoff is excellent. With Clinks, with Spirit Breaker, with Venge, these heroes do it. I mean, it doesn't feel... maybe the days have passed, made it feel like it feels awkward, but Clinks does a unbelievable amount of damage now. He enables everybody to just do so much, so... Yeah, they're recovering here. Armel still super farmed, but the state of the game for Talon doesn't feel bad by any means now.
Be a potential hazy. We've got the Invis rune arm out.
Okay.
He wants to try and make a play.
Getting scouted, but they see Q.
Yeah, they do. Q. He's going to have TP backup coming in. As you know, he's not. They're bail out. Does mean Arpel has to expend the RP to get the kill on him. He's got the Invis, but they see him. Sentry. It's down there, ready and prepared by Oli.
Very not worth it for Armel.
No, that's an RP down the drain, dying as well. And you only got the support Clinks.
And now they're going to make a move bottom. Chrysalis.
And Mikoto straight in with the charge. He's been caught by the sides. He's not able to get the boundless strike off. The charge into the Nether Strike keeps Chrysalis completely controlled, as there's no chance for the potential burst heal back up.
That was fast from Mikoto. That was a very quick move.
I mean, they could go... Yamich has got to be a bit careful how far he steps up. I guess he feels safe because he's got FPZ and Puppey with him.
There's a charge.
He's not really that safe at all. He's dead. And Jabs, he's got another siphon to play with. He's healing up.
Wow, this Phylactery is actually doing work. It's very annoying to play against the Siphon, just a little bit of slow. That was very fast from Mikoto. Turns up top, kills the mag, and instant TP bottom with Jabs' Siphons, and they make the move onto Monkey King. Alchemist is now top net worth, and they've shut down the Monkey King pretty handedly onto Chrysalis.
Wait, well, hold on. Did he just...
Whoa.
He just picked up... He just picked up 4 bounty runes.
That's his Radiance.
That's his Radiance done.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Just step in Secret's jungle and take that. Nobody was keeping tabs of that on Secret.
Wait, but they have a Chen. How is there 4 there? Oh, no. Secret.
That's, yeah, big smiles all around, I think, for Talon.
Of course.
Back on track. Radiance, as you say, it's going to be coming out.
They're like, wow, this game state changed very quickly. I mean, they're great spot, very comfortable. Mikoto, level 10. Feeling good. Alk, Radiance done. Solar Crystal Receptor Clinks is done. And the stacks, they're getting prepped. They're the ones making the easier, smaller pickoffs here. And RP on cooldown, still 10 seconds. Armel has to be a bit careful how he throws out that next one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Secret, they had it. Without doubt, compared to Game 1, a better showing in the laning stage this time around in Game 2, but very suddenly falling away from them.
And they don't want to falter. They have an Undying 4 position. They don't want to falter early game too much. I think the next few fights are going to determine a lot. Secret have to be careful and have to play very cleanly around this Undying plus this Magnus. Armel, I believe, looks like they are going to wait for that Blink Dagger, and then it's very decisive moves that they have to make on Secret, but they can't make too many more mistakes. If like 1 or 2 more of these fights goes awry, then Talon, they're just, this Alchemist is going to be able to do Alchemist things, as he's already starting to.
Yeah, back on at the top of the net worth.
Okay, Secret, they're going to actually make the smoke move about 200 gold before Armel has Blink.
Okay. I mean, definitely a sign of the pressure that they feel after those last few kind of whiffed engagements.
That's
what they can find. I mean, if they find anything, it's probably just going to be Q. And, well, we saw how well that went for them last time. I mean, they've got the dust on him. And this time around, Talon, they
lots of teams coming. Lots of people coming.
They could certainly fight this. They're going all in on Q. They will get him. Mikoto knocks back Armel temporarily with the ultimate. They'll take out the tombstone. 23. He's got the concoction onto Puppey. They'll go for more.
Instant swap.
The lasso is going to be instantly put to a stop there by Oli with the swap. Jabs is caught in the ult, and he will die.
Nice
they have enough damage in the middle of the Monkey King ultimate there to be able to take down Jabs. Now they can look for more. They go for Oli. Mikoto and 23, they're going to try and fight, but it's just the 2 of them. And RP is there from Armel.
Beautiful.
It's a big one. Catches onto the 2 of them. Secret, they can absolutely push on for more this time. They take down 23. They're going to be able to get Mikoto. That's what Secret needed.
Perfect hit. That's like literally everything they needed. Great play. They played it patient. They didn't over-force their hand. They're even going to get the follow-up, a full team wipe.
In the river.
That was very nice of how they didn't like overcommit. And they waited. They waited and waited for Talon to be the ones to actually overcommit, feeling their hand. And then Chrysalis in a perfect position there for the Wukong. Really nicely done. Good patience coming out from Armel. And the Blink Dagger actually did come out and get delivered after that play. So mid-fight, excellent stuff for Secret. Back to business. 15 to 11. Exactly what they needed for the Monkey King.
And this time around,
lots of teams
I mean, you know, Secret could certainly find even when they sort of went for the same way that they started the last fight, I guess just the fact that they really had everybody there. You know, Chrysalis was ready to get involved. And, you know, this time around, Jab's not quite having the level of survivability that he needs. They were charging into the fight, trying to rely on these siphons. With the Wukong's command down, 3 heroes beating onto him, couldn't quite survive it this time.
That was the bait play. Yeah, it's just good patience. Very good patience.
And the end here we see. I mean, the delivery came
right
a second,
as it happened, right?
Or pretty much right as he goes for that blink. So a perfect time for that to arrive. And you know, risky move, it pays off. They go for the gang, 200 gold before the Blink Dagger's on Mag. The Blink Dagger comes after the first few kills. That means the Secret get the full cleanup.
Yeah, just this time well executed. They didn't sometimes you do see a team that's like not playing with a full roster and stuff like that. Like maybe they just like full commit too hard. This one they like poke and prod and wait, like the way a nice team is gonna do this. Like you just wait for your moment, for your opportunity without overcommitting and overplaying your hand. And that's exactly what that was. Now they have double blink. So now they have a lot of different ways to start fights. They have Chrysalis in the tree lines as well too, so. Talent still have ways to fight into it, especially with the swap to be able to break stuff like that. They do have to be careful also to not commit too hard into these auras. So we see Puppey, Mech is done, Hand to God. This healing can definitely throw things off if Talent is overcommitting onto heroes.
See what they want to go for here is Roshan. Secret.
Okay. They'll get it for free.
They can take this down very easily. Pass it over the way of Chrysalis. Who's also with this Roshan kill. Just going to be a few hundred gold off the Desolator.
He is committing for it, okay. I was like, is he actually going to do the Desolator or BKB?
I think with the Aegis, he's going to
I think with Aegis, sure. Yeah. It's too good versus something. It's good versus all three cores, honestly.
Yep.
Versus Alk, Death Prophet, and Spirit Breaker, it is really nice. Like Spirit Breaker can lack armor. Even though you have your phase boots, your armor as the game progresses is low. Alk, until you have AC, your armor is low. Same thing for Death Prophet overall. That's why you see these DPs tend to build like double Wraith Band. So yeah, this could be a very impactful Deso. Especially with the Empower coming into, he's gonna hit hard.
Talon
Still close.
You know, their BKB's ready for the next fight on 23 in Jabs.
That could be something that's hard to fight into. Even though, as we mentioned, a couple times, Secret, they have the better team fight overall if they execute it the right way. These BKBs can turn things. The two BKBs coming out for the DP and the Alk.
Armel hitting all the timings. Harpoon done, so
it's huge.
He's got all the setup they need, really, if Armel can find the good jumps.
They've got vision right now, too.
He's going to go in for Ollie. Quick catch onto the Vengeful Spirit, but backup's coming in. 23 in Jabs. They want to fight this. Ollie,
Silence.
being kept alive, will finally fall, but Makoto goes in with the charge. They're fully focusing down the Magnus.
He's healed.
He's still able to get the RP off, and he's out there. Skewers back to safety. Armel lives. 23 in Jabs. They both go down.
Not enough damage. I think they thought they had enough damage too, but I don't think they gave respect to Puppey's heals. Hand to God, Mech comes in. I don't even know even before that if they were going to get Armel. He's too tanky. The double BKBs for Talon, did they end up popping both? I think they did, right? And they still end up getting wiped completely.
They still go down, yeah. Very nicely played these last few team fights from Secret. The charge onto Yamich. Makoto's able to continue to commit for the kill. It's kind of difficult with Puppey and Armel still around. Armel could look to step back in with another drag back of the Harpoon. He'll clear through the illusions. Get the Steward back. Ollie was able to get him with the swap in time. So Makoto will be saved. It does cost Ollie his life. FBC, he's actually able to close in. He's got the Yules done. He's got the setup on Makoto. They'll still get Makoto.
Great catch.
And with the dust, they might be able to get Q. The Harpoon's back up. Armel drags Q back. Skewers there. Secret, they're just racking up the kills now. Wisdom Rune as well for the taking. They can also look to take down this Tormentor if they want to. Puppey is going to start work on it.
And this time FBZ, similar to how we saw Jabs pop off on Bat. I mean, he's doing the same thing, but with a slightly different build. Rather than going the Blink 4 staff, he goes Blink Yules because he's playing for a Spirit Breaker. See it coming to play immediately. things have really turned up into the gear for Secret now. From 1K lead to 11K from, what, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, not even?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be sort of a test now for Talon on, for 23 in particular, how well he can carry the game from playing behind. You know, as an Alchemist, when your net worth is level with 2 of the cores, nearly 3 of the cores, you know, Chrysalis is catching up. It's not an easy game to carry. You know, the last game we saw the snowball from Talon and how well they're able to shut it down. But playing from behind with this kind of Alchemist lineup, this is going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, and he's playing versus a lot of just hard disables versus him too, right? Playing versus the Bat, versus the Mag. Yeah, he's got the swap to protect him, but he is a... This is a 4 protect 1, and it's all of its essence at the end of the day for this Alchemist. And yeah, Crystallis, as soon as he finished his Deso, he got 10 stacks. So it's fully primed and amped up, and they have everything at the ready.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, and now he's got the BKB on top of it. Still a minute on the Aegis.
Big boy. And just continuously, the little bit of the quote-unquote invisible impact that we can always talk about is this puppy Chen. Just look at the auras that they constantly are having inside these fights. He's throwing ice armors, they have movement speed, they have magic resist auras, Solar Crest, Mac, etc. So they're very tanky. They're very amped up this time around. And I guess that is the concept that they did want when we talked about how much their draft is about grouping up, is why they wanted this Undying as the last pick, right? It does fit pretty damn well with the Chen at the end of the day, with the idea that they want to do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, good itemization from Yamich. Very selfless. Just drums, Pavis, arcane boots. I think as selfless as you can be.
Just push for these tier 2s now. They want to. I mean, I guess they've been a bit safe with the Aegis coming to an end on Crystallis.
They probably feel pretty comfortable now at the moment too, knowing how farmed they are versus a single core draft.
Sure, yeah, no need to force it.
No, it's for single core, and they have a dual core scaling with the Monkey King Magnus. In a pretty comfortable spot, but still want to hunt. And they can move around the map pretty quickly. Even though it's like in the past Chen lineups, used to not move around the map as fast. Now you can just zoom because of the Kobold Foreman.
Yeah, they're gonna group up. Coming up for Talon. Well, like, what's next?
I mean, the next biggest one, I guess, would be like what, the AC on the Alk. I think that's it. I don't think there's any other like item in the next few moments. It's just gonna like full change things. As Secret's hunting.
Talon doing a good job of avoiding these moves. They know exactly that Secret's going to be looking to get aggressive with the lead that they have. Talon don't want to be in any part of it right now. Want to sort of scramble their way towards their next big items.
Armel Lincolns, so the standard, the universal build. Playing versus a lot of single target things though, versus the Spur Breaker, Alk, and Venge. Kind of cool. And the push is commencing. The auras.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
See if Imo can get that catch here. He certainly can have a good chance of it there. Forces out the BKB from Jabs at least.
Free. Completely free to force it. And now they get the lasso. It's on the big one.
They've caught 23. He's very dead. Standing at the top of the stairs there, ready to go in. They have the ward down. Well, of course, they've got the sentry ready to de-ward it if they can step up for it. But that little glimpse of vision was all that they needed there for FBC to get in and get that quick kill.
And now Jabs without BKB is, I mean, running in is very difficult.
And they're going to try. Makoto charges forward. Chrysalis pots his BKB in response immediately. Looking Jabs kites it out to the side, but Makoto, he's going to be left for dead there in the middle of the fight. And Armel, he's in with the grab on Jabs, drags him into the middle of the fight. I mean, I don't know if they can stop this now. It just keeps coming in. FBC, another jump with the lasso. In on towards Stu and Ollie. Armel skewers across. Triple kill for Armel. Team White for Secret. As Talon, it's their turn here in this game too to just completely run out of options.
Yeah, things quickly accelerating out of control. Secret with some really good, kind of decisive team fights. The top fight and the bottom fight just decimating any chances here for Talon. 23.
It's still these BKBs that have to be forced out. I mean, the mags at this point, you know, Armel, where you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't when it comes to popping BKB when he's just making these jumps at you every 10 seconds.
And look at all these auras, and everyone's just so strong. 21k lead, last racks. They probably can just go for it if they want to, but maybe they just don't go too risky. Let's see. FBZ's thinking about just walking up. Maybe just wait for the creep wave. Nothing really too much else that Secret needs to wait for. They have a Vlad's even coming. I mean, Puppey, just the leader of all the auras. We see that net worth from the Chen. Top 5. Time to close it out. A full AC now for Armel as well. Yeah, insane amount of buffs.
And whoever steps up, they're going to get grabbed by this Magnus.
Mikoto, he's thinking about it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tombstone's down for vision.
He's going to try and start something, but
Instant Yules.
They'll swap back Chrysalis aggressively, but Chrysalis has got the BKB.
Oh my
Turns, takes out
God.
Mikoto, the boundless into the lasso. It's over. GG is called.
GG.
Team Secret will be able to strike back and strike back harder in this game too. They really do, as they'll take the win here against Talon. And just night and day compared to that game 1 showing. I think a lot of it, as you were saying, definitely down to the draft, right? The way that Secret approached this game, the opening in particular, this Monkey King, Magnus, Bat, it felt so much better.
It did, and I think the lanes just went amazing. Like bottom lane, I think it's actually pretty important that the small camp isn't blocked. So Talon, they actually can't apply any pressure to this Monkey King whatsoever. Chrysalis ends up having free lane, so I think what Talon tells himself is, we're going to make rotations. We're going to gank this Monkey King, and it worked. They did get, I think the first 2 or so did end up working. So first 12 minutes, 13 minutes looked good. But then Secret, they got timings. They got this mech, they got all this group up that ends up working, and they find the pickoffs. They take fights. They take head-on fights in a very decisive manner, and yeah, just really, really clean the way that they disengage, re-engage when they wait for their blink dagger for the mag and stuff like that. This looked, I mean, it looked like 2 different teams, actually, like Secret today. The 2 games that we just saw.
Yeah, that was... and I think, a lot of it down to the... even stuff like the carry pick, right? I feel like you're always going to be happier seeing Chrysalis on his Monkey King compared to a Muerta, right? Monkey King, it's one of his best carry heroes across all the patches. And it's a good hero to play right now, especially in a meta where you're getting your hands on a Magnus.
Yeah, no, I mean, 100%. I still thought that Talon was going to be able to apply a bit more pressure in the lanes and stuff like that. Maybe not so much in the mid and the top lane. I thought those would definitely be secrets, but Puppey Chen, sometimes, this is what he's able to do with it. He's able to find the right creeps. He knows how to play the map with it. Even though they give up, 5 bounties to an Alchemist, he gets free Radiance and all these type of weird timings and stuff like that. At the end of the day, it didn't matter. They took the fights that mattered, and they did. It's like that 15 to 23 or so minute timing where they just smashed 2 consecutive fights. So good on it from Secret.
No, it really was. Overall from this series, what do you sort of take away from this? It's sort of some of the difficulties that Talon ran into DPC are still there, or are you sort of looking at this and saying, hey, you know what, Secret with FBZ now in the off lane, games like this where he's popping off in the Batrider, they've got the potential to be doing a lot better, and now that they have this sort of setup with their lineup?
I think it's too early to really tell too much. I think it's just we're going to learn a lot about which heroes are super dominant if they're able to get away. I think Bat's definitely going to prove to be insane in this tournament very quickly, even though, it's kind of always been that case. I think this hero is just on another level in most situations. There's just not really many things to counter it. It's too flexible if you do counter it, etc. So I think Secret, like I said, at the beginning of the game, I'm not going to go back on my... I actually like Talons a little bit more. Maybe some hindsight, I can say I'm wrong. But either way, I think this Bat hero is definitely something that's going to probably be in every single game, so get used to it.
Yeah. Do you think, in terms of Talon in the middle of the draft where they left the Magnus up for grabs?
Might have been a mistake.
You feel so? Especially when you know that the Monkey King, as you said yourself, it's guaranteed to be the carry. There's nothing more that the Monkey King wants to have than a Magnus to buff him up, right?
I really thought they would pick it. And they haven't played the Death... Maybe a little bit too much experimentation. I don't want to ever say that, for these teams, but I can honestly say, Talon, they definitely were trying something here. They did Venge, Klink's, and Death Prophet. They haven't really played too much of, if any, of, Klink's Death Prophet in particular. So maybe, experimenting a little bit here, wanted to give up if they can beat this Magnus. It didn't work. Maybe, something like that. Who knows?
Wow. Well, that's... definitely a lot of things to learn from this series. And just in... all throughout the games that we're going to be having, being the fact that sure we've just had the regional DPCs, but we're getting to see these teams from different regions clash on this patch now that's been around for a bit and is beginning to be a bit more well established in terms of the meta. We're really going to see, as you say, what feels hot and what does not. I think we're trying to get an interview on the line.
Ooh.
I don't know if we're still holding on for that, so we may be able to get one of the members of Team Secret in for a few quick words to close this up. Which will be interesting to sort of hear from their viewpoint. Always interesting to hear from a team that's come off of a 2-game series where game 1 really didn't go that well, and game 2 did go that well on what they themselves feel was kind of the biggest factor that changed between the 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, the polar opposites of the games is really hard. It's really interesting. Like, what do you think went changed differently? And Puppy's probably just like, I play Chen this game. I am Chen Master.
I mean, you may indeed say that. Looks like we'll be able to check out the scoreboard whilst we hold on for that interview, if we get one of the players available. So we'll be able to bring that up on your screen. So we can just have a look at that one as we come to the end of this first series of the day. As of course, a reminder, many other streams where a lot of games are going on, so be sure to open up the extra tabs and watch those. We've got 4 streams running throughout the entirety of today. I believe in total 16 series of Dota 2 being played. The second game, we have it up on your screen right here. And it just, this time round, it just wasn't the Alchemist game. It did kind of feel with the way that it was picked. And of course, part of it down to the fact that Secret were banning out those 23 heroes. That they were kind of... This probably wasn't going to be their first option for the way they wanted to try and play this one outright. This wasn't a game that the Alchemist pick jumped out at you as, wow, they got the out, it's going to be a good time. No,
they picked it into the Monkey too, right? Yeah, so...
Yeah,
I think you already know. It's like, it's a matchup that can go both ways, but if a Monkey King is ever on like even footing as the Alchemist, or by any means ahead, the Monkey King can just eat Alchemist. So, it was definitely maybe a little bit of a force and maybe, as we said, some experimentation, stuff like that. Either way, Secret, very happy with what they were able to do with, and with how they were able to make, Undying Chen supports. I mean, you don't see too much in the past. But as you said, their cores were phenomenal, so.
Yeah, they really were. 10-1-12 FBZ, 10-3-13 RML, and 7-2-12 Chrysalis. And you sort of to talk about Yamich as well on the Undying. Something that you say, when you play it in the 4, it can go horribly wrong. It did not this game. It really did not. He was able to stay relevant throughout the entirety of the sort of 30 minutes that Secret closed it up. Does that sort of sell the hero more to you in this position? I mean, what about this game made this last pick Undying work out so well?
Batrider.
And be the hero that they close it up. Just having the bat to combo it with.
Having the bat with the lane. I think the lane, it makes such a big difference that you're able to like pose so much kill threat constantly. And then like in the game and stuff like that, you're very annoying because you drop Tombstone and you give vision for the Batrider to get the lassos, to get the plays and stuff like that. And you amp the damage, which Batrider does like the most damage in the game, so you amp a bat, So I think he did exactly what he needed to do, and I'm glad he didn't make it like overcomplicated, because sometimes I see like they're queuing up Holy Locket and all this stuff, like, which can, it can be good, but I think this game, he understands it's an aura game. So builds Pavis, builds drums, arcane boots, just needs to run with his team, drop his spells, doesn't need to do anything too fancy, and he did that. I did. I did it very well. Well, in terms of talent, when we're going to see Talon and Secret again, I imagine, do they have another game today, these two teams? Be on the spot. Beats me. There's a lot of games going on.
There's a lot of games going on. I'll see if I can bring this up here to see if they're going to get a second
Secret
game.
Plays TSM in 3 hours.
Okay. Secret will be playing against TSM. So
and then Talon plays versus Tundra in 3 hours.
Okay. So there we go. So for the Secret and Talon fans out there, you will be able to catch those teams once again today. We will be hopping into another series soon. I think we may not be able to grab an interview, honestly, just down to the fact that... we do. We do. We've got the main man himself, I believe. We should be able to get Puppy on the line.
Fun?
Some quick words. As we want to take up too much of his time, as you say, he's going to have to be preparing for that next series that they'll be playing later. Wait, did you say 3 hours? You're reading the times wrong. It's 2 hours. All right, we've got Puppy. I think we got Puppy on the line.
Maybe it is 2 hours. Sorry.
Hello. Is he here?
Hey, I'm here.
He is. There he is. Hey, how you doing, Puppy?
Doing good, doing good.
Doing good. Puppy, so this series that we just had from you guys, game 1 was tough. Game 2, you get your Chen. I mean, Fox said beforehand, if I asked what was different from your perspective between Game 1 and Game 2, you're going to say that you played Chen, and you probably wouldn't be wrong. Was that the difference? What was the reason that these two games were so massively different?
Our side lanes went way better, right? And I think we had a misjudgment on what works against what. And this time we kind of scraped off the ideas of what we think works against Batrider, what we think works against Alchemist, and all that stuff. And I think we ended up with a better draft second game. They gave us first pick once again, which I think was, it was a wrong move, because I think we already understood instantly from the first game that, okay, we're not doing that. We're gonna do the other thing, and at least we had a plan instantly to, outplay them. And they kind of went in picking Klink's Vengeance or some useless shit. So good for them.
Cool. How do you overall, Puppy, feel about? Hi, by the way, and nice series, a nice second game at least. How do you overall feel about the patch and way? I don't want to ask the same questions, so it's like the drafting stuff overall with like the way how many, I guess, like OP heroes there currently are. How do you feel about like the banning phase and the drafting right now, at least in the opener?
To be fair, drafting seems very similar to, let's say, the dominant era of Virtus Pro, when they were with Solo, Ramses, even though they're in a team right together with No One and Pasha, where they just ended up picking like 2 heroes in first pick right away, cores, and just either it was DP or Omni Knight or Gyrocopter or whatever it was, and just send them to any lane that you want, because even though they weren't some universal heroes that were that good or something like that, but the hero concept was like that. The cores were imbalanced, and I feel like right now cores are imbalanced, and therefore you need to just pick them almost as soon as possible or make strategies around it in a way, because first pick these days don't end up with 2 supports for a while, and I think a lot of abusement is going on also with these heroes, especially universal.
Cool. And that kind of leads me to my next one, where I was going to say, I mean, you probably got asked this one a bit during DPC and stuff. I didn't get to see every interview, but how do you feel about Universal? What do you think about this concept of it?
Needs to be nerfed. Concept, fine, but nerf needed. That's all.
Fair enough. And Puppy, just to sort of ask you about, obviously, your new, or at least your current iteration of Secret for this tournament, bringing FBZ in. Just sort of wondered, for the fans of that, like, how did that happen? How did you kind of end up kind of making the connection with FBZ? And what do you feel as a player that he's going to be able to contribute to you guys as a team, and what's going to work really well with the way that you guys are playing Dota?
Well, the obvious reasonings was that I had Boom on my offlane and I needed to swap him for an offlaner from Boom. That's about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, this game too looked to gel very nicely with the team. Had a very good game on his bat. And also, just in terms of for you guys coming into this league, obviously after a bit of a tough time in DPC, do you guys feel that you're kind of able to reset pretty easily and come in with a positive approach to this? And like, how do you feel that your team compares against kind of the international lineup of teams, rather than just being in kind of a Western European situation?
I don't think it matters much. I sense that European teams are just better at Dota than the rest of the regions. So if we're playing against the better regions, we should be at least capable of playing against everybody else. So it doesn't really concern me whatsoever. I always believe that you should try to play in the best region. I understand there are easy ways out to go to NA and play there, but I feel like it kind of stagnates your Dota, and when you're playing Dota, it should be your passion, and your passion is always supposed to be the best.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Puppy. We won't keep you any longer. We know you've got another game to prepare for later on today. But thanks very much for joining us for a few moments for the interview. And good luck with your series later today, and good luck with the rest of the league.
Thank you, Clement.
All right, latest. Goodbye.
And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was, of course, Puppy there, coming back in with the chair. And something that I'm sure we'll probably see him play a bit more in this league, right? Bogged, especially after that game. Maybe it was something that we already saw it from Talon, right? They had to consider, and they did consider banning out the Puppy Chen. We're going to get more of that.
Yeah, and I'm glad that, like, I mean, I feel less stupid, at least. Like, I was mentioning, like, during the drafting, stuff like that, where I feel like we're getting to see more of these, like, opening... It's been for a bit. It's been for, like, 2 years now, maybe. But like, we're getting to see more and more of, like, these opening core things. And I'm glad, like, I hear Poppy say it, you know. I'm like, okay, cool, validated. I feel a little less, you know... I'm not, like, talking out of my ass, you know. It feels kind of good to hear him say it there, so...
Oh, fair. No, indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to be moving on because there's so much more Dota 2 to come through today. And the next one, it's a big one. I know you're all going to be looking forward to it. It's going to be Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. And it's a Shopify Rebellion featuring a certain miracle. We'll see you after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ladies and gentlemen, it's DreamLeague Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're just about ready to take you through the next series of the day here on this stream, which is going to be a banger. It's Shopify Rebellion against Gaming Gladiators. Obviously last time around, Shopify Rebellion, I'm sure we'll remember, they had a stand-in, right? Did pretty well.
Yeah.
Did pretty well, as I was on Mikey, right?
Started with an M. Indeed.
Started with an M. It's a different M this time round, and less so of a new player, more of an old school player. Has done pretty well for himself in the past, made quite a name for himself. We've got Miracle. Miracle's going to be playing here today with Shopify Rebellion. Folk, what do you make of this? You know, Shopify Rebellion, this team that's come out of their DPC, of course, NA, they smashed it. Only dropped, the one game against... who's against? Who did they lose against?
Who do you think?
They lost one game to Team Dog Champ. So hats off to Team Dog Champ. They took the one game on Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, on the other side of things, Gaming Gladiators. These guys, they've got a pretty good track record of winning pretty much like every tournament that we've had. Did only come second in Western Europe, but of course, it's still second. And these guys are probably chilling out a bit, because they just keep winning. No, definitely a guarantee here that they are going to be doing their best to win this one, though, because there's so much money on the line, and they want to do what they can to win this Dream League.
Yeah, and these guys are, let's be honest, they're nerds. They want to try hard. They want to win everything. This isn't one of those teams that just like, guys, we're qualified. Let's take a step back. None of the players on this team feel like that. They're all super try hard. They're playing all day. Quinn's streaming every day. For those who are, of course, fans watching him and stuff like that, it's really nice. But I mean, yeah, this matchup is super exciting for so many different reasons. It's the best team in the world versus probably still in like one of the most popular teams in the world, and now it has Miracle, so it's even more popular.
It's got Miracle.
So it's actually so exciting because I think for years, honestly, since the iteration of Arteezy and Miracle coming into the Dota scene, I think people have been dying for these two to play together.
Yeah, they've just always had that following. They've always had that sort of that level of fame behind them.
Yeah.
Just sort of the way these two, I guess, kind of just goes back to how they both broke into the scene. How they just sort of. They had those games back to back, where they would just pop off, and we're going to see if they can still do it here in this day and age. Miracle getting ready to roll in the mid position, but obviously on the other side of these Gaming Gladiators, this is the team that's when it comes to LANs, comes to tournaments, they've been unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
This collection of players, like it's just perfect, right? These 5 players, they're just winners,
and you can't ask for more. It's not like it's. Quinn's carrying them every game, Ace carrying them every game. It's everyone doing their amazing stuff, and they're following their formula no matter what's going on. Even if they're winning, Dyrachyo dies once, and that means they guaranteed one. So they've got a lot of things working. Yeah, their plans, Celery, this guy, something about him. He seems to be a mastermind with how he can make his teams develop and work around the movements. Because even when they were, I believe it was Team Tickles, right? That was their name of the first.
Was that one of their old names? I think Tofu was one of the Team Tickles, wasn't it?
It was one of those. But either way, like any team that I feel like Celery has really been on in particular, I want to highlight him in particular because I feel like we talk about Ace, Quinn, Dyrachyo, even Tofu because he's, Tofu is like support, but he's like this beautiful guy and everything. I think Celery gets undermined a lot because I feel like every time I've ever seen him on a team, this guy, he makes his teams look different. They immediately look like a team. They understand movement around the map. They're doing innovation. They're doing tri-lanes. They're just having a different type of understanding and stuff like that. So I always want to give a lot of credit to that man, Celery, of course, and now we do get to see the wonderful Tofu. But yeah, Celery, honestly, I always want to give him big props because I feel like 5 positions, it's tough to be, how can I say it the nice way? I like the best way. I guess like it's tough to like become this super standout 5 position captain in comparison to the old, I guess the old guard and the old stars of these 5s, the Puppy Kuros of the old time. Like, yes, Celery now has become so successful and stuff like that, but I feel like it's hard to like be a 5 position and just be like, damn, this guy's crushing it every game. Like he's doing so much for the team besides him plays. So yeah, just wanted to give a little monologue there for man Celery.
Absolutely, yeah. He's quicker. I feel like sort of in a year's time, he's going to just risen up if he continues to be this consistent. That he just be a name that is on like the levels of the Puppies and the Kuros. He's very quickly establishing himself as one of Dota's finest. And yeah, on the other side, I think Shopify Rebellion with the stand-in Miracle in the mid lane here for them this Dream League Season 20. And of course, outside of the guest appearance of Miracle, everything else has been going pretty well for this team, right? Arteezy, Saberlight, Crit and Fly. Have you been enjoying sort of what this team's been doing, especially sort of since kind of Saberlights joined them?
Yeah, I'm really liking their variety. I think that's my one thing that I would say, at least from the summer tour this time around. It ain't some, hey, Storms in the pool, give it to Abed. Hey, Pucks in the pool, give it to Abed, stuff like that. They were drafting a lot of different heroes. Yes, they still did do their Pucks, their Storms, their Embers, and stuff like that, but they had a lot of variety in their drafts. Busting out Clinks, Axes, Legions, Darkseers, the Shadow Fiends, etc. They had massive hero pools, and I think that's really important. Because, you know, in NA, we always have to just, like, talk about the important thing. It's like, yes, they know that they're going to make it, like 99% of the chance. So you don't want to just practice the things that you already know how to play. You want to add some extra things, learn to play with some new things. And I think that's exactly what they did this tour.
Sure.
And they seem happy. Arteezy's streaming, and he's smiling and laughing and stuff. He looks happy. I think that's actually really important. You know, I think everyone looks, I don't know, like healthier, happier in a kind of way. Like Crit's streaming, he looks miserable streaming usually because the pubs are pretty miserable as a support, but they all look happier in a way. You know, like I feel this different aura, I guess I can say, from Shopify lately in these last couple months where, yeah, you know, they've always been a good team, but things just, even though they keep unfortunately having stand-ins for Abed and stuff like that, the team seems to be on an upward trajectory.
Sure. I mean, and that definitely, with regards to obviously the regional play, I mean, even in the international play, the international level last major, obviously in the groups. In the groups, they did fantastic. Right? They ended up 4th. But then coming out of the groups, they didn't win a single game in the playoffs. And I feel like we've seen this from this sort of team before. Groups, whatever, the playoffs, they struggle. Is it something about certain kind of matchups, certain sort of regions, certain sort of like teams that this team hits outside of the North America region that they consistently struggle against? What is the reason for that sort of roadblock that they do hit when they're on an international playing field, Shopify Rebellion, sometimes? That's
a tough one to say, too, because for Berlin, like you said, I feel like they were excellent, and then I feel like they just shot themselves in the foot with their drafts pretty hard in the last games, if I remember it correctly.
Okay. Yeah, it was just...
I think I was on panel, I think, for one of them, and they like last picked this Troll, and it felt like really hard into EG's draft. They got destroyed. In the game before that, they like picked Underlord. Yes, I remember this. They picked like Underlord and they forced a Void Spirit mid, and then they got SF'd mid, and Abed got like this destroyed. So I think sometimes the drafts just sometimes get a little bit out of head, and they don't really know how to play from behind and come back into it. So I don't know if it's like team specific, because this one was what, 9 Pandas and EG. Usually they have a good record versus EG, so this one changed a little bit. Yeah, I think it's just they're still finding their footing a little bit, and sometimes the drafts just don't hit.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Of course, as you said, but they're standing last time round here in DreamLeague Season 19.
Good.
They did very well. They ended up coming 3rd. We'll see if they're able to find that magic again this time with Miracle in the mid lane for them. The game's going to be starting very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to hop to a short ad break, and then we will be right back with Game 1, Shopify Rebellion, featuring Miracle versus Gaming Gladiators.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 20, and a series that, well, I know we're certainly looking forward to, and I'm sure you are all as well. It's Gaming Gladiators against Shopify Rebellion, and we don't have to wait any longer. The draft, it's up and ready and on time, so we're going to be able to head straight into the draft and see what we're going to have going down between these two teams in this two-game series. As Ban's already out, we're getting that Bat and Medusa taken out by Shopify Rebellion. Gaming Gladiators so far, they'll take out the dude.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have some pretty different type of... They're going to have some similar heroes a little bit here and there from the last one, but I think we're going to have different drafts kind of across the board. I think, yeah, techies, you know, some heroes are still going to be there, but, you know, gaming. We're already seeing Doom. Doom do so prioritize when they weren't even... I don't think they were touched, right? If I'm not mistaken, in the last one. I don't think they were banned or... Yeah, banned or picked. In our last series, at least.
Yeah. Techies
is gone. He was. And they're going to get the Magnus. Okay. So what are the responses going to be? Let's see what gaming does versus the Magnus, because we've now seen the Wyvern. That was pretty nice.
I like the Wyvern and the Rubik. One of these two.
Wyvern
I think
Rubik
feels
is nice.
Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, even both. If you want to do that.
You can even Bloodseeker +1 as well too.
Oh, true. Bloodseeker.
I think the Bloodseeker is really. You can be Bloodseeker like Bloodseeker Pango even, and you can just be like the bah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, I think if you pick
maybe not the Pango.
You don't need to pick the Pango because they're not going to pick the Pango if you pick the Bloodseeker.
Oh, this is the right one. Oh yeah, that's right. This is the better one.
The
this is the best. So Timber is the best versus Magnus in the lane. Right?
But you also like the morph, right? In the
morph throughout the game.
Throughout the
game. Yeah, in the overall game. It's not the lane, of course. It's you just turn into Mag, and you universal, so you go Aghanims and you steal and blah blah blah. So yeah, it could be Timber morph. Could be a possibility.
Let's have a look.
That'd be a little strange though.
Nah,
I don't think I would like it.
Get one of their supports.
Just get a support. Yeah.
Going into the reserve time here, Gaming Gladiators. What's this?
Well, because this is different from what they usually do. So this is usually they wouldn't pick something like this unless they are going to put it in the mid lane. But I guess it is very likely the mid just to play versus the Mag.
Yeah.
So maybe they just pick something generic. So maybe there's just like a CM or Rubik, something like that, like you were mentioning. Maybe not the CM is probably just bold. That's probably not good, but...
You see Mag. I think
Rubik is probably just the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else would be. Maybe they move Disruptor up a little bit if they like it, the matchup.
No, I mean, Rubik's just too good against the Mag.
It's just too good.
Honestly, I think it's my favorite support in this Magnus meta against the Mag.
I mean, it always is. I think it's one of the best supports always versus Magnus, right? So
yeah. The Rubik. Shopify, what do they want to do?
Do you Morphling?
Not this early, I wouldn't.
Probably not this early. No.
You know, I don't think you want to open with both Mag and Morph.
Nah.
But I think you do want to be thinking about what you want to be doing about this Timber Saw, right? Because you don't want this Timber Saw to be unkillable. You got to have a plan for the Timber, because he's going to have a good lane.
Do you Bloodseeker?
Honestly, why not? I mean, that sort of core I would be okay with picking up this early because it's that good of a core.
I'm just thinking to make sure that this Timber gets... Just don't like also Bloodseeker versus Rubik can sometimes suck, because then you just get ruptured yourself half the fights. Huh. Do they just go a core hero? They will. Okay. It's gotta. They want to find a Timber answer, and this is the RTZ hero. This is what he's playing every game on his stream.
Yeah, he has.
He's literally you. He's you, but he actually goes the right build. He actually
what do you mean the right build? He actually skills some razors. Yeah. No, it's He's been. I mean, he's kind of been winning most of his games on stream.
Most of them.
Yeah, his SF's been pretty unstoppable.
Yeah. Definitely really strong versus Timber all throughout the game.
Yep.
Gives you... Yeah, I mean, it gives you a lot. Your Magnus still can be flexed. It can still be offlane or mid. Still very likely that it is the mid, but...
I think so, yeah.
This gives you unbelievable damage. Good team fight. You have to, of course, watch out. Rubik has great spouse to steal now between both ultimates. But you have good ways of scaling. Your damage is crazy. These team fights, you get one kill, presence of Dark Lord. Of course, I think that's one of the big reasons, at least for me, that I feel like I'm seeing the hero even more, besides all the little changes. The presence change is crazy. You get like 1 or 2 kills in a fight, and you just have like free AoE Deso. Extra on top.
Radiant team back.
And they're going to look to make this Timbers game maybe a little bit better than a Monkey.
Were they expecting the Monkey to be potentially played?
Bro, that's actually fair.
Well, no, to be fair, I think because they
can put the SF mid. It could be Miracle mid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you put the SF against the Timber.
Yep.
That's what Game of Gladiators are preparing themselves for.
I guess they're just making it so that the Timber has a lane to be able to go to, right? Because if it's a Monkey in one lane, an SF in another lane, and then another one, the mid Timber has nowhere to play. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Okay. In terms of setup, was it Game of Gladiators in the past that sometimes sort of run a formation where they put Ace on like something like a Timber and then they put him solo safe and then they take Duracho to the aggressive tri lane?
Yep.
They're like Timber's one of those heroes, right, where you can run that sort of setup if it benefits you, right?
And then if you get put in a matchup like you're a Timber versus a Magnus, it can feel pretty good.
Yeah.
If something like that does end up happening, so
yeah,
they could be trying to force that.
I think
now they can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now they can still look to honestly go for something like that Quinn Pango. He's literally won multiple tournaments on it. Yes, the lane and stuff might be more difficult and all, but this guy is like the best Pango in the world, as we've seen. So Ban Bloodseeker might need to force the hand.
Yeah, because I think the lane, you know, you're a melee hero against SF. Sure, you have some sort of escape, but it's
rough.
A good SF will still dominate you.
Oh, he'll own for sure. It's the nature of what the game overall feels like. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if they've been playing it at all, but I got to be honest, against a mid SF and again with a Magnus in, it's not a bad mid Wyvern game. You play from range.
The same way that they did it before.
I mean, I've seen it play. You have the counter play to Magnus.
I've definitely seen Quinn play it. It's not one of his most favorite heroes or anything like that, but
sure. I think
now we get the morph ban. Okay, way later on.
Yeah, I mean they needed to, as you say. You know, they're running the Magnus. They don't want to play against the morph.
No.
And they banned the solid morph player.
And they banned the TB and the Beast. I like those bans when you're playing as a Shadow Fiend in particular.
Sure.
Does not like to play versus either. Ban Clinks and okay, so they'll just get Celeries. Very comfort. Very strong. The dual supports. They can make a lot of early movements. And just trying to get more information with this pick too. They're going to get a bunch of info here from Shopify.
10 seconds remaining.
I do. You know, these are two support sort of picks that I feel like the SF doesn't really care too much about. You know, I feel like the SF still feel like I'm going to have a pretty good game here.
This looks like a great SF right now.
You sit in the middle of the fight, you pop Requiem, what's going to stop you? Just a telekinesis right now.
Yep.
Timbersaw and Enchantress, they can hope that they can try and burst through you, but they're not going to be able to stop that ult from going off. Pugna gets through. Hero, last series that we were watching, this was banned out pretty early, but it's left in this time.
Yep. This hero is definitely insane. Incredible to back up these type of carries. SF's very enabled right now.
Okay. Would you say a hero that can be kind of annoying for Timbersaw, or not necessarily in terms of like the ward going down? Because he doesn't really want to be taking down that ward.
Yeah, nobody really wants to hit this ward, and the other thing right now is limited stuns. So right now, a life-draining Pugna is like sitting in the back onto an SF. There's only a Rubik lift to stop it, or the telekinesis drop stun to stop it initially. So right now, this Pugna definitely has freedom to be able to sit there. There is a Dispel for the decrep, of course, coming out from Ench, but if the positioning is good for Pugna right now, it's looking nice. There's no real ways to stop. So for gaming, they're going to have some type of other magic hero that also can perhaps contribute a secondary disable or just get on top of this squishy backliner. So maybe Quinn will look for like this. The thing is, it's no matter what, if it is an SF mid, it might end up being one of these melee heroes that he struggles on. Some Ember, Void Spirit, etc. It's been a rough matchup. If they do go down that route. Maybe they just do pick him a good matchup like you were mentioning. Okay, Mirana.
So what are we looking at here? This is going to be what, a Crit Mirana Fly Pugna?
It's what I'm imagining, yeah.
Because, I mean, yeah, because then, well...
Radiant team back.
Okay, we're going to get the Faceless Void here from Game of Gladiators. I mean, this is definitely one of the heroes that is nice to play against core SF, right?
That's for sure.
Chrono SF's pretty darn sad, you know, a hero that never really builds to be too beefy, or, you know, you get on top of the SF, he's going to be sad. You know, if you Chrono him, you're bashing him, he's not going to have a good time. Will be that, as you say, the fact that Pugna could be a bit of an issue for the Void. You know, Pugna's able to position nicely outside the Chrono. The Life Drain, the Decrepify, make it a bit more difficult for Void to get the kills.
You got to be in the right position, though, and you need levels. Decrep cast range is not the greatest at early levels, so you need lens and some other stuff, or you need to be in position. This is actually, the thing is, Void actually gives you like this stun kind of in a way that you were lacking a bit to blanket the area for like the life drain, protecting the SF and stuff. So it's kind of cool. And I think perhaps overall for like the lane matchup, now they see the Magnus and the Mirana, that I think maybe Duraccio's like, okay, I'm versus Mag Mirana very likely. So he's like, okay.
Sure. I mean, because that's one thing that Shopify Rebellion don't have necessarily, the lockdown, right? It's RP and Arrow. You know, 2 spells, well, one of them on a very long cooldown, one of them not too easy to hit. Sure, there's a bit of setup maybe from slows being offered up elsewhere from the lineup. But yeah, all in all, so far, this Void, it's going to be hard to take down.
Absolutely. And the lane overall, I mean, he can hold his own with, because he's going to have something like an Ench. You know, yeah, Mag, the CSing and stuff like that can maybe be a little annoying with like the base damage and stuff like that, but he's going to be able to shake off a bit of the harassment. He always has time walk for the skewer plays and stuff like that too, so yeah, cool pick. A bit of a greedy one, but and they'll be the ones to ban the Void Spirit. So they're yeah, this still could be safely an SF for sure. Still flexing things all over the place. Ban the Underlord.
I mean, it really all does depend down to... I mean, with Shopify, they're going to have to show their last pick first, of course.
10 seconds remaining.
And then just a decision of, do Shopify expect this Timber to be the mid hero rather than Ace's hero? And if so, do they want to try and play this SF versus Timbersaw matchup that could be beneficial for them?
They banned Darkseer. You know, I'm looking at Gaming. Gaming has like no stuns also. They have a Chrono and Lift, so... Could this be a... That can't be an anti-mage, right? If it's AMSF, I always hate that duo.
There's
no way, right?
That's...
I hope not.
Not AMSF.
I really hope not. I don't know why.
I don't think anyone likes AMSF.
I see the Darkseer ban, it just gets me worried. I really hope I don't see it, but...
Wait, why? I thought AM's kind of good against Darkseer.
Goes both ways.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it is. It absolutely is. No, it is. It is.
I don't think you care.
No, I'm just trying to wonder why he would ban Darkseer, though.
Oh, Windranger was still in the draft. I thought that was... close one there. Still getting through. Is the final ban from
wait a minute. Why would they?
Why would they want? Yeah,
I'm just trying to think why they were. I guess because the SF. Maybe just the SF. Maybe that's just one that the
okay, so you think because of the Darkseer ban, the SF will be safe lane? Oh, you're just thinking because of the aura.
10 seconds.
Like you get the SF aura, you know, like you get the presence.
Yeah, sure.
And you can't dive them and stuff like that. Maybe just the aura carriers that are looking at ace heroes.
And they're going to go with the Storm. So we'll be RTG on the safe lane SF. And yeah, Miracle's going to be taking the Storm to the mid.
There's there's very limited stuns on both sides. Very little on Gaming.
Now that you've seen that, you're still putting the Timber mid against the Storm. Do you care about that matchup? Or are we getting something different for Quinn?
Oh, this is hard.
10 seconds.
Do you want your Timber in a lineup in a matchup versus the SF in the off lane? Or do you want him in a matchup versus Storm? And do you want to pick up another disable for Quinn? Ooh.
Could you just go for Quinn's Pango? Or reasons why you don't like it now that the Storm's in the game, or Pango's still solid?
I mean, they're running out of time. It might just be...
They gotta just pick something. Visage final pick. Okay.
I didn't see that coming.
No, not at all. And it will indeed be Quinn just taking the Timber to the mid. And of course, Ace
way better.
playing his Visage.
I honestly, this looks like a really good draft from Shopify. I think they got what they wanted.
What I do like about the Visage, it's one of those heroes as well. When you get like the level 6 online, if you start kind of making moves, hunting down this SF, it can be really annoying, right? These familiars get on top of you. You could be heavily pressured by a Visage that gets a good start in lane.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking that they're going to be able to bully the 2 squishy ones up top because their supports are a bit fragile. Actually, overall, the draft is fragile besides the Magnus, so maybe feeling like they can take advantage of that. But this is I mean, it's a Storm versus very limited stunts. He's got a Pugna to just mana battery him up.
That's true.
Honestly, this looks pretty good. Like the just on paper for Shopify Gaming, yes, their scaling is pretty ridiculous also for this Void, but I think Shopify's way that they set up their draft is actually really cool. And then they get their Storm, they're very comfortable last pick with a Pugna battery versus limited stuns.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an entertaining one. One that's Duracho, he's probably going to have to come out with some solid chronos, right? Because
feels
of that
like it.
Lockdown.
Definitely does feel like a lot of the pressure is going to be on him. Or just for Ace to just dominate the top lane super hard or something like that. Or Quinn too somehow.
And we'll see this obviously in this mid matchup. Somewhere else that the Storm excels in this game. You know, Storm versus Timber. You feel good as a Storm? Like, can Timber, like this is a matchup where Timber can die early on.
But yeah, I think you can actually potentially threaten, because you're also going to have a Mirana moving around, so you can threaten kill threat onto this Timber. But Storm should free farm. The only thing I guess you have to worry is Storm, don't get skewered under tower. Right, that's the most important thing. Be careful how close you are playing.
Skewered?
What am I saying? Skewered under tower. What the hell am I talking about? Sorry, what the?
Yeah, you're probably looking at like Quinn's Timber
my
set.
brain was like.
I think
the Timber set.
The Timber set. He's got like all this huge armor and pauldrons on. He looks like he's got the Magnus kind of look to him.
The only thing you have to watch out for is don't overplay and like don't overplay and commit too hard for a kill and get turned on, because the one thing gaming does a lot is early rotations with the supports. So they could just rotate 2 supports and just kill like the Storm with like a lift into the tower or something. So that's the one thing I would watch out for the Storm. But overall, yeah, I honestly like Shopify's. You know, gaming, of course, on paper, this team, they're insane. And they have tons of stuff up their sleeve. But yeah, I actually really like how Shopify set up the draft. So this should be a fun game.
Absolutely, yeah, very much looking forward to this one. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I know a lot of you out there, you look forward to the Arteezy stream, look forward to the Miracle stream. We've got them both rolled into one here in this matchup. We've got it all. Shopify Rebellion versus Gaming Gladiators. And of course, well, the Quinn stream as well.
Quinn stream too, I was going to say. How are you forgetting him? And the Crit stream.
And
Give
the Saberlight stream. Anyone else?
Yeah.
It's Celery stream sometimes. I enjoy a bit of Celery stream.
I feel like we haven't had one of those in a while. Or a Duraccio stream in ages.
We've got a full combo here.
Yeah. This is...
Let's see what we get. I mean, is there potential for one of these lineups to super heavily snowball?
I mean, I could definitely see Shopify snowballing. It's playing versus a Void, right? But they, knowing gaming, I don't think they're gonna get snowballed on, right?
It's just not a team you snowball,
right?
Really. Their track record's pretty good. Gaming Gladiators.
What is Arteezy and Quinn even saying? Juggernaut, Lesh? Oh my God, there's memeing.
This is some advanced humor that I don't understand.
Me either.
That's
usually Dota players, usually Dota 2 players have their own language that they form.
Yeah.
Everyone starts sounding like the same person after some time. Everyone says in the same lingo.
There we go. Let's have a look at the lane. So indeed on the side of Shopify, where Saberlight's going to be taken to their top lane on the Magnus with Crit on his Mirana. Mid lane, we've got Miracle on the Storm. And down bottom, Arteezy safe lane SF backed up by Fly on the support Pugna. Now we're going up against Tofu Rubik and Ace Visage in that bottom lane. Mid lane, Quinn on the Timbersaw. And top lane, Celery supporting Duracho in this Enchantress and Faces Void lane for the side of Gaming Gladiators. So look at the lanes. Where are your eyes going to be?
Bottom could actually have a lot of kill threat for the side of gaming.
Okay.
Tofu plus Ace versus these 2 very fragile heroes. No real setup either for the SF, so unless they make big mistakes on this Visage Rubik, I think this should be a pretty good lane for Ace. I'm gonna be looking at that one in mid mostly, because I just want to see how Quinn does in this matchup overall. I haven't seen the new Timber versus Storm. Or newer Timber, I guess.
See how much harassment Miracle's able to do against Quinn. Quinn's able to just sustain through it, those early levels.
And let's see if we get any early rotations coming out, perhaps here from Crit.
Yeah, having saw that level 4, maybe a point in the Vortex.
Yeah,
could definitely be enough for that sort of setup. Top lane.
Skewer top, Duracho.
Skewer back. He's already used the Time Warp. So cooldown for the next 10 seconds. I think this man's going down. Can he deny to neutrals? He can. We'll be able to step over to the camp, and the neutral creeps will take him down.
Great play. They hit 2 very early. I think Crit, he gave a lot of that XP to Saberlight to start to be able to get that, and immediately goes for the play. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's going to miss out on at least, what, 1 full wave. And they will get the little bit of a pull-off here, so and may be able to take a couple more creeps away from him. So a fair bit that will be lost out there due to that 20 seconds of downtime off the back of that neutral deny. Duracho.
That's big. Crit even arrowing, I think, both creeps, too, so he does get a bit of gold for himself. I think he has some items coming out soon. I believe who actually got the last hit of First Blood? Oh, sorry, it was the neutral creep. That's right. Sorry, yeah. I was just checking around.
Still up for grabs.
Yep. So Vanguard looks like it's going to be the case there for Saberlight, the usual. Vanguard Arcane Boot, I'd imagine. Maybe Vanguard into just Brown Boots and just playing off that.
No, so far, Quinn is having a very easy time, Ed. 17 for 4 against the 11 for 0. There is no worry here for Quinn. Level 3, 2 points in reactive. With this sort of start, it's going to have to require a gank. And honestly, if one comes in, because Miracle didn't get that head start against him in the lane, this Storm's not really going to threaten the Timber at all.
No, and honestly,
some favorable start.
And I take it back. You know, I was wrong. Like, I thought maybe perhaps you can actually... It's actually impossible to bully this hero now. Even with something like Storm, really. So yeah, Quinn. He's going to have a very good time. 5 denies is also big. That's actually pretty impressive. Sure, yeah, Timber Universals, you have like a little bit extra bonus damage, but...
Bottom lane is not looking fun for Arteezy.
No, this will be expected to be hard.
Kept low here by just the burst that Ace and Tofu are throwing out at him. It's not looking like a fun lane to play the safe lane SF.
No, he is not struggling as much as Dyrachyo, though. Dyrachyo has 8 last. Actually, it's about the same. Both safe laners are really very much so struggling. And it's not the case of just the SF. It's the support that he has with him, right? It's an SF with a Pugna. The Pugna does not really provide much of anything for RTZ down here.
Well, for sure, you know, at the moment on these early levels fly, all he can do is sort of drop down the ward and just hope that's enough to stop Gaming Gladiators diving his SF in the lane.
Yeah, pretty much. Like usually when you see these SFs and stuff like in the safe lane, you want like a Tusk, a Clock, some type of melee, bruiser, soaking spells, having some type of wave starting things. Pugna usually not the one that comes through.
Also,
I guess that is a little awkward.
Yeah, even with those sort of 20 seconds that Dyrachyo's been out the lane, he's back in there and he's catching straight back up. He's back level with the CS of Saberlight in this matchup. So a very quick recovery after that early bit of timeout in this game.
Man, Quinn is just a menace though. 29-6 to 23-1. He has
free farm.
Decent level, like decent advantage of experience over Miracle now. He's gonna hit 6 a good chunk before Miracle does. Because
he could kill him.
He's gonna be able to have kill threat himself.
Miracle's got to be very, very careful, or at least make sure he's got a friend to back him up.
Yeah, could definitely see Quinn go for that type of play.
Building up his 1 charges, he's got the Water Rune as well, so when he hits that 6-11, fair bit of burst mana to play with and play aggressively with. Bottom lane, Arteezy again.
Oh my god.
So low, him and Fly. It's just so much damage. And they're having to constantly ferry out regen to sort of stay solid in the lane. It's just, you know, Arteezy's still able to pick up the CS, but the pressure, it's absolutely on them.
Miracle, let's see, is he... I might have to go to... I mean, yeah, Quinn, he's holding the creep wave up on his high ground.
Yeah, you can't step up to this wave.
I'm waiting to see
risky.
it. Yeah, he's going to hit the 6 and like 2 more creeps.
Yeah, I mean, Miracle's going to, imagine, have his eye on that. As soon as that 6 goes up on the Timber, he's got to bail out this lane. There's not much more that Miracle can pick up here. We'll get the bottle of refuel from Crit.
Okay.
So that will give him a little bit of something, but still the fact that Quinn is going to have the 6 and Miracle won't, it's going to be a bit of a window where Miracle does have to be very cautious.
That's smart though from Crit. Not only refills the bottle, but he arrows the siege wave, the siege creep as well too, so Quinn can't like emphasize and put super pressure onto this tower there. And yeah, Arteezy is starting to recover.
And also just guaranteeing that burst of XP for Miracle. Means they might get that 6 that little bit sooner.
Just maybe. Power Rune though, it is going to be Quinn's. Miracle does walk up, not quite 6.
No, it's fine. Okay. So now it becomes a whole different story, right? Now with the 6 hit, you're not going to be killing Miracle.
No, and
Miracle,
now he's committing.
He's going to look to go for Celery.
Miracle used a lot of mana.
He did use a lot of mana. He's going to try for the TP out. Oh my goodness, living on the edge there, Miracle. But emphasis on the live. He will get out, but a bit of a risk taken there on that one.
I feel like Gaming's super happy with the way that these lanes have gone down. Even though Shopify have good farm on their lanes, I think they're pretty satisfied.
He gets the last raise, he's got this.
He gets it.
Very well done there. I think sort of hitting it, maybe even the 4 raises after it came back off cooldown as they chased them out of the lane. I mean, perfectly sort of finding the time to strike, and coming up 7 minutes in, that was the first blood. A slow start, but one that benefits Arteezy financially as he gets that bonus gold.
Okay, and I was just saying that I think Gaming's happy. That changed it. That kill is actually big. At level 5.
Yep.
Same thing for Pugna, almost 5. And they are going to be able to win for 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune exchange. And Saberlight, he's got his Vanguard top after all these rotations. So. Okay. One big thing is just going to be a problem is Quinn. They will, of course, have these levels for the SFS. Oh, top!
They got the arrow!
What a grab!
They didn't even need the skewer setup. The crit just sort of hits the arrow perfectly along the creeps, and then Saberlight follows up with a skewer for that extra bit of damage. That's Dyrachyo gone.
Beautiful from Crit. Patience.
Miracle. dancing around Quinn a bit here in the mid lane. Having to expend quite a bit of mana to do so. Crit's going to head over to help out. Just in case the dive continues.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a Quinn issue. Power Rune coming up soon. Tofu going to stack. Looks like Fly is going to make the rotation over toward mid. Has to be careful himself, though. Quinn is here.
Yeah, he won't bother sticking around anymore. Crit's going to get lucky with the rune. Ends up spawning top. It is that arcane. He'd like to hold it for Miracle, but yeah, Quinn's going to make it before that, so Crit will have to grab it for himself.
Bottom, the gank, RTZ.
So is there going to be any backup for him? It doesn't look like it. He's completely on his own. He'll turn, get a few raises off, but cannot stand his ground on his own against Ace and Celery. Fly not quite able to get back over in time to provide any support for him.
Celery's so good at using these gates when he's playing something like Ench. We saw Puppy with the Chen earlier, able to do it. This time Celery, I mean, he might just get another one. Fly?
Yep. He's got the Decrepify. Help him a little bit, but the body blocks are there from Celery with the Centaur. The Stomp comes down, another Soul Assumption, and another kill for the two of them. Gaming Gladiators, after sort of giving up that first blood against Arteezy's SF, they strike back hard with the two of them.
That's, I mean, such little type of, like, not even like this crazy type of play, but just Celery being there, right? Taking the portal in with the creep, has the perfect one to get the double kill. Ace now set up for level 6. Arteezy having to leave the bottom lane.
He's going to step over towards the mid, start to farm this area of the map, between the lane and potentially the triangle, if he wants to.
Saberlight, if he's getting it great on top, though. Maxed in power. Tower dropping. His individual build looks like just Treads Vanguard. Win.
Going to get aggressive onto Arteezy, but Crit is here to help out.
Quinn.
It's easy. He's going to be able to line up these races. It's bringing Quinn low. Miracle, he's in with the backup. Zips across. They've got the arrow into the vortex. He's dead. Getting a little too confident there. I mean, obviously with SF, you know, Arteezy farming this area of the map, it's always going to be tempting to go on him because it's normally a pretty risky place to farm. But Arteezy, he had the backup. He had friends.
It's a risky play that Quinn goes for. Just tries to stay in the face of the SF, but then just a little bit of distance gets made, and he's going to be able to get these race connections.
Yeah, he's landing pretty much every one of them so far, Arteezy.
A DD and big stacks. Yep.
Very big stacks. Now 3-2, I mean 10 minutes in, less than 1k gold difference between the two teams. It's exactly the kind of close start you want to see.
Yeah. I think Shopify, they're happy, but I do feel like Gaming, they're not feeling bad by any means. I feel like they're actually maybe a little bit happier with the position of how Duracho is. Like, his lane and game is going to be rough, and he's going to get ganked a lot, but if he's able to recover, the game is going to be good for him. But they are setting up for him again. This could be just another kill.
Let's see what they can do with the two of them. Vortex. Let him time walk. Crit holding off the arrow. Doesn't mean Duracho is able to turn with the chrono, but it will have to be a chrono that's used purely defensively. As Duracho retreats. Arrow won't catch, but they do catch vision of Duracho. Miracle's still got a bit of mana to play around with. 10 seconds until Vortex is back up for another bit of control. 1 second until Duracho's time walks there, so we'll get one more jump off. But they can keep chasing. Enough mana's there for Miracle to close down upon him, and indeed, Duracho, that's a chrono used for no gain, and also losing his life.
Really nice kill. Takes him some time, though. So we do see Gaming, they get some push started down bottom, but Shopify quickly move toward the mid. They're going to try to get some push going for themselves, but Quinny's going to stop it. Who got the last hit on that kill top? Miracle did, okay.
2 kills.
I think that's
straight up here for Miracle so far, yet to die.
Yep, definitely important to be giving the Storm the kills if he's going to commit that much time and resources for it. Glad the crit does give it up to him.
Miracle's got his eye on Duracho, but not much mana to play with. I mean, maybe if they can get the arrow.
He's waiting for an angle. He's trying to push, pull him.
They try, but free waves there blocking the arrow. Not going to happen.
Nice little try there from Crit, going for the Starfall with the arrow to kill the creep. Good attempt. Regen bottom. Tofu's going to be able to deny that one away. Actually saved for Quinn. Less than 1k lead here.
They're going to go for the smoke up Shopify. And Miracle continuing to just look to make these plays. A very aggressive Storm here with the backup of the supports. He wants to keep the pressure on.
They want to get more done, especially like when Chrono's on cooldown. They want to try to get some emphasis onto this tower, with Saberlight being as strong as he is right now. Like Saberlight, he's very strong.
See Miracle, he's going to be able to get the setup onto Tofu. Vortex into arrow. They can just keep doing this. Pick up these kills.
Yeah, Celery trying to pull the creep aggro off the tower, but Saberlight just keeps hitting it.
Ace is going to turn up as well with the backup of Quinn to try and help this defense. We'll start to push them away. They look towards Miracle. Indeed, one of the lackings of Gaming Gladiators lineup being that lockdown. As long as Miracle's got mana, he's going to be able to jump away.
Yeah. They definitely don't want to really go for Quinn too much more here unless they have the SF and a lot of resources. Now he's getting to the points of too tanky. He's the Vanguard plus the point booster plus Soul Ring. He's like 2,300 HP on this Timber Saw. So as soon as he shows up to mid, they back up. They go split up there on Shopify to be able to get their farm going.
Radiant are scanned.
Carries finding safe spots to farm here deep on their sides of the map. Arteezy, of course, with the build-up that we've been seeing from his performances in pubs that's been doing very well. The Mask of Madness into the Dragon Lance is the safe lane SF. And Duracho over the Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom. See mid lane, bit of pressure coming in. At least Gaming Gladiators trying to push back against the tier 1 of Shopify Rebellion. Quinn is going to jump straight towards Fly, but won't be able to catch him with the Shack from slow. Saberlight, by the Moonlight Shadow, trying to step up. There is a River Sentry
up top
down.
again.
And indeed, the two of them do it again. Miracle and Crit, this duo being quite the nightmare for Duracho.
You know what? These two, they did play together. The old school OG. Their synergy's coming in.
It's back.
It's
That's
coming
right.
in. They're getting these connections. It's actually huge because gaming, like the pace of the game is slowing down a little bit, and I feel like Shopify wants to play perhaps a little bit more of an accelerated game with the SF. Pace of the game slowing down. I feel like gaming, when that happens, they're starting to feel a bit happier. But then they get this pick off. This Storm, this Mirana, they're making up for every single one of these like lull periods where gaming chills back and farms, and they get the best kill possible. They find Duracho. That's 4 deaths now. 0-4.
They're really slowing down his game. Yeah, you see how much he's taking a hit on his farm, Duracho.
It's huge.
Got a lot of catching up to do.
And they're smoking. I mean, they can fight at any moment here. RP's at the ready. Storm, lacking mana right now on Miracle. But he's going to go join his teammates.
I think
Either way.
was that smoke caught? There was an observer ward on the high ground that might have caught the end of that.
I didn't quite see if it did. It looks like they might get ace anyway, though. Creep nets him even.
I mean, he's able to get the Familiar Stones off. They'll buy him time to separate from Saberlight.
And here's Quinn.
Yeah, Saberlight's got to start backing off. And with the skewer already used, he's only got limited options to get out of this one. Miracle, he's getting fueled up by Fly. And there's the RP from Saberlight. They're trying to take down Quinn, but they don't have quite enough damage. Saberlight is in trouble. The Soul Assumption takes him out. Miracle will jump back in, looking to finish off Quinn. Arrow does connect. Miracle, he'll get back in on this. Jump forward, gets the kill. They take down Quinn. Celery and Ace still trying to find something in return. Miracle low on the mana. Fly, you can fuel them up with the drain in a bit if necessary, but doesn't look like it will be. They're back under the tier 2. Shopify Rebellion, they get out of there. Sure, they lose Saberlight, but they take down Quinn.
Again, Crit. In this Mirana pick, it's working wonders. He's level 9. 204 so far.
Yeah.
Arrow connects, like literally, if the arrow doesn't hit, I don't think they get the kill there. He probably able to like reset and dance around. They get the arrow, Starstorm plus Static Remnants, enough damage. Yeah, Crit, honestly, he's making a big difference here this game.
Fly. Miracle back up here with the mana. Health. The build coming online at good timing here for the Storm. And the Blades, the Falcon, and the Witch. Just going to help the Kaya Sanj.
The standard. I like how it's just the Blades now. Are they going to go for Roche here? I think they could because they're just in prime position for it.
They can certainly do it here with the SF. Arteezy. And Master Madness and Dragon Lance.
Do they know is the question on
I don't think so. I don't think so, because at the moment, the thing they're focused on the most is just that Duracho stays safe.
To catch up, yeah.
So they're not going to be looking to go any further down this top lane.
I'm seeing Quinn and Tofu. They're setting up into the portal right now. Same thing with Ace. They might know something's up atop Duracho.
I mean, can they get into the Roche pit in time? Yeah, they're going to look maybe towards Duracho rather than towards the Roche pit, because there was that bit of aggression on towards Duracho, so they don't go towards Roche in time. Shopify Rebellion, they're able to finish it off. I mean,
that's a hot move.
It really was that sort of just split pressure, right? Miracle and Crit teasing around with Duracho at a point where, correctly, Gaming Gladiators were porting over to that half of the map. And that sort of hesitation for Gaming Gladiators meant that they didn't go straight into the pit. They weren't able to put a stop to Shopify getting this Aegis on Arteezy.
Yeah, it's huge. Honestly, like, little things can make a difference like that. If they go left instead of right, they can get some catches. If Shopify doesn't the void, then a better indicator that Roche is going on tough. Still very even. Gaming actually the ones with that slight gold lead still at the moment.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, we'll see what Shopify are able to achieve now with this Aegis. I mean, when you're
Yeah.
running this kind of SF Storm lineup, are they going to look to pressure objectives with this, or is this just going to be a farming Aegis? Are they more than happy to sit back and farm on Shopify's lineup?
I feel like it's always scary to play versus objectives when you're playing versus this Void lineup.
Yeah.
You have to be very perfect with the way you make these moves or things are going to quickly falter. So I think maybe finish up one this next item and then make a smoke move, try to find a wraparound onto supports, get some back targets.
Radiant are scanning.
It's risky, though. I don't know how much they want to really force the issue. But they do have the Harpoon on Saberlight, so maybe at least look for something here. Perhaps can catch one of the supports tripping. Yeah, maybe if someone shows.
And if anything, they probably feel that they're still at a point in the game where, because Duracho has been slowed down as much as he had, it's going to be a big decision for Duracho to actually come over and join these fights. Right?
Yeah. So they're just going to siege the tier 1, get some vision up. Let's see if Saberlight can get a grab onto anybody. Max Skewer's online with that Harpoon.
It's easy, just a recipe away on the gold for the BKB.
Gaming's just doing the split push thing. Accelerate, he's just pushing bottom. He's probably going to die here, but... Oh! Oops!
Well, he's out of there.
Forgot the shockwave, I guess. He just Harpoon skewered. He didn't do the shockwave after. It's like Gaming, they understand how to play versus stuff. As we said, this team, you know, they are getting pressured here a bit, 7-3, but they're farming. They understand how to play versus this Aegis right now. Celery just split pushing the map. Should have died, very likely there, but gets away with murder and even pushes out the bottom wave.
Gaming Gladiators themselves just slowing things down whilst Duracho catches up on the farm.
Yep. RTZ getting closer and closer to BKB. Maybe that'll be that indicator to push and force a little more, but Aegis is going to probably be gone by then. 2 minutes left on it. And yeah, Gaming, they're just shoving lanes. Tofu nuking mid out. It creeps shoving bottom, and then the Visage shoving top, so no one's really showing.
Of course, for Artis, when he does have the BKB done, honestly, in most situations, if he's able to press that before Chrono's on him, very unlikely that there'll be enough follow-up damage to kill the SF, right? As long as he's able to pop BKB before he gets chronoed, he should survive through any attempts, at least for the most part, so the upcoming mid-game.
For the most part. Unless he's on like the absolute, like the edge of the chrono and the Visage is able to, you know, use the birds and stuff like that. But that's like very niche scenario. For the most part, yeah, he should be pretty survivable with it. The Decrep, though, as we've seen, Fly is very low level, and he's actually putting points priority in Netherward. So you can look at that cast range of the deck Decrep level 1. He's not going to be able to like Decrep inside of a chrono. He'll be able to life drain, but Decrep, it's just not gonna happen.
Gaming Gladiator supports.
They're scaling.
Yeah, they certainly are. Celery with his Dragon Lance and his drums done, and Tofu
up top.
Look the front on a miracle. That'll do it.
An easy kill.
That'll certainly do it. Ending the streak there. A little bit of a streak that he had going. Money going towards Quinn. Took the kill on that one. Yeah, I guess just not respecting the threat of the chrono there. Maybe felt that he'd have fast enough fingers to jump out in time, but it wasn't the case. Duracho was able to catch him.
Yeah. Honestly, Duelist Gloves are really nice on Faceless Void, too. I didn't really think about it. I think this might be the best hero with Duelist Gloves, right?
Oh, sure, yeah, the value.
Attack speed for your chrono, like damage is like, it's not the best for overall jungling, obviously, but for jungling, that's cool. Wisdom Rune is up. They're actually going to just prioritize giving it to Duracho. On the other side, Shopify, they'll be able to get themselves a shard. Toast the crit.
In terms of the Aegis, it's going to expire. So purely used for farming this time around, that first Aegis.
Yeah, they got the mid tower, but it was like 100 HP. And Gaming, it looks like they're about to hit a timing themselves. I think Ace, that's his AC finished. Right after he finishes off this Centaur creep, they're going to have that big aura to protect his physical. Skewer.
Tofu. The grab on Tofu. I'll take the Rubik down.
Good kill.
No difficulties. Yeah, and I mean, Ace, he's just so farmed. He always is.
He always is.
One of the things about Ace on Gaming Gladiator is like he's always as big as the enemy's carry.
You might be jinxing him a little bit here. They might be able to catch him.
They're going for him.
Nope, he knows.
He's out. He's out.
Celery?
I'll get him.
Not out.
Let's see if how much Ace can do to help out with the familiars. But only so much. And there's the whole team of Shopify Rebellion going for you there.
And he'll just resummon the familiars. Doesn't want to give up that extra gold.
Back to the push here. Shopify Rebellion. Sure, the Aegis is gone, but the BKB's there for Arteezy. How's Duracho's BKB looking? He's nearly got his done as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, very close.
Neck and neck game, but Shopify, you can definitely overall a little bit feel that they are a bit on a timer with this SF Magnus and stuff versus the Void, but so far, things are still looking pretty damn good with them, playing together, playing around Arteezy, keeping him buffed up.
Now, of course, Crit's still super farmed.
He's very big.
He's going for the Yules. He's going to have that as really quick timing. Just 600 gold off having the completed Jewel Scepter.
Supports could be a big difference maker for sure, even on both sides. Like the Enchantress and Rubik are huge. The Maran is massive on the other side. Gaming looking to make a hit themselves now. Quinn.
They can go upon. Smoke's going to be dispelled on Miracle, so they know that they're close.
Quinn has an Arcane and a fresh Aghanims.
It's pretty terrifying. And Duracho is around, so Chronosphere is at the ready.
Okay. He doesn't have BKB yet, though, so Duracho, he's definitely at risk in this next fight if he messes up.
They've got the Moonlight. Trying to get this long wrap around against them, see if they can maybe find the Void.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
DD bottom.
Oh, they're trying to bait with it. They'll pick it up now. Arteezy DD. He'll show himself mid.
Both teams mimicking each other, cutting the waves.
Nice little trumpet of impression onto the tier 2s. They did still have a creep wave themselves there, but fortifications popped by Shopify Rebellion. Shopify, they've got this bottom lane pushing in, so they can go for a bit of damage onto the tier 2 there.
Arteezy has also hit 15 just before this fight, so he has the presence on towers. They have a glyph themselves.
I mean,
push
gaming
on push.
levels, they'll back off after the tier 2. Duracho will split back up, head towards the top lane, continue to farm.
Did they just rip through it? I think they did.
For the
right? The tier 2 mid.
Oh yeah, they decimated.
They just went through with Rally, huh? With the
they did have some creeps. They did.
Okay,
They had
I guess I looked away.
when sort of that whole movement with the smoke came, they had a couple of range creeps still with them.
Oh, okay. I thought I looked away and they had none. They just went right through the back door. I was like, holy moly. Because they do have a ton of damage for physical, but...
I mean, yeah, for sure with his AC on Ace. And
yeah.
the push of the familiars. Bottom lane, Shopify Rebellion. They'll continue the successful trade. Lost some money on Arteezy. He's giving up the Silver Edge next.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, versus Timber. Versus Visage, even versus Eventual Void.
They're going to see what happens if they keep pushing here.
Okay. Force the glyph. Saberlight waiting to find a catch. Ace showing himself very deep top.
I mean, look at these TPs. Pretty much the entirety of Shopify Rebellion immediately TP'd over for this one. They're really going to try and see if they can take down Ace. Arrow's not going to be on the mark. It might not matter. Spirit Vessel's down. Duracho jumps across with the Chronosphere.
Is there damage?
For Miracle. The Chakram's there. It's not enough.
Lives.
Miracle's out. He's able to ball lining away in time. Flies healing him up. Duracho tries to stand his ground. He has to back away from this SF. Arteezy punching too hard. So by just Flying Ace going down. Arteezy has still got BKB. He'll now pop it. Quick,
oh my god!
It just explodes here with this Aghanims. Takes out Crit and Miracle. Arteezy's going to try and stand his ground, but he's on his own. There's no saving him. Quint's going to be able to continue to fight on forward, and with the burst of Tofu's Fade Bolt, they take down a fourth. I mean, Quint, he just turns up and he just blows them up here as the reactive armor explodes.
I think that's the first time in a pro game I've actually seen it do something, and it hits hard. It hits both of them. He clipped Miracle, I think, with it.
Yeah, he got Miracle and Crit with it.
Oh my lord, and now they're going to get another catch.
And he gets saved. What was he doing up here? Oh, Saberlight's added to the deaths. There. All right, well, that was quite the hit from Gaming Gladiators. Quinn.
I mean, Ace might die, but they kill absolutely everyone. Quinn, he gets the explosion connection. Oh, baby, I got to see it again. And Ace just lives long enough. The Chrono looks awkward, but they get the backup. In the actual game right now, Duracho maybe be able to escape.
Miracle's going to try and chase. Has to back off again. Aggressive. He knows he can be. I mean, if he's stepping up with Quinn by his side, ain't nobody on Shopify Rebellion want to be going anywhere near this Timber Saw when they see those numbers ticking down.
Game drastically swinging into Gaming's favor, though. After this last fight, you could already feel it's a slippery slope, really, for Shopify. One mistake hurts so much. One more could just be that game decider, really. They have to be very decisive with the way they make next plays, and they have to be careful of going for ace. If they go for these plays, they have to kill him faster. But I mean, they committed everything they could.
I mean, and the thing is, they can't. Like Ace
they can't.
is farmed.
And he's got Dandelion
he's a
Amulet
farmed
now.
Visage.
Like, he's tankier now. In fact, with this Dandelion, like it blocks a lot of damage.
And he's closing in on Pipe, right?
Yeah. He doesn't even have Shard, so he can get Pipe and Shard, and then he's gonna be able to stall a lot. So Gaming opening up the game, I mean, tremendously for themselves. Chronos when he back up in 15, and Duracho is completely back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see for Shopify a bit hesitant on maybe considering if they can go for Roshan. They don't have RTZ by their side right now.
Ooh.
And yeah, they're going to know that the Chronosphere's back up from Duracho. So last time when they got away with it, I don't think they're going to have as easy of a time of finding the opportunity to do so again in the state of the game right now.
No, they completely snuck it. It was just unexpected. And now it's like, as we see, Quinn, he is a problem with the overall of how they can actually kill him, and he's just getting tankier and tankier, and his damage is crazy. So, I mean, he's just going to walk and give a ton of information for Gaming. And yeah, Chrono's back up. Mjolnir's finished.
They're going to try and push for the rush.
Duracho's 18, and okay. Maybe feeling that they have to make this move?
I mean, they're grouping up here, Gaming Gladiators. They can walk over. They're smoking up for the boost.
It feels like they definitely know.
It's going down quick, though. And looking at the speed RTZ taking this out, I think they're going to be able to get it in time.
Okay, TP's coming in.
It's going to be close, but indeed Shopify ability, they get the rush. See if Gaming Gladiators can still find the kills out of this one. They'll go straight for Quinn, closing in on a fly. They're taking him down. They'll be able to take out RTZ.
He BKB'd.
He did. He BKB'd here on his first life. So this second life, he won't have it. He'll not be able to get the Requiem off as the familiar stun's there. He's able to get away with the Shadow Blade, though. They don't have detection upon him, so RTZ will live. But 3 dead, again, on Shopify Rebellion. Only RTZ and Crit making it out alive there. And of course, on RTZ's side of things, only down to the fact that he did have that Aegis.
They didn't even stand a chance in the fight, though, like, at all. And I mean, Quinn is still chasing Crit. All right, he's going to be able to
Quinn knows
survive,
he's unkillable. He can be diving tier 3s, diving tier 4s. Very little is going to be killing this Timbersaw right now.
I mean, it's just not even a fight that Shopify gets a rush, and it's an immediate, we got to get the hell out of here scenario. Everyone's in panic mode. Like, Gaming just surrounds them, and they get a pretty ideal fight, I would say. RTZ pops the BKB kind of in panic before the Aegis and everything, too. Probably feeling that if he dies and respawns, he's just going to get chronoed anyway. So Duracho just chronos the Storm Spirit. It's a dream fight for Gaming, as they're, really cementing their lead now.
A bit of a tough position as well, because RTZ obviously managed to make his way out of that alive, but he's very deep, and he is without a TP scroll.
He is.
He's currently got a courier that he's going to try and get around the map towards him. But very likely that this high ground push is going to come in. I'm sure they've still got a tier 2 to get through, but it will not be easy for RTZ to join the defense.
And they're going to they push fast with Visage. It's not 18 Visage, but he has the 15 talent, and he's got the AC and everything that we mentioned from earlier. So this tier 2 will drop in seconds. And yeah, they're definitely, I mean, you have pause, so you have all the time in the world to see, like, click on the SF, look, no TP. Decide how you really want to play these next few moments. Do you want to just straight push forward? Do you want someone to TP back and like hunt for him? What's it going to be?
I mean, I think you just ignore him, right? You don't need to TP back.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, there is options that they could,
You keep this push going.
Yep. Quinn feeling good.
Yeah. It's massive on the Timber. 2K gold ahead of any other calls in the game right now, Quinn.
I'm glad I got to see this thing actually connect, because I've been very underwhelmed at this Aghanims a lot of the times for these Timbers. And when they buy it first, I'm glad he didn't do that. He waited. He had Octarine, Essen, or Kaya Sanj, and then he goes for the Aghanims. I think it was at Berlin, right? We saw like Nisha get the Aghanims first, and it was worthless. So I think it can have these games where it's really impactful, but not as a first item. But I'm glad I got to see it in a pro game where it actually connects, because I feel like pros and pubs are very different, where some spells hit a lot more often than pubs. This was a very, overall though, like a pretty quiet game, right? 10 to 12, 30 minutes in. A very methodical game that Gaming has kind of put on. Shopify moving around, trying to play kind of perfect around all of it, but Gaming, it's the best team in the world for a reason at the moment. They just really understand how to dance around timings, dance around the Aegis. Don't let Shopify get too much around it. Farm around the map. And that's really what I feel like Gaming did exceptionally well this game.
Now, I guess in 25 seconds, but when they do have the Magnus up, they will still have that solid high ground defense potential. But at the same time, there's a Rubik there, so jumping out and looking for those skewers, those harpoon skewer plays is not going to be easy.
It's risky.
If Tofu's quick with the grab.
It's risky, and
he's got skewer stolen, of course, at this moment himself. You got to watch out for this Rubik jumping into the base and kind of getting some telekinesis skewer, grabbing someone out of it.
Yeah, and what if you end up like bringing in a Timber and you guys just can't kill him? Because I don't think they can kill the Timber anymore at this point, even with 5 heroes perhaps beating on him. If he pops his E, if he just pops reactive armor, he's gonna be full charges. I don't know if they can go through him at this point. So I think he has to be he has to like land on the, I mean, honestly, like, get them somehow. Otherwise, there's heroes that can get out of it, and there's heroes that can turn it. Because Timber, he might even just be able to escape or turn it, and Void can just maybe escape also too, just jumping.
Okay. We'll go back in action, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the pause.
Tower dies in seconds. Yeah, they're gonna keep going.
Radiant's top tower
Arteezy was able to make his courier safely get around the lineup of Gaming Gladiators, so we'll manage to get that TP scroll out towards him. But
this Rax is dead. Very likely, it's going to be very hard for Shopify to defend without an RP. Does Gaming want to continue? Duracho wanted to, but the team didn't. Okay.
They'll play it. Maybe even see if they can back off and catch Arteezy still on this half of the map. But Arteezy's out with the TP. That's got a silver edge complete.
Oh, they're giving a lot of... I honestly thought that they were going to keep going because the RP's on cooldown, but I guess giving respect to the skewers. And maybe just not wanting to... They're probably like, hey, we made it through probably one of the harder parts of the game for ourselves. Like, it should be smooth sailing here. So probably just playing it safe. Yeah, they're going to full smoke to base, even.
Honestly, like the way the last few fights have gone, as long as they have Chronosphere, you know, Duracho's been doing his job, you know, turning up the Chronos, have been securing them the team fights.
Very true. They don't need to take a risk. And now he gets... Oh, the dream for Duracho finds himself the Wisdom Rune at level 20's hit. So now he's got that dream talent that we always talk about.
Yeah,
too.
He's caught back up completely after a tough start that was enforced on him by Shopify Rebellion's offlane duo.
This is Shopify's chance. Maybe one of their last ones to strike back in this game. But Gaming, they're ready. Arteezy.
They're going to see Duracho. Oh, put the BKB, Duracho. Skewer RP there. The BKB and the SF but it's not that much damage straight up. Ace and Tofu still alive. Duracho will get the time walk off. He's able to get away. Arteezy's the one to go down. They will finish off Ace. But can they get anything more? The impetus is bringing Crit down low. Crit trying to battle against Tofu, but Tofu's got the stolen ball lightning. He's away. It's 3 dead on Shopify Rebellion, as indeed Quinn is just untouched throughout the team fight. Full HP. They tried to make something happen there, get that sort of Requiem RP combo going. The pipe was already popped. They weren't able to get themselves in that prime position where the SF is right underneath the Magnus. And with that taken into account, it just wasn't enough damage to jump at Gaming Gladiators with. And Duracho, it was too slippery. He lives.
I mean, Duracho, I just have to say, he's got the biggest balls of them all. He just stood there, man-fighting the SF, with Mask of Madness on. He's like dropping pretty low. And then Quinn comes out of left field with the max stacks with the last second of the shock, or the last second of his reactive, and explodes Arteezy. That was a pretty cool fight there from the side of Gaming. And it really is them just having such clean understanding, as you said. You know, it was like the Chrono had just come up. Like, everything had just happened.
Saberlight, he's doing his best with some fancy footwork to try and get away from these two.
He tried.
Has he got anything more tricks up his sleeve that he'll try and close the gap in onto Celery? But very, very dead. He bought some time.
He did.
Made some time for the rest of the team to respawn, but does now mean he's out for 50 seconds on the Magnus.
Oh man, Gaming, they're just too good of a team, too good of understanding things like this. As you mentioned, Duracho, 1-4-11, top 2 net worth now, and he's got everything he really needs. Scotty's about to be done, he can stand his ground. Everyone huge. And for Shopify, I mean, where to go from here?
I mean, they've just managed to pick up that secondary RP.
Yep,
Miracle's got his Ags.
Okay.
So maybe some Agnum's Vortex, some RP into the Requiem. Maybe they can get something going with that.
Do they have the damage for all 3 of the cores? We saw the dead core last fight.
Miracle.
Big pull.
That's a 3-man pull. Requiem there, but again, it's only at the very tip of the fight. Duracho, he's going to jump in straight towards Arteezy. Replifies there from Fly to keep Arteezy safe. Duracho turns attention over towards Fly instead. Quinn back in on towards Saberlight. Saberlight pops the BKB. Buyback comes out from Fly. Saberlight looks towards Duracho instead. The Chrono's there. He's going to drop it just onto Fly. Miracle in again with the two-man Vortex. They're focusing down Ace. They'll be able to bring down the Visage. Saberlight with the skewer on, so Duracho gets it back.
Got him.
Over towards the Fountain. Shopify Rebellion. They've managed to take out the two of them. See if they can chase for more. Crit. Put his eyes on towards Celery, but Celery with the Hurricane Pikes up to the high ground. Crit. But Yules in a second, so we'll be able to control Celery a little longer if necessary. The Yules is
Nice
not required.
kills.
He's in with the arrow. Miracle closes in with the help of Arteezy. They take down a third kill on the defense, and they'll take out their Tormentor. Tofu, he's still hanging around. He's actually able to get back in and take down Crit, but it will cost him his life. So another kill picked up by Shopify Rebellion.
Those are huge kills. I mean, an immense amount of gold being influxed into Arteezy in particular. He's 4,000 gold. What, three back-to-back pulls coming out from Miracle
It really
as well,
was.
too? On 3
yeah,
heroes or
immediately.
something?
Yeah, well,
That
we're
was
seeing
nice.
straight away the impact of the Aghanims on Miracle Storm Spirit. Without that, they don't manage to take kills from this sort of defense.
No, I mean, Duracho also, I mean, this time, being a little bit too reckless, you could say. Diving in, jumping, throwing the Chrono, only catching the Pugna. He was playing super reckless like the whole time, just jumping in. As now, he's Shopify. Find himself the way back in it.
Yeah, a chance to strike back. They've shut down the lead down to 5k. Sure, they're still down that top set of barracks, but they've got the means to push back against the stronger creeps. We've seen the AC very close to being done on Arteezy, just 400 gold off it.
He's getting big. I mean, AC's about to be done. I believe, level 20 on Saberlight, level 20 on the Storm, so more Vortex, and they got a gem. So they're going to be able to get rid of some of that vision, which, I mean, there's not really any of it right now, but yeah, big steps forward there for Shopify.
Yeah, big hold.
And Duracho maybe having to be a little bit less reckless. I mean, that's never the case, though, with Duracho, but Chrono back up in 25.
He'll get his next time done. He's got the full Scardy complete now.
Yeah.
Duracho.
Really good game for it, too, versus the SF and Storm. I thought maybe he was going to do the Nullifier because he's playing versus Pugna, but I guess he prioritized this one for tankiness and all the things, so.
Yeah, and it's nice for sort of standing your ground and fighting against the SF.
Exactly, all right. So I guess he just wanted that trade-off instead of just having full kill threats. Miracle shoves in bottom. It's double catapult wave. Going to be hitting on the tower. Shopify's actually getting a nice little push going here. AC's done.
It is into the threat of the Chrono. Chrono's
It
back
is.
up, so Gaming Gladiators, if they want to... At the same time, though, Duracho's TP's on cooldown for 20 seconds, so won't immediately be able to return for the defense here.
Glyph gets popped. They do decrypt the Siege Creep. The Siege Creep's still alive. Okay.
They do have to be careful. They're definitely cautious of the fact that Gaming Gladiators can set up a nice high ground around the Chrono potential of Duracho.
Yeah, it's cool that Arteezy went for the AC also. I think this is indicative of telling them, like, we need a fast fight. We can't, like, a long team fight could be really weird for us, where, like, Satanic isn't really going to help R2. I think he's like, we need to explode targets. Need all the damage we can get at this point in the game. And, oh! That's a nice pickup for Miracle. He gets the Timeless Relic. So now on top of that 20 talent, with this Vortex, I mean, it lasts pretty long.
And we have seen sort of both of them managing to catch some of Gaming Gladiators grouped up. You know, these
Definitely.
RPs, these Vortexes, they've been catching 2-3 heroes every time.
Quinn now has a shield rune. So I couldn't kill him before. Now he has 6,000.
That's yeah.
It's a lot of bars.
You're not touching this Timbersaw.
No. Do they have a Yules? They do. At least Kurt has a Yules. But they do push Gaming back quite heavily.
I did. I mean, it was quite the gold lead the Gaming Gladiators were building up right.
Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion, they've slammed that right back down.
And now Roche might be the next big indicative kind of thing of where everything's going to go down. And it is respawning in about a minute. So it will be up top. So both teams look like they're going to start setting up for it.
Smoke on smoke.
Invisibility.
So he was able to get the jump pierce. Shopify Rebellion, they have the high ground.
Sure do right now. Ace trying to sneak through crit. Just makes it right by them. Okay.
Oh boy.
Roche. They've got a creep inside of it. Kobold Foreman is in there. So Gaming, they'll know instantly when it spawns. Let's
30
get
seconds.
Does kill it off. Does mean that it's spotted, but that means they have to run. Yeah, they have to instantly
Yep.
run as soon as that creep gets killed.
Because if Roshan does spawn Shopify Rebellion, kill it quickly.
They're running directly under vision. So Shopify sees absolutely everything right now. This could be huge.
So one Saberlight Miracle for the initiation. Quinn, he's going to try and start get some information for themselves. Jumps forward, they'll look towards Fly. Fly, he's pretty dead.
He has not a buyback either.
4 versus 5. That might be enough for Gaming Gladiators to feel confident about stepping into the pit themselves.
They kill it very fast as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Shopify won't bother trying to contest.
They have to forfeit it, yeah. Oh, man. I mean, that's a... Just get Quinn. No fear. Jumps in. They're going to be able to finish off a tier 2 in the meantime, but having to give up the Roche, it's a refresher.
It is a refresher. It is. Here we go, Duracho.
And Duracho with his build, he has the mana. Because he went for the Scotty build, you have the mana for the double chrono and everything.
That's true.
I mean, if you go the other build, you can't, right? If you go like the Nullifier, you'd be lacking for sure.
True, but the way to get guaranteed mana is you just die, you know? You go in your chrono.
That's true.
Refresher, I'm not got any mana. Kill me, and then bam, you're back with mana.
That's true.
Problem solved.
Quinn, he's now unlocked full potential of Timbersaw. Level 25 has been hit. Double chakram.
Oh boy. This Timber's pretty scary.
He's beasted it all game, really.
Only died the 2 times early on. How are we doing on those hexes that Shopify are looking to get done? Miracle's very close to having his. Would mean that buyback is forfeited for now if
I mean, he has it.
spends up.
Yeah, he has it if he wants to.
But yeah, do you take that full hex or you keep the buyback?
I think you keep the buyback this game.
You got to keep the buyback, and you're against Chrono, right?
Yeah, you're playing Aegis Chrono. You have to.
Yeah, you got to.
And they're gonna push the end right now.
Well, they did it last time on the top defense. Shopify pull anything off again here.
Just decrepping him, slowing him down. But the push is coming out from the familiars. The pull
Miracle.
3.
He's going to get the jump in. Arrow is going to catch onto Tofu. Duracho put the chrono, but he's not going to catch anyone.
Whoops.
It doesn't catch anyone at all. I mean, that's why he's got the refresher to give a second chance of it if he wants to. But he's going to keep it in his backpack for now. He's going to jump in.
Yules.
Gets caught by the Yules.
Rax is
dropped by Shopify Rebellion. Gladiator is trying to focus the objective. Miracle is ready to go in again. Another 3-man vortex drag back. There's the Reckham on the side of it. Duracho pops the BKB. Jumps in towards RTZ. RTZ trying to stand his ground, but the Bastion's coming through Duracho. RTZ steps back. Miracle, he'll get taken out by Celery. Jump forward for the chrono this time round. It's a banger from Duracho. He's able to catch both RTZ and Saberlight and Fly. The buybacks are coming out, but Duracho takes down Fly a second time. The bottom racks are falling. Saberlight, look at the RP. 3-man skewer as well, but Saberlight's getting bashed up by Duracho. Miracle jumps in, but RTZ falls. It's a dieback on RTZ, a dieback on Saberlight. The bottom racks are gone. As this game, it looks to be overfogged. I mean, those final classic Duracho, right?
Classic
he has
Duracho.
a blunder, and then he has a play that just secures the win.
And GG is called.
From zero to hero, really, with those
literally.
two chronos.
I mean, he actually catches nobody, and then he catches Saberlight mid-animation. Literally mid-animation RP as the chrono catches. And I think in the start of that fight, too, there's some, like force staff to prevent some type of catch plays, but I think the Timber, I believe Quinn stopped the initial blink of Saberlight to get the follow-up RP on the initial go, then the whole entire fight becomes like this jumbled kind of mess from Shopify to try to find this connection as gaming. On the back foot this game for a bit of it, but then understanding how to play from behind, how to just make space, farm the map up, make sure that Duracho is able to quote-unquote kind of carry the game. He ends like 3-5 and 18, but he is the carry. He did great jobs of just sitting on Arteezy in some of these fights when we see these RPs, we see these Vortex stuff catch. He was preventing Arteezy from hitting heroes, from getting Requiem and stuff. So yeah, cool game from gaming, and again, they just continue to prove why they really are the best team.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah, a very fun one to watch. And Duracho, he's always able to recover, it feels. He really is. And that's always got to be a struggle, right, for these teams playing against Gaming Gladiators. Like, what do you do? Like, do you still try and just shut down Duracho early on, as we're seeing many teams do? Or is that just sort of wasted efforts? You know, do you look elsewhere in the early game? Because it seems whatever you do, Duracho, he's going to get back in the game, and he's going to come back in with these game-winning plays.
Wish I had the answer. I think a lot of teams want to try to find the answer to beat gaming, as we've seen, now multiple tournaments in a row. They just have this great understanding, and just they play off each other so well. So yeah, it's going to be tough road. Shopify, they did pretty well overall, I would say, this game. Look at the standing. I think Crit and excuse me, Crit Miracle really popped off of shutting out Dyrachyo. But yeah, Gaming, they know how to come back.
Yeah, they did. They chose the right moments to push for the win there. Again, this bottom high ground siege, they just had all the answers. Shopify, but they're not able to put things into place. And there it is. That second chrono for Dyrachyo, catching the three of them and putting a stop to that whole move that Saberlight and Arteezy were trying to combo together with on top of one another. Very well played indeed from Gaming Gladiators. But a very fun game to start this series between the two of them. Can't wait to see what comes out in Game 2. I mean, straight off the bat of the sort of Game 1 result and looking at what was played, I mean, what sort of stands out? What do you think we're going to see be reflected on the most in the Game 2 draft, Fog?
Game 2 draft... I don't know, actually. I feel like we didn't get to see like anything that could be too crazy. I feel like we just saw like Timber be very, very strong, even in like maybe some scenario where he could be a little bit struggling. So maybe Timber priority going up. That maybe is the one few thing.
It did go very well for Quinn. 11, 2, 12, and as I say, yeah, no, he pretty much didn't die for the entirety of the second half of that game. And yeah, that was a first pick Timber. You know, so always when that sort of hero pops off as well as it does. I mean, obviously in the hands of Quinn, many a hero pops off to this level. The fact it was picked up first and it didn't end up getting answered definitely is going to make Shopify Rebellion consider things twice round going into the second draft if they want to leave it in, they want to take it themselves, or trying a different approach. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 in the bag here for Gaming Gladiators. Shopify Rebellion trying their best, able to hold them off once on the second time round. Gaming Gladiators able to take it all away from them as they get this first game win. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with Game 2 of Gaming Gladiators and Shopify Rebellion.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dream League Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're just getting ourselves ready for Game 2 of Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. Fogged, a fun Game 1, a little bit of back and forth, but overall that sort of build up of power from Gaming Gladiators, a little bit too much for Shopify Rebellion to slow down this time.
Yeah, I think Quinn was really the rock that they needed this game, as he tends to be for Gaming Gladiators, of course. I feel like always one of them stepped it up, and more than usual, it's Ace or Quinn to do it. I think Quinn kind of just ultimately, as this Timber, he prevented Shopify from just like dictating the entire game, getting this SF huge, the Storm huge, breaking high ground, and kind of ending the game. He was just this like blocker. Literally blocked everything, deterred them from getting that kind of snowball going, and then he allowed his Duraccio to catch back up, allowed Ace and everybody else to get this type of farm. So for me, at least, Quinn was a pretty massive MVP in this game for me. His first pick, first 2 Timber, yeah, set up everything for success. So I hope we get to see another game like this, because this one was a pretty methodical game, I would say, just in the fact that it wasn't like, there weren't like these random kills happening. There wasn't like 40 kills. It was like 10 to 12. Like these teams were very very about how they did make movements around the map overall.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, we saw some pretty solid, promising moves from Shopify Rebellion in terms of the way, like, kind of Miracle and Crit were able to play off each other in that early game, as you were pointing out.
Yeah.
So definitely reason to believe that Shopify Rebellion are going to be able to bring another decent fight up against Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, and in sort of talks of the Timbersaw, I mean, when you sort of see that sort of happen when it comes out first, Quinn smashes the game with it. Like, on paper, did Shopify Rebellion have ways to deal with the Timber? Or do you feel there's maybe better ways they could have set themselves up to control or kill a Timbersaw if it was to have as good of a start as it did end up doing?
No, I think that they do run out. They do quickly run out. Like, as the game progresses to that point, you're not going to have the damage really to kill him. You'll have to commit literally everything. So I honestly think we're probably going to start seeing, I mean, we've had DPC and everything, but I think the tournament is going to start showing more and more when maybe Magnus starts getting put into a different position of when he gets picked, just because of how good Rubik and Timber are versus it. That we saw there, like, I'm sure people were flaming poor Saberlight. Like, I know this happens all the time to Magnus players in particular. The Magnus players get flamed. They're like, where's the RP? They're all cause. You can't just RP. There's a Rubik in the game. He's gonna steal it and then you lose, right? So I think we're gonna maybe start to see the move away, especially of like the Magnuses sometimes in these situations. Unless Rubik's not in the game or you can sneak it, I think maybe the hero is slightly overvalued just because there are these really good counter picks. I
think so, yeah. If there's a good Rubik player on the other team, he's gonna pick it every time you're picking that Magnus.
Every time.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty much a snap pick guaranteed. So. Definitely something that some of these teams have to be considering maybe with a bit more seriousness. As it has happened a few times where this Rubik's been getting through in response to it. Whether that be trying to pick the Magnus later, but I guess it always kind of feels bad because then if you leave it in, maybe the enemy team finds a way to get it through, and maybe you don't have sort of the setup where you want to run a Rubik, but you've already picked your supports. So really a lot to consider when it comes to sort of the Magnus mind games during the draft.
No, absolutely. I think we'll get lots of different mind games coming out from like both sides, all over this, from like both all teams all over this tournament. I think we'll start to see more and more of just like variety of where the hero is going to be played to, in ways that you're going to see people just move it. Like, okay, the mag game is looking a little weird. I make a carry. Boom. Like I've seen Gaming Gladiators, I'm pretty sure, make it a carry before too. So maybe we'll see just like shifted and stuff like that, depending if there are these Timbers. But I don't know. I feel like I think Timber's going to get picked a lot. He just feels too good versus all the populars, all the universals.
It really does for sure. You know, these mags, these heroes coming out. You're happy to pick the Timber as Gaming Gladiators did with that first pick, and there he is, the man himself, Quinn, on the Timbersaw. Fantastic game. Miracle, his first showing here as the stand-in for Shopify Rebellion. Promising moments, but certain parts definitely felt he was a bit outclassed by Quinn this game. Whether it be like even from the laning, right? We saw Quinn just have a free time in the lane.
Yeah, maybe that is just the nature of the match. I haven't seen the Timberverse Storm as much nowadays.
Sure.
Of course, too. Maybe it could just be a nature of the match thing. But Quinn is without doubt like one of, if not the best mid player in the world at the moment, and he's been proving it time and time again on tons of different heroes. Yeah, it's always gonna be difficult. You know, Miracle coming off of not playing for a bit, then coming back into practice and everything like that. Yeah, it's gonna be hard when you're put into this situation.
That was a tough game. Game indeed for Shopify Rebellion, but yeah, always was going to be. As you say, Gaming Gladiators, one of the finest teams in the world right now, if not the finest, with their track record of tournament wins. So a real challenge for whoever has to go up against them.
And really under
their own group.
And really, every game, I feel like I say this every time I cast gaming, but I'm going to do it anyway. I just the way that they always build every hero. Maybe drafts that they end up with or something like that, but take a look at these auras like in this last game. They've got their drums, they've got their Shivas, they've got their Vlads, they've got AC, they've got Pipe Solar. They've got everything. On the other side, there's a Solar Crest, and then an eventual AC that comes out. So I just feel like they always have this itemization. They always have these Blink 4 steps on the support that needs it. They always have the drums, etc. So I think, yeah, they're just really good at having that understanding of the game.
Yeah.
In and out of it.
And just sort of the speed that Ace himself gets them online, right? We saw it again this game. This AC is coming out so fast. And pretty much the whole game, Ace was on the same par as the 2 cores on the Shopify Rebellion's farm. Yeah, he's just so damn rich.
And he knows when to go for like the big item too, right? Like instead of him building like a drums and building up these small trickling items, no, he goes for the AC, the big boy item, right? So yeah, it's always cool to see. And I think that's something that maybe teams eventually will start taking from gaming a bit there. I know teams do auras. Like I'm not saying like, oh, it's so big brain, they're doing auras. No, it's every game I see gaming. Not any other team in the world does it every single game.
Gladiators turn to bad.
There we go. Draft 2. Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Gaming Gladiators with Shopify Rebellion. See, in particular, what sort of changes we'll get in these opening moments. So far, Bloodseeker and Doom still going to be on the bans.
10 seconds remaining.
See what they want here. I mean, in terms of first pick, it is, Gaming Gladiators will have the first pick.
It's like how much priority do you move up things? It's like these bats, these timbers.
I think you still want the bat to go. I don't think anyone wants to play against the bat.
You know, it's wild though. I think this is the first. I'm gonna go back after this, not like right now, obviously, but after today, first meta where Bloodseeker's the first to ban in history of Dota.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
I feel like I never have seen Bloodseeker that far. Probably Strigwar, my boy Strigwar.
Strigwar. A man with no vowels.
It's a man with no vowels, indeed. Was he ever named that in Dota 2? No, right?
No. At least not since I was playing in the beta.
Yeah. But you knew what I was saying. So.
Yeah, I mean, people know the names.
People know Strigwar, yeah.
I don't know if his name's... I don't read the lore stuff. Maybe it calls him
and
the lore.
Look at that.
There
the
it is.
timber moves up. So
They'll
now
ban it.
your
And there's
bats
the
and your
bat.
Magnus. Yep, this is where it's going to go down.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Venno, they were ready for the bat. They're like, you want to play the bat? We're going to pick Venno. We're going to play Beastmaster. We're going to have this vision advantage. Make sure we're set up and we're ready to turn things around if you come running at us as a bat rider.
Oh, Venno's
They were full prepared with that. They really were. They knew if we ban Timber, he's picking bat. We've got to have an opener against the bat. This is the opener. Do you like it?
I don't know. Do I like Venno this early? Is it good this early? Did I miss something? I don't know.
Well, I think is it not one of those heroes that would get banned out if you're playing bat, or you don't think the bat cares too much?
It's a good question, Owen. I gotta go through like maybe did I miss stuff during the? I missed some games or something during the DPC because now I'm like, Venno. I know I've seen like a couple teams that really like their Venno, right? Like for like DM and stuff like that. I know they picked the Venno early versus like something like a Magnus, I believe it was. I know I used to see that, or versus Ursa if you see it like super early, but versus Bat is curious.
Oh, let's see. I mean, with the speed that they picked it up, they've clearly got a plan with it. It's
got to be like in laning phase where like you just gale him when he's fireflying. So
yeah.
I don't know what else the concept would be. Like. It used to be like you put these Venno wards to stop the blink daggers, but the game of Bat Rider is very different nowadays. This is interesting. The Shopify or Fly must know something. This is cool.
And I guess the question is as well is, Are we going to sort of see Magda show his face this draft, or maybe even he gets ignored this time?
Might just get ignored. Maybe Duraccio plays it as carry. How bad is that versus Beast in lane? Oh, they're in lane. In game sounds kind of meh.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
There's so many other better heroes. I'm only saying it just because you brought up the mag. Just enough. So.
It's just it's going to be hard to get the jump against Beast and Venom.
I don't know. They probably will
these,
play it.
you know,
I think Mag's going to get ignored.
Vision really nice.
Yeah, I think Mag will probably get ignored. We'll probably see more of one of the standard Beastmaster kind of anti-heroes, like the... I guess, like, maybe that's why also. Maybe it's because, like, the heroes that beat Beast that are annoying from in lane, Veno's annoying, because Ursa's one of those that is miserable for Beast, but then they have the Veno really early. Maybe. I don't know. I'm thinking. I'm trying to think here.
The RT's, the SF being banned out. Shopify Rebellion, they'll take away some of Duraccio's heroes. That Terrorblade, Dusa.
Okay. I like those two bans. Beast doesn't pose much threat to either.
Gladiators.
Is there just think of how to set up Quinn for the best lane possible, right? You see the Ember ban and the SF ban. Because this Void Spirit is like 99.9% Quinn's hero.
Sure. Well, I think there's a chance that Shopify they might just roll with a Miracle Storm again.
Possible.
I don't think you find the matchup too bad. You're gonna have a nice vision to play with for sort of being able to find your target in the team fights cleanly.
Could still be looking at something like the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, if Wind Ranger gets left in.
Void Spirit's... it goes a bit both ways, but I actually like Void Spirit because you can just hit him without, you don't care, you just ult him, right? When he's wind running and stuff, so. But the lane, perhaps could be nice. Or they even just run a safe lane.
5 seconds remaining.
They banned the Rubik.
They banned Rubik. Maybe they get Magnus then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Was that mid?
Nah. I was going to say, is it a Miracle Shaker? But
it could be. I actually think it could
be. Actually, it's good. Mid Shaker is viable. You're right. It could be Miracle Shaker. We know he likes it.
I'm
looking
and I'm like,
yeah.
He was playing it, him and Sumail for a time when they were playing together on Enigma. Like, they were both spamming it in pubs. And it, in theory, like, it was very good for a while versus the Spirits and versus most melees, right?
It's good. Yeah, why not? This definitely could be set up for the Miracle Shaker. Absolutely.
Okay, this is interesting. Now we get a Darkseer, too, with the bat. All right. I mean, Darkseer versus Veno, Surge, see you later, Gale. Now the Bat Rider could maybe be moved as like a 4 position, and you have a 4 Bat with Darkseer with Ion Shell plus Surge plus Flame Break. That sounds pretty... This actually sounds like one of the best ranged heroes with Ion Shell, perhaps.
5 seconds
okay.
remaining.
Because you have Firefly plus Ion Shell, you're double dipping. You have a slow with Flame Break. And like, theory crafting, obviously. Like, just curious. Maybe that could be it. Okay, cool. And I think the Darkseer, besides, of course, just the Surge, the very basic kind of thing, versus the Veno that you provide is you give auras versus Veno versus Shaker Beast. And you provide auras for your team when you get the wall onto the Beastmaster. So very likely we'll see Gaming Gladiators with that pipe, Greaves, etc. As we always do. Taking some time here.
They're going right into the reserve time here, Gladiators.
They're going to do Mirana themselves. Interesting.
Let's see, we get a bit more clarity in where Shopify Rebellion putting these heroes with this 4th pick.
That's an interesting pick. Where's the Veno? You can outrange Veno wards with Mirana.
10 seconds remaining.
That's what, Mirana, AA, Lina, a couple others that can outrange the Veno wards easy. It's a very random thing, but you also can Moonlight Shadow and bypass areas where Hawks and Veno wards are kind of placed. And you have set up between your Bat Rider and Void Spirit with arrow combos with your Aether Remnants plus lassos and stuff. So maybe that's what they're looking at here for this.
What are you getting on? What are you getting Artesia on this game against these heroes?
Versus Darkseer Mirana.
Could this be an anti-mage game?
Could this be an anti-mage game? That is a question.
I know we don't see too much of it as well, but I mean, how do you favor sort of lifestealer nowadays?
Ugh.
Oh, okay. What about? Okay, let's see. They'll get the void themselves.
Okay, so versus the bat
All right,
and stuff.
let's have a look. Let's see. We've seen Duracio's void. Let's see what Arteezy can do on it.
Their damage in Chrono is quite pathetic. But
Sure,
dilation,
so far.
it's a nice time dilation game.
True.
Versus bat, void, dark, versus everyone, it's nice.
5 seconds remaining.
Gladiators now they've got to consider who they feels left to pick up their hero. I mean, now are they going to be putting the Shaker mid, or is that less likely? Do you think?
I think it's still possible, but unlikely. I think it's likely it's crit, and then it's a Veno void.
Yeah.
It's a void Veno lane, and they pick. What matchup do you want?
I mean, I think they can just go Storm again. Miracle wants to play Storm. I guess it doesn't give you that damage in Chrono, but again, it's a game where you're going to be feeling pretty free to zip around a Storm.
This is it. This is the Miracle Invoker game. I'm just kidding.
I mean, Shaker and Void, you got that set up. Raw for Sunstrikes. The slow for Sunstrikes.
Can you imagine?
Quasixor Invoker, let's go.
Give me the Miracle Bat
Miracle
Chest
Invoker,
right now.
let's go.
If I'm just like looking and I'm like,
It's
hey,
honestly in previous patches this would be a good draft to have an Invoker to finish it.
It would.
Off.
That's what I'm
Absolutely.
saying.
It's a good draft to have an Invoker to top it off.
it's just the hero is just not very
They're
great
not
right
playing
now.
it.
Seconds remaining.
No, sadly. I'm playing
Tornado
it.
to
Pubs.
stop those heroes that are surging away. Tornado to respond to the bat jumping
Okay,
in.
now I gotta remove that from my mind and think of.
Well,
other
you're just
heroes.
thinking, oh,
'Cause now I'm just thinking, ooh, like,
Invoker. I mean,
it could just
Miracle.
be a puck, right? It could just be a puck.
Puck, yeah, any sort of catch like that. I mean, yeah, Puck just like wrecks all 4 of these heroes. Dream Coil.
Does
But
get shredded.
then are you going to have the damage?
Yeah, that's the problem. Is will you run out of damage? Are you just gonna be
Now,
like one spot
yeah. If this pipe comes online, are you killing anyone?
Actually, I'm not sure if the puck's gonna be good actually, because Void Spirit does get he's too tanky. And he doesn't let. He kills you. He just double jumps you. He just double remnants you, and you just jumps you and kills you. So.
Not bad out the Magnus, and he's still waiting for Duracio's hero here, and he's going to go for the carry Abaddon. So one of the ways to deal against the Void, you know, you want to Chronosphere me, I'm going to borrow time, I'm going to survive through it.
There's Beastmaster Veno as well too. You just shield them. Shield the
It's
roar.
a solid pick, and one that we've seen from him before, of course.
I don't think it went well last time they did it for some mistake. Yeah, it was a while ago. We go. No shadow demon.
So it's a mid shaker.
That's a good one versus
Or mid
Abaddon.
SD.
No, it's
a mid shaker.
mid.
All right, we're getting the mid shaker, boys and girls.
Oh, Abaddon versus SD is grim, Owen. You just get put under, and then your illusions just
Oh, they just silent. Yeah, you just Curse of
beat the
Avernus in
crap.
yourself.
They instantly silence you.
All right. I mean, yeah,
nice
Crit was
shadow
very.
demon
Because I mean, obviously, SD, you know, Crit is a big SD player. You reckon he was calling that as soon as he saw the Abaddon? He was like, bro, SD, it's the hero.
It's good versus the Surge and stuff like that too, and to prioritize and focus fire targets. And I think the hero's on the rise.
Okay. Okay. Well, an exciting draft for sure coming out here in this game too.
Risks being taken from Shopify. They're doing the mid shaker.
Yeah, but kind of sort of flipping on its head the sort of sentiment coming out of the game 1 draft. You know, last game we saw Dracho as the Void. He was able to time walk around pretty freely. Again in this game too, Arteezy, he should be able to jump around without too many difficulties, right? There's not a lot of instant catch. It's what? It's the lasso, it's the remnant, and the arrow. Outside of those 3 things, this Void could be pretty slippery.
He could be. This is interesting. Can Shopify like role reverse though? Are they the ones that are going to be able to play around pressure and stuff like that to be able to buy time for this Void in the way that gaming was able to do it for Duracho in the last game?
And of course, I think, you know, eyes are going to be on that mid. You know, Miracle
Yeah.
on this mid shaker. I mean, from what you've seen and what it's been able to do, like, what is sort of the power of having this shaker in the mid lane?
It's versus melee, and it used to be like versus like Void Spirit and everything that used to have like a very good matchup. I don't know how the Void Spirit Earthshaker matchup is now with Universal and stuff like that.
I mean, I feel like any sort of matchup where Quinn's involved is going to be tough for you.
Yeah, I think Quinn's gonna do well, but I think like Shaker can hold his own. I just don't know what else he's going to be able to contribute in the overall game. This will be an interesting one. I mean, I'm glad to at least get to see it because I know we get to see. In pubs, I feel like I get to see mid shaker all the time in high-level pubs. People are just playing it like a bunch. But
there's
in
always that
official
spammer.
play, we never really get to see it. So you know what? I'm glad at least we get to see it, and we're getting to see what potential it has versus one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. So let's see what we get.
This is going to be a lot of fun. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting ourselves into Game 2 of Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. And Gaming Gladiators, of course, currently up that one game, winning that first game. I say Shopify Rebellion very much changing things up completely. I mean, both sides. We're getting something very, very different. That's what we always like to see. Let's see if Shopify...
I'm so sorry, everybody.
To be fair, I didn't hear it. So
you didn't? I clicked the mute button, but I heard it in my ear through yours, I think. Oh, whatever. Well, sorry, Chad. You guys didn't hear me cough. It's not a pleasant one either. All right. Okay, this is... Do I like this Abaddon carry? It's got a lot of things to dispel. They've got the Void Spirit as like a secondary carry.
Plague our enemies.
I don't know. I'm torn on this one.
I mean, I think you're right. I think it's going to be hard for Dracho. Because whilst you do sort of have the shield and the borrowed time to kind of dispel things, if you kind of use your shield and then you get hit by any sort of other slow or like there's one sort of dispel, it may not be sort of the make or break that maybe they wanted it to be when they picked the sort of hero.
Yeah. No, maybe I don't know. This is definitely gonna be one of the more interesting games because I just feel like I feel like I'm looking at like old drafts. Like Shopify's looks like some like 2015, like something kind of like that.
Sure.
Old school drafts, right? You have Shadow Demon, Void, Ursh, like just looks very crazy.
I think the thing could be though as well for Gaming Gladiators that at the end of the day, Dracho he doesn't really need to do anything too flashy this game.
No,
as long as he sort of survives, because you know you got Quinn on the mid Void Spirit, Ace on his Darkseer. Now these two on these heroes, they can kind of carry the game. You know, Dracho just has to be along for the ride and not suffer too much in the lane and not give up too much. And picking something like an Abaddon, super safe, it allows him to do that, to stay alive.
Yeah, perhaps. I'm worried a little just for like these triple melee as well too. The triple melee cores into Void Shaker, Veno, Beast. These heroes do thrive versus melee, so yeah, I don't know. This is definitely going to be an interesting game. Let's see what goes down. Yeah. But yeah, I think Quinn is going to be one of those like X Factor kind of things because it's Duracho playing in Abaddon, where Duracho usually, of course, all about himself, but this one, we're going to be seeing him shield Quinn. And we're going to be seeing enable Quinn and stuff like that, too, a lot more. At least that's what I feel like.
No, I mean, yeah, because that's the thing, right? If they do get caught by an Echo, you know, Duracho's popping ult and he's popping shield on the Void Spirit, and then the fight's still good to go for Gaming Gladiators, and Shopify Rebellion's mid Miracle, he's expended his big ultimate.
I'm just staring at mid. Battle of last hits and denies, 2 and 4 Miracle, 4-0 for Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not going to go bad for Quinn. I think Quinn's going to be fine. So. Like, Enchant Totem, I'm sure it's going to sort of secure Miracle those early CS, but the early levels, I don't think it kind of offers up enough damage to really bother the Void Spirit.
No, I think Miracle will. I think he'll have more denies, so I think he'll have a level advantage. But I think gold-wise, it might just be pretty much even. Maybe we'll see about rotations and stuff that does go down.
I feel like Quinn. I don't know. I could see Quinn solo killing Miracle in this match.
I mean, maybe you're right. Honestly, it's Quinn.
Pre-6.
Quinn is just way too good, so it's definitely possible.
Quinn's just able to trade out a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the shield barrier is actually very important, quite relevant versus something like Earthshaker. So yeah, maybe. Duracho? Duracho might be in trouble. I think he might just be dead bottom.
I mean, as you say, the disruption, it's going to do that. He's gone.
He got he got stuck in it. I mean, I'm not going to make us like do a replay or anything because I was looking bottom. He got like stuck in the creeps for like 4 seconds. And then he got like pushed out of it, and then he had to pop shielding. Yeah, it was just like, it was a pretty big blunder actually.
I mean, how do you sort of play as lane as the Abaddon when you're going to get just disrupted?
You don't skill passive, usually.
Yeah, because I was going to mention that, because I feel that is something that we have seen done in the past, right, when this match has been played. Like, that is actually something you do.
It's like Anti-Mage and Abaddon are the 2 big ones where you really have to be careful how you skill your passive. So I used to play a ton of Shadow Demon back in the day, like when I used to play pro or whatever. It's like when you see these type of heroes and you see Orb of Venoms, that's when Shadow Demon can just own a lane. So be careful buying Orb of Venoms when you're playing Mercy. Similar kind of things.
Sure, and as the SD player, if the Abandon of the Antimates didn't skill passive, then like that would be annoying for you because you'd be like, damn,
I mean,
you know,
no, I mean it's annoying, but then it's also grats. You didn't skill your ability that you picked the hero for, right? Like,
sure,
it's really annoying, like no matter what. I'd say this one's not as bad as the nowhere near as bad as the anti-mage one. No. The anti-mage one, you just literally yourself in 1 second in the early game. In the later as it progresses and stuff like that, you obviously have ways to play around it. And then the Abaddon one becomes worse, but early game, the AM one is very frustrating.
Both mid sitting rather low.
Oh, nice try from Crit, actually, there. He, since he's SD also, he's trying to stack the camp with Poison, the Ancient, and in range, I guess. I think he was, like, just out of range of stacking it. Kind of weird.
Now mid lane.
Twin pulling ahead.
Yeah,
a lot of denies, though.
Yes, 9 denies. As usual. I mean, this is what you expected, right?
Yeah.
The mid shaker. This is the strength of it.
Yep, he just spammed denies. So, I mean, yeah, he might have a very, very slight level advantage, but maybe behind on gold by a small margin.
Good damage trade there from Miracle.
It's not fair that these universal heroes... Actually, that most heroes can just go Bracer now. Bracer's so good. Why'd they buff Bracer? Probably because no one was buying it. Just seeing these Bracer with 4 branch mid laners just looks so funny with these universal heroes. But obviously makes sense. Look at that base damage. Down bottom, Saberlight.
Crit. He's going to be able to bail him out there. Disruption onto Dyrachyo. At least whilst now Dyrachyo's got those levels, unlikely that Crit and Saberlight can really punish the Abaddon, but at the least they can keep one another pretty safe.
Quinn has actually gotten Miracle very low. Miracle's going to have to back up and miss a bit of creep set. That might get Quinn the window to have enough to get 6, maybe even before him. Yes. And yeah, with the Bracer and being you're actually tanky enough that in a lot of situations in the past, when Shaker hit 6, you just kill that Spirit hero almost immediately with Echo. I don't think Void Spirit can actually care. Way too tanky.
Nah, you're not getting through 1k HP.
No, not even close.
Even with like a, maybe even the full creep wave. It's,
yeah.
Void Spirit's getting out. You need a +1.
+1 in your totem to be pre-prepped. To have like absolutely perfect stuff. Bonk back end.
Oh! Celery's going to be able to grab it. The Miracle has dropped the Echo and the Fissure and the Totem to get the kill, but he will die for it. Quinn, he's also got the backup of Tofu. And Gaming Gladiators, they'll clean up the 2 kills in return for losing Celery.
And they're consistently one of those teams that double checks the rune. Every time that Quinn's playing Bottle Hero, you will always see Gaming Gladiators, almost always, at least like 90% of the time, double check rune. So Tofu, he's there, ends up getting them these double kills, and Quinn ends up way ahead now of Miracle, 500 gold ahead after this trade. And he's going to get his bottle fill. Yeah, and Echo's gone. Yeah, really big stuff there. And it's understanding of like your lanes as well too from gaming, where in this game they have Darkseer with a Vanguard versus a Void, so they can leave Ace pretty much at any moment they want up top. Dyrachyo, I mean, he has to be a little safe bottom when they leave him, but overall they can rotate onto mid lane very easy on the side of gaming with this draft. Wisdom Rune, a nice sneaky play there from Crit. Seeing him there on the far left of the minimap, steals the Wisdom Rune. So they're going to be able to get double Wisdom Rune this time on the side of Shopify. Nicely done.
See both carries right now. 35 and 9 on Arteezy, 31 and 10 on Dyrachyo. So
close.
After that initial death, yeah, Dyrachyo perfectly fine down here. And getting a bit aggressive there onto Saberlight. Won't continue to dive. Quite got the 6.
Quinn. Getting pushed away here now.
On top lane, Tofu.
Close.
Tried to see if he could get that Aaron to start for him. It was close. Yeah, Arteezy able to dodge it. Oh, line, missed the Gale. Probably wasn't going to be able to do much with that anyway.
Does want to try to secure the rune. This time they will. Miracle, he gets a good one. Arcane. Echo Slam back up in 10 seconds. Fly actually just forced a TP. Quinn, no mana.
Didn't have enough. Even with the tread switch there, not quite enough to throw out a remnant. So for an ace, they'll be able to chase down Crit. He's got a few stick charges, but it won't save him. Ace, Tofu able to take him out. See him back in the mid, Miracle. He's got Echo Slam back up and also an Arcane Rune to pop when he wants to go for it.
Getting a lot out of these lanes right now, gaming. Just to see small type of rotations right now, it's making a big difference. 2K lead right now. Darkseer getting absolute free farm. The Void Spirit kills Quinn, getting really impactful ones. He's going back to base, healing. Treads picks up Bracer as well. Super tanky. You see it. And he is gonna, okay, so he's gonna make the move bottom. He bottles up the Ratio, and he's getting pre-shielded. Does Crit see him though? Crit!
Oh, he's having to get the disruption off.
He's still in trouble.
He's still pretty dead here. Now, use the Roar in an attempt to give a bit of a movement speed boost to get him out of there, but it's not going to do anything to save Crit. Crit's dead. See, same time up top, Miracle is coming with the gang. We'll be able to take out Ace. We'll drop the Echo to take him down.
Can they get Saberlight, Duracho? Yeah, they got back up now. Saberlight in trouble. Arrow just misses. Do they have the damage? Easy.
He's going the way of Tofu. Tofu, how many leaps has he got left? He's got one more. And no, it's not going to get him out.
He's pinging. He's like, this doesn't exist? Why can't I land down there? He's pinging it. Yeah, I thought he was fine. I was like, oh, he got away.
I mean, that is true. Yeah, it looks like part of the map, right? It doesn't look like it's out of bounds, but apparently it is. You know, you can't go down into that little bit of a... The forbidden pond.
All right, yeah, noted, guys. That is the yeah. Cool. Quinn, he'll be able to reset himself away.
Now, Artesian's moved down to the bottom of the map. See if he can get involved now. Yeah, he's got his Chronos Phase. A little low on the mana. Got clarity coming out. He does so. We'll have the Mask of Madness and the Chronosphere ready to play with down here if Gaming Gladiators try and defend, and Shopify Rebellion want to push for a fight around the Chrono.
Can they go for a push here? This is a very bold attempt for Shopify. I don't think they can go for this type of push by any means. Quinn waiting to use the Twin Gate, but it's right under a Hawk. So it should get scouted, but Fly, he's getting ran down. Duracio's got the shield, should have him.
Yeah, they'll just go for the Chrono here.
Okay.
Let's take the guarantee kill onto Celery. I mean, they'll get him, but it probably won't be Arteezy getting the final touch on it, unfortunately for himself. It won't. He takes the kill. Duracho and Quinn come in to maybe see if they can clean up anything in return. So they're already out of there. Oh, Arteezy's still hanging around. Duracho is in with the Moonlight Shadow.
Duracho always wants to look for a kill.
Let's hope we can get an arrow. Why? Rebellion, they'll get out safely.
This is the funny... Quinn takes the lane, and Duracho as the Abaddon goes to try to help with the gank, not the Void Spirit. I find that hilarious. I don't know. Quinn does the sensible thing of being like, I'm just going to farm the lane. Duracho's just like, must kill heroes. Even though he's an Abaddon with no stun, he just chases. It's very funny. I love that. Duracho.
We'll take over the farm in the mid. So you've got 2,100 gold in towards the Radiance, in towards the Relic right now, Duracho.
He's doing well. All three cores looking very good. And the supports even too. Supports having some pretty good farm. We see Tofu. He's getting tons of stacks going throughout this whole game again, as like we always see them do also. And Celery is holding his own. And is Celery... Oh, this is a cool move, if this actually works.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is going to work. Celery is stealing a double ancient stack on the right side while we're watching all this.
Oh, easy.
Didn't quite finish it, but...
I'll probably stick around.
I mean, economical damage, though. I mean, it's pretty huge. A 5 position is stealing your ancient stacks from your Beastmaster.
Yeah, and they've got no idea this is going on.
No. The Hawk is there, but they didn't see it. He did it from the other angle. He's pinging it. Like, he's probably like, guys, I just took all of this. This is great. And I'm going to block
He's even going to block him. Easy.
That's huge. And Ace now, in the meantime, he is farming his jungle. So he's farmed his stack. He's going to farm the Ancients now as well, too. Mech's online. Very clear game to go for the Greaves, Pipe, etc. if he wants to go down this route. Playing versus the Veno, the Earthshaker. Shopify, 3K behind. Miracle in mid with crit.
Oh. On a borrowed time. They can't go through that. Have to let him walk. Blink Dagger's done for Miracle.
Okay.
So they can
he's got to get a lot done.
Yeah, get something happening with this blink reveal with the Echo. Not easy to do. Level 1 Echo nowadays can be a bit, still be a bit underwhelming. Even though it did get buffed a little bit.
It got buffed. It got buffed a lot. Come on, let's.
I guess. I mean, it needed it. I guess it
did need it. It did need it.
Level 1 Echo used to be pretty awful.
I still feel like it's a little too long a cooldown. I don't know. 130 just feels too high for me.
It's so long.
It ain't like 3 minutes, which we used to see a lot of 3-minute old cooldowns. So. All right, let's see. Bottom, the blink reveal. It's gonna come out. It will be a big one. Roar.
Roaring rather early, but I guess trying to bait a fight. When he's already out, and the smoke's come to an end on Miracle. So they're running at them, but Gaming Gladiators are fully aware. They'll chrono, and that'll do it. Borrowed time still on cooldown for 5 seconds. So they'll take down 1.
But that's, I mean, Arteezy's down here now.
I mean, Quinn's going to make the jump. I mean, Miracle's still going to watch for the side, but the Blink Dagger's still on cooldown for 5 seconds. Wall, vacuum on towards Arteezy and Saberlight. Celery heading forward. Miracle's still waiting for the opportune time to jump in. He's going to go for Celery with the solo Echo Slam. Celery, he's surged up. He's away. The fish is there, but Celery's able to get out of there with a Firefly. They do not find the kill off the back of the Echo Slam. Celery's out.
Incredibly awkward fight. I mean, kind of from both sides, to be honest with you, but Shopify expended an insane amount in this fight. All ults committed. And Gaming, they're thinking about going back in very soon. Quinn looking for an angle. Echo Saber's finished.
Yeah, Quinn feels super safe jumping in if he finds the opportunity with those ults on cooldown now. They'll smoke up. It's their time to go. Shopify Belling, they have these huge cooldown ultimates. They're not there for now.
Absolutely.
So Gaming Gladiators, it's their time to strike.
And Duracho, he's baiting.
Quinn is in with a catch on a Miracle. Remnant into the arrow. TPs are coming in. Is there anything they can do to save the Shaker? Miracle's able to get the enchant tome off. Arteezy comes in with the time delay, but Miracle's already dead. They'll turn towards Quinn, but Dissimulate's at the ready. Quinn can separate himself from Arteezy. Arteezy is considering on stepping forward. It's 5 stacks. It's going to be a decent amount, but the shield there will provide some level of protection. So Quinn's going to be fine. Arteezy has to step back.
It's going to do still a fair bit of damage, but yeah. Does get protected there from raindrop shield. And immediately, look at these rotations. They're fast. Quinn, the jumps up in 1 second. The Astral Step. Ace does get purged by the creep. Can he get him?
I mean, still chased for a little bit.
He's got the Ion Shell. Is it enough?
Rolls back up. Quinn.
This is deep.
He's gone too deep, maybe. Oh,
he's gone.
They get him. Just as sort of the Dissimulate was coming back up, a kind of mid-cast animation, that final hit from Miracle taking Quinn down as this time it's Quinn that goes a bit too far on his own.
And mid, time dilation. Gale hits. They're out.
Can you get out of this one? I mean, they'll actually be able to turn and take fly down. So, it looks like going on the bat is not proven to be a good idea.
No, bottom.
Yep.
Tofu. Ooh, cheeky little backwards arrow. Jukin. The dust.
He's out. 1 leap.
Another leap.
2 leaps.
Oh, he's stuck.
Ah, they see him. Good attempt, but they will catch him. Another kill. Miracle.
Okay, Shopify getting some things rolling.
I still need a lot though, because this, Duracho
yeah, still do. They still definitely do.
Farming away. Radiance is going to be on at a good time for the Abaddon.
But they are farming good on all 3 cores. That is the one thing on Shopify. Maelstrom's done. Arteezy, level 11. He's up top toward there too. 9-8. Close game. And now we do see it. I think a little bit of perhaps lag, because I got a bit of a thing there too. We're seeing Shopify making a quick move themselves. Their ults are going to be back ready. So I think they responded pretty well. Movement's happening fast across the map from both sides, but I think Shopify responding honestly pretty well. Even though like the jumble of the ults and everything thrown bottom and not netting in these big type of kills, I actually think that that was pretty okay for them. All in all.
They're looking to go again.
For sure.
Yeah, every time that the ult's up.
Yep.
In that Miracle, it's pretty close to having level 12, but yeah, they just need to go on every cooldown.
Yeah.
Look for these sort of fights. See if they can find it. As I said, Celery last few times has not been the most appealing target. You see, somehow, some way, he always gets out of there.
I mean, Bat is a very deceptively throw. He also has the Pavis finished up now too, so 1400 HP. He's kind of got a lot more than that. I actually think he's
on mid.
He's actually tankier than Dyrachyo almost at this point. It's Celery. Celery.
Actually, they pulled away from the mid lane.
Is he gonna dance around? Oh my God! He actually walked right past them. Ships in the night. Dyrachyo though.
Can they take him out through the borrowed time?
Probably.
They're gonna try.
Depends on the rotations. Let's see.
TPs are gonna be coming in. That's the borrowed time. Arteezy continues to stay on top of Dyrachyo. Vacuum Wall's going to catch Miracle on the backline, so it's difficult for Miracle to make the jump in. Quinn and Celery, they'll go straight for crit. There's the jump with the Echo. They will manage to slam down Dyrachyo.
Arteezy.
But the lasso's there onto Arteezy. Roar will be used, but Arteezy's gone. And Saberlight, he has to run. They put everything there into that effort on taking Dyrachyo down. They do succeed him, but it cost them 2 lives.
Will they get the next one? They will not. Ooh, Quinn. Yeah, they have to go a little bit deeper, but it does force immense rotations, right? Gaming, they bring the entire squad to get this kill. They do get Arteezy, though, but Miracle, a quick move toward mid, should be able to net him this tower. 1 more second on the glyph. Nice try, Celery.
Yeah, he did his best there with a flame break, not back, but Miracle still gets it.
He tips him. I love it. Celery always just does these bizarre tips. I love it.
Things are going to speed up now for Dyrachyo. Radiance is complete.
Okay, time for him to start actually contributing a little bit rather than just, you know, being like this food for the enemy team. Saberlight, I believe also, his Helm of Overlord's about to be finished, so. Of course, way later than we usually do see it for these Beastmasters because the stack stuff got stolen and all that, but he's almost getting bottom tier too. And that's even before the Helm, or the upgraded Helm. Miracle.
He'll back out of this. He doesn't want to stick around any longer.
Bottom tower is dying, though. These illusions.
Yeah, they're going to have it.
Huge.
Timing 19 minutes in.
Very, very big. And yeah, that is the Helm of Overlord finish. So Shopify definitely do have some timings to play around here. Roar back up in about 8 seconds as well. And yeah, Arteezy. Chrono at the ready.
And they can certainly look to fight again into this. He's still at a point where, you know, Gaming Gladiators, whilst Dyrachyo is farming with this Radiance. And Shopify Rebellion, they could look to try and fight the rest of them, but Miracle, he's getting jumped in the mid lane. Win. With the steps of the Remnants, Celery trying to step up for the lasso, but the stuns are there in time. Celery won't be able to close in onto Miracle. Now they can maybe look to turn. Miracle, he's going to have Blink back up in a second. Jumps back in, slaps down Celery as they'll take him down. It catches only onto Tofu. Win. Not quite caught by the chrono attempts as Arteezy. Still enough for them to take down the second support, but it is just that. The 2 supports taken down.
Didn't really... They still have Roar. They still have Echo. They still have some good spells. A nice catch there onto Gaming.
My thanks.
And that was wall committed from Ace there. Little pickup. Giving them, I mean, timing to buy for Fly and everything too to get farm. Like, Fly's soon gonna have a pipe for his team. These little things, they add up.
Oh,
crit.
Up
he
on
gets
the cliff
caught.
you go.
Under attack.
That way down for crit.
Burn.
Give it to Quinn.
Give it to Quinn.
He'll take that.
Yeah. Alright, Gaming looking to take advantage of the fact that Chrono is on cooldown. They want smoke. Very long TP. There we go. Yules is finished for 12 ways to catch heroes. Fly. Looks like he's just going to be that catch. They want a bigger target. They want something else.
They can go for more. Saberlight's not quick enough. Ace. He's got the vacuum. Good angle with the flame break. It could be enough. They want to keep diving. They're going in for it, but the roar's up. Turn with the roar. Miracle's in with the slam. Catches the 2 of them, and that's going to be a dead Celery and a dead Ace.
And now Quinn.
Response from Shopify Rebellion as they can turn towards Quinn. He's got to assimilate. Astral step up in a few seconds. He's going to try for the TP out, but the bash is there from Arteezy. Shopify Rebellion. They punished Gaming Gladiators for that dive. I mean, yeah, I could hear it in your voice there. You were kind of hesitant on whether you felt that they should go for it. They did fog. It cost them. Just they stretched a little too far.
It felt so forced when they don't get the... It's like, yeah, they want the bigger kill, but you have to expect rotate. And Miracle, he's there. He's perfect there for the rotation. Catches the 2. Arteezy there for the cleanup. And now they can probably just get this Roche. And they're going to have time for their ults to come back up, too. Chrono's back up in 40. They're making some really hot moves.
They are. Solid stuff here from Shopify against the pressure the Gaming Gladiators have been applying. And as you saw there, so the Pressure being turned around against them, going for that dive, not respecting the fact that the Roar was up. Miracle was ready to come in with a big slam. And yeah, that team fight gives Shopify Rebellion the chance for this Roshan. Also gives sort of the time and gold for Arteezy to pretty much have his BKB done.
Massive. 15, pretty much BKB done. He's got Blanket of an Aegis. He's got good core matchups. It's a comfortable spot. Less than 1K lead. Gaming somehow having that less than 1K gold lead, but Shopify shown that they can take these really, really nice fights. And I'm definitely at least like, that was like, you know, I talked a little bit like the triple melee cores for gaming. Starting to see a little bit of that concern playing into this Chrono, into this Earthshaker and everything too.
Yeah, I mean,
like when they commit, they're gonna get caught.
Right?
They're gonna get caught into, they're gonna get multi-caught every time they commit.
Into sort of all these heroes, right?
Yeah.
Into the Axes, the Beastmaster, into the Venomancer, the Shadow Demon. There's a lot you're getting hit by when you're grouped up on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they have to get the initial go cleaner. They have to get like they have to kill Miracle or just get the initial jump easier, but they don't really have the way to do it with their heroes. Quinn has to be the one. Quinn has to be the one to jump every single time right now because it's a Batrider as a 5 position. Can put them in a position where they're just walking in and setting up for this Earthshaker to get the big slams. And yeah, Shopify.
Time.
Everything's back up. BKB at the ready. I really like the fly. I love fly itemization. Just arcane pipe. No small items in between. Pretty much all physical or all magical damage on the side of gaming.
There's a DD rune as well.
Oh, Miracle. He's got it at the ready. They see Dyrachyo now too. Dyrachyo in a very deep spot.
He's pretty far, but he's TPing out just in time.
Salary was playing between him and the enemy team to try to catch, and Salary might die for this, but maybe ends up protecting his Dyrachyo. I say might.
He's buying time. Making some space here, Celery. But they'll get him. Slowly. But surely.
Gaming looking like they want to do the similar thing that they did last game. They're playing versus Aegis. Try to stall things out, get some split push going before they look for a decisive fight. Shopify, yeah, comfortable now being the aggressors. Arteezy? Some sort of high ground. He's got Aegis though, so he's comfortable to play a bit more aggressive here.
He's going to be trying to get the Nullifier on next.
Yeah, very good versus that Darkseer, of course.
Gladiators just considering going themselves now. Dyrachyo's got the full Manta done on top of the Radiance, so next part of his build complete.
Still into the Aegis. Dyrachyo looking to get the instant silence set up, giving info. He's
they're going to know they're burning.
He's radiancing them, so they know. Crit, he'll take a Radiance.
Certainly will. Didn't do anything about Dyrachyo the first time. Quinn, he's jumped the back lines. They're in with the 3-man back to the wall. Not enough damage. In fact, the Arteezy Chrono, it caught one of them. Only caught onto Ace. That's not good enough. They've got to bail out of this Shopify Rebellion. This was not the team fight they were looking for. Miracle actually still maybe eyeing up the opportunity to go for an Echo, but nah, he'll bail out as well. They just weren't able to put the pieces together there. Shopify, they have to back off.
The Chrono catches the tankiest hero in the game.
Just Ace.
Just Ace. He's like, no way. And I already used BKB on Arteezy too, so he's like, I gotta get out of here. Dyrachyo playing very confidently forward.
He should be able to, might not even be able to put the borrowed time. He's got the shield back up. Roar's going to be there onto Quinn. Quinn did jump forward aggressively. Miracle controlling for the Echo. Quinn's gone. They take him down. Arteezy will go down the once, but they're going to be able to fight for more. The Fisher hits onto the two of them. Miracle jumps forward, looks towards Dyrachyo. He's, borrowed time's already been popped. He's got no further way to protect himself. Dyrachyo dies. Another kill for Shopify Rebellion.
Maybe another.
Again. See if they can get Ace. I mean, Miracle can keep diving. He's got this arcane rune. So the enchant totems, he's bouncing all over the place. Whoops, if Ace can make his way out of this, then they won't continue to dive any further to the high ground. But once again, kind of rare mistakes for Gaming Gladiators. We saw it down bottom, and now we're seeing it again in the mid. This time, Quinn's sort of leading the way, going a bit too deep. He just gets caught by the stun. The Roar, once again, it happened down bottom. Saberlight, he turns with the Roar. They turn the fight around. Again in the mid, the Roar's there, and suddenly the whole play from Gaming Gladiators is shut down.
I think Quinn is first to try to make moves, like try to initiate fights, because they have no other way to start fight. It's very awkward for them to do so unless Quinn gets the, because they don't have a blink on their 5-position Bat Rider. He's gonna go for it, but he feels forced, and it's the perfect catch. Saberlight. I think it's literally as the shield gets casted, right? Dyrachyo shields himself, boom, the roar comes out. No hesitation. So great play from Saberlight.
Yeah, great ults this game from Saber.
Yep. Dyrachyo stuns himself versus that latent toxicity.
They're looking at Celery. They're bringing him pretty low. Quinn gonna make the jump for Crit, and we'll get him. See if he can turn towards Miracle. Miracle's starting to bounce away with Enchant Totem. They're starting to clean up the support. Saberlight's gonna go for the BKB TP
Miracle,
out.
can he get
Can
away?
they catch him? Have they got anything else to throw out? They have. They've got the Remnant. They're gonna have the Yule set up into the arrow. That'll do the job. Miracle taken down.
Big kills. Swing it right back into their hands. Quinn getting the jump onto the 2 supports. It looked like there to start things off. Chrono is going to be coming back up in a second here, but Gaming taking advantage of that cooldown. And they do get Miracle here after a dominating streak for him. Who got the last hit also? Okay, it was Tofu this time.
I was going to say, Tofu's got a lot of money.
He's got
3K gold in the bank.
I was like, how is
he
Tofu almost the same net worth? Like,
what does he want to be buying this game?
This, honestly, like, this is an item you almost never see, but it's a possibility because you're playing versus Void, the Wind Waker. But there is a Nullifier. I think that maybe it was already... Oh, no, he didn't... He's not queuing it up or not going for it, so maybe he does go for that.
The prize is mine.
I think Tofu has, like, quite a bit of options that he wants to go for. Yeah, because Hex is amazing, too.
I was going to say Hex seems to be something that could be really nice.
Yeah.
When he's had this sort of influx of gold, and because they want that extra element of catch and initiation. If he's able to jump in, sort of send one hero up in the air with the Yules, Hex another, that could be easily enough for Gaming Gladiators to get the start off to the fights that they need.
I like Hex, personally. When you're playing versus Void, these elusive kind of heroes and stuff like that, rather be the aggressor than the one being defensive. If he goes for Wind Waker, you're being more of a defensive kind of style. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think it's like certain players will go for different things. If this was like Moon Meander or like a more selfish player, it's an Aghanims, right? But Tofu, very selfless, so I'd imagine it's going to be something more along the lines of team-oriented.
What about Lincolns to throw down on your Void Spirit?
Honestly, maybe not the worst suggestion, actually, but it just feels awkward. I just don't feel Tofu would do that.
All right, Shopify. They're on the hunt. They found Dyrachyo. See if there's going to be any backup coming in for him. He's going to try for the TP out. It's not going to happen with the Fissure available and nobody seeping in to help him out this time. Dyrachyo left on his own.
Super dead. And Tofu did queue up Ags right after we were talking about it. So.
Ags, okay.
Okay. I didn't think that he would do that, to be honest with you. Maybe he's not thinking that anything else will be like, you know, game changer or something. We'll see. Tormentor does get snatched. A really good one, too. The Shard coming out for the Beastmaster. Yeah, they're getting the push started now, too. BKB's at the ready. Arteezy's about to hit level 20. They absolutely can threaten.
There's no Dyrachyo for 40 seconds.
Uh-huh.
He spent up as well. No buyback potential. This could be a set of wrecks.
It most definitely could be. They've got to answer. It's dying quick. Arteezy, is he going to hit the 20 off this? Oh, he's just shy of it.
Oh, he jumps in. It's going to be put to a stop here for now with the disruption. Roar onto Celery, and Arteezy will put the BKB. They'll even drop the Echo Slam onto Celery. They're dropping everything to take down this bat, and this time it will work out. They kill Celery off. Get a bit of space to beat in onto the barracks. Chrono is going to catch on to Ace. And Quinn. Miracle's having to get the angle at the side to continue to keep Ace locked down. They take out Ace. And indeed, that hits the spot there. They get the kills, they get the racks, and they get the job done. A Shopify Rebellion starting to really build up this lead.
They just slammed him right there. Consecutive kills. The Chrono looks a little awkward perhaps at the moment, but then you look and you're like, oh, the Shaker's on the outside. Perfect, as they just keep the ball rolling. 46 here.
Straight to bottom. Win. Arteezy's going to get caught by the arrow, but the disruption's there from Crit.
Holy.
Crit able to give Arteezy the chance to jump out, stay alive. He'll walk out of this one.
That fresh Ags that Tofu just got, almost catching them off guard. I think Arteezy was surprised from the damage. And they're going to smoke and try to strike back. All ultis on cooldown. Okay, Roar comes back up, so does the Demonic Purge. Gaming feeling they have to catch something here. Saberlight.
Going to try and lead on to Saberlight, but the BKB's up. Quinn, he'll go for the easier kill first. Try and look to jump fly, but there's Roar's there onto Quinn. Echo Slam from Miracle onto the backlines, blows up Tofu. There's disruption again from Crit, protecting Fly momentarily here from Celery's lasso attempt, but Fly will still fall. Crit also to go down. Arteezy looking towards Celery. Celery's up on the cliff. They can't see him. They can't hit him. Celery, he's going to live.
Miracle.
Right, with a buyback, Miracle. Just watching from the sidelines here with the Shadow Blade. He'll reveal himself over towards Ace. Arteezy pots the BKB. Another buyback to come out here for Shopify Rebellion. They really want to do their best to fight back. They're looking towards Ace. The bashes are there. Miracle jumps forward. Ace is gone. Out for a minute. Arteezy is caught by the silence, though. He's dead. He does have buyback if he wants to contribute. They're looking towards Miracle. They've got the sentry drop down, but Miracle's able to jump away with the Enchant Totem. The Hawks from Sableye come crashing down onto Celery. Miracle, he jumps back in. Another slap with the Enchant Totem knocks Celery out of the game.
They forced 3 buybacks somehow, though.
Arteezy buying back at the end of that. I mean, they
wait, Crit just died.
That's a dieback.
Wait, he just died to Illusion. Oh.
He did.
Whoopsie. I mean,
okay, it's an expensive
huge.
fight. They need Roshan.
Yeah, it's
going to be back up in 10, so at least they've got that going for them. But indeed, especially with that Arteezy buyback, definitely a bit of a shaky point of the game, despite the fact that they're kind of winning some of these fights.
And we're seeing Duracho. He finally is able to actually do something. He walks into the fights and does quite a bit, actually, with the level 20 talent. 85 DPS borrow time immolation. I think the first time I've seen it, but he just runs in with Radiance and stuff like that and actually does a fair bit of damage. Roche does drop. Arteezy gets it. Duracho, he's just in.
He wants to fight.
Is he alone?
He's going for this. I mean, Sableye was able to get back in and pick up the cheese. They've got the silence onto Arteezy. He's going to be covered by the Fisher from Miracle on towards the 2 of them. They'll put the Raw down onto Quinn. Arteezy's got the Chrono.
Big Chrono.
He's caught all 3 of the cores here. They focus down Quinn, but they haven't got enough damage. He'll follow up after the Chrono. Quinn, he's able to jump out. The BKB from Arteezy is about to come to an end. He's going to be going down maybe the once. He's silenced. Vacuum there to finish him off, and he's going to not have BKB on his second life here. Miracle, Quinn. Jump over towards Quinn. The Echo Slam's there, catches Quinn, kills him off, but Quinn, he'll buy back. Duracho, he's trying to hide here in the trees, but Miracle jumps forward.
No way.
Duracho's able to put the mantra, get the blink off. Duracho gets out of the corner. He'll live. Quinn's ready to get back in, jumps in with a remnant grab over towards Miracle. Arteezy's got to be careful how he plays this fight. He's got no buyback and no BKB to use. Gaming Gladiators, they'll get back up to the high ground, but Ace, he's caught out by the stun. Slowed down as well. Arteezy in with the bashes. Ace, he'll go down.
They have to ditch him. Duracho. Borrow time back up in 5.
Miracle,
Shopify
he's on the
chasing.
chase. And the Fisher connection onto Tofu. Dilation attempted as well. Tofu's able to leap out, turn around quickly with the Yules. He catches onto Crit, but he's not able to catch Miracles. Miracle blinks in, picks up another. 2 heroes dead now in Gaming Gladiators without buyback. I mean, that was a fight. They're fighting on the edge here, Shopify Rebellion. A fight like that where they lose the Aegis so quickly on Arteezy. He doesn't have BKB here for his second life, doesn't have, obviously buyback on cooldown, but they get away with it. He gets out alive, and now they're at the point where they're pushing the high ground.
And somehow Duracho is the one that gets out of everything there. When he just runs in 1 versus 5 at the start of it. What a madman.
Not to pull in Arteezy. 10 seconds until Echo's back up.
KB's back up as well. Arteezy's is back.
Sableye is going to open up with a Raw. Body Shield's there to remove it just in time for Quinn, so Quinn's able to jump out. Arteezy pops the BKB, looks towards Duracho, but borrowed time's back up. Duracho will heal. Shopify Rebellion, they'll focus the Rex, they'll take it. See Crit again, able to blink in. Disruption to buy some safety for Sableye, it's enough. He's got the BKB, and he's got the TP out. There's nothing to stop it through it.
Wow. How many times? They're going to pause again, right? Yeah, they're going to pause again. It's just a double click, yeah. Door. These are some incredible disruptions coming out from SD, from Crit. All game. I think that's what, like the 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th or something that has given the hero an opportunity to BKB TP out or reset, etc. That has been beautiful. Duracho, a bit of a madman in this bottom right fight, but you can see the Gaming, they're starting to feel, like you said, a bit desperate to try to force the issue here, force these fights after forcing the 3 buybacks. Yeah.
I mean, Miracle Shake is getting out of control.
He's doing
10, 3,
it,
and 14. These Echoes, kind of just catching the 2 heroes here and there. It's more than enough. I mean, following up some of the roars from Sableye. I mean, Quinn, he's just getting roared every single time by this Beastmaster.
He's getting roared, and then they're doing a good job of somehow controlling or blanketing onto Duracho, right? Either like a fissure to push him further away, or he's demonic purged, and he can't actually get to Quinn to get this shield off. They're taking these team fights really well. And yeah, Miracle, massive. Part of 24 of the 26 kills. He has had a spectacular game with his rotations, getting all the ideal setups. Yeah, I like his itemization quite a bit this game too.
Yeah. For sure. We're seeing Gaming Gladiators to be in that position where they will be tested here, having to play from behind, and in a scenario where they're losing their barracks, nearly 2 whole sets taken away from them.
Yeah, they're having some issues of getting to the backline like together. Quinn and Duracho, like we said, a couple times they're trying to get in there, but they get disrupted or put under or something else or whatever. It's just tough for the rest of the heroes to follow up without having like multiple blink daggers and stuff. Salary does have one finished a couple moments ago, but Ace, no blink. He needs one also. They need to be able to just like jump as like a 5-man squad all together onto Shopify. Shopify, much easier ways for them to be able to take these fights. As I think Arteezy, yeah, he's got the nullifier now finished. Miracle? Easy.
Yeah. Oh, good old DD. That's a minute without Celery.
These kills matter.
Yeah.
He's on the hunt. Almost gets clipped by the arrow there.
So then 1900 damage with the crit on the enchant when it procs.
Oh, 2146.
2140. That's some big numbers.
Definitely heroes that can die in 1 or 2 hits. Some of these supports, these squishier boys.
He's close to his refresher as well, just about 1,000 gold short.
Oh boy. Nah, they're containing. Those kills, like we said, all matter. They're containing gaming inside the base. The only one who's outside is Duracho.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Duracho does find a pretty big neutral item there. He finds one of the best, in fact, the Mindbreaker for the Abaddon. On the flip side, though, Miracle, he finds a Timeless Relic, so probably the best one you can find on the Shaker, and there it is. Refresher is online. Mount he's been able to do without it. Yeah,
an Arcane as well. They'll take that for the next fight. Arcane, Refresher, Octarine. It's go time here for the Shaker.
Just one kill or something and he'll be level 25. Maybe a couple camps and he'll have it too.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan comes out, Gaming. They know where they are, but they can't really do too much about it. They know. Shopify knows. I believe the Hawk got burned by the Radiance for a second there before Duracho switched it off. They draw the line. They know the Gaming's wrapping. They pinged it right away. Fly getting himself in position. And they know this wraparound's coming. Now they're pinging it again. Miracle.
Win. He's able to dodge the fish with a Dissimulate. He's going to try and make the jump over towards Miracle. Gets him with the Remnant. It's not enough though. Miracle's able to get away. See Duracho, he's going for the supports, trying to get in on top of Crit, but Crit's able to turn the destruction. Miracle, he's going to have the setup here for Arteezy coming, catch the 3 of them, catch Ace, Celery, and Tofu. He'll take down the 2. They'll be able to get Celery here as well, as Celery will be chased out, finished off by Miracle's Fisher. They tried something here, Gaming Gladiators. It felt like one final hurrah there, that move, as they're all dead. Game's over. GG is called. Shopify Rebellion will take this game too.
And Miracle, godlike. Everyone in the chat's probably going nuts for him. Oh my god. Even Saberlight gives him a bat. Oh, that was exciting. Yeah, an attempt there from Gaming, but they definitely, I think they knew. They were like, man, we just can't take fights versus this lineup. They're just having way too much control, and because support's just constantly getting free spellcasts in the back lines. A great game, really, from Shopify. Yeah. Game pretty till what? 30? 28, 30-ish?
Looking back at the graphs, yeah, it was about 20, yeah, just before 30 minutes, about 26, 7 minutes in, it was pretty much dead even on the goal.
Some really nice moves and really good, I think, understanding of team fights. I think Miracle, as much as he popped off, probably still the MVP for me, but Saberlight, honestly, it's very close because he got, I think, what, 3 or 4 roars that were very crucial in this game to kind of like dictate how they were going to win. We're catching this, you know, catching this Quinn, making sure he's unable to really do anything, and then they just kind of snowball a couple kills after that. Well played. Really nice game.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators just not able to find their footing here, and again, it's something that you feel you remember sort of seeing in the past. Sometimes when they run, so they carry a Abaddon, it's just a bit of a gamble, right? It doesn't always work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering why they saw and were like, oh, this feels like really, really good this time. Maybe just because of that protection for his Void Spirit with the shield and stuff like that. But
sure.
I don't know. Maybe just didn't. Maybe the idea didn't work out how they wanted it to because of the way they were getting caught multiple times together, and he's unable to actually protect or something. But yeah, I don't know. I've seen a few times now these Abandons versus Voids just fall kind of flat.
We saw sort of these moments here. Definitely some of the clutcher parts of the game for Shopify Rebellion in this fight where they just kind of use the 3 buybacks. Arteezy pops his BKB and it dies through it, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to come out on top. I think a big part about that, I think you watch Miracle, he's able to make the jump in a second over towards the right and catch out Quinn. And gets back, but there you have it. Catches Quinn at the side, make sure that Quinn doesn't get a chance to jump back in and use the rest of his mana pool to play offensive.
Yeah, just really well played, like really well played team fights across the board. Like we said, Miracle and Saberlight, very, very outstanding, like very like flashy kind of plays. But then also, look at Crit on his Shadow Demon. How many saves did he have this game? So yeah, overall, a really, really solid game from Shopify as a whole. And for gaming, you can see they felt that challenge this time around with this type of draft.
My moment of saying, of course, that point there, poor old Celery. No, not a lot you can do when you walk into level 23 Shaker, striking from the shadows, a couple of hits and you're dead.
And yeah, Miracle, I mean, overall, great way throughout this game. The ways that he was, not only just his spellcasting, but target prioritization. Look at this fight. Jumps the 2 supports and everyone in the back lines, sets up for this Chronosphere for pretty much everything. So what more could you ask from your standing?
No, absolutely, yeah, easiest chrono of Arteezy's life there.
Yep.
Walks up, the 3 heroes stunned in position. He set it up perfectly, Miracle.
Nice stuff.
Very, very much so. I think, without a doubt, we will be seeing more Miracle Shaker. At least if it's left in and not respect banned by some of these teams in this DreamLeague Season 20 from Shopify Rebellion. Because it's just one of those heroes that he just really enjoys playing, Fogged.
Yeah, and you might as well just pick, you know, if with these stand-in type of guys, like pick them what they want to play. We saw how Mikey was able to do when you just, yes, the heroes are good, don't get me wrong, but you see what they're able to do when they're playing heroes that they're having fun on, that they're comfortable on. They don't have to worry about like the whole team. Yeah, sure, team aspect it matters, but you're also just playing your own game. Yeah, saw that from the Miracle Shaker. We saw that from the Mikey Bat Rider. We saw that from the Mikey Invoker. So yeah, I want to see. Honestly, I even want to see like some Invokers and stuff for Miracle. Maybe if it's not so meta, if he still plays it, give the man what he likes to play.
We have a look here. It's the stats of last game. I mean, on Gaming Gladiator's side, I mean, what else sort of jumps out at you as things that just sort of didn't work out for them this time? You know, where were sort of the biggest holes in their draft and play style that got punished by Shopify Rebellion in this game?
My 2 things I would say is initiation, like ways of starting fights. It's just pretty much solely on Quinn, and then overall the combo with Darkseer. It's not the overall like best Darkseer game in the world that what you're playing against. You're not really getting Aura from Beastmaster and stuff, but it's not like you're playing versus this Giga Morph playing some of these Agi cores, right? A follow up. Usually like I want to see like some type of AoE stun or somebody have anything like that. So perhaps that could have been something that faltered a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe we've got a special guest, one of the players, one of the legends on Shopify Rebellion here with us, ladies and gentlemen. It is Saberlight. Saberlight, hello. Congratulations on that Game 2 victory. Very, very well played. I mean, kind of these 2 games for you guys. What would you sort of say was the big change-up from Game 1 to Game 2? You know, what worked so much better for you guys in the second game to allow you to pop off as you did, especially in those last few team fights?
Well, I think Game 2, Miracle asked for Shaker, and we decided to give him the Shaker, and then he went absolute sicko mode, so that certainly helped, and yeah, overall I think our strategy was much better than Game 1.
I mean, yeah, it clearly was. This was quite the show. I mean, he says, you know, giving hats off the Miracle, but, you know, of course, you know, you don't need to be too modest yourself, of course, Saberlight, you know, on the Beastmaster. Those roars, I mean, Quinn, he was opening himself up to them every single time, weren't he?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped into my roars. It's a pro technique that you learn once you hit 10k MMR plus, that you can like pre-click your spells onto people if you have vision, and then when they jump in, so they're in range, boom, get freaking roared, noob. I'm just kidding. I love Quinn, but yeah.
Hey Saberlight, congrats on this second win. I just had a question about you guys and like what's up with like Miracle. Was Miracle your guys' first choice this time around to get as a stand-in, and is he Are you guys all together? Are you guys all like on like boot camp kind of stuff together with him for the tournament and everything? Just curious.
Yeah, he was for sure our first choice. He is always my first choice in my heart. So I'm very glad that we got him, and a big thanks to Nigma for lending him to us. And I think he's staying at home, so I and Fly and the rest of the team are bootcamping at the Liquid facility. And I think me and Tal will join them sometime during the tournament.
Cool, thank you.
Oh, cool. And so, yeah, Saberlight, for you guys, obviously, you just come off the back of a very, once again, impressive DPC league, looking super hot. How ready are you guys, once again, to turn up and play against these international teams? Because last Dream League, you guys did pretty darn well, coming in at 3rd spot. Do you see you guys going even further this time? Are you feeling even better with how things are working and with the fact that Miracle's clearly able to gel pretty well with you guys already in just this first showing?
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to play this league because you know, NADPC it is what it is. So it's not the most entertaining league to play for us. So I'm just really glad that we can play these really strong teams. And both Dream Leagues we have been very fortunate to get really good stand-ins. So you know, this Dream League, I'm just the cheerleader on the sidelines, you know, cheering for my 1 and 2, and they will surely carry the game. I will give them an aura and you know, give them a mental support. That's my role.
And then I guess one final quick question. Just who do you guys look at as? I mean, just besides like, you know, what happened with all the standings and everything, who do you guys actually think is the strongest team in the world? Is it Tundra? Is it Liquid? Or is it someone else? Or is it you guys? What do you think?
Well, I think Tundra looked really good after winning the EU DPC. I think overall we're just looking at the EU teams. They've been dominating for so long. So I think all 3 of the EU teams are really strong. I'm not gonna say which the 4th one is, but that's for the viewers to decide. But yeah, the other 3 are really strong.
Cool.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Saberlight, and we very much look forward to seeing the rest of your guys' games throughout this league. We'll let you go take some rest and get ready for your next series, whenever that may be. We'll look forward to seeing more from you. And congratulations again. Enjoy this win. It's very impressive, taking the game off Gaming Gladiators. Some of you guys have definitely deserve to feel very good about. So we'll look forward to seeing more from you guys soon, Saberlight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
There we go. Saberlight, fantastic as always, and indeed did have a brilliant game. But as he said, you know, he's just there to be the support, be the Miracle and Arteezy fan that his team needs, folk.
Hey, that's sometimes all you do need. Hey, if also that's kind of like the offlaner's job right now. You're just there. You're just making your 1 and 2 look better most of the time. No, he played really well, and yeah, always. I don't know, Saberlight. I feel like we always need these type of like kind of clowny kind of guys, but that they're very themselves. They don't care. Just a great character. I love. Yeah, very good character.
Good character, and he's got the play to back it up. You know,
Sure
that's what really matters. At the end of the day, he turns up and he performs. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this second series of the day. But there is so much more, so much more coming up today, and that's only on this stream. Of course, there's 4 streams running throughout this group stage. Make sure you're opening all the windows, watching them all. But of course, if you've got anywhere that you can only stick on one, stick here. We're gonna have a great cast in pair up next. We're gonna have Gods and Ares joining you for the next 2 series. Liquid versus Evil Geniuses, and then Beast Coast versus Entity. Bogged, give us some quick predictions. Who's winning?
Oh my God, Liquid, Beast Coast, EG.
Liquid EG.
You said, right?
Liquid EG first.
Liquid EG. Oh my God. I think Liquid's been kind of spiraling a bit, so I'm actually going to say that EG is going to 2-0 them.
Sure, I'll go with that.
It's a bit of a bold one, and then
East Coast Entity.
Honestly, maybe. I'd have
you would still give Entity.
I think I'd give it to Entity 2-0 just because Beast Coast is way too much of a wild card for me. They're very aggressive, but I just feel like they're too aggressive and too crazy most of the time for me. I don't know.
Yeah, well, without doubt, it's going to be a fun series to be had. I'm sure you guys and girls are enjoying the dose that we've already had today. And as I say, we're only half the way through it, so enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. It's been a pleasure for myself and Fold going through these first 2 series with you. Us, personally, we'll see you tomorrow for the morning shift on the Amber stream. Have a fantastic rest of the day, and enjoy the Dota 2 here at Dream League Season 20.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dream League Season 20. We've got our third series of the night. It's going to be Liquid taking on Evil Geniuses. Parker, how are we feeling for this series in particular? Are we ready for it?
I'm ready for it. Caught most of Liquid's first series of the day and quite woken up yet or hadn't shown up, but I'm hoping they bounce back. As for, I think they got a nice 1-1 draw against PSG LGD, so should be a good series. This is a series that, this really is all about cross play. Different teams playing there and read them, compete against teams from other regions is, to me, like the tournament.
That's really always the most exciting thing when we get to the LAN events and really big events like this as well, where you get to see the just different ideas on the meta, the ideas they have about heroes, and even just itemization as well as a whole. So I think that's also something to look at. And for these two teams in particular, well, Liquid against EG, they've faced each other 3 times so far this year. Every time Liquid have been able to come out on top, 2-0 fashion. Can even say that the past 4 series Liquid have won, because of course they versed them at TI, that crazy game 1 where the base race and going back and forth at that stage. So if you want to say your 4 series wins in a row for Liquid against Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice little confidence Liquid, considering how their first series went, that should feel pretty confident against. As for EG, it's their chance to kind of right the wrongs of us, but I think for Liquid, they've got a lot of well, against Evil Geniuses, because Evil Geniuses play this kind of passive, chaotic Dota at times, that old Beast Coast style that they've kind of brought over to EG, and I think that's punishing mistakes kind of pop up just because of how individually skilled everyone literally is this kind of superstar EU team.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the big thing that people have attributed to Liquid, and even with Nisha coming in as well. I mean, you don't have a better mechanically gifted mid laner, so for him to come and play with them, of course, being there for a while, and results have looked very good. So we'll see, of course, how they're able to bounce back with their previous series, but for, of course, Evil Geniuses, their opposition, this is a team who came first place once again in their regional tour. I mean, they just made it. Of course, they had their tiebreakers versus Beast Coast. And last Dream League, they finished 7th as well for EG. So, of course, we now have a better understanding of what's going to happen with qualifications over to Riyadh. So we know how important it is for those top placements now.
Yeah. Obviously that's the big thing alongside everybody here is competing for so much to Riyadh, so much prize by teams that it's this mini TI of sorts, where for Evil Genius from South America, that's a huge deal for them to get there, and and that's the thing I think for Evil Genius is about just getting there, because there's that put them on LAN, and they always kind of surprise people. I don't think just them, but that's the SA Dota thing over the last 2 or 3 years. It's just been all about proving people wrong and proving people wrong on the big stage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chip on their shoulder, right? It's a region who's been counted out. We've got a lot of regions currently who are being counted out. Western Europe, the top dogs, but those teams, those players, they really want to make a name for themselves. And like you said, I think you hit the nail on the head perfectly. When they get to LAN on EG, this team is something else. We saw it at TI. They had a pretty good run at the Berlin Major as well. So, like you said, they just got to get there. But of course, we'll take a look at Zai. Of course, really, I mean, a big a catalyst for Liquid is Zai. If he plays well, Liquid, they always look great.
Yeah, I think the offlaners this series both very. I think at times Zai has a more sacrificial role, but I think more recently is a bit more priority. His Magnus is played hero of the last results on that. Outside of that, he's shown a tremendous there's been a wide range of heroes that he's picked up throughout the DPC and other teams just aren't really. He's tried out an Ogre, Wyvern, Spirit Breaker. He's testing the waters, different, trying to push of what can actually be played in the offlane here, and I think flexibility. If you go back to before he was an offlane position, it was always one of the things is that it felt like he just had these unique heroes that he when you kind of least expect.
Which is always a very important attribute to have for players in particular on teams, especially now. I mean, flexibility has been the thing that has been a really talking point for multiple years now, but it just really enables yourself in the draft from being able to put a hero in different roles to avoid those matchups. So of course, his counterpart though on EG, Whisper, it's widely known as the best offlaner in South America, I think, Whisper. So that's, big shoes to fill sometimes. Like, it can be a lot of pressure, but when this guy is on the best form that we see from him, he will solo carry games, and that's crazy to say because you've got Bakaz and C Smile there that also have that kind of X factor to them too.
Yeah, this guy is a figure. I think a TS station now, was now some time ago, has completely seen, like, I think 2 revitalized people in the East Coast almost better for it. But yeah, Whisper is just, you kind of have to look out for just sticking to heroes. He's completely the Bat Rider, of course, the Timbersaw. There's just so many heroes of his that if he gets those heroes in a good game, he can just take over and kind of single-handedly carry games at times.
Yeah, so I really wonder which heroes we're going to get out of him in this series in particular, because it looks like some of them are really strong at the moment. You already mentioned a couple, so I wonder for him, like, and EG, what the priority is going to be on when they want to pick Whisper's hero up or not.
Yeah, I think if you can get your hands on some of those first phase Magnus type heroes, like, you'll pick it up and just say, okay, Whisper, you're playing this. This hero is just too good right now. Obviously, I think logging is all about some of these really strong universal heroes. There was a draft earlier today where the first picks were all universal. So that's kind of all the rage right now. Some of them, a bit maybe overtuned. But yeah, curious to see, like you say, how prioritize these heroes, or, if you really don't want to prioritize, because that hero flexibility is something you can take advantage of if you wait to pick his hero later in the draft.
So a lot of it's going to come down to who has priority, who's got first pick, second pick. I really don't have, at least from what the win rate is at the moment, the sides for Radiant and Dire, it really doesn't seem like there's a favorite overall with one side, because before, with depending on where Roche was, that was very dependent on him, and maybe Dire was a little bit better for farming, but at least at the moment, and we have been in this meta for quite a while, teams haven't really worked out whether Radiant or Dire is better, which is nice. There's no great advantage. It just means we got to put a lot of attention on who gets first pick and who gets second pick.
Yeah, and for you talk to a different team and they'll have a different, which is better. Having final pick of the draft, other teams like having first pick because it gives you this big first pick phase where you get that 8 pick, you pick something that's really good for the ban out of the counter. So even in terms of pick, I think everyone's going to disagree a bit about which is better.
Yeah, exactly right. And like we kind of were just speaking about before with the interregional battle that we have now at these really big events. That's the thing, different ideas, and we get to see them clash, and that's always going to be the one nice thing about these battles. So who's going to be able to come on top, EG or Liquid? I mean, that really is the ultimate question. Again, Liquid, they have had a really good showing against Evil Geniuses currently, but earlier today didn't look the greatest. So you will have to see. They've had some time to adapt. It's been a couple of hours, like maybe get some food, get some water, watch some of the games as well, and talk a little bit about what's going on too.
Yeah, I think that a little bit of obviously we have a great support which is around them, management is going to help kind of get set, refocus, and from what I've heard, what some of the panelists in Sweden were saying is like, Liquid kind of came into this with a whatever happens, the goal and focus is pretty same story you hear from a lot of teams, but it never feels good. And the way they lost against Tundra was very one-sided. I feel like Liquid's going to want to, maybe get some wins.
Yeah, I mean, these players are competitors at heart. That's the main thing. You always want to win. There's a definitely special feeling when you get that victory. And of course, for EG, I think for them to go up against PSG LGDs, their first opponent, and go 1-1 is a pretty good showing, honestly, from them. Because I think LGD are going to have a really good placement with their new addition to the offlane, with New coming in. He's a very talented person over there. So for Evil Geniuses, a good start, 1-1 for Liquid. They're looking to make amends as well. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out after a break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Back to DreamLeague Season 20. We should have our draft coming up just around the corner for our third series of the night. Both these teams would love to get off to a further start here, even better start as well, considering how goddamn strong every single group is so far. We've got really the top teams around the world are battling it out, of course, for that second group and the playoffs, and then, of course, the Riyadh Masters as well. But as we get closer to the draft, Parker, you know, we've spoken a little bit about sides, in particular, like first pick, second pick. What heroes overall are we kind of expecting? Any really ones you want to chuck out that you think we might get?
I think we could see an Evil Genius Fiend. That hero, I think, is kind of on the up and up. Very popular, something that Shopify well with our TZ SF. Obviously, all those, you know, universal heroes, your Void Spirit, your techies and stuff. Oracle is something both teams love to play in this as well. But yeah, I don't know. I think the big one I'm expecting maybe is an EGSF.
Okay, which is definitely interesting because I guess they do have the flex, but really a lot of the time we see C Smile played, and at the moment we are getting a lot more of like the playmaking mid heroes. You know, all your spirits to name them, your pucks, your quops, even Tiny sometimes slip through depending on the region. So it's a nice refresh sometimes to see like a win condition mid.
And it's just something like the fact they've gone 5-0 the last month. I'm just like, and they played it early today. They're going to be feeling at least confident with it. So, you know, maybe looking to ride some of that momentum. But, you know, we'll see. I don't think it's something you can just pick up here in the first phase. You got to be a little bit careful and maybe protect it a bit more. Before that, we get to start things off with the techies. Kind of just you pick up your support. Doesn't really reveal too much. You're absurdly strong right now. We went like 8 or 9 years. It's like 10 years of Dota 2 history with like, you know, basically there was one TI where Techies was like the TI that EG, funnily enough, won with the old NA roster, where Techies was like some OP. Outside that, Techies has just never been meta. Now it's just suddenly all the rage.
Ooh. All right. It is indeed. This is not all the rage, the Bounty Hunter. You've a hero that we do not see too often. I mean, I know 9 Pandas are a very big fan of it. They can play it in multiple roles, whether it's Miero or whether it's Antares playing it as a 3 or a 4. So we'll see how EG want to try and set themselves up with the Bounty Hunter and what they even let through as well. Because, of course, Magnus has been untouched so far until EG take it at the 7th.
Yeah, the Bounty Hunter is actually something EG been running a lot in the South American TPC. Generally 4-position role, this kind of active roamer, and we'll see the most with the Magnus.
It's your Ricky substitute, right?
Yeah, so just yep, absolutely.
I mean, because I just keep going back to the Lima Maju, and Matthew was just sitting at the front of the enemy's base and just trying to snap couriers, and sometimes that's actually how they got back into the game with just the gold he was able to get. So yeah, if Ricky's not too strong of a nerf anymore, then you can just go for the Bounty Hunter instead. So yeah, that's going to be a good enough hero for them. Like you said, it's something they've been running a decent chunk as well. For Liquid though, they're going to go for the Void Spirit at the 8th. So of course, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with them. Mikke can run it, Nisha can run it as well. It's gotta say one of the better heroes at the moment as well. I mean, just the universal characteristic. It's a good add-on. It's definitely unique, but there are a lot of broken universal heroes right now. We shall see. We'll show you what they follow. But I'd say either side going to be pretty happy. I mean, we'll really... I'm intrigued to see how the Bounty Hunter is going to be able to shape up for EG. That's really the main thing for me, but they're going to probably try and get rid of some of Picard's heroes. Even the Monkey as well. We've seen C-Smile really likes playing the Monkey King mid to be able to dumpster the Void Spirit, and that's something we've seen often. So, and I think EG, they even first picked it in their second game versus LGD. That was Picard's who picked it up. So they definitely do have that capability to be able to put it into multiple roles. And I think for EG, we're probably going to be looking for their secondary support at the 15th. They won't really want to show too much. Just go for probably their 5, I would imagine. Again, like you said, I mean, Matthew more than likely is going to be playing the Bounty Hunter, but now with the 15th, you'll save your 18th and 24th pick for your core counter picks now.
Yeah, I think there's occasionally exceptions, but generally you get so much value in this second pick phase if you just reveal as little as possible and essentially say, we're going to pick a support, force you to reveal what your draft is, and then you get all these like nice counter picks towards the end of the draft. So yeah, generally this is where the second pick team starts to get an advantage in the draft. The opening 2 picks can be kind of tricky, but once you get to the second pick phase, and ideally the final pick phase where you have last pick, you want to try and get those counter picks to give you a bit of an edge.
Now, the Wyvern Band's an interesting one from EG. I know that is your very old classic response to Mag. Just if he RPs, you instantly are able to protect people with the Winter's Curse. Cold Embrace is very good because a lot of Mag lineups are pretty physical damage reliant. People are attempting to play it more as a mid lane as well now. I think, like you said, even Zai even played it off lane too. So I do wonder how Mag is overall going to fit into Dream League. Like how many people are going to try and pick it up.
Yeah, and if with Mag rising in popularity, maybe Wyvern makes a bit of a resurgence. Just because I think even still the hero, just the toolkit is just naturally kind of designed to counter the Magnus reel. It can be tricky, I think, finding a way to lane the Wyvern. It is a bit of a, I think, slow weak laner, especially if you're playing it in the side lanes, like in a dual lane. Like, you don't really feel good about having a Wyvern +1. It's not like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to this lane and crush it. It's like, well, we're gonna kind of be pretty defensive, and if you're up against a really strong lane, you can have a bit of a rough time.
Do you see any second phase bans that really surprise you at the moment?
I don't think so. It looks like both teams did their homework. I think for Liquid, banning out those cores that they know EG likes to play. I mentioned the SF, but Monkey Ember as well. These are just kind of signature picks of theirs.
I'm actually quite surprised seeing it now the Bloodseeker got let through. I think it's one of the bigger counters to the Void Spirit with the Rupture. I mean, your hero solely relies on mobility, and you even got Bloodseeker Magnus as well, which is incredible combo as the game goes on. Rupture a target, skewer him away. That is pretty much in itself just enough to be able to blow up one hero, and of course, we can't even forget the Empower too. Like, Bloodseeker loves having Empower, and I think because that's probably one of his better heroes. So I'm a little bit surprised it actually does get let through.
Yeah, I guess they just valued what some of these other heroes brought to the table a bit more in terms of, I feel like the SF in terms of scaling, Ember in terms of being a playmaker. I guess they're maybe just okay with Bloodseeker. They feel like, their cores are not heroes that are going to get caught in the ruptures badly. They pick a Visage, so it does feel like, Liquid's going to have this strong 5-man Death Bowl type lineup, or at least they're going to have the ability to kind of, stick as a team, and that's something Bloodseeker can sometimes struggle to play into. You're not getting value out of Rupture if your opponents are just kind of brute forcing their way through you.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what they're going to try and pair the Visage up with now, because like you said, they're probably looking for a bit more of a higher tempo lineup for Liquid. So my one concern with the Visage getting picked now is that I think Bloodseeker is just an incredible laner, and Visage can have a lot of weaknesses. So I'd like EG to draft the strong laning support that can give you kill threat. I don't know if EG are a team that prioritize Lich or not, but I think that hero would fit very nicely.
Yeah, I think having a strong lane, like the Visage lane, you've always got to be very careful about not letting the Visage control. There's first early soul assumptions. If Visage gets early kills, suddenly there's, additional mangoes, clarities, null talismans coming out, and you can just completely lose your lane. So you need to pick a strong, I think, support to kind of pair with the Bloodseeker. Assuming it is Bloodseeker carry, it could, always be a mid Bloodseeker, but whatever's going against Visage needs to be a strong lane.
And this is a combo that we've seen Tundra actually run multiple times in their region, Western Europe, the Visage Spirit Breaker. Something that they've had a lot of success on. Really the team that I've only seen have a lot of success. I know people have dabbled with Visage Spirit Breaker. Even the Visage build can be kind of the phylactery, although I think early today some people were avoiding that and going like Vlad Solar into AC. But Visage Spirit Break in particular is something that I know a lot of people are enjoying at the moment.
Yeah, I think the two heroes just cover for each other really well. In terms of, Visage needs a wall in front of him, just because in the lane you're very squishy, and you don't want people getting on top of you. You also want somebody to set up and help, go in and lead the charge to help you build up that soul assumption damage. So I think the two heroes just basically give you everything you need. Spirit Breaker needs more damage, and that's exactly what soul assumption brings to the table. So just a really good kind of duo throughout all stages of the game. And something that, EG's going to see if they have any answers for. I think particularly the lane stage, you need to, be able to handle the Skywrath Mage, maybe one of the better answers to do so. A very strong, high damage support, of course. Assuming this is going to be a 5-position Skywrath, I'm curious if that's, if they ever consider, swapping the bounty in the Skywrath, because Skywrath, at least traditionally, played more in that 4 position.
Do you feel like it's a hero that relies on levels? That's why we often see him as a 4?
I think it's a hero that relies on being in like a kill lane, and I think often in the past that was more often than not being paired with like a strong 3 position who has a stun or a setup for your spells even before you get level 6. So I think Skywrath just naturally paired with these tanky aggressive offlaners, whereas carries, they want to. Generally, the 5's role is, hey, I'm going to zone out the enemy while my carry hits creeps. Skywrath doesn't want to just zone people. He wants to actually go for those kills and have a teammate who, you know, basically does the same thing. So that's, to me, where in the past Skywrath was played more in the 4 role, less maybe about the farm and more about just the heroes that you got to play with. But, you know, Bloodseeker carries a hero that could be pretty aggressive.
Classic Luna Visage combo. A carry we don't see often, but honestly, if a team's going to pick it up, it definitely is Liquid.
Yeah.
They are a team that does like to fall back on this. Mickey's got a pretty good Luna.
This is, yeah, tried and true combo, and something, I mean, mentioned the kind of the 5-man death ball, and that's something that really feels like Liquid is putting together pretty nicely here. You've got Visage, you can go into, you know, all those team aura items, give you a ton of tempo. Luna can also just power farm through stacks. I think we're seeing a kind of resurgence of the stacking meta, all these big ancient stacks from supports. So I think Luna gives you a hero that can accelerate early and hit these mid-game times. Like, you want these heroes that farm stacks but aren't like these super greedy late-game carries, I feel. Like your Battle Fury anti-mages are just too slow and don't really keep up. But heroes like Luna are fantastic because you get all that early farm with your glaives, and then you hit like your, you know, your BKB mid-game timing and just can roll with the rest of your team.
What do we feel like are some of the weaknesses that EG have currently that they'd like to fix with their last pick?
I think there's a little bit of a lack of, I think their draft can be a bit static outside the Void Spirit, and I mean, definitely the Spirit Breaker can move around as well, but I do think you've got 2 side lane cores that want to prioritize just sitting in their lane a bit more and not making moves until, you know, they want people to come to them essentially, or Luna wants to just be left alone to farm. So I think having 2 side lane cores that both don't want to move or get involved in fights can sometimes be something you can take advantage of, especially if you're a team like EG who loves to fight. They pick up this Death Prophet that they're going to be using to try and take a lot of early objectives, and then on the Liquid side it's going to be like Visage wants to just, you know, like split push some lane or play in one of these side lanes. Luna wants to farm the jungle, so Liquid may not be ready for like the tempo that this game is played at.
All right, well, we'll see if they're going to be able to keep up that tempo, though, for EG. Definitely, that's where the Death Prophet's able to come into play. A hero that we really do not see often at the moment. Some teams have experimented with her to see if she can come back in the meta. I know, I think the real big change for her, at least what I saw, was the exorcism being increased by 5 seconds. I cannot remember some of the other changes. Do you even know she's universal? I don't know all of them off by heart. She might be. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah, actually, I can check.
Yeah, I'm just getting up the menu right now. No, she's not universal. Okay. She's still in.
So, what do we feel like is the reason behind the Death Prophet, though? Because, again, this is a hero we do not see very often. So, what does it provide the EG lineup?
Definitely objective taking. I think that's something that some of these carry, when you've got like these Bloodseekers or Ursas, these more fighting based carries, and then it's like, okay, we're good at fighting, but how do we force those fights? And sometimes if you're playing against a lineup that can kind of, you know, dodge those fights, split push, or just out farm you and just, yeah, basically play this cat and mouse game, it can be a bit of an issue. So you cover that by having a hero like Death Prophet that says, okay, then I take Roshan, we're going to take all their towers. So I think Death Prophet just gives them, you know, building and Roche taking, which is very important in a game like this where they want to try and force fights.
Okay, well, let's see how C-Smile is going to be able to perform on his Death Prophet, and overall how either side is able to go. Liquid would love a game under their belt, and EG would love to be able to continue to get some wins as well, for them being 1-1 to start Dream League off. So Parker, where do we give the chips? What side are we pushing them? Do you feel like it's clear cut, like there's a bit more of an advantage for either side, or do we think this draft is pretty even for game 1?
God, it's so easy. Just first cast of the day, you know, I just want to sit on the fence, be like, oh, you know, they're both good drafts. I don't know. New patch, 2 teams to play. I'm feeling EG, you know. That's where I'm going. So I'm not alone in this, though. You got to put your chips somewhere as well, Aries.
I was gonna say EG too. I like the all-round lineup they have. For me, I see Mag, Bloodseeker, and I think easy to execute. You just rupture, skewer back, fun game, but they really could get to a stage where Liquid, as we potentially see if they can find first blood, looks like Niche is maybe baiting because he's got the boys ready in the wings. Because will take a decent chunk of damage, but still the turnaround's going to be there as Matthew steps into the river and finds first blood. But Liquid still have some damage to be able to pump out, but maybe they've stepped too far as now Mickey's going to be the target. An uphill miss won't get the kill. Matthew Yoink secures the double, but still Liquid, they're hanging around. Zai's pretty low. Boxy's got some spells to continue to use as well. And what the hell did we just witness? 5 heroes going down to start the game before the horn, and does Insane you live?
Yeah. Let's say, is this one more? He's like, I'll take this bounty rune. That's worth my life. It looks like Liquid's going to get most of these bounty runes. I think I see 3. Is that 4 bounty runes somehow in the end for Liquid? Okay.
What? Oh, Insane. I don't think he mind dying, to be honest. You don't want to tango up all the health, and I don't think he's going to Fairy Fire as well. So he'll buy out for the boots and come back with a full set of resources.
That was the same thing with Matthew. Matthew didn't have to die there, but he's just like, I got 20 health here. I need a fountain trip anyways. I'm just gonna come out of invis and get one last kill and throw in my life. So, you know, both sides just, once you get low, it's often better just to kind of feed away your life, do as much damage as possible. Zai had the same philosophy with his Visage, like, okay, I've done everything I can, throw in like 4 soul assumptions. Great, you know, good enough result for us. But the funny thing is, yeah, well, that level 1 fighting didn't like hugely favor either side per se. But Liquid come out on top just with all the bounty rune gold they got.
Which is crazy. I mean, you're kind of pretty happy that I guess Matthew got the first blood and the second kill afterwards. So looks like with his gold, he went for Wand, Orb of Venom, and saw some extra resources as well for the lane. But this is something you were saying to start before we got underway. Like both EG and Liquid, they will run at you. So when we already have 6 kills to start the game, I feel like we are in store for many more. Is because probably going to get chased down with the use of the Blood Grenade. Plenty of 1 charges to work with, but the Soul Assumption and the last right click. Who would have thought to start the game, Techies would have 62 right-click damage, but that's enough to be able to get the kill onto Pakaz.
Back in my day, the Techies, the 1v1 mid, the 1v0 mid last hit challenge. You'd go Techies with no items and try and get last hits, but...
Oh, my friend, it is not like that. Yeah, Matthew.
Yeah, you had like 36 base damage or something there.
Yoink. Easy bash the last second for Insania, so... Alright, keep this up. Keep this up. Let's just screw it. Why not? Because we have 8 kills. We predicted who we thought's going to win, and because we have 8 kills, we'll do it as well. Let's just chuck out a random number. How many kills do we reckon we're going to have at the end of this game? Because it's shaping up like it might be a lot.
I'm thinking like 62.
Oh, I was going to say 63. So I'll go like 68. So I can't go too close. I'll go a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Go 68 and see.
I like we're on the same page now. We had EG and now we have the similar kills. Zion's in trouble.
Yeah. That he is. Boxy gets a pretty nice triple stun. They'll turn to get the kill into Panda, recognizing Zai should 100% go down, and Boxy's going to deny himself as well. So, nice rotation out of Matthew. They'll continue to slow down the game of Zai and continue to add some kills to the tally.
It's just a mess of an early game in like a fantastic way. I think the Bounty recognized this top lane was going poorly because that's been the big change that EG made is they brought 3 heroes top. This was like, okay, this top lane started poorly. I think Zai getting those early kills, even though he threw away his life in that like level 1 battle, just gave him this early kind of XP and gold that made him a lot harder to deal. EG's trying to stabilize things with the tri-lanes here.
Yeah, and it looks like your mid lane for season. Oh, actually, Pakaz is gonna go down. So just playing a little bit too over aggressive. They might get a return kill though onto Techies with Panda and the help of Matthew. They got to finish Boxy off though. It's proving to be a bit more of an issue than they were expecting. Desam gets him over towards the river. Meanwhile, another round of the Soul Assumption doesn't secure the kill as Matthew was able to go into the cover of the invis. So Boxy will go down for another time this game.
Got the sentry, so Zai sees this coming.
This is what we were asking for though, right? There's just constant pressure against the Visage. Definitely one of his biggest weaknesses is his laning phase.
Yeah. And usually this comes at the cost of you're sacrificing your offlaner, which is well, Whisper, speaking of which. Yeah, they do go on him a bit here, but he's actually been able to hold his own with the Ring of Health early on.
Top lane. Yeah. That's where the kills are going right now. Visage is getting dived onto the tower. Because is he able to get the kill? He might still go down. The aggro is going to get swapped away. Pakaz will live on a slither of health.
trying to just get some of that health back so we can stay in this lane. But as soon as Visage and Techies are back, they just double nuke you. So being in this lane on half health is a death sentence for Picaz if he's not careful.
Dude, I just want to look at another lane. I want to speak about something else. They just keep running at each other. What is going on?
I tried to talk about bottom and it's just like, no. God's like, just chill. We're doing stuff still.
We ain't done. We ain't done with you just yet. So, looks like Matthew did TP in to be able to refill C-Smile's bottle. And we will not be able to continue to speak about that because well known to be active very early on, is going to leave the lane to go to the secret shop to be able to chase down Boxy. And he'll still be able to secure the kill after the stick in the end. And now Zai's going to play very cautiously.
Yeah. Zai gonna, once that lane pushes out and there's 3 heroes up here, gotta be very careful, and slowing down that Visage level 6 can be really important for just how the game plays out. So if they can keep Matthew active, this could be really good for limiting what Zai can do. The other nice thing with all this pressure up top is there's been no real opportunity for any kind of stacks to be made for this Luna.
Yeah, and she's also solo versus the mag, so I mean, she's still having a pretty good time at the moment. Of course, 500 net worth lead over Whisper, but who's gone for a 2-0-1 build. Whisper actually hasn't leveled up the Empower just yet, so I wonder when he's going to decide to. Has that Vanguard now completed though, so his lane gets much easier, and looks like he might even think about starting to drag the wave.
Yeah, I think this bottom lane is just going to be a bit unlaneable for him. You know, Luna, just anytime a Spirit Breaker charge comes in, even with one Lucent Beam, there's enough damage and poke. Even the mini stun can kind of bring you down. So I think, honestly, Whisper's done a great job of just getting something out of this lane, despite being basically left to win at 3.
Nice read from Nisha. I don't think they're going to go under the tier 2 tower.
Oh, they will.
I don't think so. But C-Smile has another thought.
He's like, I got 6 before you. That's actually, he's a full ahead of the Void Spirit. Level 6.5 to the Void Spirit, 5.5. So, I mean, that's an expected result that the Death Prophet has an edge in this mid lane. But that's kind of the big takeaway. Ooh, yep.
Yeah, Bakaz in some danger. Can they get a bash out of Insania? Not going to be there. Bakaz should be able to live.
Yep. Mid tier 1 tower won't go fully down to the Exorcism. It looks like it is wearing off soon, but that wasn't Arcane Rune Exorcism, so we'll be back up fairly shortly. And with the Siege Wagon still alive, there's still some good poke coming in here. May actually be enough. They may get this tier 1 without the Exorcism.
C-Smile is playing so goddamn well. Just how aggressive he is inside this lane. I definitely say he's one of the best Death Prophets out there in the world, and he's utilizing this favorable matchup definitely to his advantage.
Like, not getting the kill, but getting the tower, like, almost a better result there. And just keeping Nisha away, like, limiting his ability to get power runes, to make the rotations to the side lanes. You know, I've mentioned one of Liquid's maybe weak points is that they don't have that big playmaker outside of Nisha, so if Nisha's having a tough time, Liquid's going to be forced to play very passive.
You're seeing inside the river, Insania's going to try and TP up. He will be able to make it. Meanwhile, Zai's in a bit of a tricky situation top lane. Whisper's even going to try and TP in. He's got that force repositioning. Rupture will expire though, so it's not a whole lot of damage on Zai, but Zai's got no brothers here. So the 4 heroes from Evil Geniuses, they will be able to kill him off. That's his 4th death of the game, and somehow he's still 2nd in net worth.
He's just throwing his boss the lane, just like, okay, I'm gonna keep getting farm. I die, I'll come back and you know, keep having a go at it. But yeah, getting the early tower and having these familiars farm with is, you know, proven to be enough here. Not to mention he's gotten a few kills out of this lane, so pretty even early game here. But Liquid have gotten away with a completely free farming Luna, and this is before the Mask of Madness farm starts to accelerate what the Luna's doing. So things will only continue to go well for me.
This is a very big kill for Nisha to get. We've just spoken about how rough of a lane that he's had, so any little bit of gold and experience that can be given over to the Void Spirit is going to be vital to his scaling. Still a fight will continue to break out. Nisha's poking down C-Smile, but now they get a glimpse of Matthew, they'll instantly change their target once again, finding another support kill.
He came out of Invis and I think quickly regretted his decision there. They were waiting, so Liquid holding their own. You know, mentioned the the EG style, this all-in kind of aggression, run at you, try and punish opponents' teams for going maybe a bit too and farm heavy, which is what, you know, Mickey is doing down bottom of the Luna, but all this aggression's happening elsewhere on the map, so it's, if anything, it's working in Liquid's favor, because as long as this fighting is not happening down in Mickey's lane, we're happy trading kills elsewhere on the map.
Eventually, some of the supports are going to need to get some experience, though, because they are both very, very low. See, Matthew only level 4, and Sanya only level 4 as well, so it does look like Spirit Breaker is going to try and get some me time. So experience very vital at the moment.
Yeah, with Luna having Mask of Madness and maxed out Glaives and Luna Blessing, she can just kind of full-time jungle it up. Getting a level 6 Spirit Breaker would be very nice for Liquid here.
The vision game currently for EG is proving to be quite annoying, though. They've got some great wards set up. Still, this ward around the triangle is still lasting its whole duration. They just placed a fresh one as well around the bottom outpost, and it looks like now with this transition down, they're wanting to try and slow down the farm and even just boot Insania out. Make sure that this Spirit Breaker will get nothing for free.
Yeah. Matthew, he's always hunting for kills. He's always happy to throw away his life for these kills even, but with Exorcism coming out now, they're going to just force the issue on this bottom tier 1 tower.
Does look like it's potentially going to be a trade. Panda and Whisper are going to TP in mid. Whisper even just the mental warfare. Just a pump fake of the RP. Letting him know, like, you step a bit too far. Maybe one time I got the boys behind me. Be cautious.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like the boy who cried wolf with these pump fakes. Eventually, it's going to be the real one.
Let's see if the status quo keeps continuing like this with all the fast-paced action. They might be able to get boxy. Because they have great vision set up on the high ground. And Sanya's going to run into all 4, and yeah, he'll think otherwise about taking that fight. Liquid are starting to bring everyone down. Even Mickey is considering about getting involved for the first time this game. So EG, they're going to be pretty cautious with the Exo on cooldown. Will be a difficult fight for them to take. It's going to be off the back of a pretty big RP from Whisper.
Power Rune coming up. It's Bond's top, even though they're fighting over at bottom. Yeah.
Oh, it lands in the Mystic Flare as well. That's perfect, Whisper. Beautifully done. Gets the kill onto Nisha. Now with that, they can look to invade even further.
Yeah, just wasn't ready for that Ancient Seal, and that allowed the Magnus just to walk in. So a great kill on the Void Spirit, who just got a bit greedy there, trying to fight over. I think recognizing that, you know, getting these Power Runes can really create openings for Liquid to maybe go for a smoke play or something, but you can't make that play by yourself. And EG getting these kills while Exorcism is down and getting to make these moves is a really good sign for them, but poor Matthew.
No. So you see instantly after that death, Nisha, he completed the Oblivion stuff, but queued up the Manta straight away. So I do wonder if he's going to finish the Echo or not, or just leave it at that and go straight for the Dispel.
Yeah, Oblivion Staff is decent enough stats, but definitely could see it going either way. The Dispel is just so valuable. Great skewer in, and mid should be going down here.
Obviously just a little bit too late. He might have fed himself, but a pretty good read just to TP out with the stuns being lacking on EG.
Yeah, Zai goes down, but he gets his familiars out of there, so he doesn't feed away that little bit of extra gold. And I've talked a lot about how this Luna's been free farming on top of the net. Bloodseeker's actually caught up with the Maelstrom and just jungle farm. Bloodseeker has climbed his way up, only a couple hundred gold away now from the Luna.
He might also get a kill as well, as Rupture used on Tanisha. There's the skewer combo. And an easy kill, hemorrhaging the life of Nisha. So they may now even look for the T1 tower. Exo's back up, and whoever that is, they're always ready to go for an objective in a team fight.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the things for Liquid this game. Is just like, what's your answer to the Rupture? You know, heroes like Visage and the traditionally don't mind getting Ruptured because they just kind of stand their ground, be tanky, have your bursts, protect yourself. But with the skewer there, standing your ground isn't exactly going to be an option. If you just do that, you're going to get skewered in, then you're out of position, you're taking Rupture damage. Luna's another hero that doesn't do well against Rupture. Luna does not like to stand her ground. Usually you're trying to outrange people, so it really feels like the Bloodseeker pick this game is going to be a big problem for Liquid.
And Pakazi is just balling out. Top net worth, BKB. We spoke about just giving him Empower as well, which is going to further buff up his farming speed. Do you see Liquid going to try and make a play happen? Exo's still available for C-Smile. Like, really? Whisper onto 3. What a beautiful RP, but Liquid, they can still stand strong. Mickey's going to try and enter the fight off the back of the Eclipse, and with the magical damage, C-Smile gets ripped apart, but maybe the cards can be the turnaround. Rupture's there, eyes on Whisper, Skewer's still on cooldown. He's trying to find the opening here for the Magnus. Still, the Rupture's going to be on Mickey for a little bit of time. It will now wear off, so Whisper will jump late, but still gets the skill back under the tower. Familiar stumble by some time. It's going to enable Nisha to get the dissimulate. He goes in aggressively. Nisha looking for the finishing blow, but now Bakard's inside the river. Can he get the chase down kill onto Zai? He's going to do his best to be able to do so. A double kill now secured it because he's not done just yet. So there's a little bit of bonus thirst speed. Insania just gets out of the blood right range with EG. What a way to start once again. The initiation from Whisper.
Yeah. The reason we highlight this guy coming into this match, the initiation was absolutely perfect. And then there was a second initiation later on the fight where it looked like Liquid had actually like weathered the storm of EG threw all these spells at us. We survived it all. We actually got a kill or two. But then there was suddenly, he went in on like 20% health there, skewered 2 into the tower for it. So, and allowed EG to pick up all these much-needed kills. We'll see it again here, but yeah, what fantastic initiations coming in from the Magnus.
We might need to go back live. There's a fight breaking out. We'll see C-Smile is going to end up going down by the looks of it. Whisper jumps the Spirit Breaker over to the right side. Insania gets a pretty nice charge by onto 2. Liquid are just going to avoid protecting their position 5 and go for another kill instead. Can they get the TP cancel though? Boxy will escape. Bakaz is ready once again. Rupture with the skewer combo. It's ready to go in a couple of seconds. They've got the cliff ward as well. How are they going to be able to protect Nisha with the RP? Nice sidestep. It's on to nothing, but it shouldn't matter in the end. Familiar stun. Zai the micro. That's a long silence. So Panda already has the Ancient Seal max out. No points in the Arcane Bolt. Gives them all the control they would ever need to be able to kill Nisha.
Yeah. You can see how comfortable EG are just playing around Bloodseeker as a contest hero does. Like, as soon as Bloodseeker hits his item timings, they're just running at Team Liquid, taking any fight. They don't care about the Exorcism cooldown, the RP cooldown. They did manage to get RP back up for the fight, but for them, it's just all about forcing around their item timings, regardless of spell cooldowns. You know, here, Death Prophet, just with like a Halberd and Spirit Siphons, can still be useful even without Exorcism. But now with Exorcism back up, you're going to be looking for objectives.
Well, Liquid, they're the ones to try and take the fight before they can get set up on EG. Matthew will go down, but of course, Whisper ready to go. They've got a pretty good cliff ward on Liquid, so they will scout up the Magnus. They want to start on him, though. It's not going to be easy. Maybe relying on the charge into the blast-off. They scout out C-Smile, and instantly the Eclipse going to be laid down, but the haste rune, they weren't aware of it. C-Smile is able to reposition, and Insania's still going to try and get in. They will be okay for the moment. Pomp faking on the wings. Bakaz finds an opening on the backstab. He's got the BKB to work with. Straight to Mickey. They go for the turnaround. He wasn't ready for all the physical damage. He'll still get the trade kill. It's going to be Zai against the world. That's where a lot of the damage is coming out from Liquid. With him going down, it's an all-out retreat. The Delta split. Techies to the south. Looks like Insania to the west.
Yeah, it looked like, you know, a fight that was going to be near unwinnable for EG. Fighting into that cliffward there, they did manage to eventually de-ward it, but great job by Liquid initially, just playing around their vision, using the high ground with the Techies' minds and just the initiation advantage, but all of a sudden they could be in some trouble. Shuriken?
Oh, they got him.
Got him.
Yeah, beautifully done. Matthew, right position at the right time. Nisha's gonna try and go through the rift, and he cancels. Whisper just there at the buzzer, stops him short. We got 36 kills already. Oh my god.
It's not slowing down. It is not slowing down at all. And like, it's like, you know, neither team's like pulling super far ahead. Obviously, EG's getting a bit more out of this last few minutes. And anytime there's constant kills, you know, you're going to generally favor the team with the bounty hunter. But I think Liquid's still in a very solid position here. They're, you know, approaching that item timing with BKB Luna. This is just going to have all those team aura items with the, you know, the Solar Crest, with the Vlads, just to buff up this Luna as much as possible. So still plenty of opportunities for Liquid to take fights and not let EG snowball too out of control here.
Well, what is the perfect look at a fight for Liquid coming up pretty shortly with some of their items? How are they going to be able to take it where they can potentially come out on top?
I think biggest thing is kind of similar to how they tried to approach that last fight, is like finding around some of this like high ground vision and stuff. You can see where the Magnus is coming in from and not letting him get off these like basically make sure that nobody gets like screwed out of position, particularly your Luna. I think if Void Spirit's in the front line getting kind of gone on, that's ideal, because, you know, ideally you save him. Like Void Spirit gets gone on by whether it's Magnus or Skywrath or something. With a Manta style, he can survive a lot of things.
Coming through the rift.
Oh,
do you want to do this into all the mines? Into Liquid already set up? Where'd C-Smile go? Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Okay. Now the Techies factor, you know, you go through the rifts around the Roshan, and Techies is always gonna be setting up those mines there.
Can they fight? I think they saw them TP into smoke. And Senya's in a pretty good position to pop it. Matthew's going to try and give them some information. It'll help Whisper find the angle for the skewer. RP's just onto Nisha. They'll get the Rupture combo. Nisha instantly blown up. But it's going to give Mickey a relatively free fight. He does have Bakars running him down. But it's a BKB used defensively. EG doing their best to retreat. If they can buy some time, see Smiles up in a couple of seconds. But Liquid, they don't want to give them that opportunity. As Matthew will be chased down around the Lotus Pool. Panda's going to be next as well. The C-Smiley actually doesn't have a TP, so he's not going to be here just yet to join the boys. So Liquid, they'll still be able to pursue for more. As Panda, they should go down around the bridge. Finally, this Death Prophet's going to look to get involved. Whisper just gets the skewer onto one. That's not going to be good enough for them to turn the fight. And now with the Exo committed, Liquid, they'll have to give this area up.
Well, they saw Zai, though. He's in the trees trying to TP. Nothing there to cancel it, though. Like you say, if they're giving this up, this could be Roshan. The Exorcism lasting for another 15, 20 seconds or so. But here come Liquid. They want to fight this one.
See if they can. 4v4 at the moment. Whisper's going to be able to find the first start onto Insania. It's a bit of a freebie. He does have a buyback if he wants to use it, though, for this Roche.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance EG can force this now. With Exorcism wearing off, there's a Familiar right above the Roche to make life tricky. We're going to be coming back in, and with these ultis down.
Oh, nice jump, Whisper. Okay. He's going to get the connection to Zai. Zai's pretty beefy, though. They won't have the damage, but the jump in. Bakaz is in some danger.
BKB, 1 second.
Going to protect you for the moment. Bakaz finds the BKB. Now can look to turn as well into Nisha. Is the damage going to be enough? He needs a life still, and Bakaz will find it. Evil Geniuses somehow are able to come out on top without the exorcism, and it looks like they'll have 0 casualties as well. A 5-man wipe, and now they can reap the rewards. Roche is all for them.
No ults and no F's given. EG's just like, we're gonna run at you. We don't care. And it's kind of this surprise factor where they jump Liquid like, yeah, Spirit Breaker has a buyback there, but the fight's initially a 5v4. And luckily, Bakaz's BKB came up just in time and had all that. Like, he kept life stealing right as he was about to die. He life stealed big, got low, life stealing through it all. So just a neck and neck fight there. But getting this initial jump, and Liquid just didn't quite have the tools to respond with here. We see it again. Just single time they thought they could kill Bakaz, he just got low, but not quite low enough.
We're seeing what the Rupture's doing as well to Nisha. His team fights is looking so grim. 8 deaths for him, just giving free kills over to Bakaz, and then once you get that first kill, you can very often lead it into another. 11, 4, and 10 is the carry on EG, and now his net worth is just continuing to skyrocket. He's been able to build a 4K lead over Mickey, who we've sung the praises of this game. Mickey's been doing a great job to be able to find his farm across the map, but it might just be too large of a deficit now.
Yeah, and I think, like, rewatching that fight, the big thing is, like, he's got all this farm, but like Bloodseeker's able to just go in and out, and the way they like kite around the Luna is so good there. They haven't even had to rupture the Luna, but it feels like Mickey can't actually go in and deal damage. Like, you compare what Mickey's doing with all his farm to impact the fights, and he's just not able to do a whole lot because Void Spirit's getting ruptured, and he has nobody to really frontline for him. And that's something that I think Luna generally wants to have happen. Like, somebody needs to either like lock people in place or frontline, and Spirit Breaker can't really do that as a support. So a fight like that, this Luna's just kind of sitting back like, okay, like, I can't really hit anyone.
We see Boxy go down around the secret shop. Maybe Zai can frontline a little bit easier now. He's got the Gravekeeper's Cloak, so can turn to stone, which can maybe help him tank up some of the spells. I mean, we've seen Zai, that's really been a lot of his role as well this game. And we've got to keep in mind, even with those 4 deaths he had in the lane, he was top net worth. So he's really taken a large hit. Niche is continuing to have some difficulty with scaling, and it's going to be some incredible team fight execution for Liquid to somehow find a way back in when they have a 14k deficit. Like, you're not going to be able to compete into this EG scaling.
Yeah. And it just feels like almost inevitable that eventually somebody's going to get caught by the Whisper Magnus. Like, this Blink Skewer, he's now going to force staff to go with it as well. You know, you can try and stall things out and, you know, wait to find that perfect team fight, but if you play too greedy and just give up the map to EG, yeah, eventually you're going to lose out. So I don't think Liquid can just expect to just try and drag this game out and go super late game. Luna's not a hero that can kind of solo carry this game if it goes long enough. You're trying to hit like a 25-minute timing on Luna, and it's 25 minutes now. So in some ways it's go time. Obviously you need to, you know, stall out this Aegis, so you're not going to fight into Aegis, but Liquid need to find a way to make work once this Aegis expires.
And Zai going down is not that way. Very nicely done from Matthew. He's able to drop the ward on the cliff, scouts out the Visage farming, sees that no one else is nearby. So a free kill for them. You were just speaking about maybe the timing for the Luna. It's just got to be this Butterfly. If you can get one fight with Butterfly before any way to go through the evasion, they might not even get to that stage, but if you can, that's really the next ultimate timing I'm seeing for Liquid.
Yeah, because they can kind of stall this game out, play the high ground defense, just have Luna Manta illusions, cutting waves, and, you know, trying to drag this game 35, 40 minutes. But, like, already we're seeing 16k gold lead. It's going to get worse, and at some point, Aegis is going to come knocking on your door with a Death Prophet ultimate and an Aegis Bloodseeker. So, definitely have the feeling that EG has everything they need and want right now. All they really need to break this game wide open is that kind of key pickoff that allows them to break high ground, and that's going to be Whisper's job on the Magnus. Anybody comes too close to try and defend, he's looking for that Blink Skewer.
And they've got the ward in the base to be able to set Whisper off. He might jump Boxy. That's a pretty nice target. It's a lot of their damage inside the fights. They get a free kill. They'll be happy with that. He hasn't gone down just yet. Insania diverts her attention over towards the Spirit Breaker, but they might get both of them, though. Ooh. The Spirits were able to still catch up towards Boxy, and Insania's got no buyback too, so this is a guaranteed full set. They might even look for bottom as well. Why not? Whisper up. What? Just evaporated off our screen. Skewer Rupture combo easy like that.
Yeah. You're just not fighting into this Death Ball of EGs. They picked up the Death Prophet, something that C-Smile, and I think this team as a whole just plays so well around Death Prophet.
No way, Whisper. This
is so good.
We could not have done a better comparison. Whisper is the man to keep our eye out on for, and he has such a unique mag build as well that we see. Often he doesn't go for this kind of harpoon. We see he has in this game just your classic jump in, get a pick, a little bit of aura as well, and go from there. 4-1 and 24 out of the Magnus on a Whisper.
Yeah. Now everyone's complaining about these universal heroes and things. Look at this Magnus build. He's not going stats. He's just doing it the old-fashioned way, as you're pointing out, and you know, taking full advantage of what this hero can do. That kind of collapse-esque playmaking ability, and it's given EG a massive advantage here. 22k gold lead. They get 2 lanes of racks here, and if you're Liquid, you're running on fumes here. You've got maybe one good team fight left in you. If you lose another fight, lose an Aegis, it feels like this game is just completely going to slip away. That Butterfly timing's just about to be coming up. So they've got pretty much everything. I guess Luna's going to hit a level 20 talent, which is not the biggest thing in the world, but yeah, they're smoking. They're going.
See how they're going to be able to direct this smoke. Matthew should be able to scout them out. So instantly they're going to be able to play accordingly. See the rest of EG starting to group up. Whisper, he's going to be able to get the jump onto the Spirit Breaker. Mid-game's in though with the BKB, looking to stand strong, but they'll cut the duration, and because with the bash shot, he'll be able to go toe-to-toe, turn to Zai next. I don't think there's going to be much more of this game. That was the last timing you were looking for out of the Butterfly, and you got cleaned up without a hope. And there are the Gs. EG, what a crazy game one. A lot of kills like we were hoping for in the end. They're going to take it pre-30 minutes.
Yeah, just an absolute clinic from EG. This is what they're all about. So big smiles there on Mr. C Smile, and you know, 3G, this is the kind of win you feel really good about. You got to play your brand of Dota where you're just running at the enemy, constantly fighting, using the bounty hunter just to get all this track money coming in, Whisper getting to pop off on his Magnus. Everything just like in terms of just how this game played out is going to, you know, put a big smile on EG's face.
That it definitely is indeed. So, Parker, we were close. You were definitely closer than I. We had 57 kills in this game. So, definitely a crazy back and forth. And I wonder if the mag's not going to be given over to EG next game.
Yeah, or maybe Liquid themselves up the priority on the hero, take it for themselves. They need to pick something that answers it. You can see why stuff like the Wyvern was banned out. You know, I think, you know, your Rubik type answers. You need something that can punish the mag when he goes in for that blink skewer. When you have no like insta stun, how do you stop? Magnus doesn't have to go for any kind of BKB or defensive item, and that's the way we saw. You know, for example, you go back to that, you know, famous TI with LGD and Spirit. It was all about the Rubik having this answer where, hey, this Magnus tries to go in, we're gonna instantly like lift him up, we're gonna stun him, we're not gonna let him get these skewer ins. He blinks in, we kill him, and we punish him. We're basically skewering him into us and punishing that blink. So, you know, Liquid's draft did not have a single answer at all for Magnus blink skewer, and that is a problem. Or like you say, you just ban it out and say, this guy's too good at Magnus, let's deal with it.
That's an incredible game overall, though, from EG. I just felt like we had a lot of value out of everyone. You know, they fulfilled their role without a doubt. I mean, interesting skill build from Panda, which was one thing I don't see too often, like a 0-4-4 build, which was really nice to see. I mean, C-Smile dominated mid lane. And it was, you know, how they put a lot of emphasis on securing his game as well after like all those crazy side lanes. So, you know, we saw the supports rotated. He had that first EXO usage, which secured the early tier 1 tower, and the DP just had full control out of that matchup from there.
And that's, I think, a good sign for EG. You know, I think a lot of the talk with this team is often about the volatility of C-Smile and his performances. Sometimes, you know, he's Christopher Smile. Sometimes he's C-Smile. You know, there's different names he goes by in the SA community. Some which are maybe not so broadcast friendly. But you know, you've got Picard. This guy's just rock solid. He was the star of, you know, pretty much every team he's been on for several years now. But to see C-Smile have such a dominant game here in their opening match is a really good news for EG in terms of how they're going to perform in the DreamLeague season.
Would you say this is a team that is a bit more on like kind of tempo? Like if they're able to get the ball rolling and get the confidence, then it's best suited for them?
I think so. I think generally, especially their LAN runs are often very confidence and momentum based. You know, this is kind of that hybrid event where you're playing this like group stage, this league style, but you're all, of course, you know, you kind of be flowing out. You're playing in Europe against these teams, so it's kind of this hybrid LAN meets league online as well. So, you know, I think you get some good momentum going, and I do see this team causing a lot of problems here because this is, you know, to me, EG are that #1 SA team, and they're the team that's being built to really. Someone had to use the bathroom. he didn't bring his water bottle.
No, he didn't. He wanted that game over with. That's why he played so well.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not letting this go past 30 minutes, guys, or we're going to have a problem here. But yeah, I do think EG, momentum is going to be really crucial for them moving forward.
So a lot of attention needs to be put on that, and if they're able to continue, of course, a lot of it is then consistency as well for them, which has been definitely something that plagues them so far with moving over to EG. But to start this first game in particular, a very, very dominant performance. So we'll see. You know, we'll see what heroes are going to get let through or not. Again, you give Bakaz, I'd say, I mean, he's got a lot of very good heroes. I'd say potentially Bloodseeker's top 3, and we said it from the start, like Bloodseeker Mag, it's not very difficult to execute. Rupture into Skewer, it's just one hero is dead to start the fight. There's really no ifs, no buts. So when you have just a combo that's as easy as that, it really makes Dota, it's not too difficult for these boys, especially when you're at that high level, especially for EG. You drop that combo, you get a couple kills, then fights look pretty good for you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even at the highest level, sometimes having easy to execute combos is just a great way to play because everyone's so good at playing around certain things where it just, hey, what is the answer to this? There isn't really any easy, obvious thing to do unless you have a way to stop Magnus from skewering. You know, it's just a kind of a free, like you say, free kill every fight, makes every fight pretty straightforward. Even when they were fighting without exorcism, without RP, and they're like, this is fine, we got this.
think one thing we also brought up throughout that game was just the vision overall. I think that was another really big thing that enabled them. Of course, the bounty helps that, but it just felt like the wards overall they were able to place was a really big reason why they would have a lot of the early game advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something EG supports have always been really good at. Matthew's one of these guys that is amazing at communicating. Everybody who's played pubs with him is just like, yeah, if you go into an NA pub game and you've got Matthew on your team, you're absolutely thrilled because he's always going to be on top of the warding game, letting everybody know, communicating when and where to take fights. I think you're also getting that out of Panda. So, as far as SA supports go, these two guys are great at kind of winning that vision game.
That they are, and the big reason why they're able to come out on top, of course, the cores as well played a vital role in this game one. So it was a crazy game. In the end, EG able to take it off the back of a lot of killers. That's what we love to see when these two teams go at it for us. So game one is just in the books. Let's see what we have in store for us after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Evil Geniuses strike first in game one, a bloodbath game one at that. But in the end, they're going to be able to come out on top. As Nisha is headphones on, Java a little bit despair mode in break, just chilling, looking to adapt and find a way back in. Of course, it's very early for Liquid and the boys. They've got a lot of talent over there. We'll see what they're able to do to make amends, so to say, with that loss. And really, for me, I'm just intrigued to see on where the priority is going to change, what heroes they want to let in with the solid showing that we saw out of EG.
Yeah, they look pretty chill there. I think it's a game you can obviously make some quick, immediate adjustments to when it comes to the draft. Obviously, the Magnus being the key focus, but I think you could go one step further. The Magnus plus Bloodseeker, definitely the combo. If you just take one of those two out, it's a completely different game. So, I think it doesn't seem to phase Liquid too much. They're probably looking at the big picture and just trying to, make those adjustments and really keep trying to adapt and learn how to play this new patch.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Just and every game, it's another rep for them, and even just gives them more time as well to be able to talk about things on what's going on. Even just like you said, they've got to really be backing as well with Jabba and with Blitz too, so they can watch some of the other games, see what's going on there, bring those ideas into their upcoming series. But of course, we have our Acer PvP with Whisper and Mr. Zai, and well, it was definitely Whisper that was able to get the advantage in that game one.
What do you mean? So I got more last hits. Come on, Eric.
Yeah, my bad. That's all about the last hits. How dare I? Zai.
You can tell I'm a carry player.
I don't know why I thought he had high GPM, and then I looked over and no, it was Whisper. I was going to say even higher GPM. Damn, that's big props.
Yeah, get those kills going, and it'll do some wonders. But yeah, the story of these players is really the playmaking that Whisper brought to the table. I don't think you were expecting that from Zai when he's playing a Visage. If anything, he had a fantastic early game, put a lot of pressure on. And I think where you really feel, you can understand Zai's impact because of how much of an emphasis EG put on kind of pressuring him. They sent 3 heroes top very early on. Like Bounty Hunter hit level 2 and was like, this top lane's not going so good. But Kaz is our Bloodseeker. This guy's our, our super carry. We got to go give him a good game. So they just kind of abandoned Whisper to play 1v2, and the fact that Whisper got to have a good game in a 1v2 lane, and that Zai got, tri-lane, is a really good sign for EG. That's something that to me is something that you just can't afford to have happen if you're Liquid. If they're going to go tri-lane, you have to dominate this, the hero that's being abandoned. You have to punish the solo offlane.
That's always the tricky thing to make happen, though, especially when your offlaners continue to die over and over again, and when you're going up against a Magnus who can always just shear away. And even if you kind of slow him down, Mac can always catch back up in the jungle. Yeah, this series is just very, very silly at the moment, what Magnus is able to do. We've seen in the past years also been, keep in mind, like, when he was getting played mid and that small camp was around there, and you could just, if the lane's looking rough, just go back, farm the camp, easy like that, and all of a sudden you've got a 15-minute blink echo timing, and you prove to be a very big issue. So I don't think Whisper's going to get the mag this game.
That's it. That sounded like what I was hearing is just ban Magnus.
Ban, pick it up, whatever you want to do. It's up to you. A lot of it really comes down to who has first pick, who has second pick. If you got first pick, maybe Liquid did, right? They went techies, so I mean, I don't think that was an issue. Maybe you can 8th pick the Magnus instead. Really, we'll see what the choice is going to be for them. They can do a lot of different things here for Liquid. They might not even feel the mag was an issue because with the Bloodseeker combo. Maybe if that just wasn't in the pool, game could have looked different. So let's see what they're going to do to try and change up the game plan for Liquid, because again, they are down 0-3 overall in game count. They'd love to get a win on the board after the series.
Yeah, and obviously these teams are putting their time aside to play this tournament. Even if Liquid's approach to this tournament is like, okay, we're not going to go like all out. We want to not get burned out before TI, the third major and stuff. You don't want to, you're investing your time. You want to try and make a playoff run here, and with only half these teams advancing into the next stage of the tournament, you got to start getting some wins. So it really is starting to kind of hit that kind of do or die time for Liquid with the 0-3 start.
Back into the techies they go, and let's see if the priority changed at all for EG. What was it? It was Bounty Mag, yeah, in the second phase. So let's see if it'll be the same.
gotta imagine they pick up the Magnus again. You know, I think they could, like you say, just do the exact same opener. I think the worry is always like, hey, we're doing this exact same opener. They're obviously prepared for this. They're going to have an adjustment, probably with their pick here in the first phase. But if you're, you know, if you've scrimmed and practiced a lot, you may just feel like, well, what adjustment are we worried about? Nothing, like, obviously they picked at game 1, not worried about any kind of counter pick. So the same theoretically still applies here in game 2.
Just chuckling at seeing both Picard and C-Smile. They're mode chill right now. Their input in the draft, they don't need to really be talkative right now. Let the other boys do it. Then maybe once we get second last phase, we might even look to maybe give an input on if there might be a hero we want. But yeah, they're chilling, resting back, ready to go.
Yeah, got a nice little chuckle after getting the same 2 picks here. I'm wondering what Liquid are going to tweak, because I feel like this is where the adjustment needs to come in the first phase, because or it's the second phase, like you say, you just ban the Bloodseeker. Maybe they don't think the Magnus was the issue. I think also just having one hero that can like insta stun the Magnus when he blinks in is just a huge deal. It means the Magnus has to go for like a BKB or a Lincoln Sphere or some kind of protect themselves. I think that's just something that teams are going to have to, against these really good Magnus plays, it's just going to become like a requirement almost.
100% think that's something that needs to be considered. So looks like with the Bloodseeker getting picked up, they'll probably do that at the 16th, 17th. This is now a bit of a block pick for them. Mike has got a very good Bloodseeker too. So yeah, and I really do still think this is one of the better carries. I always go back to TZ said on his stream early on when he started the recent streaming trend that he had, but he said that he feels like Bloodseeker is the best carry. So that was a couple weeks ago. I don't know if his opinion has changed, but I would still even say this hero is like top 3. You could even say top 5, but even then I think that's a stretch. I think he's by far one of the better carries.
See some of these next bans coming out. Rubik getting banned out by Evil Geniuses. So I think they understand. Like that to me really highlights the fact that they understand that the best thing to give this Magnus a good game is to ban these insta-stun heroes. Like, you know, we theorycraft like, oh, Wyvern ban. That's not something we see every day. Obviously, it's a mag counter, but I think what they've decided as a team is you ban out these heroes that can ruin the Magnus's game or give him a tougher time initiating, and suddenly you've just got this hero that can blink skewer and just win you the game by itself, regardless of the game state. You can be up and it creates a kill that lets you go high ground. You can be behind, it creates a kill that helps you defend your base and turn the game around. It just does absolutely, in any situation, Magnus can be a game-winning hero.
And we're not even getting to the point of how flexible this hero is as well. You can play it in all 3 core roles. It's a very, very possible for it to be a 2 and a 1 for C-Smile and Picard. So, I mean, that's another thing that just makes this hero very difficult to draft into.
Yeah. So, always going to keep you guessing a little bit when it comes to, and that, basically you get extra, or you can force out, like, you know, bans that weren't even going to, you know, be heroes you consider, because, you know, if you're Liquid, you're like, well, do we ban mids, carries, offlaners? It's tricky. So the flexibility is definitely a big strength of this pick here. We'll see what they want to pair with it, though, because, yeah, obviously the Bloodseeker had some obvious synergy. I think predicted that I just want to pick a support here. I think this time without the Bloodseeker in the pool. Obviously last game, you know, that's one of those rare exceptions where it's like, okay, this Bloodseeker is so valuable, we want to pick it now because they may block pick it. This time around, you know, probably is just going to be that support pick.
Was the Sky very situational for the Bloodseeker lane, or is this something that we could consider them go back into?
I think it was situational for, like, the Silence had a ton of value, particularly against the Void Spirit. I obviously also just having this high nuke damage support when you have a Bloodseeker to, you know, every single fight it felt like heroes were getting low health from all the nukes flying around, so it just gave Bloodseeker all this extra mobility and just amped up what he could do in a fight. So I think it's possible. I think Skywrath just with Bounty just seems like a nice support hero. They kind of lack that maybe stun and catch. I mean, silent. You get the slow from the Skywrath, but the fact you have a high damage support can be nice.
So I was when we got to the Liquid stage, I was actually going to mention I'd like them to go down the Lich route. EG, they kind of take it though. I think Lich is top 3 supports. I brought it up in the previous draft. Lich, Bloodseeker, very strong lane. Frost Shield versus Mag lineup can be really nice as well, because again, very, very physical reliant, but EG, they take it. So I think this hero does way too much. I don't know if you have the same opinion, but I really think this Lich support is one of the better ones out there.
Yeah, the damage block from the Frost Shield is just pretty absurd. It like negates so many physical damage cores. It forces them to get Nullify or have some kind of Dispel. I like this answer from Liquid is like, okay, we can't go all in on physical damage. We also want to have a way to, you know, maybe jump these supports. They get the Storm Pugna combo. You get the battery for the Storm, so you can just kind of have this endless mana pool to play around. And if anything, this is like Liquid trying to fight fire with fire, because they're like, okay, they're going to run us and try and fight us. We're going to be ready for that, because they have Bloodseeker Storm, 2 cores that 10, 15 minutes in, these heroes love to fight. So they seem to be trying to just match EG's game plan rather than try and like avoid them. They're like, okay, we'll take them head on.
So I wonder if they look for their mid hero now for C Smile. Puck is kind of one that's coming out to me. A lot of control versus the Storm. You've got, of course, the Coil into Break combo with the Magnus. Nice as well, just to enable the Chain Frost. Do you have any other mid laners that come to mind for you?
I like that. Yeah, I think insta stuns or ways to just catch the Storm. Definitely the thing that stands out the most. Other than Puck, I don't see too much. I mean, he has a really good Kunkka, but I don't think it's the best Kunkka game. You're just going to get maybe kited a bit by heroes like Storm and Bloodseeker. But I do like Puck. I think Void Spirit would have been good if it was still in the pool, but they banned that themselves. And the Ember, of course, banned out, so the options are a bit limited. Huh.
Okay.
Brewmaster for Evil Geniuses. I feel like I want to quickly look up if they have played that recently, because that's a bit of a unusual pick coming out from their side.
And it's a hero we really don't see too often at the moment as well. Can be super, super hit or miss. I do wonder how that lane's going to go against the Bloodseeker Pugna with the Brew Bounty. So,
all right, so they had one game 6 days ago in the SA DPC. This is their only Brewmaster pick over the entire DPC, where they played it against Beast Coast, in fact. So they got the win with it. So it's something they have pulled out in a very specific game there, which, you know, when you're picking against like your top competition in the league, it shows they must have had some really big success with this hero, and it was played in the offlane.
Does it have the build as well? Easily accessible?
He went Spirit Vessel, Pipe, Lotus, just team items, it looks like.
Okay, because I know there's always consideration for the Scepter. Some people like it, some people don't. Like you said, potentially auras are really the main thing to go for, and that's what he did in the previous game. So we'll see if that is going to be the case for Whisper. Wonder where they're going to flex these heroes though. If Mag's going to be a 1 or a 2, because they are looking for that. I guess we should speak about Liquid. I mean, we're probably looking for our offlane hero. Zai has played the Bloodseeker a decent chunk recently, and they feel like that's even the case as well. Slark's just got banned out.
They're worried about other cores that can cause them problems. Yeah, the Slark ban, something that obviously against Magnus and Brewmaster, you've got 2 tanky strength cores. You're looking at maybe some more long drawn-out fights, and those are the kind of fights where Slark can really, come out on top. So, as far as what Liquid do, I think I would lean a little bit towards the offlane Bloodseeker. I think they just do really well around this kind of utility fighting Bloodseeker, and having Nikke more on these more traditional farming carries. Liquid's a team that seems to prioritize and value, like, the stacking meta a bit. Although that's something I think EG did a really good job of shutting down last game.
Ooh.
So yeah. Okay, Axe it is.
It's a hero we don't see too much at the moment. That is kind of a...
Yeah.
Do you go for the Axe when maybe your offlane heroes are a bit more limited?
Yeah, usually that's like, oh, there's nothing left to pick. What's out there? But I don't feel like there were that many bans on the offlaners, so they're seeing something with the Axe here. Axe techies seems like a pretty strong lane, and I think just having a way, obviously, to force fights and initiate to kind of set up your Storm Spirit and techies for good fights. Got great follow-up with the Storm and the techies, but I'm kind of wondering, like, well, there's a lot of offlaners that do that. Axe kind of fits that prototype of, blink stun initiator, so there's something they see with the axe over, you know, some of those other, you know, your Marses, your Centaurs, etc. that is going to be a big reason of why they want to pick it now.
So let's see what the response is going to be for EG. Do they feel confident with running the Mag into the axe lane? But I suppose if you put Mag into Storm, that could be a little bit awkward. I mean, maybe that is okay just with your Universal. So yeah, they're going to have to reveal where the Mag goes now.
The Magnus does fine in the mid lane, but probably more likely it's the safe lane since it will be looking to play a bit more greedy most likely. But we'll find out soon enough, and there we go. So it's mid tiny. So going back to, I mean, this was more the Puck counter back when Puck was all the rage. You know, the Puck versus Tiny, but it's the same kind of concept against the Storm. Just this instant disable on lockdown, take away the hero's mobility, and you know, not let him just escape. So you try and blow him up during that Avatos combo, and you get a fast blink dagger, and you just run around the map wreaking havoc.
And I've seen the rise of Tiny lately with the Magnus just to empower him. Like we always saw one of the biggest issues with Tiny is that you can fall off. Sometimes you don't fall off, and if you don't fall off and you get like Scepter and Daedalus, your scaling potential is through the roof. But there have been games and there's been times where people have like experimented with Midas, because if you don't get kills, you can have a difficult time to be able to keep up with everyone else, and that's where the Magnus can come into play to give you that capability to keep up in farm, to buff up your damage as well inside a lot of the team fights. So we'll see if that's going to be enough to help out C Smile, but it does give them, I think, a lot of damage which they may have been missing as well, like with the Brew and the Bounty. So now you got the Bounty can give you vision, Tiny can jump, comboed up with the Lich, gives you a playmaker, which I definitely think they needed.
Yeah, and it's a hero like they're just a team that naturally doesn't want to play, you know, too greedy or for the late game so much. But you know, I think like you say, there are ways for Tiny to scale into the late game. There's different item builds, you know, potentially with the Ag Scepter and things where, hey, if the game slows down, you can play this Tiny as a scaling hero, but it also fits what EG wants to do, which is hit this big, strong mid-game timing, go and fight, and be ready, you know, for the aggression of heroes like Storm and Bloodseeker, because they know exactly how these heroes function. They're heroes that they play all the time. It feels like Liquid's going, you know, doing this playstyle that EG themselves, or that's what they're all about. So I'm expecting another game with a ton of kills.
Okay, I like that. Thank you. That gives me that's a good sentence. As when my co-caster ever says that, I know we're in store for at least a good game. If they feel like we're gonna have a lot of kills, that's exactly what I want to hear. So let's see if that is going to be the case. 57 kills in game one. Can EG and Liquid match that in our second game? We're gonna have to find out. Will it be a 1-1 as well? Was Liquid very much needing to get a victory under their belt, or can EG find their first 2-0 as well? And we will see the flex, of course, of the Mag getting played mid. As a carry for Because. So we'll see. Is the last pick Tiny enough to give you confidence with the EG draft?
I like their draft, but I would actually go with Liquid this game. I also feel like EG is one of these teams in the group stage that just seem to get a ton of draws. Obviously, we saw it earlier today already against LGD, but I think Liquid have done a good job adjusting their draft and picking something that's going to suit them well and fight into the aggression of EG well, but definitely ways for EG to take fights. I think particularly curious to see how they play around the Brewmaster and his like level 6 timing. They can kind of use Brewmaster how they did with the Death Pro, where it's like, hey, this hero has ultimate, they can't fight us, we're going to go force this objective. So I think a lot of this game, this early game, is going to come down to how EG play around that.
And I think a lot of it comes down to how you can slow down Nisha once again. C-Smile did an exceptional job in game one with his Death Prophet against the Void, as we see Matthew going the boundary in front of Zaya. So this time it's going to be 3-for-1 favoring EG. But I really think this game, Nisha, he could pop off. Like, you have that steroid with the Pugna, and it's a pretty goddamn good Storm game too. There's not a lot of control. There is some that he has to be worried about. I think really the big one is just the early game. If C-Smile with a couple of blink rotations is able to slow his game down, then Nisha could be limited. But if he gets off to a good start, then they definitely could have a Storm issue.
I'm going to start with 3 heroes up top.
What do you know? It'll continue on. A couple of Blood Grenade enjoyers that EG have, and that'll result in them getting a kill because finds first blood.
I'm glad Blood Grenade was added. It's such a fun item where it's like, oh, everyone just gets an extra nuke for the laning stage.
It's a little overtuned though, would you say?
Yes, but also I'm okay with it, you know?
You know, it means we get kills.
Yeah.
Like we just see from Insania, rotating top through the rift, so now they're even going to try and bring an extra hero to prove to be a bit of an issue, and it looks like we might just indeed have a repeat of game 1 as now because he's getting zoned back to the tower. How does it feel to have 2 supports just up in your face?
Yeah, he's like, what's this about? Usually I'm the one with 3 heroes, and the enemy's meant to have less, so the pressure's on the top lane. Bounty Hunter is one of these heroes that doesn't really want to play a tri-lane versus tri-lane. Like, you don't mind roaming with the bounty and being in a 3v2, but as soon as it's a 3v3 and you're a level 1 bounty, like, you're not really offering much to a tri-lane. So, you know, for now, EG are kind of forced to kind of stick to splitting up their supports, at least until they get those levels. Okay.
It's the Pakaz?
Just right-click him down.
Right-click him down indeed. It's just an easy way to do it. I think they got a single pull off. I didn't see if it was just half the wave or it was the full wave, but free wave in a great position for Liquid to be able to put the pressure onto the mag. And it looks like Insania is going to make the walk all the way back to base without a TP. It doesn't feel like he can go through the rift as well. So that means Mickey is vulnerable down bottom with some pretty good body blocks out of Matthew. It'll help them get a lot of chip damage into the Bloodseeker. Yep. And he has no resources as well. So he's fully reliant on last hitting to heal up.
Yep. Just keeps on yoinking him. Taking whatever little tiny bit of gold bit by bit. Yeah, this is where the bounty hunter can cause problems in. I think, again, this is the strength of Bounty Hunter, is playing when you have a numbers advantage. Like, he sees, okay, they're going to leave their carry alone. Let's go play the 2v1. Now it's a 2v2, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Matthew go top to go play the 3v2. He always wants to be in the lane where he's got a numbers advantage.
He's always annoying like that. Insania, pretty nice jump in. Matthew now is in a lot of danger. Mickey able to chase him down. In fact, Insania that gets the kill. They're not done just yet. They're going to eye over towards Whisper. Mickey plays around with the Fairy Fire. He should be able to get another kill. Unfortunately, Insania finds the double. You would have loved Mickey to be able to get those kills. Meanwhile, the action doesn't stop as Panda will go down to the last right click of Boxy, and because he's going to be lacking the damage to get the turnaround, the car's going to be pretty cautious, so Zai's going to stand his ground. And with the blast from Boxy, 2 points up in it early on. Both supports love and life. Boxy and Insania getting the double kill.
Boxy just using this level 1 decrep, and they caught Matthew.
All right, we are not. It's very similar to our last game. Kills galore as Boxy. What a boy. Triple Arcane Brutes about to be completed. Life is good for the Pugna.
Yeah, just some great early decrypt usage. Zai actually got skewered into the tower. Then he got Sinister Gaze into the tower. And he just gets kept alive because of some decrypts. Also just having this early ring, well, double ring, the health and the protection. So much sustain and survivability. And this top lane has gone so well for Liquid.
And looks like mid's also going very well for Nisha too. 23-2 compared to the 14-5. So he's using this ranged into melee matchup quite well, but he does get tossed onto the tower. Nisha's going to stand his ground, get some damage out. Matthew, can he rotate him fast enough to keep C-Smile alive? For the bottle charges, that'll be enough, and now Nisha's in trouble with 2 heroes up in his face. I'll be able to get a big kill. Much needed one at that, considering how this Storm lane was really starting to shape up.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter's thing. Trying to find that advantage somewhere, just swing the tides. And it's going to be important for Matthew to keep finding these kind of openings. Doesn't have to be in the side lanes. So he's less about securing lanes and more about just trying to find somewhere where he can get these kills because of how bad this start has gone for Evil Geniuses. But that can quickly change, particularly I mentioned around the Brewmaster level 6. If you can stabilize these lanes, get these ultis online, have a mid-tiny who can start making rotations around power runes, and all of a sudden you can see EG start getting the kills to go their way.
Once again, Insania's going to go through the rift. It's going to catch him off guard with the backline stab. Got that blast up, but it's just onto 1. Zai was a little bit... he wanted the creeps. There was too juicy of a camp to farm and a wave as well, so because he's able to skewer away, but they might continue to put the pressure on. They've got a full wave along with the catapult. They're going to cut as well, so with this, they'll look for a dive onto EG, and they're going to need extra numbers to keep Panda alive, and potentially Bakaz as well.
They're just too strong here. Vanguard Axe. He's level 4 only with a Vanguard, just completely running at them, and once they got Bakaz low, like, you can't stick around and stay in this lane. At the same time, like, Matthew can rotate up here on Bounty, but if there's a sentry down and you try run in, you're just going to feed away your life. Double sentry in this top lane. Liquid are just ready for anything that comes their way up here and have played it incredibly well, limiting what EG can do.
Also then secure the DD for Nisha as well. They do scout out that both supports are away from the lane. But the cars might look for the skewer under the tower, but of course always that call is going to be a bit of an issue for him. So let us see now though. We've got our first power rune picked up for Storm. What's the call going to be for Nisha?
Yeah, for now, just sitting in this mid lane. Has the I mean, I don't think there's going to be like an easy opportunity to TP to a side lane for a gank because all your lane, they're the ones being aggressive on both bottom and top. So lanes are pushing out. So I think we could see Nisha like shove out this mid lane, then go for a rotation. But pretty hard to do that because there are wards around the river covering these rotations. But Wisdom Room's coming up, and it looks like both teams playing some little cheeky mind games around these Wisdom Rooms. Are we going to see the blast off for it?
Probably. Let's see, does he go for it?
Yep.
Yeah, he's just to secure, just to make sure. And Insignia should be okay. Okay, so yeah, Wisdom Room picked up for Liquid side. Diet, they still got their own one. Because he's getting chased down at the moment. Zion Boxy. We're going to continue the chase. There is, of course, the potential of C-Smile even to rotate. Even bottom lane, actually, Whisper. Ruptured up. Seems to be okay at the moment. He needs the boys, and C-Smile's going to try TPM, but it's a little bit too far away to get that connection out of the Avalanche. So first Rupture helps secure a solo kill for Mickey.
And that's almost like not just a solo kill, but a tiny TP rotation where he's suddenly bottom lane, like, and you know his TP's on cooldown. So all of a sudden you can play super aggressive up top, knowing that Tiny can't TP in. So a huge victory for Liquid, and they're going to have like a full minute of fun time in this top lane because they don't have to worry about time. Dunk dunk. Easy peasy.
Easy. Yes, sir. Easy, easy. Couple of stacks. First one of the game. Meanwhile, they were trying to make the attempt on Nisha mid. Almost was able to bring him down, but that extra health from the Falcon Blade keeps Nisha alive. Will mean C-Smile gets the Arcane Rune, but top lane is just completely free. You're going to be able to take an early tower, which will make it that much easier for them to now invade into the jungle, because Bakaz needs his catch-up with his Empower. We TP back in.
I think C-Smile's TP bottom was a big mistake. I'm definitely in hindsight. Like, you see what happens top, and that's purely happening because there's zero danger of a tiny TP in. And they're not done playing aggressive. Another Rupture comes out.
With Nisha nearby, they should have to damage Whisper. Still not level 6 just yet. Is Mickey going to be in some danger, though, with both supports nearby? One more right click. No, what? 5 health, I think, from Mickey. Gets out of danger. Matthew's going to hunt. C-Smile's in as well. Wants to turn to Nisha, however, but unable to catch him with the Avalanche. So both Nisha and Mickey will get out of danger. Meanwhile, they'll also push Bakaz back in the jungle, so no one is having a good time on EG.
Mickey just TP's mid on 100 health. He's like, oh, life steal here. This is fine.
Oh, he's alright.
Happy though, not so alright. Yeah. Uh-oh, Nisha bottom meanwhile.
So got some distance away. Boxer's got the 6 as well, so up you go. Wonder if they... I mean, they saw Boxy TP in, so they probably won't stick around for a potential kill.
Nisha's ready to go.
Zai, okay, top of the tier 2 tower, RPU. Zai's getting some pretty goddamn good spins off because tries to skew on over. He's playing his distance, and Bakaz will live on a slither of health. Almost goes down to the battle hunger, but great TP's in from EG to be able to keep him alive.
Yeah. Sticks by his tower, getting that extra health regen. May actually have made a difference there too, keeping him alive. So well done by Bakaz there to avoid that aggression, but still a ton of space. Those are the kind of deaths that you don't mind too much because you're just putting so much pressure on you. Force several TP rotations. You know your teammates are free farming elsewhere on the map, getting kills elsewhere, so not a bad death by any means, although, you know, it was a death that could have been avoided and a death that EG is going to be happy about, but ultimately this game still has problems that need to be solved for EG.
And how... Oh, actually hold that, because C-Smile. Some boys playing around bottom. Nisha too has some backup. They really want to get first usage out of the Primal Split, but an early TP from Whisper does give Liquid time to react and back on off just in case a fight breaks out. But so what's the game plan here for EG? How do you stabilize this game and at least you'll be able to slowly cut into the net worth?
I think the two big fight around your strongest heroes, which is Tiny and Brewmaster. Often you'd be saying, okay, let's fight around like a Tiny Blink. I think that item's just too far away, so it's the level 6 Brew with the just Tiny and Power Runes. Like if Tiny can get some Power Runes, then you've got yourself a hero that probably can't really be fought into all too easily. So I think those two heroes playing together as much as possible is going to create openings for EG. At the same time, you can't just camp those two heroes in the same lanes. You have to be a little bit efficient with getting some farm as well.
That farm is going to be even scarier now, though, with the Blink just completed for Zai. So Blink Vanguard, 11 minutes in. He's going to be looking to get very active across the map. Has Nisha with him, has Boxy as well. So he's going to catch, but he didn't blink. Let's see if it's going to matter. Looks like it definitely will, because drops the RP. C-Smart's a pretty good combo under the T2 tablet. They're lacking some extra damage. Finally, there'll be a TP, but it's just too late from Panda.
Bottom lane, there's the Brewmaster split being used to get a kill too, so...
Rupture. Oh, Mickey's even up to C-Smile. So is he still able to catch up the Tiny? C-Smile gonna make him work for the kill. Nisha's gonna be forced to zip on in with a finishing blow. Now Mickey is gonna turn his attention over to Panda. This is looking like a little bit more difficult of a kill for them to get, though.
Mickey just gonna heal up a bit and probably fall back. I think Liquid don't want to get too aggressive here. Already come out on top of this little skirmish. No need to get too greedy going for more.
Nisha, he's ready to go. Mr. Sword nearby. Gas is filled. Dunk is out for Zai. 3 stacks already. Still a great start. Not gonna, man, he got very close to ticking out though. 50 health left for him.
Yeah, but what a game for the Axe. 6k net worth. Zai 3-1-6. Just having such a big impact. Even while so much of this like early game he's been left on his own at times and still able to find a way to get a ton of farm and just put so much pressure on the map.
I sang the praises of EG's vision game in game 1, but now it looks like it's Liquid's. This ward down bottom with Sentry as well. Scouts out, see Smile TP down. They see Matthew as well. So already Zai's going to look to try and get set up and might even come through the rift as well. Boxy, Nisha at the ready if required. They're going to see that though. Rift gets activated. Whisper's ready to die. Primal Split's still on cooldown for Whisper. This is not going to be an easy fight. Now, as soon as Nisha and Boxy reveal their faces, EG, they're going to back off. They know this is a fight that they will not be able to succeed in. They only lose 1 at least, not the worst, but still, I mean, this is a 7,000 deficit when you have a bounty lineup.
Yeah. It's the hope is that maybe you start stacking up some of these mid-game fights and just start building up that track gold, but that's not the way to do it there. Still think, overall Matthew had the right idea, which was like, I'm going to just, he cleared out the Techie's mind from the rift, saw everybody coming in and allowed EG to cut their losses. The problem is it's losses, and you're already down 7k gold, 16 kills to 4. This Bloodseeker's having a pretty free game. It's getting closer and closer to BKB. Storm is just wreaking havoc with the Axe, so you can't afford to just keep giving up these kills that are building a bigger and bigger lead for Liquid.
I'm quite impressed though with Akaz's net worth. It did just farm a gigantic stack.
Yep.
Over at one of the Ancients, so Harpoon's going to be shortly completed for him. I also just checked, dude. Matthew and Panda are both level 6, so they're going to need to get some experience up on these guys. I think it was a 1-for-1 Wisdom. Yeah, it was. So,
they're supports. As long as they're level 6, it's what else do they need?
Sure. That's a classic carry play mentality. You got your 6, you got an extra spell. What are you complaining about?
Like the old patch, like, all right, these tomes of knowledge are mine now. Once you get your 6 in support, you lose all claim to those tomes. But no, I agree. Like even just things like points in the Frost Shield for Lich to have some scaling protection, and obviously the Bounty Hunter I think can do a lot more with some farm and levels. But for now he's just on pesky courier hunting duty, sniping couriers as they head out to the secret shop and head out to take Liquid items. This is classic Bounty Hunter things. Like, the game's not going good, we're avoiding fights, let's just be annoying.
classic bounty, and just classic Matthew things as a whole as well. So we do have the blink now getting now completed on C Smile. This is really the big thing we're looking for. You're about to have, well, actually you do have the harpoon, so they are ready to go. They'll also get a free kill onto Panda inside the realm, so Zai will get another stack.
Look, that Lich is level 7. If he was level 6, he would respawn sooner, Ares.
Oh, right. Is that what we're thinking? So slow the levels down. Come on, come on, exactly. Mate. Why are you 7? You should get 0 experience. All you should do, die faster, come back to the lane, drop wards, give me some regen. I know selves aren't too good anymore, but buy selves, and maybe because we'll be able to carry. Maybe.
Yeah, tank a smoke gank or 2. You know, yeah. There we go. Bottom lane, they're fishing, but
Senya's being such a nuisance.
They've recognized he's alone. They're like, okay, we see these heroes. We're giving up our top tier 2 tower. We're gonna kill this damn techies and take this bottom tier 1. But for Liquid, and
do it. Still a big creep.
He's just gonna hit the Bloodseeker. Okay.
So he does it on the low ground as well. So make it. Oh. Okay. So that's another primal split used. It's just a kill on Boxy though.
It's not ideal, but I think you just gotta take what you can get. And once you've got this number advantage, you charge forward, you look for more, you get the track going. But Matthew needs backup, and that backup is far away.
They're coming though. Like you said, too far away. So just out of range with the avalanche. Nisha a step out of danger. Another kill for them. It is, again, just on a measly support, though, so not the worst. Bakars continuing to farm. Satanic is actually queued up for the mag. I know this is your kind of stock standard counter to the Axe Call. Continue still able to right-click inside it. As Nisha, and speaking of the Axe, going to be able to find another kill. It looks like onto the Lich. So they're not the worst kills, though. Your cores aren't dying. They're continuing to farm. And that's really the big thing. You can die as many times on the supports, but as long as you got the boys continuing to get their farm, then it's not too bad.
Yeah, and I think there is, always going to be potential. We saw last game with the Magnus skewer back to put a tiny toss back.
Well, you can't really see Smile now. Like, it's okay losing the support, but losing Tiny is not okay. And it looks like he's even ready to go for another one, diving deep under the tier 2 tower. They go. Matthew, he'll be able to enter the high ground. Mikke's going to stand strong off the back of the BKB, but Kaz will finally look to show up. Skewer Zai into the middle. Do they have the damage just yet? Boxy with the medic, keeps him healthy, but now see Smile off the buyback. Gets the combo out of 2. Nisha's got the follow-up as well, but the RP, it's not good enough. They're out of health. And without that, to be able to stand strong, Liquid now looking for the cleanup. They know C Smile is vulnerable, and by himself, the Tiny steps out to the east and will be okay. Liquid once again, another great engagement for them.
He smells back in. He finds another tiny toss combo and takes out the techies. So getting some value out of his buyback, but still the fight heavily going Liquid's way there. Just such a big farm advantage here. Having the Pugna just juicing the Storm up, just giving him this constant, unlimited mana to kind of fight around. It's just such a big problem.
He's even ready to go for another one, diving deep under the T2 tower. It's a great combo. Matthew. You just see there's multiple steroids you can give over the Storm. Who we do see is a bit of a fight breaking out as well. Yeah, it's looking pretty chaotic at the moment. They'll get a kill onto both supports. Whisper might be able to get Boxy, but where does he go afterwards? That's a difficult escape for Mr. Whisper. And even he will not be able to get out of danger as Liquid around the Brewmaster split once again used for just a Pugna.
Yeah. There's like these little glimmers where it's like, okay, we pop Primal Split, we get a kill, but then it's like, okay, what next? And hey, the Primal Split ends, we give away some deaths, and even now while the Primal Split's on cooldown, it just feels like there's nothing EG can do to take a fight without that Primal Split. No way near enough damage coming out from the Tiny alone. Like maybe C-Smile can get a support or something, but if he's blinking into combo support, he's almost always going to be paying with his own life. So he has to wait for like his teammates to go in, tank some spells, then he can go in, snipe a support. He's kind of playing that like, you know, lurker role where, you know, he's going to get a kill, but the fight is never going to go EG's way if all he's doing is sniping a support here and there.
If the fight will ever go EG's way, how does that look for these boys down 10k? What do they need to happen?
I think it's really utilizing the repositioning tools. Blink Skewer and Blink Tossbacks, playing around your vision and getting people out of position.
Smite with this fight, see Smile. So able to finally get rid of a core, but at what cost? As Liquid, they get to die back out of the tiny. Nisha has infinite mana to work with. Arcane zipping around. Bakaz tries to skewer back Mickey, but a BKB stops him short, and now they'll easily catch up. RP used as well from Bakaz, but he doesn't have the damage. He's making him work for it. He might get Mickey. The lifesteal's going to come in for him at the last second, so in the end, it will be a 5-man wipe, and it's just Zai that goes down.
They're going to go for the enemy Tormentor here. They're healing up, so it looks like they want to. They gotta maybe be quick about this. Some of these respawns coming in, but they should be able to get this uncontested.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is the Liquid that a lot of people were expecting heading into this Dream League. At least this game, we're seeing it come to fruition. 15k lead, 22 minutes in. It's another game with a lot of killers, but this time it is very, very Liquid dominant.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the way they kind of dominate the laning stage, and I think they just felt like they had a much better answer for what the Bounty Hunter can do in this game. We'll take another quick look at this fight here, but you know, it seems like we're at this point where EG can go in and throw everything on one hero, generally a supporter, or though in this case the Axe, but once you commit to the fight, there's no getting out. Somebody gets ruptured, you can't run away from the Storm. The Storm has endless mana thanks to Pugna, so you force a fight, and you got to be ready to take on all five. You can't just take a kill and get out.
Which is always ideal for a team when you're playing behind. Try and split up the map.
Yeah.
And maybe with the lane somehow out, you take a fight with a numbers advantage, but Liquid are making sure that is never the case. Always together, ready to fight, ready to play as 5. It's a big reason why they have this league, and it's a big reason why they continue to get kills like this.
Yeah, big. Just, and like anytime it feels like EG gets 1 kill, but Liquid gets like 3 in response. Or in that scenario, it's like EG poke around, press a bit too far, and Liquid just get a couple of pickoffs. It's never just like a clean 1-for-1 trade that you would happily take as EG.
Nisha? They see Bakaz and both see Smile. Be able to get the toss back into the RP. Let's see if they're gonna have the damage. Parvy's given over to Nisha, so now with the physical damage block, Nisha able to react with the zip, and Zai's gonna be in with the call. Off to the right side, Mickey now has a free fight to charge into the middle. No RP that he has to be worried about. It still doesn't feel like he's gonna have the damage to bring them down. And now with the Primal Split, it's doing a pretty good job to kite them. It will expire. Zai's still gonna find the opening. Is this the fight that EG been waiting for? The resources starting to dwindle. 2 cores go down. Mickey will reign supreme. And now they're gonna look over to the Bounty Hunter as well, as the Chain Frost almost made quick work of them. But in the end, it just was not enough. It was a good start to the fight, but Liquid just showcased how far they truly are ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it was the right idea, I think, where it's like, we got to make something, you know, happen that you can't just keep jumping on these supports and blowing them up. They're like, we got to go for bigger fish. They go in the Storm, try and chain stun him and burst him. They were short like maybe 200, 250 damage. Just a bit too much survivability on Nisha, and then Nisha just plays the outskirts of the fight. Wait till he regens up, dropping items to get full Magic 1 value, and once that Primal Split wears off, the fight is just in a pretty unfathomable position for evil geniuses. You can see here Nisha just hiding behind the trees. I mean, they see him with the track, but he's just waiting his time for, like, basically EG to run out of fuel here, and at some point EG have thrown everything they can and not killed a single hero except the Pugna.
And well, the Box is going to die every fight. That is a worthwhile sacrifice for him. Definitely be happy with that outcome, especially if the boys are always able to find kills to avenge his life. And with that, looks like Roche is now for the taking. I don't imagine EG are going to try and contest it, but if not now, then when really?
Too far, and this Roach dying too fast, so EG just playing the other side of the map here, so having an Aegis Storm now in the picture is going to be... I don't see the solution to this one, but we'll see if EG... I mean, for EG, I think there's a clear win condition, which is camp your high ground and skewer people into your base, toss them back. And when I say clear win condition, this is not like something they can really play for. They're relying on Liquid to make mistakes, but I don't think they can win these heads-up fights outside of their own base now. They've got to use that high ground advantage.
Which is definitely going to be scary, though, for Liquid. Something they need to keep in the back of their mind. So let's see how they're going to be able to execute that from EG. I mean, that is always, whenever you got this repositioning, no matter what the Dota Plus win probability says, even though it's 4% right now, there will always be a way back in. It just comes down to how far you overstep the mark. Of course, we really need to wait until they walk up the high ground, and at the moment, Liquid not wanting to do that without a couple of pickoffs. C-Smile gonna make him work for this kill onto Panda, just being a nuisance more than anything.
And that's the other thing Liquid's gonna do here is, like, they know, hey, EG want to avoid fights at all costs. They're gonna just play for high ground defense. They're gonna split push. Things like Boots of Travel on Zai's Axe is like a really nice item pickup to just give them that kind of global presence where, hey, they're split pushing bottom, I'm gonna just TP down there, find a kill, combo it up with this, you know, the Storm's kind of pseudo global mobility. And you've got this kind of great kind of hunting capabilities around the map, so got to starve out EG as much as possible and not let EG just stall the game while farming on the map.
Dire structures are fortified.
Which, I mean, yeah, maybe that can stall enough for this BKB on the Magnus.
Dire's middle tower has
She'll see, getting pretty close to her. How much farm he's able to get. I mean, it's always one praise because is being given. A lot of the carries in South America is how much farm they're able to get. Of course, K1 in particular too. So, you know, he's somehow keeping up in net worth, but everyone else is not scaling, and that's really another big issue.
It's definitely a sign of, like, these tier 1 carry players, even their bad games or games where they get shut down, it's like, oh, you look up and you're like, well, he's only 2 to 3k gold behind the top net worth, despite getting completely shut down this game.
Tries to go for the quick TP out on C-Smile. Unfortunately, that blast off from Senor. He's ready to combo with the Rupture, so again, it's like, it's almost at this stage where it's kind of is okay for the Tiny to die. Like, it's just all on because, and with this wave, you will have the BKB, but you're going to lose another core, though. That is the thing when you have multiple ways to initiate the fights, whether it's Nisha, whether it's Zai, anyone that shows will be jumped. Because? Alright. Nice call though from Zai. That's going to be enough to protect Mika, and that was their one hope. Screw under the tower with the RP. A potential Chain Frost, but Zai stops it short. The protective call to allow Mika to reposition, and now without your BKB, now without your RP as well. This is a pipe dream for EG. Once again, they'll go for it. Nisha even gets the Vortex off fast enough, sets up for Zai's double core. Great reactions out of Nisha. No buyback, of course, for the mag. And that's a well-deserved tip as well. A completely different performance, night and day from Liquid. Again, this is what we were expecting for them to come into DreamLeague. They just needed a couple warm-up games, Park. That is really it.
Yeah, they've hit their stride now. I mean, we mentioned coming to this series how they've had such a good track record against EG. They're going to walk away with the 1-1 draw here, but considering how their day has started, I think they'll be pretty happy just to get that first win and looking to build off of that. And a win like this was convincing.
And it's going to be a morale boost as well, because you bodied EG. Like, this was not a close game. Very, very dominant from start to finish. Great rotations, and we saw the difference from them to adapt to the tri-lane that EG brought in game 1. Not full tri-lane, but, you know, bring the supports back and forth. So, smiles for Mickey, smiles all around for Liquid.
Yep. I mean, they got to, like you say, feel pretty good about this one. I think on the Liquid side, this is something, you know, they can build off of. They still got a bit of a, you know, a lot of games we played. You've got 8 teams in your group, so plenty of opportunity for them to pick up those wins and still make it onto the next phase. But obviously, every opponent, every match is just so tough here when you've got, you know, such fierce competition.
So, which is going to be a big win to at least tie, because we're expecting EG to place very well too. These are definitely one of the top teams that should be able to take this group by storm. So like you said, just the fact they're able to go 1-1 is really going to be big for them. Now they can chill. They don't have another series today. Maybe watch a game, hang out, talk about some of the games they played as well, and then come back tomorrow with a fresh mind.
Yeah, I think that's it's. If you're gonna have a bad day, it's always good for it to be day one. Like even in these long group stages, like you see it at stuff like TI often, where a team will have a day one where they go 1-3 or 1-5, and they still can bounce back. Like it's almost like, okay, let's learn from this. Let's figure out what didn't work for us, what changes need to be made draft wise, play wise. So it's much better it happens now than on like the final day of group stage, and all of a sudden you find yourself slipping down the leaderboard game by game. So for Liquid, I think the fact you ended on such a dominant game is a really good sign. They found heroes that worked well for them. Zai busting out the axe, something we hadn't really seen. Nisha playing, one of his classic heroes in the Storm. But just all around team effort, I think everyone really showed up this game. And I think more than anything, they just set up their lanes to be very dominant here and limit what Matthew's Bounty Hunter could do. I think he was a huge nuisance game one, and this time around it felt like anywhere he went, he was a bit of almost a liability, where he's running into a sentry and potentially, feeding away his own life or getting even teammates into trouble. So they really, I think, adapted well to the Bounty Hunter pick specifically.
Yeah, which is something we were hoping out of Liquid as well, with that just game one break, to be able to see what they're able to do to adjust to Evil Geniuses, and they definitely did that with ease as well. So very dominant performance. Another game where we get a lot of kills as well, but a bit more one-sided. So for Liquid, who do we like? Can we even say a big standout person? Because like you said, I felt like they all played their respective role that was required out of them.
Yeah, I don't think any one player was like an obvious MVP this game. I think, it's hard. Like, you win and dominate all three lanes. I think overall game plan was good. But yeah, I think to the extent you could say any of their cores, like I was like, oh, maybe Nisha on the Storm, but I was like, well, Mike and Zai did just as much. I'd probably give Zai a slight edge just because he was, diving tier 2 tops by himself. Even when he died, it felt like, oh, Zai's feeling himself. He's completely just, in the enemy's face, not afraid of anything. So I think he put the most pressure on the map. So maybe I'd give him the slight edge when it comes to hey, he's the MVP here.
That's MVP performance on another hero as well. Just another one to add to the tally. I mean, it looks like his platinum tier. We've seen him play it before a lot of times, but definitely Axe is not a hero that's currently in the meta. So to have as dominant a performance as he did is incredible from him as well. So we got some close-ups in this one, and get a little bit of the reactions out of the Liquid boys as well after that victory. So yeah, again, this is a kind of what we were hoping out of Liquid in DreamLeague. So good to see that they're able to do it off the back of in day one as well.
Yeah, and I think always a team that's got a big fan base, high expectations for them. They've had some very good runs at various points in the DPC, but hasn't quite had that massive breakout the same way like a game in Gladiators has had more recently. I mean, obviously they have, I think, at times being the kind of closest competition to the Gladiators, but perhaps at least coming to this term, it looked like maybe that Liquid were, if anything, not quite on that same level as when they were, going head-to-head with Gladiators. So good to see them at least show a bit of that form back here in game number 2. And, hopefully that's what we're in store for when it comes to the next few days of this tournament.
Yeah, because that's a big thing. We do have, it's not a short tournament at all. We got a lot of days for groups 1 and hopefully groups 2 for a lot of these teams, and potentially playoffs as well. So you don't want to get burnt out. You need to keep the mind strong to be able to head into those games, and that's one thing we've all been looking forward to as well, just with having these big third-party tournaments to be able to get that inter-regional action.
Yep. Obviously, I think that is, as I said earlier today, that's kind of the highlight of these, getting to see these international teams play head-to-head. We get it at the majors, but there's not quite as many of these big LANs or international leagues as there once was. So, great for these teams to, go battle when normally they're divided up by their regions. So fantastic to see, some great Dota.
Yeah, and it's just nice to measure them up before we get to the major, of course, which is coming up very, very shortly, only a couple of weeks away. So a nice test for these teams to see how they're going to compete. Who knows if we even get a cheeky patch beforehand. Maybe that might be asking for a little bit too much, but it would be nice regardless, though. We'll see what's going to happen in that regard. But yeah, so far, say both sides have to be happy. Maybe Liquid not as much with their start, but going 1-3 with the early games, like, again, this is the Liquid we were expecting, and we will get a winner's interview with one of the Liquid boys as well. It's going to be Insania joining us. So, Insania, congratulations. Hello. I'll let Parker start with the questions.
Hey, Insania. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Oh, doing great. Obviously, we're talking about your start. Liquid, I feel like, is a team that sometimes can have these slow starts to tournament. Do you feel like you're okay with where things are at, even though obviously you did, this was your first win of the day?
I think considering like we've had a really long year so far. We've played a lot of Dota. We wanted to take it a little bit slow for DPC, so I'm not too surprised that we're not coming in super hot. I think we're gonna have to figure our way through it, and it's nice to win the last game. When you know that you're looking for improvement, maybe more so than wins. Winning the last game feels like we took a step in the right direction, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, and when it came to some of the adjustments you made going from game 1 to game 2, do you feel like you're adapting more to your opponents, or are you just trying to fix things on your side? Like, hey, we need to do this better, or are you looking more at hey, we need to counter what they're doing?
I guess most of figuring out how to deal with our opponent comes down to William and Zai. They probably put in the most effort to try to figure out and Jabs, I guess, to figure out what our opponents are up to. I think for the rest of us, we're just mostly focused on trying to figure out our own stuff. We know we're good when we play well and we play together and we know what to do. So it's just a lot of focus on just what do I need to do to enable my teammates the best and stuff.
Awesome. I guess last question for me. What looked like to be the case was game 2 kind of looked like you're trying to fight them a bit more head on. Was it kind of a conscious decision to, pick something a bit more kind of aggressive, ready to kind of take on EG? Because I think EG is kind of a team known for kind of their very, aggressive, skirmish-heavy kind of playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've had the option to do it in previous drafts. I just think we've been kind of unaware, or we didn't really understand well enough what we need to do. But something we said before this game started was let's take the pace to them and not wait for them to make their move, but rather make the move first, so that they have to respond to us instead. Which I think we did a fairly good job of, and we got some early tri-lane action stuff. So I think that was us learning and trying to understand better and better how to move forward.
What's it like with the Shopify boys being in the boot camp? I know there's only a couple of them there at the moment, but what's that like?
I mean, I walked into the our cafeteria and I just see RTZ sitting there eating McDonald's with Blitz. I'm like, holy, what is this timeline? I could not have imagined this happening. It's a bit odd, but they're really cool guys. They're very easygoing. You don't really notice them much. We have our own scrim room. They have their own, and our schedules don't really line up because they're in the other group. So haven't really seen too much of them, but I like them and they're cool, chill people. So it's nice to have them here.
And my final question is just with the Bali Major, of course, around the corner, is there a couple of things you're excited about with being over there? Of course, besides Dota and besides playing in Bali, is there anything else?
I mean, the resort looks unreal. The plan is to really grind a lot of Dota and play a lot of Dota. But hopefully, we'll get to see the resort a little bit, but it looks crazy nice on pictures, and yeah, that's probably what I'm looking forward to the most, just going there and seeing the area and the water and everything. It just looks really nice.
Lovely. Sounds like it'll be a blast. Thank you very much for joining us, Insania, and hopefully we get some more interviews out of you guys later on.
Okay, thank you for having me. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Alright, there we go. Parker, we get to hear from Insania after the 1-1. Of course, very nice for them to be able to find that last victory, like you said as well, just being able to make amends. Obviously, they've shown that they have already been able to improve some from all of their previous losses just today.
Yeah, and kind of good to hear the thought process for them, where it's as players, they're trying to just, improving what they're doing and, focus on, hey, we're going to adapt and, do a little bit, like, tried out some of the tri-lane stuff. And I think that was a really good way of kind of answering the bounty hunter pick. So it really feels like, the adaptation is there. And as this tournament goes on, I think Liquid are only going to get better and better. Obviously, that I think it's something kind of generic we say about every team, but I feel like that applies to Liquid more than most teams.
Yeah, they are a momentum-based team without a doubt, and their confidence is going to continue to build as well once they get to the later stages. But we are just 3 series done of the day. We've still got one more up. Of course, that's going to be Beast Coast versus Entity, but let's take a look at how some of the other series has been shaping up on some of the other streams as well. Of course, at the moment, you got the 3rd series, PSG LGD taking on Team Spirit, 2 teams who I personally think will rank very, very highly for Dream League Season 20.
Oh yeah, that's... I mean, it's like you see every schedule and every stream, and you're just like, wow, there's a lot of good games going on. Then you've got over on the Storm stream, Secret taking on TSM and OG Aster. How's Seb doing with OG as the stand-in? I was watching a bit of them earlier today. It feels like these European teams just need to show up to these big majors and LAN events with standards, and they just play twice as good. Like, there's no pressure on them. So, there's always something with OG when they've got stand-ins that just seems to work out for them.
Yeah, not just them. Apparently Thunder as well with stand-ins. So they are 3-0 currently. Yes, they did 2-0 Liquid, 3-0, and we'll see how their final game goes versus Talent as well. They've got some incredible stand-ins over there. Melreen is, I think, a rising star who we haven't seen his kind of potential tapped into just yet. So, of course, we saw what was able to happen to Mikey with Shopify at the previous Dream League, and hopefully that's the same for him, and of course Immersion standing in as well. So, I mean, that's just the boys over there. They're looking incredibly strong, but we still have a couple more series to go as well. So, of course, next up, we're the boys on Beast Coast taking on Entity. Any, pre-thoughts real quick before we send to a break?
I'm hoping we get some more of this kind of very hyper-aggressive Dota. I definitely expect it out of the Beast Coast boys. It's like the SA brand of Dota at times where they love to fight and play aggressive. I think Beast Coast is maybe a bit more teamfight oriented and less chaotic compared to EG, but we'll see if that's something Entity can maybe take advantage of.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to be able to compare both the top 2 teams in South America back-to-back series now for us, where we got to see for EG, now we get to see Beast Coast go up against Entity, who did struggle. I believe it was a 2-0 versus 9 Pandas, so it wasn't the best start for those boys over there. Of course, they're having a little bit of difficulty with trying to work out what is really suiting them best in this current meta.
Yeah, and I think even though the new patch has been out for a while, and there's been obviously a few letter patches to make some small tweaks. In terms of Dota Lifeline for a patch, this is still a very new patch, and I think there's a lot of stuff that's undiscovered for a lot of teams. They haven't quite been able to adjust as seamlessly, so it's going to be just getting more match play and playing against teams outside of your region can really help that progression for teams to improve.
Oh, we are 3 series down, but 1 more to go to close out day 1 of Dream League Season 20. Next up, Beast Coast up against Entity. We'll see you guys shortly.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And we are back for our last series of the night to close out day one of Dream League Season 20. We're going to have the boys on Beast Coast taking on Entity. Beast Coast had a 1-1 tie to start their group stage off, and for Entity, unfortunately, a 0-2 defeat. So similar position they were up when we saw Liquid, of course, so Entity would love to get some momentum off the back of this series.
Yeah, it was a tough start for them. Both games weren't super close, it looked like, from just having a quick look at the recaps of them. So we'll see if they can bounce back. We saw Liquid, start slow. I think some of these teams just need those warm-up games at times. As for Beast Coast, they got the 1-1, but that game they won was a pretty big comeback, which can be great for morale, and you can feel good having those games. But they were in a pretty bad state for both those games against OG, so they'll definitely be happy with the 1-1. But they're probably going to feel like things in their early to mid game didn't go particularly well for them.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the Beast Coast boys, of course, and who they're playing with at the moment, because we've got to keep in mind as well they were the stand-in. K1 didn't join them for a decent chunk of the third tour. Parker, of course, was playing for them. Jim Park looks like he's going by at the moment, and he's going to be with the boys as well for DreamLeague Season 20.
Yeah, and he was the catalyst for that comeback. So he had an insane game on Medusa earlier today against OG, so definitely a very talented player. Yes. I think similar story to some other of these superstar young players in SA. He can be a bit volatile. He kind of reminds me a bit of C-Smile. He's got a bit of an attitude to him as well, which is great some of the time, but other times it feels like he can go a bit on tilt. So he's definitely a fun player to watch. But yeah, the performances can be hit or miss. Early today, though, he already won Beast Coast a game that looked like they should have lost. So they got to be thrilled with what he's doing as a stand-in.
Yeah, and we've seen for him, this is really the biggest opportunity you could say that he's gotten. I mean, he's played previously on Infinity SG. He's played on Infamous as well. Like, his best placement was third in the last year's DPC. So we've seen a lot of people take this opportunity and use it to their advantage. Of course, again, Mikey really in particular with him on Nigma. We're currently seeing Melrine and Immersion pop off at the moment. Stand-ins are looking quite good, and you don't really get this opportunity too often where you can play on top 2 best team in your region and play up against the best teams in the world. So, and we know right now more than ever, people are moving over to different regions. Like, we just see FBZ joining Secret, Armel there as well. Everyone is going everywhere at the moment, which means, potentially if you have a good showing for Parker, anything could happen for his future.
That's such a good point, because there's so many eyeballs in this tournament. All the top teams from all regions are taking part or watching, following the results. So if Beast Coast have a good run, or he just has some really good games, he could be. I remember Arlington Major, where it was like Pakaz was the big breakout there. It was like, who is this guy? Pakaz and everyone who's been watching SAO was like, come on, you don't know Pakaz, but like, he could be that big breakout player where all of a sudden, he finds himself with a ton of opportunities if he puts up some more good games. He's already done well so far, and from what we've seen, he's definitely got the potential if he can kind of balance out those emotions, I think.
And a team that has potential as well is Entity, like, without a doubt. And it's sad to see them not being able to live up to that. I mean, this is a team I know with a different carry when Pure is there, but having incredible showings at LAN events. They can perform at a very, very high level. Unfortunately, we're just not seeing it at the moment. I really wonder what's the issue with them currently. I don't know if it's a meta thing. I don't know if there's just a block, because you have a rank 1 player carry. Watson is a incredible carry. He will be able to get you over the finish line in games where he is enabled, but unfortunately for these boys, something is not going right, and that sometimes happens. That's a big thing. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it's not your patch. Sometimes it's not your year, not your event. But I really hope the best for them. It's good to see they're still sticking with their coach as well, who they would always sing their praises for him. They would always say, like, he is the catalyst for us in draft, out of game, in game. He's vital to our success. So it's great to see he's still with the boys as well. But I'm really hoping they have a good showing here at DreamLeague.
Yeah, because I think that is a kind of good point where it's like often like patches can happen and it just hits you more than it does other teams. I think there are some teams that are just naturally going to be maybe more flexible or better at adapting to new patches. I don't think it's that NC are bad at adapting. I think it's just that they were one of the teams that had really perfected their playstyle on that old patch and had some really unique heroes and ways of kind of thinking about the game and playing Dota. We saw highlight even with a stand-in when they had Saberlight playing for them at one of the majors last season, where they were just like pulling off some miraculous results. Like they just had this identity that nobody else in the Dota scene really. There was no comparison for them, and they were the ones who played their brand of Dota perfectly. And then suddenly this patch happens, and it feels like they haven't found an identity yet on the new patch, because there's definitely no shortage of individual skill, as you mentioned with Watson, but even in the players in the other roles, like huge skill in terms of the individuals. But Dota is so much more than that.
Yeah, and one of those individual players, Stormstorm in particular, and like you said, like he has a very unique hero pool that is. You're very different to a lot of other people. Batrider was always his first phase Batrider, no matter what. This guy can perform at such a ridiculous level on that. A lot of other heroes come to mind as well. You're Tiny. I think we're pretty sure we're seeing a lot of the Wind Ranger currently for Stormstorm and 2. So, when Stormstorm is playing at a high level, he's ready to go, and it really is a big reason why Entity are able to come out on top.
Yeah, and I think when you go back to the old patch and having successes, they found a really good way to draft around his heroes, because his heroes are a bit out of meta. He also has a really sick Invoker, for example, but some of his heroes are hard to fit into drafts or can be easily countered maybe, so it is sometimes hard to kind of force those heroes. Obviously, he can play the meta stuff as well, but it's not going to quite have maybe the same impact as one of those heroes that he's more of a specialist on.
So let's see how these teams are going to be able to shape up with the upcoming draft and what the priority is going to be. It looks like it's going to be Entity on the Radiant side playing with first pick, Beast Coast on the Die side with second pick as well. We already see Dusa banned out. That was one of the heroes, if not, I believe it was the hero, in fact, that Parker was able to get them over the finish line with.
Yep. And a hero that Entity also lost to against 9 Pandas, so they've had enough Dusa, at least for game number 1. And we'll see where that leads them with the draft. They've got first pick, which at least so far in some of their games they've still been going for the Doom. That's something they used to pick on the old patch. They're still picking on the new patch. I'm not sold on Doom as this top tier offlaner anymore. I think the hero's just received one too many nerfs, and it's just a bit too kind of passive and takes up a lot of farm. So I like that they're going a different direction with the Beastmaster pick here.
It is a Toby staple. I'd say it's his best hero. I think it would be, if not, you could say top 2, top 3. And I mean, we know how strong this hero is as well. So let's see how they want to try and address the Beastmaster, because he can be a little bit vulnerable in the lane. There are some times where he can come out on top, but against some lanes he can have a little bit more of a trickier time as well. And of course we know he is very much a tempo controller for any individual team, so it's always good to be able to slow him down.
If you want to bully a Beastmaster, this is a good start. Get that Lich. Definitely one of the top tier supports, as you've kind of mentioned, and something that really specializes when it comes to dominating some of these laning stages.
10 seconds remaining.
Pretty much, I mean, the big thing with Beastmaster is it feels like he's no longer the summon hero. I feel like I have to see Beastmaster and just change my mindset, where it's like, okay, he's not about the summons. He's going to be just spamming those nukes. He's still, item-wise, can be kind of similar, but in terms of the actual spells and how you play the lane, it's completely different.
The one nice thing though, it can be. It really depended on the game.
Yeah.
If it's a good game for the Boars or the Helm of the Overlord, you can go down that route, which is a big reason why he's just so goddamn versatile. So why he's so goddamn popular right now is because not only is item build versatile, but just his his playstyle as a whole as well. So I'm very intrigued about this Tusk pick though, Parker. This is a hero that is not very popular anymore in the meta. So I wonder where they're going to look to put it. I mean, when it was getting played as a mid, Dark Margo excelled on that. So wonder if there's going to be some flex for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, it also could just be, Schofield is one of these, I think, classic, almost old school 4s where he loves Tiny, Tusk, Earth Spirit. Melee 4 position that roams around is his bread and butter. Obviously, every 4 player out there has had to adapt and, pick up, your typical spellcasters, not roam as much. Roaming kind of disappeared for a while. Although maybe, based on what we saw last game with the Bounty Hunter, maybe it's viable once more. But definitely, I like the Tusk pick in that it is flexible. I'm not convinced about it because, like you say, this hero is definitely fallen off a bit and is not what it once was.
But at least in this game, it still does give you multiple tools, potential to take Roshan. Control, of course, and just a save in general, I think is always nice versus the Beastmaster. Just you roar, single target, Tusk able to jump in with a snowball, keep one boy alive. So that is, and they don't reveal too much as well. You can head into the later phase now for Beast Coast and use some of your power picks to have those counters with the core matchups.
Yeah, and these two supports kind of cover your bases. You've got a bit more defensive from the Lich, a bit more offensive playmaking from the Tusk. You've got two supports at position, one in the back line, one in the front lines. Like, I often don't like having a support duo. Like, a CM Lich is like not a good support duo, even if CM's a 4, because you have two supports that will kind of naturally group together in terms of positioning, which makes it really easy for the enemy to go on them. So I think these are just two supports that work well together in tandem. You've got enough lockdown and control, even, the Walrus Punch, BKB Piercing, so you get lots out of this, and as you said, you don't reveal too much. You make it hard for Entity to kind of approach the rest of their drop, because they're like, well, we have no idea what they're doing. Tusk Lich can literally go into anything. They can go carry, they can go fast pace, like late game carry, they can go fast pace draft, they can go literally anything you want to pick with Tusk and Lich can almost work.
I really like this band from Entity with the Darkseer. I think it is, of course, a very good pairing with the Tusk as a position 4, just the double melee lane. And I think really the more important thing is it would very much limit a lot of Watson's heroes. Like, he is your true hard carry, your Morphlings, your Terrorblades. So I think that's a big reason why Morphling just gets banned out for Beast Coast. I wonder if they'll think about a Terrorblade now as well. Because again, they are two of the carries that really suffer into the Darkseer.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, it does seem like there's a good chance some of those big late game carries come out here. At least it seems to be Parker style on Beast Coast with what he wants to go for. And as for Entity, like you say, Watson, he's kind of that guy too. Like, he's Mr. Rank 1, where he's going to look to get his team across the finish line and often pick some of those greedier picks and play a bit more for the late game. So if Entity can get away with that, they'll happily do so. Although in the early games today, playing Slark, playing the Monkey King, a bit more kind of more tempo mid-game carries that Entity were trying to play around, although it didn't really work out for them.
But they could also be heroes that we could still see. I mean, very good pairings with the Beastmaster. Both get a lot of value out of that inner beast. So we'll have to see a Mars ban. Okay, I know Dark Margot has already played the Mars so far in the mid lane. It is one of the few teams that will still run the Mars as well. So another kind of off lane or another initiator, I suppose, banned out.
Yeah, I think just targeting some of the kind of comfort picks in the core roles. Like, you don't really know what they're going to go with this Tusk Lich opener. You're thinking, let's just ban the heroes we know they like to play. I think Beast Coast is a team that likes to build, like I kind of compared them to EG, where they're a bit more kind of like they pick multiple team fighters plus a hard carry, whereas EG is just looking to maybe more run at you and just brawl constantly. So I think Darkseer and Mars are like just natural big team fighting heroes that really fit their playstyle, create a lot of space, and also frontline for some of these carry picks that they want to maybe pick up for Parker. So those are definitely heroes that will suit what Beast Coast wants to do here. Because Tusk Lich, not like the craziest team fight. Like, they've got some stuff that can definitely... They're not bad team fighters by any means, but then they haven't got those big, like, instant team fight winning ultimates.
Let's see what route they want to go down for Beast Coast. Do we show the Tusk position with the support getting picked up? Or do you keep the flex heading into the later stages and potentially show a core?
Yeah, I think if you're Beast... I mean, you're probably forced to pick a core here, since I'm assuming a bit the Tusk is maybe support. But they... classic Beast... Well, they pick another flex hero. Like, Snapfire is something they can run in that kind of off-lane role. They can play it as a support. You're kind of kept guessing, like, is Tusk the 3 position? Is Tusk mid? Is Snapfire a 3 position? Is Snapfire support? There's actually a lot of different options Beast Coast can go with this Snapfire pick.
Could even run it mid. This is something that EG did against PCLGD, was Chris Luck playing it. So there is potential even for Dark Margot to pick it up. I know there has been a lot of talk, doesn't matter what universal hero you are, seems like there is always now this potential to be played as a core. And I know Snapfire even had that versatility in previous patches as well. So we shall see. Like you said, kind of classic Beast Coast, go for another hero that can potentially be put in any role.
And, you know, it's for entity. If you're an entity shoes, I think you just gotta focus on your own draft. Like, what do we need? What's gonna really, what is our playstyle gonna be that's gonna win us this game? And they're gonna go for a bit more of a hard carry route. The Faceless Void Skywrath combo. Void's a hero I've seen had quite a lot of success here. I feel like I've seen several games where this hero has come out on top in some of the other series before I was commentating. Picking it with the Skywrath Mage gives you obviously a kill combo, the Chrono with the Mystic Flare. No one can really easily survive that, but we'll see. There isn't really any easy, obvious counterplay. There's the Frost Shield from the Lich here, which can maybe mitigate some damage, but that's where all the magic damage can come in as well.
I wonder how they're going to be able to penalize the Void, though. If there's any ways that Beast Coast can look to do it. Because it is definitely still one of the slower carries at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, just playing fast-paced. Like, I think getting some objective taker. Trying to think, like, from the mid lane, there's your Leshracs and things. From your carry lane, maybe a Terrorblade game. Doesn't look awful to me. It is on that greedier side, but I feel like TB's just this hero that comes online a little bit faster than the Void, susceptible to that Chronosphere, but instead they pick another hero. They're just picking 4 supports here, Obviously 2 of these are not supports, but Rubik into the Void, good against Veno as well, easy Plague Ward steal, so it is a pretty juicy Rubik game.
Is it just a Veno? What else? Because I thought I don't see much value out of the Rubik, but what are you seeing?
Definitely the Venom Plague Wards. Like, I think the big thing I'm also seeing is just like the ability to dominate your lanes. Like, there's support heroes are generally strong laners, and you're playing supports as cores. Like, generally these supports played in core. Like, you think like Skywrath mid, where it's just like, oh, this hero just has this explosive lane and then falls off. This Beast Coast draft is going to fall off hard, but I think they're just looking to really crush the early game, not give Beastmaster a good game, as we've seen as one of the best ways to deal with the hero. And you mentioned, like, hey, how are you going to deal with this Void? And I think if you can beat it in the early game, give it a tough time. I still think you need to follow this up with some kind of late game carry that takes objectives. But that's one of, I think, the best ways you can maybe take on this entity draft is, like, try and it's not a greedy draft, but you can kind of punish the fact they picked a hard carry by just not having, like, by having all these heroes that just put pressure on the Void early on.
Yeah, they have no playmaker, right, for Entity? Which is Absolutely. My big concern for me. I don't know what they're going to be able to do through the early game. Like, it's kind of just your standard Beastmaster group up, take objectives with some supports potentially playing around him. But you really want the hero on Stormstormer now that can start some of the fights. Otherwise, Beast Coast will just be dictating the entire tempo early on and being the proactive ones.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that hero may be for Stormstormer. He plays a good Void Spirit. That could well be one of the best options. Meepo Pam, worried about some of the Beast Coast cheese coming into play. But yeah, I think Void Spirit stand one of the heroes. I mean, it could be a good Storm Spirit game as well, although all these heroes, like Spirit heroes, they've got so many stuns and disables. Also, these are heroes that maybe don't match up well against what could be the Snapfire mid, or even a Rubik mid. I think the Snapfire mid especially can be very good against heroes like the Ember, so you're going to be careful about what you pick in terms of the actual lane matchups as well.
I think I'm seeing like a Tiny or Wind Ranger if we don't go the Void Spirit route.
Yeah.
Wind, just very popular at the moment. Can kind of be your setup for Sky. Maybe Tiny is a lot easier, and damage inside Chrono with Scepter as well.
Yep. It gives you like a hero that's going to have a pretty stable game. I think just come mid game, you're like, okay, is this like a good enough playmaker? You've got Shackles maybe to try start fights with, but it can be a little tricky. You'll have to play a bit more around the Beastmaster and his vision. But I do like the Wind Ranger option. A lot of squishy heroes, just throwing power shots at these heroes, they're gonna like melt to, but...
Oh no. Don't, please don't be Toby Silencer.
No,
they tried this, I cannot remember what major, but they kept butting their heads into a wall with this Toby Silencer.
I remember it.
So let us see. Let us see.
But they've got Beastmaster, so we should be safe, unless it's a Beastmaster mid.
Could be a Beastmaster mid. It's something that you just rush the drums a slum. That's not too bad. Yep. We have seen, not like 9 really likes that. Some other teams go down that route as well. And it's going to be the Templar Assassin picked up here for Jim Park on the carry. So, do you offlane Veno? And they will. Okay, so they're going to offlane Veno into the TA, which is your classic kind of matchup versus this hero. You've got a crap load of damage over time, and that is really enough said.
Yeah, I wonder if Beast Coast were expecting, like, Silencer Core, because picking a TA carry in a Veno sounds a little bit questionable. Maybe, I mean, they perhaps just didn't see this, like, lane swap coming or something. Maybe just not doing their homework about Entity, because, yeah, obviously Toby has played a ton of Veno back, you know, on the old patch. It's one of his kind of classic picks, so this is not going to be an easy time for the TA. I feel they have got a great supporting cast. That's definitely one of the big things they have going for them. Not to mention the mid tusk can get super active early on. Veno can often be one of these Viper-like offlanes where it's like, oh, you win your lane for the first 5 minutes, and then once mid lane rotations come in, you just feed relentlessly. Any hero that can get on top of Veno can just turn in Veno. Suddenly his like amazing start can turn into a liability if he's just giving up kill after kill. So there are ways to deal with the Veno, but it will be a slow start for TA.
Yes, it will indeed. But it is something that Jim Park is very, very comfortable on. We've already seen him play it in their loss against OG. I do think the BKB change, though, to the TA really hit her pretty heavily with still spells going through it. You always were protected through BKB. Your fractions weren't burnt down. Now that's not the case anymore. So I really think that it was one of the heroes that got hit pretty heavily. I do think besides that, though, it's a pretty nice TA game. Like, the vision is going to be really vital for the Tusk to be able to find the jumps, because both Silencer and Sky are super important, not only to their damage, but just the control in team fights. And your matchup versus the Faceless Void as well can be great. You are someone that has a very, well, you farm a lot early on, but then you hit this gigantic spike with sometimes it's like Blink, BKB, Deso, can be just maybe Dragonlance chucked in there. It's like 3 items, Ages, run down the map, and usually Faceless Void is not ready for that. So we shall see if he will be in this game. One entity up against Beast Coast, who is going to be able to come out on top. We have been, well, you've been right. I didn't give my prediction in the previous game, but Parker, you've been right in 2 games in a row now. Do you want to make it a third?
You've been right too, even if it was just the first game and no prediction last game. So,
thank you, sir.
Yeah. We may have some action here. Give me some time to think and maybe be biased on a first blood. Yeah. Let's see who gets first blood.
Yeah, I think Beast Coast are going to win now. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know, they got it. So, first.
I'm not even sure if that... I was going to say Entity. I'm still feeling Entity a little bit here with the draft.
Well, what's swinging you towards Entity?
It just feels easier to execute. Like, some of these combos, like the Chrono Skywrath ulti, like... I really like what the TA does in terms of rounding out Beast Coast draft, and even with the, you know, some of the rough matchups, like I think TA just hitting a faster time, like all the points you were made, I think were fantastic, and that's like why TA was kind of the perfect pick for them here. But I just think Entity is going to have this big team fight, and I think Silencer gives them a really, really advantageous team fight once we get to the mid game.
Do you think there may be concerns on their playmaking ability before the mid game, though, from like 8 to 15 minutes?
Oh yeah, I mean, even the entire game potentially. Okay. Like even after that, it's like, I mean, you've got Beastmaster Roar, I guess, but I mean Void Chrono, but like that, if Void Chrono is your only what you're initiating with, like Void doesn't like to be the one to go in first a lot of the time. So I think at all stages of the game, their ability to start fights and make plays is a concern. I think they're just trying to make up for that by having this like crazy good team fight.
Okay. Let's see. Are they able to get to the stage where it's an even game, where then the team fighting should just be a big enough advantage where Beast Coast are unable to address that. Really, it needs to start off the back of the lanes. That's where we need to put the attention onto. And there's a Did you feel like there's any lanes so far with the setup that like should be super one-sided?
I definitely top lane the Venom versus TA. I wouldn't say super one-sided, but it should be a tough time for the TA. But there's a lot of fighting going on here.
There is.
Toby running into a neutral, that hurts.
Yeah, but Talmi's damage as well is hurting Stinger. Be able to get the kill, but a lot of back and forth. Stinger's got the cell to be able to repair all the damage for Katalmi.
Looking for a concussive, won't find it, so he gets full salve value. That's really nice for the Lich's lane. But yeah, definitely. this top lane is where a lot of the aggression is going to be, but Void also down bottom, getting very low. So there's first blood. Toby goes down. Bites off more than he can chew there.
This is not what you're hoping for, right? Against the Venom into the TA lane. It usually is a very good time to the fact that Beast Coast are able to find that early kill. Make this lane a little bit more bearable.
And the fact that TA picked it up as well made a big difference as well. Just getting early boot stick, all this extra regen as well. Actually kind of helps swing the tide and make this top lane, I think, a bit more of an even matchup. Or what we're seeing so far is a Beast Coast favored matchup.
Now, how about bottom lane as well between these two? Of course, your Snapfire off lane is something that we've seen from South America a lot. Like this is it seems like it doesn't even matter what patch it is. They will still pull it out. One of the few teams, even it doesn't matter what role they'll pick the hero, because we don't really get Snapfire a whole lot. So do we think kind of the spam out of the Rubik and the Snapfire might be a bit too much for Entity to deal with bottom?
It looks pretty damn good. Obviously after the Arcane Curse is annoying, but usually these like double range offlaner duos that are kind of squishy are really good, except against like heroes that get on top of them and cause problem. Like if you have like a Lich plus Wraith King, for example.
Okay.
He wanted to die. He's like, I need the founder trip.
Yeah, he almost brought the Venom with him as well, but unfortunately not to be. So both of them will get the fountain trip with Stinger and Jim Park.
Yep. That's gonna stabilize and really swing this top lane now Radiant's favor. I think this is what the Venom needs. It's just a few levels. Now the level 2 Poison Sting. And mid lane, by the way, Beastmaster having a fantastic time. 18 last hits, although so starts. They're both just free farming away here.
I wonder if Stormstorm is going to use his boars to try and stack, or if he needs them to play this lane. Because we see often with the off lane, actually, Jim Park trying to hide under the cover of the meld. Will be okay because the Gale has already been used. They might try and get a decent chunk of damage into Stinger though. This Lich is in a lot of danger. Turns with the Sinister's Gaze, tries to do whatever he can before he dies, but now Jim Park stepped up a bit too far. Got a Fairy Fire and a Stick Charge to work with as well. Refraction as well to mitigate some of the damage, but Katomi knows no fear. Now he might even look for a deny as well after getting those kills.
Yep. Wants to die the tower before anyone respawns and can leech that XP.
Bottom lane. Whoa! Well, there's that kind of nuke and burst potential like we were speaking about between Schofield and Sacred.
Yep. If you can't fight back against double range nukers, the lane is just like doomed in some ways. Like you're never going to win this lane. And Void is not a hero that can really go in and get aggressive. He's not like a Wraith King or like a Juggernaut or Ursa type hero. So he's just looking to passively farm, and those are the kind of lanes double range is really good against. So this bottom lane is just a lane that you're not expecting the Void to have a great time in, and it's reflecting the CS. Just the 15 last hits down here, so a bit of a tough time for Watson.
Wonder if it's going to be that Midas build up for him. It's the more favored one at the moment. I have seen a couple Mask of Madnesses, but I think we might see the Midas from Watson.
Yeah, it almost feels like it may become necessary since he's going to be in a bit of catch-up mode. Not the best start to his game, as more kills going their way up top. Lich ticking down to the damage over time, and Veno double bracer just having a fantastic game. All the stats. Universal heroes doing their thing. But here's a rotation. Tuska's come top.
That he has. They're going to try and mirror that on Stormstormer though, with the Roar already available. The whole Dark Margot into place under the tower. They're lacking some damage at the moment. What's the call going to be from the toss, south or north? Looks like he wants to cross the bridge. Another round of the Arcane Bolt, along with the spells from Kotomi. They will be able to bring him down. So nice reaction out of Stormer.
Yep. Gets the kill to even things out there. Ultimately, that's what the Tusk has got to do, is make these moves to kind of try and free up some space to give TA a better game, because TA's going to keep trying to come back to this top lane, but it's probably going to be forced to jungle very early. A high-level Veno, every single, like, extra stats you get just makes this lane harder and harder to play. Like, Veno's lane is getting easier while the TA's is getting harder here. Like, this, your best shot at winning this lane was level 1, level 2, and now that Veno's level 5 with double Bracer, this lane is basically over.
So that's where Beast Coast now need to start putting a lot of emphasis on the stacks. They already have a double at the hard and the Ancients over by the triangle. They need to really continue to build some up. I'm still TA's top net worth, but like you said, this lane doesn't get easier, and he's going to die for a third time. They're going to try and TP and Schofield in.
There's a Lotus.
He's not dead just yet, actually. Turns with a refraction. Now with the double support showing in the lane, he will continue to stay alive and get some much needed kills over towards Beast Coast as well.
Wow, that was really nicely baited. Lured them in, had the 1 charges, plus the Lotus that he grabbed from the pool, so able just to kind of see that aggression coming and knew that his teammates were going to back him up there. So great communication coming in from Beast Coast to
get the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
And Stinger just ran straight through the tier 1 tower as well. He was not taking the long way around. He didn't want to risk losing that. So it looks like it's a 1-for-1. Fishman was even able to yoink the bottom one. So at least it's a tie.
Yeah, he walked in. He will get caught on the retreat though. He go down here.
Schofield's close enough to be able to connect. 3-point scatter blast should be plenty of damage if they can hunt him in the tree line. Not get a glimpse of him for a second. So Fishman goes down. Toby goes down as well, top lane. So, I mean, that's a vital kill. That's your offlaner, but Entity's still looking to try and get aggressive. We do have a rotation, though, out of Dark Margot. They're going to try and mirror this once again from Stormer. Down to bottom they go with a goddamn good chrono from Watson with a Roar to follow up. There's going to be no snowball to keep Dark Margot alive, and now they can turn to some of the other heroes as well. As Seiko pretty taken with the Vanguard, though. 1,200 health they have to go through, and we're seeing how difficult that is currently. With the axes back up shortly, Stormer, is he going to have the damage by himself? We'll need some right clicks, and he's not going to be able to catch up to Sacred. So in the end, they'll get the kill in exchange for Dark Margot's life. They will also be able to chase down Stinger as well by the looks of it. So Watson's going to be rewarded for that kill.
Yeah, they're fighting back here in this bottom lane. Entity, such a good chrono here, and this Beastmaster Axe is just shredding through people.
And it is. Stormer pumping in so much damage to start, and now it can turn over to Dark Margot as well. Entity with the numbers advantage and not done just yet. Looks like the resources are actually going to be a bit of an issue for them. So Rubik will be able to get back. They are TPing even the Lich down bottom as well. It will not be enough.
It's great bounce back from Entity, bringing numbers to the bottom lane. They are giving TA a pretty free game here as a result. And you know, most impressively, the lane itself went so well for the TA. She stays top of the net worth charts, but getting some much needed room and kills that help the Faceless Void out. Give him that better game, help get him towards that Midas so that he can truly start his recovery farm, because, you know, if you're Entity, you're thinking, yeah, we got to be in for the long haul here. We haven't managed to destroy the TA's early game. Void is like 1,700 net worth behind the TA right now, so a big farm discrepancy between the two carries, so they've really got to slow the game down a bit and use their strong cores to try and buy them some time.
Well, those strong cores, it's really only just one this game. That's Stormer with when he gets the scepter. I will say I've been quite impressed with how active he has been though with the Beastmaster early, and they should be able to get the kill onto the Tusk as well with the Roar into Mystic Flare. They're going to be able to get the combo out. Beautifully done. So another kill for them to add to the tally. Gatomi's actually going to a phylactery, so pretty interesting build out of the sky.
Yeah. Wanting to get some more damage out, I guess, because that's really what this item brings to the table, is just damage output. But I mean, I guess if you're looking around, like you've got a Veno off lane and a Faceless Void safe lane who's going to be just farming and playing a bit slow. Early mid game wise, you are a bit light on damage, so this is going to basically just be like a second mini ulti almost for the Skywrath Mage.
you feel like there's a team that is a little bit happier with the status quo of this game?
I would say Beast Coast, just because of how top lane went. I think the biggest liability for their draft was like TA getting shut down. I think the TA having a good game is very crucial for their mid, just how this game, I mean, they picked like a almost pseudo 4 protect 1, but it's like not like a late game carry on the TA. They're looking to hit like a TA, you know, Dragonlance, Deso timing, take Roshan, take all these outer towers, and snowball the game. So they needed TA to have a good game, and that's happened. So I think Beast Coast is happier, but I don't think they're in a dominant position by any means.
Yeah, I think the one issue for me with Beast Coast is just how can they unlock Dark Margot? We see he's really struggling with the Tusk. 4 deaths. This is a hero that can easily fall behind, and that can very much be the case this game. So yeah, whenever Tusk was getting played mid, I think he definitely was one of the best mid Tusk, but he's going to have to get pretty crafty with finding some value out of his hero this game.
That's a good point, because yeah, he could very quickly just become like a, you know, second utility hero slash like almost offlane. If he's just got running around with Blink phase boots and not scaling, this TA's suddenly like everyone can just itemize for TA and get their, you know, halberds and things and 4 staffs and make it impossible for TA to do damage, and then suddenly it's like there's no one else who's going to be scaling if Tusk is having a bad game.
Speaking of the Tusk, gonna try and jump Fishman. Got some boys nearby though, so it's not gonna be an easy attempt. Shard to try and block them off, but Watson, he's already cut off the pass to the right side. Great read from the Faceless Void, sees an opening to get involved for a kill. Gonna be some much needed gold for him as well, considering we said there's a big discrepancy between his net worth and Jim Parks on the TA.
Yeah, and you mentioned Dark Mago finding a way to get him involved and giving him a better game, and another death to his name, just making these rotations and trying to go for these power runes and stuff. And it doesn't feel like the supporting cast is trying to play around him so much, but it's almost like they may need to start taking that approach, or he needs to play around them, because he is so under farm right now that he can't be making any moves on his own.
In fact, it's currently Entity trying to make a move. Watson and Fishman in combination together. They've even got Katomi nearby as well if they're going to need the extra damage with the Mystic Flare. No one's currently home at the Ancient, so...
Oh, it's the Tusk. They're pinging him.
Once again, it is the Tusk. Aghanim's just complete from Stormstormer too, so this is a crap load of damage now for them to work with. Ooh. Nice snowball. He should still go down, but it will give time for the reactions coming through. Global Sun's going to be able to get rid of the artillery, so you won't have the Snapfire ultimate to potentially turn the team fight around, as Jim Park's even being zoned away as well. With the damage over time, TA needs to be cautious, which will give Entity an opportunity to turn towards Stinger, but Stinger, acting strong, chucks out a Chain Frost, stands in the middle. He'll shrug off the damage. Finally, they're able to bring down the Lich as well. Beast Coast tried to turn it back around with the Corona being used early on, but in the end, looks like it'll just be a 2-for-1. Kept stolen raw. Jim Park can get in range. A big meld with the Deso completed. Nakatomi as well might be in some danger with the side blades. Jim Park won't be able to get the required damage to find the Sky kill, but man, Schofield, what a stolen raw from him. And he's feeling, dude, he's feeling good this game. He's gone first item Scepter.
Oh, I love it. I didn't even see that raw get stolen, but I'm watching Void like, yep, this is a team fight that Entity just won, not like convincingly, but then all of a sudden a Faceless Void kill. And TA coming in to swoop the kill with a Meld Strike, plus getting the Deso bonus damage is a huge swing for Beast Coast. They've got an Ancient stack to fall back to for Jim Park to farm as well, so...
Dude,
this
Parker,
is
how
great.
How's he this farm and he hasn't even taken the Ancient stack yet?
This honestly, how well this top lane went was impressive. Not to mention just like he fell back to the jungle pretty early on too. Yeah, we'll take another look at this fight. Just fantastic kind of bait here towards the end. They're willing to sacrifice Toby just to, take a nice 2-for-1 here, and I think Faceless Void just not getting the memo that Raw had been stolen here.
Back live, Jim Park. A smoke down to bottom. The tier's going to try and TP out. Can he make it? Oh, he got away. Is he going to die inside the base? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. And now Sacred, can he TP out too? Okay. Watson gets the bash at the last second, so a 1-for-1, but TA gets out, you rotate everyone bottom for Entity as well, just to get the kill onto Sacred.
Yeah, it's big commitment here, but I think you have to bring numbers. You're fighting without your, I guess your Faceless Void and Chronosphere, so you bring all 4 of the others. They may get a +1 in the Lich here.
Looks like they definitely will. Right. Poor Stinger. You got Boars or Plague Wards, whatever you need to be able to bring him down. So top lane though, Schofield still with the stall and Raw to work with. It's a late global silence, Watson. We'll get the time walk away. They're going to be cautious about the turnaround Chrono because the TPs are starting to come in. Watson doesn't want to go for it though, continuing to play defensively. Margot in danger?
I think forcing a fight here without Global's a bit risky though. Gotta imagine Entity's going to be looking to...
Watson's in, and with Toby's damage from afar, cast the ultimate, bounces to Schofield now. He does have Jim Park nearby. Tier's gonna go for the hero play, slays the Void, now turns to the Silencer. This is the stand-in performance you were hoping for. Jim Park on his main hero turns up huge. Means they are able to come out on top in that trade.
Yeah, and that's exactly the risk I think that they couldn't afford to take. You didn't have Skywrath up there with you, so yeah, you eventually killed him in the Chronosphere, but TA being nearby meant, like, once you've used Chrono and all your spells just to, you kill a Tusk, but again, this Tusk is not really a core anymore. That's like the ideal fight for a TA, where all the spells, the stuns and slows in the Chronosphere get used on your teammates, so it's a complete field day for the Jim Park there just to clean up.
Great kill from Mr. Stormstormer. Could be a bit cautious over the Chain Frost bouncing back. And now have also the Mortimer Kisses from afar. Looks like Stormstormer's in some trouble. He's got a bit of a streak as what is that damage?
The bongos. The drums.
Stormstormer. Okay, still will go down. The metal damage from Jim Park helps secure the kill. Tomi's going to TP out. With all that going on, they did leave a neutral item on the ground. So, 1 tier 2 neutral, less for Entity.
Okay. Not game-changing, but definitely can be significant. A little thing like that can add up in Dota. But yeah, these two teams neck and neck. No lead going either way, but I do feel like Beast Coast is hitting their stride and going to keep forcing these fights here. TA with Blink Desert Chrysalis has got a very free Roshan if you ever find a kill or two. Roshan will just melt to the physical damage of a TA here. So you're going to be very disciplined and careful of your entity, because any lost team fight now is going to, you're going to see objectives just fall so fast.
Not even just lost fight, but if they take a skirmish and they use abilities, like Chrono in particular, Global Silence, and it doesn't go well, if they only get 1 kill or not even a kill, then that's just instant to rush. I do think they smoked onto the Hawk. Stormstormer's got a great spot. Schofield, though, doesn't want to go up the high gun as soon as the smoke pops. Plays accordingly, backs off. He's going to let the rest of the team play the front line. But Dark Margot is able to come into play, but he too is very cautious about running up without any vision.
Yeah, Entity just wanting to play around that high ground ward, which I think Beast Coast kind of realized was there. They were trying to maybe clear it out, but Entity just holding their high ground there, throwing spells to force those defensive blinks, and it's important to just get them out of this area here. We'll see if Beast Coast do try and force this Roshan. They've got all 5 heroes positioned up here, but let's do Entity, so with ultimates online, it should be Entity who have the advantage here. But item-wise, they're a little bit behind, at least in terms of like where the key cores are. Like Void has the Ogre Axe, but still has a bit of a ways to go for BKB, whereas TA doesn't have a BKB, but has a shit ton of damage. Crystallis, Deso, like the Daedalus is almost complete. Like there is a huge damage advantage coming out from the Beast Coast
Stormstormer. Global Silence as well. This is a heavy commitment just for Dark Margot. Mystic Flare as well. And they might not even get the kill. Can he get the blink away? Watson sets up for the Chronosphere onto 3 as well, but is there going to be damage? Jim Park's okay. He'll shrug it off now off the back of the buyback. Dark Margot's in with the Mortal Kisses. Watson's in trouble. Tries to get the time walk away. Faceless Void's going to be able to retreat. Looks like Toby's the one that's in trouble with a snowball over the top. They'll close the distance. But where's the damage out of Jim Park, TA? Being a little bit cautious at the moment. Doesn't want to over-position Schofield, though. The Scepter completed, so gets the bash off the back of the Time Walk. Means that a second member will go down on Entity soon to make it a third. Schofield again! Catches out Stormstormer. We don't see a lot of the first item Scepter from Schofield, but there's a little bit of flair with this Rubik in this game 1.
Yep. And they're going to come in at the perfect time to take the enemy Tormentor, get the shard for the Lich. It started, for Entity, it's like, okay, we got a kill on their Tusk. He bought back. We just got to get out and cut our lot. Even giving them Roshan there is still fine, but the get out part is what was tricky there. There's just so much chase potential when you've got this Rubik who, you know, Time Walk doesn't seem like the scariest spell to steal, but when you combine it with the lift and the chase range for Schofield, nobody was getting out alive there. Jim Park solos the bottom Tormentor, so double Tormentor going their way on the Beast Coast side.
It feels like in these fights for Entity, it's a difficult call, because if you don't kill Tusk, if you like jump someone else, he can always blink and snowball save. But if you overcommit for him, he's lower than Rubik on net worth, and Stinger is 300 gold behind. So if you use every single spell on him, fights are never going to feel great. And if you don't, they don't feel great as well besides that. So it's a really difficult call for them to make now.
Yeah. They're almost in this mindset of like, hey, Tusk, he's their mid laner. Like, killing him is, it's worth using a Chrono, but you can't treat him like a mid laner at this point.
Did you see what he just did? Schofield jumped in, backed off with the second use of the Time Walk, so he scouted their positioning out. Is now well aware of Entity's placement. Again, Schofield. He's such a nuisance. They want to take him out.
Kill Schofield.
They'll be too late though. All the attention put on the Rubik means that Aegis is picked up, and now Jim Park, he's going to jump in. What's the call? It's a late global silence, but the damage, it's been dealt. 3 members are gone. This TA is way too farm. They're going to catch out Stormstormer as well. Another stolen Raw from Schofield. They might not even need it for the kill on the Beastmaster. Dark Margot will jump over the top and make it a 4-for-0, securing the ultra kill for Jim Park. And he's got Alchemist net worth, Parker. 20k at 22 minutes. This is probably the most farm TA I've seen in a very long time.
Absolutely insane. This is TA into Veno. You'd think TA is the counter to Veno in a game like this. I mean, they picked into it. He was confident in the matchup. With the Lich support, the lane went fantastic, and he is just snowballed out of control. And with Aegis ready to go high ground, you mentioned, you know, TA is one of the heroes that got hit hardest with the BKB change, and Parker says the answer to that is just not going BKB. This is a carry player's dream. It's like a patch where BKB is not a must-buy item. For your greedy carry players, they love it. They didn't want to buy BKB anyway, so players like Parker are just, he's feeling himself. He's just playing around all the spells. He's only died twice this entire game. Is honestly just so impressive.
What a stage to feel himself on as well. And he might even be able to get Watson. They'll need a stun. Dark Margot's going to be able to provide that. So too with Stinger as well. And just look at the damage. It's just blown up from our screen. Watson not even able to have a hope of escaping. Entity have to watch him die in the low ground. And this is just going to be a painful closeout of the game. They still got 3 minutes of the Ages. And Entity do not split push well at all. So this is going to be super difficult for them to be able to delay this game.
And even if they can't like break high ground with the Aegis, they probably can, like with an Aegis TA, like they can maybe force this, but they're going to have like that full map control where, hey, you're stuck in your base, we're seeing right outside of it, we've got all the vision up, we're farming everything, your Ancients, our Ancients, getting every, you know, they got double Tormentor, they'll get all the Wisdom runes, 15k gold lead becomes 25k gold lead, the game just gets out of control here where, you know, Void can't leave the base and farm, so you don't even have to go high ground here if you're Sorry, if you're Beast Coast. You're just happy to kind of slow roll this, poke and prod, see what you can get. And I think with 2.5 minutes in, they may even, you know, test the waters like once they get their next item or two. But for now, like Dark Maggo's not even there. He's just farming the jungle. He's like, yeah, you guys got this without me.
I think probably Butterfly is what they're waiting for, which is about to be completed for Jim Park.
I think is it Butterfly or just the Swift Blink?
Oh, okay, maybe. Oh no, it is Swift Blink. Okay, yep. I saw the Eagle Song, just presume. Didn't see the recipe completed, so okay, he's got that one now. I mean, what is the call? I don't even know when he got the Ag shot on TA, but still that is an incredible shot for him. Extra vision, more silence. Yeah. They're gonna try and jump him. Raw once again gets stolen. Minimal damage onto the TA though. They barely tickled her.
sure what the game plan was there because we didn't see any follow-up, or I mean, even if there was, you're probably not killing TA twice, so. East Coast gonna be grouped up now. Dark Mago very close to that BKB that he was trying to finish before, maybe forcing a high ground push, but if they want to go for a high ground push, they got to do so soon.
They might not have Stormstormer for the defense on entities with that ward. Pox gets him out, gets the blink before the damage from the trap. He's still in a lot of trouble though. Jim Park will easily chase him down. Stormstormer's got to get pretty cute with the jukes, but he runs straight into Stinger.
Not a good sign of where things are at here. Just like you say, not a great split pushing team, but it's really their only option is just try get out on the map, get some farm, try not to get caught, but not really the ideal heroes to do so with. And TA is ready to poke at that high ground now. Tusk BKB coming out on the courier, so pretty safe poke at the high ground here. Just 40 seconds left on the Aegis, so not sure they can fully commit to the racks here, but if they can find some more pickups and kills, they sure can. A two-shot?
You got the ward set up. This is something you brought up in the draft as well. That feels lovely for the Rubik against the Venom. We're gonna be able to set up a formation, make it difficult for Entity to even move slightly forward to mount the defense. Jim Park's not even gonna let them. What?
Oh my god, Fishman almost just... If he bought back and died there, that would have been... I've never seen that in Dota. He almost died there.
What was that? I wish
the buyback into Cyblade's death would have been historic.
Ew. That takes some discipline not to type a couple of letters after that. I tell you what, my god.
I don't even know if he realized he almost killed the silencer there, because he was in the fountain. He probably didn't have vision, but...
It wasn't just the silencer, he almost killed the Beastmaster too. A
yeah.
couple of heroes that only have like 300 health. I don't know if I've missed a shot popped up. I hopefully we can find one. We'll look after the game maybe. I really think this is going to be the most fun TA. This is ridiculous, this net worth. It's so crazy to look at.
Yeah, almost 1k GPM. Just under 990 GPM. One more team fight and maybe a high ground push. We could see that breaking 1k.
Dire's bottom tower is
I'm...
Here.
Are you surprised they're not walking up high ground?
It's a little... I mean, it's the combo potential here. You're the Chrono plus like Skywrath ulti or a Beastmaster Royal, like plus the global silence. Like you can't reliably like save somebody who gets jumped. Like the Tusk Snowball is not a reliable save against the Chronosphere. It just feels safer to stall it out and wait for Aegis here, especially if Entity's just going to sit in their base. Like it's almost like this is how you punish them for like camping in their base. It's just by like saying, okay, we won't push. Like you guys want to avoid fighting us? We're gonna just slow roll it.
Just kept the guarantee. Dude, yeah. No way. What have you looked at the probability recently? What do you think it is if you haven't?
99.
It's 16% for Entity.
What?
Okay. What has gone wrong in games for that to be 16%?
I mean, I guess the Void teamfight factor. I mean, I probably Gaben doesn't like this Dire drop because there's like no carries. Like the TA is a carry, but they have like 4 support heroes. So it's probably like rating this Dire drop as like, oh, this drop sucks in the late game because they have 4 supports. But I'm not sure. That seems very.
Oh, he sucked him out of the base. No way. Okay, he can force in his okay.
Just showing off. Which is like, look what I can do. Lich almost has an Ag Scepter, by the way.
Yeah, I just saw that. All right. Some Q potential plays out of the AoE Sinister's Gaze. Almost like a white hole for Stinger. So we shall see. So, what?
Oh.
What was... Who blinked away? Was it Schofield? I don't know how he read that.
Yeah. I think Beastmaster was trying to jump Schofield and he just reacted. So even when he's been stealing Roar, he like basically reacts, I think, to like the animation or like the sound cue, because he was stealing it before like the roll was even like finished the cast animation. So he is so quick on his fingers.
And his item build as well is he's going Wind Waker next. So this is just like, that's your guarantee, right? You mentioned maybe a little bit worried about high gun because of the threat of like the Chrono team fight as we see Stinger. He's a difficult kill with all the abilities he's got to work with. He's gonna make him work for it. Stinger's not dead just yet. Even Watson has to jump over to be able to get him. Meanwhile, Jim Park finds a freebie. Fishman casts the ultimate before he dies, but NT, it's an all-out retreat. They might not make it with the Mortimer Kisses raining down. Dark Margot's gonna jump on up as well. They won't get the connection on to Toby, but the shards will do the job. Jim Park, one quick swipe of the meld, and it's a triple kill for him. He'd love the rampage. Surprise! What, Scott? Okay. He's just having a little bit of fun.
I'm gonna chuckle and just going in, going back out. Creating space for Parker just to clear out the racks and get this with ease. Feels like they just didn't even... It doesn't even feel like they won a team fight and they just took a lane of racks. But, you know, obviously they did get a couple kills and most importantly, several big ultimates were used.
Oh, he's level 25. Very cool. Second highest is Stormstormer, 19. And why not add a couple of kills with the Hurricane Pike, Stormstormer. We'll get shredded apart. Watson finds a Chrono, but great reaction under the BKB. Chrono got stolen as well from Schofield, so let's see how he's going to be able to utilize this ability inside the fight. There's meanwhile TA still alive, burned out of refraction, but she's just way too far ahead. And they're going to be forced to call it quits. What a dominant performance from Beast Coast. It was close early on, but it really just got to a stage where there was no hope of being able to find a way back in pretty fast.
Yeah, you can see the reactions there. These guys, that looked like a fun game for them to play. I mean, Jim Park on the TA just having a hell of a time. Not often you have that kind of a carry performance, but everyone else is getting to just throw spells. Like, picking 4 heroes, none of which have a responsibility to hit creeps and, like, scale. I mean, obviously they were scaling to, like, Rubik especially, but, like, your job is just to, like, fight and, you know, use your spells and whatnot, and Beast Coast just executed so well. Like, the synergy and just the general team fighting together was really on point this game.
That's got to feel so nice for him as well. You already mentioned that he was able to get the boys over the finish line in one game versus OG. Now he does it again, but in much different fashion. That wasn't like the 50-minute thriller they had against OG. This was an absolute masterclass of a TA performance. Grandmaster from him. It looks like is his best hero, and again, I really think it broke some records as well. So we saw how happy he was, you know, straight away going from some handshakes, celebrating. You could really see the emotions. 24, 6, and 2. There needs to be no questions about who gets MVP. Although I will say Schofield, I think, gets a honorary MVP. That Aghanim Scepter Rush was very interesting, and I hope more Rubiks go for it, but Jim Park deserves every single praise.
Yeah. 1077 GPM. What an absolute monster. He ends the game. Like, this was a pretty quick game. He's like 7 slotted. He's got his BKB in his backpack. He's just like, I run out of item slots, you know? I don't know what to do. So he's just like, okay, we're going to play around the backpack. And this is without even having an Aegis. Absolute beastly performance from him. And, you know, this is something about playing with standards at these big events. Is just, it works. It doesn't work for everybody, but there's been so many amazing stand-in stories. You mentioned Mikey as well last DreamLeague season, and now we're seeing it here with Parker, or Jim Parker as he's going by. Absolute beastly carry showing from him in game 1 at least.
And he showcased that you are able to play into what is known as a bit more of a rough lane matchup for the Templar Assassin. Venno is often played into that to be able to dominate him in the lane. We saw that was not the case at all in this game. Like you said, I mean, he was even confident he picked it into it as well. So he knows his stuff without a doubt, and Beast Coast are looking very, very good. And, you know, everyone played their role as well. I think Dark Margot, even though he had, didn't get too much net worth, he wasn't the star. It felt like he still had a pretty good game on the toss, did what was required from him.
Yeah. It wasn't, I think it is a stellar performance. There were a couple of small mistakes here and there, but I think what he really did, that was probably the best part of his game, was just setting up Jim Park for success. That rotation top, he does die there, but I think he recognizes how important the TA is to their game plan. It's their only hero that really scales there, so all of his rotations were focused around the top lane. Usually you think of mid laners, you're rotating to your off lane, because your offlaner is often like your strongest hero. You want to take that offlane tower, but this game we saw him playing around the TA, making those rotations to secure TA a better game. So, heads up play from Dark Mago to recognize where those rotations need to happen, and he was willing to sacrifice his own game, for the greater good.
It's always a worthwhile sacrifice when the boys and yourself are able to get the victory. Feels good. Maybe you're not the MVP. Maybe it's a game where you took a bit more of a backseat, but in the end, we're all hunting for that winning feeling. And Beast Coast able to find it for their second time so far in Dream League, and unfortunately for Entity, still yet to find it as well. So once again, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. What adaptations can they make? How can they look to change some of their strategies? Because they came in with a pretty unique draft. I do want to sing some praises to Stormstormer. I think a lot of his rotations on the Beastmaster was very solid, and I was a bit surprised because I thought Beastmaster would just straight rush Scepter and not get involved, but we saw he's very reactionary with some of the TPs, went down to bottom lane a couple times. I'm pretty sure it was like 5-0 one stage as well, but unfortunately it just was not enough to get them over the finish line. So of course we'll have to compare some of the plays, and that's going to be Mr. Jim Park up against the opposition's carry, being Watson himself with the Ace of the Predator MVP. And Jim Park, well deserved. Like, that just last hits just completely tallies, and I feel like all the other stats are going to as well.
Watson's like, come on, don't do this to me. Don't put my numbers next to him. But, honestly,
that's not a good one.
Oh, that is a... I don't even, like, Watson didn't, I mean, he just didn't have a game. It's not like I feel like he had a bad game. It was just, obviously, this was the Jim Park show, and the entire Beast Coast team set up TA for success. When the TA snowballs, this can be what it looks like, and, there wasn't a whole lot Watson could do. He tried to do it, like, the fact we saw several chronos, like, it wasn't like he was just AFK farming the whole game. He was involved in 13 of their 23 kills, so... not a bad game by Watson, just a much better game by Jim Park.
Yeah, in fact, he actually had some pretty good chronos as well from Watson. We just saw there wasn't really the damage to follow up inside at the early stage, which you really need for the Faceless Void. So unfortunately for him, he had the lowest damage on his team, and actually the lowest damage in the game as well. So we all know the caliber of player that Watson is. Again, a rank 1 in Western Europe as well. In Europe as a whole, which we have to keep in mind, which is something to say with all the players that are over there. But how they're able to sort themselves up for game 2, because you really don't want to go down 0-4 to start day 1. Dream League, there are way too many goddamn good teams, and if you start 0-4, it just might be too difficult of a climb to be able to even maybe make it into the middle of the pack to get towards groups 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think, I should listen to you when you talked about the drafts. I think the lack of playmaking was a big part of it, and I think that's something that Entity need to look at too, is like, okay, yeah, they made the best out of, I think, this mid Beastmaster. Like, Stormstormer, he's not played a ton of the hero, but actually was very active and able to contribute. But if that's your playmaker, I think there's some weak points in your draft, so I think that's a big point of a focus point when it comes to what they're doing with game 2 in the draft.
Well, gonna be the boys on Beast Coast that strike first in our final series of the night. Will they be able to take a clean 2-0, or Entity find their first victory of Dream League Season 20? We'll find out very shortly.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 20. We have our last game of the night about to be underway to close out day one of the group stages. So let's see what we have in store for us. Beast Coast, a very dominant way to be able to open up this series. Entity, can they find an avenue back in though? Because you would hate to be down 0-4 to start. Wasn't the greatest signs for them though in that previous game.
Yeah, especially because they did such a good job of shutting down Dark Mago. Like, the playmaker, the mid-tusk, just, you know, really didn't have a good game at all. But it just didn't matter because of how free of a TA game it was. So, you know, they need to kind of do some soul-searching. It really feels like they're struggling a bit on the new patch, draft-wise, playstyle-wise, because, yeah, like, even, like, draft I didn't love, but it did feel like come mid-game, like, they were just team fights that they were just approaching the wrong way. And their execution as a team, you know, using Chrono, Global Silence, and things together wasn't on point.
I wonder who is the vocal person on Entity in a lot of the early game rotations, a lot of the mid-game fights as well, and late game, because often when you get towards the late stage, that is usually where the carry kind of picks up the slack. So I really do wonder how much Pure kind of played into that. Like, was that his role? Are they having some communication issues? Maybe there's too many people trying to talk and have their own ideas, because at the moment, you know, Entity, they're really struggling. And again, I was still hoping for the best for these boys, because of course they high caliber individuals. We've seen it in the past. You know, it could just be a rough day one as well. That could also be, you know, the thing. You take a break, take a breather, heading to the next day with a fresh mind. And a great way to do that is getting this victory now. We heard from Insania with the interview as well. He said it was just nice that they were able to showcase that they'd made improvements, that they fixed some of those mistakes, with at least getting a win on the board. And I'm sure Entity will feel very similar as well if they're able to do so. But of course, it all starts with the draft.
There's a big difference between winning your first game of the day, then losing the next three, and versus losing your first three and then winning the last one. Like, you're going to sleep better, and you're going to go into day two just, I think, mentally feeling a little bit better if you won that last game of the day previously. So, like you say, you feel like you made that small improvement, and you feel like, hey, we won. It's like every pub player, you know, it's like one more game, you know, you never want to finish on a loss. So, you know, you're going to play that one more game, and sometimes you're playing till 7 in the morning, but, you know, for these teams, they don't want to end on that loss.
No, they do not want to end on that loss at all. So let's see what we have in store for us. Draft is underway. Again, we're going to have Entity on the Radiant side, this time playing with second pick, and Beast Coast on the Dire side with Radiant. So on the Dire side with first pick. In regards to the bans in the previous game, it was Entity banning out Deuce and Magnus, and Beast Coast got rid of the Batrider techies. So there's already a little bit of change, and due to Beast Coast not banning Batrider, it's going to force Entity to do so.
Yeah. Interesting, yeah, they prioritized the Wind Ranger this game, which was kind of like left in the pool last game, so something Beast Coast wanted. They just don't want to play Wind Ranger into, so we'll see what they do when it comes to having the first pick of the draft this time around, since they didn't have to ban the Batrider, they kind of force Entity to, since that seems to be the first pick hero these days. A flexible hero that, obviously Beast Coast can play in the core role, but they can a lot of teams are also playing as a 4 position as well nowadays.
So I'm probably expecting Beast +1. Just what that +1 is. The ultimate question. There you go. Okay, so firstly, this is your classic Fishman hero. He had a couple when they were looking very good. Undying was by far one of them, and you just say, screw it, let's go Watson's Morphling. Like, he has a incredible Morphling. I also think it's one of the better ways to address the Magnus. I think with the Aghanim Scepter on Morphling stealing all his stats is very, very important. And also, he's got some pretty good abilities for you. Just Empower. We all know Morphling is one of the few range heroes that actually likes it with all the base damage. So that's pretty nice. And again, if Watson's going to carry on any hero, I definitely think Morphling's one of them.
Yeah. Usually, though, you think first phase Morphling, you're thinking of picking it like in the 8 slot, where it's like, okay, we pick Morph and ban the counter. So I'm really curious to see what, like, because whatever Beast Coast pick here is to me like, okay, they're saying this is like how you deal with a Morphling, like, because you first phase a Morphling and you're opening it up to be counterpicked in the first phase as well. It's definitely something that's, potentially quite vulnerable here. And, Beast Coast have all the heroes they could hope for to try and answer it.
So I think there's a couple of routes they could go down. We see Shadow Demon, Darkseer, pretty solid in a way to steal the Morphling. You could even go, Ancient Apparition. Yep. Okay. I was going to say you could even just follow up with a secondary core, but AA's been like, man, it's a hero that people have really wanted to play. And I honestly thought the changes to AA in 7.33 was going to make this hero a lot more viable, but I'm surprised we haven't gotten this hero as much.
Yeah, it feels like even like the old days when Morphling was like meta and people would like sometimes ban AA, but even when you saw AA come through, it's like it makes the Morphling have to play a bit more cautiously, maybe even go into BKB or things, or just, you die a couple times where you otherwise not die, but you still have a Morphling problem. Like, you miss one ulti as AA and that's a lost team fight, and that support is not... The hero doesn't give you a whole lot else outside of the ultimate at times, it feels like, although, with some of the buffs it does, AA is getting more and more tools patch by patch now with all, the shards and the ags and whatnot. There are more things you can do as an AA, but you're still pretty much being picked for your ultimate. If that ultimate doesn't land, you're in trouble.
10 seconds remaining.
Besides the ultimate not landing in fights, what are the weaknesses on why we don't see this hero as well? Like, do you think it's a strong laner? Does it have issues shoving out waves or stuns? What else about him?
It's not a bad laner by any means. I think it's pretty solid. There is some lane shoving issues at times. But I think the hero is just like kind of like this easy. Anybody that can like jump the backlines is just gonna find easy free kills on AA. But the hero just doesn't really make plays. It's not really a good offensive or defensive support. Offensively, sure, you do a lot of damage, but it's like, you compare it to like a Skywrath Mage, and I feel like you're getting way more out of a Skywrath Mage. The only thing you're getting out of AA is the utility of the ultimate being like a morph counter here. So I just think there's heroes that do what AA does a lot better in almost every single game that doesn't involve a Morphling. There's just a better support, basically.
What is the route that Entity want to go down now with their 15th pick? One thing we again brought up last game is just that issue with being able to make plays. So I wonder if they can. I mean, there's not many position 4s that Katomi likes right now to be that playmaker. Like, previously they would just spam the Tiny, but we do not see the hero at all. That's not a viable 4. So that was when they had a lot of success, but it's a big issue now with him not being able to be your playmaker. And Toby's not really. He's your aura builder, so it's pretty much only Stormstormer then.
Yeah. It's kind of, I think, even a good point to bring up the Tiny, because if you look at the bans, Beast Coast are full-on targeting Stormstormer. Definitely the player that, often gets targeted because he is kind of got that smaller, unique hero pool. And, you know, Tiny is something he can play that they may have to go for, but definitely if you're Entity, you're thinking, do we need to pick our mid laner in this second phase? Probably not with this pick necessarily, but with all the bans on mids, you know, you're going to be somewhat limited when it comes to that final pick for Stormstormer.
10 seconds remain. Beast Coast's turn to pick.
Okay, so there is your initiator. That's really the big thing, and you said kind of the weakness with the A is that if you're very vulnerable to being caught out to start some of the fights. So Clockwork's going to enable that with the flare for vision, but also of course he's able to jump too.
Yeah, and you know, you were kind of calling like, you know, you want Kanomi on the at least something that can be a bit more of a playmaker and really set the tempo. This at least brings that to the table. You can have Toby on some of those, you know, kind of cheesier offlaners, those aura buyers, or, you know, the Veno Viper type heroes if you really want. You know, the Veno didn't work too well from the last game, so I would be surprised to see something along those lines again. I think just pick heroes that buff up Morphling. Like pick someone to just, like, you know, buy a Solar Crest basically and other aura items to make Morphling as strong as possible.
Right? What are your opinions on the Dark Willow? It's a support that we see here and there, but not too crazy.
I like it's a support that's like kind of self-sustainable, and like you're not worried about like this Morphling like waving in and like killing you. You've always got that kind of defensive tool, and with the Shadow Realm, and you know, even against Clockwork. So I think this is a hero that has a lot of damage output, which is great against Morph, and just all these like annoying spells and slows that can like just stuff that make Morphling's life just that little bit trickier. I think this game, a lot of good kind of combo potential with the Magnus as well. You know, screw it back into brambles and things. You've got just you know, it just seems like a good hero that can kind of pair with the Magnus a bit and bring that kind of control to the table, which is something the AA often lacks. Is, you know, you're just this like damage output support that doesn't really stun people.
Entities turn to pick.
They take the tiny. Yeah, I mean, that almost feels a bit like a block pick, because that was one of the heroes I think that stood out the most as far as what Stormstormer may pick up. So curious to see where Entity go. Maybe just going to be one of, like, you know, he plays the Void Spirit, but he's not like a... I mean, he also plays the Storm. I think maybe Storm Spirit's probably the hero that makes the most sense here. It's a good matchup against the Tiny. It's a hero that can be active and make plays around the map. So I'd probably look to the Storm as being the main hero that stands out to me. If they want to pick his hero now, they could save his pick for last pick, but then they run the risk of, you know, more bans being targeted his way.
I'd like it now, yeah. Like you said, the mid lane hero pool is getting pretty limited, and you still don't see the carry on Beast Coast, so just save it for Toby to be able to counter pick. Whatever they pick though, you are severely lacking damage with the Undying Clockwork being your support duo, and Morphling can have some difficulty with showing up to early game fights, so you need to find a solution to that. Especially if you know, we've highlighted Toby as, like, you know, usually more of a utility aura buyer. Like, that means you're also not getting damage out of your offlaner, in a sense. So if you go for something like picking a Storm, you suddenly may have damage issues, because Storm is like usually hoping to have like a support or some hero around you that also does some good damage. So, you know, while Storm does have a good lane here, you're gonna run into other issues. And there's a hero that can, you know, fix that damage issue a bit. They get the Queen of Pain. So not an easy Queen of Pain game by any means. Lane matchup wise against Tiny should go pretty well, but obviously there is a ton of stuns. You've got Tiny Avatos combos, you've got Dark Willow, you've got Magnus. A lot of heroes to give Quap a tough time. Yep. We do see once Quap's able to get those items though, whether that be like the Falcon Blade, Kaya, sometimes you even see Kaya Sunch into the Scepter. Yeah. You do a stupid amount of damage, so see if Stormstorm is able to get to that stage. Beast Coast looking for their carry still. Sven banned out. Where could they go? I mean, this here's like Bloodseeker still in the pool. Maybe you don't really want to pick the Bloodseeker into the Morphling so much. Definitely we saw what, you know, Bloodseeker with the Magnus and power can just kind of power farm a bit. I mean, Magnus Bloodseeker is just so easy to play, and we could just, you know, why not run it back? I mean, obviously it wasn't Beast Coast, we saw do it early today, but it just seems like one of these combos that can just win you games. I would like the Bloodseeker, yeah. I just... I don't know, man. That combo is just too easy. You even have Tiny as well for it. So I think that hero is pretty goddamn strong too. So they might, if they go down that route, might have some issues with taking objectives though. That is kind of the one issue with the Bloodseeker compared to some of the other carries.
Yeah, and if you're not taking objectives, maybe like, yeah, you're giving time and space for Morphling to like, you know, just carry the game. So could be an issue. But that's, yeah, I mean, kind of depends. Yeah, like, can we just run over them and just play this super fast tempo game? They've got only a couple seconds here, so we'll find out soon enough. And Meepo, yes, it was banned last game. We get it here in game 2.
Ooh.
Oh, they were ready for it. Instantly counterpicked.
It's a pretty good Wyvern game. I mean, you do have a lot of magic damage to go through. Like, still, it's not gonna protect versus the Ice Blast, and so you got the Dark Willow and the Tiny. But I like that lane where you've got Katomi on the Clockwork to play as a bodyguard for the Wyvern, which is really the important thing. Just a ranged melee pairing in both your side lanes. Like you said, it's a response to the Meepo. Not only the Meepo as well, Parker. We also mentioned earlier in the day against the Magnus. Your counter initiation on top of the RP is always very easy to execute with the Winter's Curse. I still am a little concerned about the early game damage though from Entity.
Yeah, the Wyvern pick, you know, nice in theory, but again, yeah, it's a hero that's not doing damage. You're very much like reliant on Quap to make plays, like maybe with the Clockwork and Undying a bit. That's going to be, you know, how you, I guess, I mean, sort of, as far as dealing damage, it really is just the Quap. So at some point, you know, if these heroes, you know, you're up against tanky heroes and Tiny, Magnus, Meepo's going to get a ton of stat items, like Quap is going to need some help. Like, and Wyvern's a hero that may have a tough laning stage, but played in the offlane core role. I think it's can kind of be at times a bit of a liability if you've got heroes that can get on top of him, which I think A and Meepo have the potential to do. That could be a lane that Toby maybe struggles a bit in. So I think those damage issues you mentioned could, yeah, become a real problem.
I guess not even just the A and the Meepo. You've got Dark Margo on an active playmaker as well. So we'll see. You know, potentially attention needs to be put on the power rune. If Dark Margo is able to get a couple, then it just makes it that much easier for him to be active across the map and proving to be a bit of an issue. But both sides kind of go for something in left field. We got the Meepo, which had a lot of talks around the previous Dream League when the Mega Meepo was just introduced. That still since then, we haven't really gotten a whole lot of this hero. People have some different opinions about it. I've heard people think the Mega Meepo is broken, and I've heard people say, you know, it's kind of trash. So we shall see how it's going to shape up. Do you have any opinions about the Meepo himself?
I think the hero is stronger. I'm not sold on it yet. I've seen Parker played a few games. I think he played it once in the DPC even. But he also spams this hero in pubs and stuff. He's always been a big Meepo player, so I'm curious to see how he plays it. I think the Ag Scepter has to be a part of the build. Like, I think that's part of why this hero is being picked again. I'm leaning more towards it being viable. I don't think it's trash. I definitely think the Ags is good. I'm just not sure how good.
Hopefully we get to find out this game for Mr. Jim Park if he's going to find it required in his item build. But what about what's in this game on the Morphling? This was a very, very early Morphling pick in the first phase. We said that it's, you know, he is the caliber player to be able to put teams on his back, and definitely Morphling is one of those heroes he can. Do we feel like this is a game where Watson can say, don't worry boys, if I get my farm, I can get us over the finish line?
Sort of. I'm not convinced. Like, I think, you know, to go back to the Meepo and like how it matches up, Meepo's always been good against these heroes that rely on like mobility and like their elusiveness, and like heroes like Morph and Quap. Like, I think Meepo can like scale very well against a Morphling. So I don't think it's just like hey, if Watson free farms, he can win the game. I think he needs to, you know, find some item timings around his teammates, and they need to execute well. Like, particularly Katomi as the only like initiating force on this ND side needs to really set up some good fights for Watson. So it's going to be a tough game for him. I don't think it's just a get farm win game kind of situation.
Yeah, because if Katomi doesn't set up good fights for Watson, then you're going to have the AA counter that they went for super early on for Beastro. So, and you've got multiple heroes to be able to put in front of him. Meepo, Mag, and the Tiny as well. So hopefully that makes Stinger's game a little bit easier. See how we have our second game. Of course, our last game of the night as well.
I think Watson's going to be hoping in these like mid-game fights he can just like dive in, kill the AA. Like if you initiate on the AA, you just kind of take out that Ice Blast from the picture. But easier said than done. There's going to be, you know, you need that vision, and you've got the Rocket Flare, I guess, to kind of try and play around. But that's going to be, that's where, you know, we mentioned Kataomi so much because he is so important.
Toby top lane. Being chased down by the Blood Grenade slow. Jim Park as well. One more right click, and already are some of our concerns about the Winter Wyvern is showcasing early on.
Meepo just right-clicked him down. That was a level 1 Meepo just with poof. Didn't even need Earthbind or the Ransack. Well, bad start to the lane for Toby. But he is at least kind of low, but has the Salvi to play around. They've maybe got the Meepo now a bit out of position here, so they'll get at least some good damage, and don't think they've got a kill here.
I expected that Cinder Blast still. A lot more damage. Jim Park is okay. He has the resources looking. Couple tangos. Singer can give over to him as well. I think the real big thing is just, I mean, definitely Entity bottom lane is going to go incredibly well. Even though Magnus is a universal hero now, still the Undying is a very, very annoying laning support for the Mag to play into. So this is going to be, I imagine, a free farm lane for Watson. I would be quite surprised if it's not. And mid should be pretty good for Stormstormer as well, although I do still think Dark Margo is going to find his farm. It's actually bottom. Fishman do it under the tower. Tombstone's going to get dropped down. Fishman won't die. It looks like Schofield won't either.
The zombies? Oh, he's salving.
I think he's salved, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to lose that salve, though, and
top lane. Stinger's getting chased down. Katomi with a battery assault. That's going to be enough. So they're going to be able to strike back for Entity pretty fast.
Going to try get control and take advantage of this top lane before Meepo starts getting those clones into the picture. Yeah. So far, you know, despite giving up that early kill on Toby's Wyvern, oh, another skewer down bottom. They've got the Morphling into the tower here, but he's A-okay.
I guess that's another thing about the Morphling into the Mag lane is, again, Stinger's going to go down. He'll have to make the Walk of the Shame, and oh no, he has Jim Park's Glove of Haste in his inventory as well, so Meepo's not going to be able to finish the treads, which makes it that much worse of a death.
At least it's low-level support, so we'll respawn fast, but a long, long walk back to the lane. So this lane stage's looking pretty good for Entity here. Multiple lanes seems to be going well. This top lane, yeah, despite Toby giving up the first blood, has completely swung Radiant's favor, and Quap having the advantage. Morphling should be free farming. He's actually had a bit of a rough time here, so just the constant kind of scrapping has kind of limited his ability to just farm in this lane.
They're going to even take away the water room for Stormstormer as well. Dark Margo had a nice toss away to stop Katomi from picking up the top one. And now it looks like bottom is going to be secured for Dark Margo as well.
And nicely done. They recognize that's a good way to punish this mid Quap, and Quap has no mana for a blink.
Oh, that's a huge kill. Quap is a lane dominator, 3 points in Shadow Strike, but goes down to 1 rotation out of Schofield. Tommy should be fine by the looks of it.
They just recognize, like, you could click the Quap and see she's on like 51 mana, and they're like, hey, we can actually kill her. Like, she can't just blink away. Let's just run at her and she's gonna die. Top lane, they've got the double Meepo.
Dude, Toby, can he fly over the top? Arctic Bird about to expire. He'll make it into the pit of death. This always feels like. Maybe no, with a TP out, Toby will live. Meanwhile, a lot of action in the other lanes, though. Bottom, looks like Sacred went down. There was an exchange, though, of Fishman's life.
Yeah, we're always happy. You know, support for core and the carry free farming away. So Morphling going to be thrilled with the outcome there, but Max will come right back to this lane and continue doing what he does best, just being an absolute nuisance, looking for that early Vanguard, but not doing a whole lot anymore to pressure this Morphling. This lane is really stabilized in Morphling's favor, where he's got the sustain and the levels now to just free farm away.
With all the action, it's shaping up for another game, 4 games where we've had a lot of action. Last game mirrored the EG Liquid series. And it looks like this one was 6 kills early on. Maybe add another one. Storm's out of mana. Not going to be able to play around with the ultimate. Looks like it won't matter though. Dark Margot, that's a big kill for them to be able to find. Stormer gets a reward. They don't get the power rune though, which he would have loved considering he needs to refill up his resources, but he'll be happy with the kill.
Yeah. I think that's one thing Beast Coast have done really good is just keeping these runes out of Quap's hands. With that said, NT have found a good job of just making these plays, getting some kills, and doing well in lanes, even without those.
Oh, Watson's going in for it.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be able to TP down now. It's going to be Dark Margaret. Doesn't want to go to mid. Sees an opportunity to try and kill off the Morphling. Toss back onto the tower. But with the attribute shift, Watson's going to be okay for the moment. Still has a little bit of strength to morph into as well. Dark Margaret with a round to the spells. It's going to take a while with the low level that the Tiny is, so they won't get the kill onto Watson. Maybe they'll turn to the easier Undying instead, but Fishman, he's got another round of the Decay, and with 2 points in it already, secures the kill before he dies. Wants a hive. No way, Fishman? Okay, Dark Margaret timed it perfectly, but almost got the deny onto the neutrals.
Yeah, and there was a Meepo kill up top while all that was going on, so the Wyvern slowing down the Gym Park Meepo. We've seen what he can do throughout today, carrying on Medusa, carrying last game on TA, so having a slow starting hero like Meepo, not a good sign. Definitely a hero that usually is very momentum-based, and you're not looking to have that kind of slow start, so you can catch up and accelerate your farm very quickly in the jungle, but that's not really where the Meepo wants to be this early on.
And just importantly, it gets Wyvern out of, I really think, one of the weaker stages in the game. So Toby now has the ultimate, so if anyone shows in the lane, should be able to get that turnaround potential, and it frees up everyone else to play with Stormer too. Once again, we've got the power rune timing that both the Quap and the Tiny would desperately love. Fishman yoinks the illusion though.
This Quap continuing to poke and pressure the mid lane.
Pressure might build up a bit too much for Beast Coast. Sonic Wave at the ready. Not going to put him in a threshold where that'll secure the kill. They're hunting Stinger though. Tommy's going to be able to find him out in the tree line. And these kills for the supports are starting to act up. Both Fishman and Katomi are level 5.
And importantly, they're just keeping heroes away from defending the mid tier 1 tower. They're getting it down to a 3rd health now, so even without a siege wagon, they get this tower very low. An early tier 1 here would be huge for them in terms of pressuring the map.
Comfy? Does he want to? Oh, it's just a measly Dark Willow. They might even be able to get Dark Margot off to the right side. That's a great combo out of the Tiny. There's going to be enough damage from Stinger to be able to get the Queen of Pain kill, but still the supports, that's where the levels are able to come into play. It's not okay. Rocket Flare. Katomi gets the kill. Zeki with the rotation. They've got no damage to Fishman.
No.
1100 health. He might be able to stick into the TP up. Dark Willow's going to TP in, so he is just...
He wants to die.
He's going to go for it now.
Yeah.
Will he make it? Brambles laid down. It'll stop him short. But it is time delayed, giving the cause on the side lanes free farm.
Yeah. At the end, he's like, he either needs to TP to base or just die there, because he's not contributing a whole lot other than creating space, which is super useful. This Morphling continues just to go kind of uncontested in this bottom lane.
Storm.
That's the blink away this time. And curious to see what the plan is around this Meepo. They're going to hit an early blink dagger timing, it looks like, and then try and get this Meepo active, I've got to imagine. Try and take some fights using that early Ice Blast, maybe.
Dark Mug. They're going to chase him down. Do have an Arcane Rune they're trying to leave for him. Might just bait his own life, though. Raiden, they're even considering about jumping over the top. The Stormer. Target Stinger down for the moment. So kind of a lack of damage from either side to start. They'll need the extra numbers. They're starting to pile towards Jim Park and the ward up on a higher gun. Entity, they're well aware of this. They're going to play accordingly. Not running into the dire territory. Gonna back them off to their own side of the map. Dark Margot still wanting for the finishing blow, but the tombstone drop, that should signal the retreat. East Coast know there is no further fight with this one now used.
So badly wants to force fights around this arcane room, but AA just short of level 6, 1 or 2 creeps short. Clockwork was also like 1 creep short of level 6. If he had it there, they would have been able to initiate on the energy side, but has managed to now get it off of this mid creep wave, and Dark Mag has to be a little bit careful sticking around here. If that hookshot finds him, could be in some trouble now with the arcane room wearing off.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A much better start to this game for Entity. So you haven't really addressed the Meepo, who after the one death in lane's just gone back to the jungle and a completely free farm. Top of the net worth by a long shot. Katomi, pretty good reactions out of Sacred with a skewer instantly. You'll be able to get some separation. Now, but the Clockwork is way too far away from the team. They're gonna have to feed him to the wolves and back on out.
Yeah, a bit too overly ambitious there. The hookshot not quite landing as well. I was able to get on top of when the battery assault, but quick response from Beast Coast, just knowing that, you know, they're kind of happy to play this like 4-1 split where Meepo's just free farming in the jungle, top of the net worth. As long as the other 4 heroes are then constantly fighting and defending objectives, this game will, you know, they're going to hit a strong mid-game timing now.
In the fight, nice toss in the Bramble. Really great placement, Storm Missile. Another ultimate just used for a support. They'll get the kill, continuing to give him a little bit of gold to get closer towards the Kyre and Sanj.
And kept the rune out of the Tiny's hands, the double damage. So it would have been a nice pickup for the Tiny to have this early on. But Undying willing to... I think it's generally at this stage like where mid laners having runes can be so impactful. Dying as a 5 position to just take a rune can often be worth it.
So we've had a lot of action around mid, but when do we feel like this is going to start to move over to the side lanes?
I think around the blink timings, Meepo's got his, Tiny's is a couple hundred away. I think we're going to see a ton of smoke rotations coming out of the Beast Coast side. They've got the Magnus blink queued up, but that's about 1,500 gold away. So I think it's just going to be, let's hunt these heroes, like Morphling ideally, but really whoever you can find, and then try and turn kills into objectives, because, you know, Meepo's a pretty good objective taker, so I think that's, in my opinion, about to start happening. They're just waiting on the Tiny blink. That's the big one. He's going to hit level 9 and have blink in probably the next minute or so.
It's going to be Entity that make the go first. See Sacred farming up the stack. Katomi will start, and with Stormer nearby, they should have the damage required. Sacred's going to skew them to the north, though. Does he want to use the RP? Because the team is close by. Jim Park very hesitant about following up, so RPUs, they might get the D. Oh, it just expired. So frustrating. Drop the sentry, about to get it. Juicy gold, juicy experience. Just gets taken away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They'll happily take the Magnus kill, though. And they're moving in aggressively, looking for this Wisdom Room where Meepo may just have to vacate.
See.
They are not ready to force this fight.
If they caught out inside the river, it is the Queen of Pain. That's a huge kill. Back to bottom, Sacred. In some trouble, Watson. Great play with the Replicant. Back skewer on over the top. Where are we going, Sacred? Oh, not trapped inside the cogs. So he gets out. Katomi's still trying to hunt for the kill. Maybe another round of the Decay. Going with the damage from afar will help them out. Jim Park wants some revenge, and he's going to be able to find it, but Watson, he's starting to pump in a lot of damage. Meepo overestimated how much damage he'd truly have, and Watson stands strong with the Stolen Empower. Means that he was able to tear apart the health pool.
Yeah, he just kind of right-clicked that Meepo down, and Tiny's looking for some revenge here with the haste rune. No way you're killing a Morphling. Maybe the Clockwork, but he just TPs himself out of there. So Meepo's first arrival to a fight is pretty underwhelming here, and that's a pretty bad sign. Like, you know, Meepo's still one of these heroes. You're not picking for this like greedy late game, you know, farming. You're really trying to hit a big mid game timing, and your blink daggers. You come to a fight, doesn't really work out too well, and they're not really syncing up.
maybe this is where they can sync up top lane though.
Yeah.
Toss in the Ice Blast, easy combo. And they're able to execute it for Beasto. So they're kill for them to find me more Entity. They're even trying to make their own play mid lane. Once again, trying to slow down Jim Park. I think he does read this attempt. But my big concern is just Watson is getting too much early game farm. Manta is so value this game. Completely mitigates a lot of the Dark Willow's abilities. Actually, hold that. There's hook shot in for Katomi. Able to land on a Stinger. Bisco's got some heroes nearby. Dark Margot doesn't have the greatest resources though, and especially with the Tombstone dropped. Bisco's want nothing to do with that.
Yep, that's going to be the Clockwork's #1 objective this game is just jump the AA any chance you get. You get on top of the AA and find a kill. That just means Morphling is going to have a free reign in any team fight if there's no Ice Blast to worry about.
Schofield looking for a solo kill to Katomi. I might be forced to beeline it back around as Dark Margot tries to get the jump at the combo. That's enough. He's in a lot of danger though. Stormstormer not going to mess around. They'll need the curse to break the TP, and Toby be able to find him just in the nick of timing. Schofield could protect. Oh, he's stuck. Oh,
they can't reach him though.
They can't see him, and yes, Sacred now is in with the RP. It's just a little bit off the mark with the Ice Blast, but Jim Park has plenty of control and the damage. A double kill secured, but Watson wants to make amends. He's going to be in with the Morphling. Play around with the Magnus Replicate. Finds a skewer onto multiple, but Watson is just by himself. Has he overcommitted? Gets the kill, looks to Schofield next as well. Watson knows his limits and now spies out Stinger as well. A triple kill for the carry of Entity. And Watson is on a roll, top of the net worth by a long shot. And they seem to have a big Morphling issue.
Yeah, the Morphling just being ahead of the Meepo is making such a big deal in these fights. Meepo just not having the stats or survivability. Just melting to the Morphling and his right-click damage. He just takes the Magnus form, gets the free empower, has a couple of extra nukes as well. The fact that Dark Mago survived that long and kind of baited them in by getting hidden in the trees worked out so well in Beast Coast's favor, but ultimately it's still Entity who come out on top just because of how strong this Morphling is.
And he's only going to get stronger as well. Yeah. I really wonder when Watson considers a Scepter, because it's incredibly viable this game versus the Mag. You can even use it against the Dark Willow as
he'll live.
Okay, he'll live. So I wonder when he goes Scepter. I think this is a BKB game as well versus a lot of the spell damage they have in control. He might even want a little bit of stats just to make sure he doesn't get blown up from the Tiny. So I do wonder what the item build is going to be for Watson, but with the game he's had, if he can get like 3 items, I think he carries.
There we go. You mentioned the Ags and how good it is. That's exactly what he queues up. Looks like as his first big item.
I don't... Katomi? Very nicely done from Stormstormer, putting himself nearby to act as a target for the hook. They still have a ward though, so Dark Margot can start to stalk some of the Entity members. They want to fight though. Fishman lays down the ward. Tombstone now dropped on the high ground as well, but seems a little bit awkward for them at the moment, so they're going to back on off.
Probably the calls being made, more things like, guys, I'm not there. You know, if you want to take a big fight, make sure I'm at it because I'm pretty important at this point of the game. And Aghanim Scepter is online for Watson.
Goodbye, Fishman. Scouts him out at least. It's the important thing. 4 heroes around bottom. Might look into the tier 1 tower. We'll see if Jim Park even wants to move down as well. I do really want to mention, with him rushing Scepter, okay, he's going to go Sanjin Yasha, which will definitely buff him up so he doesn't get blown up versus Tiny. It is a goddamn value Manta game, so I wonder if that could still prove to be an issue with to be able to dispel the Earthbind and along with the Dark Willow ability, so we shall see. But of course, I will always believe in Watson's morph as Katomi finds out this is big if they can get on Toby, but great reaction out of the curse. And now look at the damage the Wyvern can pump out. They'll turn instantly with Watson nearby. Even Sonic Wave to get the kill. Sacred's ready. He's ready to go here with the RP if he can find an angle. Entity playing accordingly, backing off from the tree line. Watson hops out. Be able to retreat safely.
No. There won't be any follow-up kills there, but yeah, definitely, you know, Morphling has to be a little bit careful with how squishy he is, but I'm expecting him to get that BKB maybe after the Sanjin Yasha, and that's where he can just, like, you know, play aggressive around the BKB. There's so many stuns in control that, you know, it seems like a necessary item at some point in the game. But up until this point, Watson's just played flawlessly around all the potential aggression from the Beast Coast side.
Watson morph is a very scary thing. Haven't been able to address it just yet. And do you see any time shortly they will be able to? Because he's definitely not at his peak just yet, but he's pretty goddamn close.
Yeah, I don't think there's like a big item or anything they're getting. Like they're itemizing defensively on the Beast Coast side. Meepo's just getting more stats. Magnus is trying to just get, the team aura items. Tiny's going for a BKB. So there's no big change coming in terms of what Beast Coast have to deal with the Morphling. It remains the same. Like land a stun into Ice Blast and try and blow him up.
Well, maybe this could be the item for Jim Park. I have to imagine, well, he's got the potential to go Hex next item with this ultimate orb if he wants to. So that could be a route. I know Skadi is we see this very often on Meepo. Skadi is kind of bugged right now though with not working to BKB. So we'll see if Meepo knows about this if he even goes down there.
Yeah. The Hex is, I think, an item you're going to need at some point. It's just like, can you afford to get it now? Because we've seen the Meepo in these fights look very squishy. Like, he just has been melting to the Morphling. So, if you're not able to kill him during that Hex, or if you're the one getting gone on, like, this Meepo could become like, you're just a lot squishier with this Hex pickup. So it's something you have to be a bit careful about.
Gives him that opportunity now to find the jump. It's not as much pressure onto Dark Margot, who I think we spoke about it earlier in the day, that this Tiny can have a lot of difficulties with being able to keep up in farm. You do have a Magnus on your lineup, but we haven't really seen Dark Margot empowered, so he's really falling behind in the net worth.
And just the BKB, which will, it's going to create a timing for Beast Coast where it's like, okay, this is our last hurrah. We get BKB, let's smoke up, force some fights. We can't afford to give them Roshan. Well, they're going to get Roshan now, but like you theoretically can't afford to like lose any ground when you rush this BKB because you're preventing your scaling. The problem is he's going to get BKB and now he's going to be into an Aegis, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to get a ton of value out of this BKB. We could just see this game turn into one where Beast Coast is playing high ground defense. They're only down 3k gold, but it feels like the hole they're in is much deeper than that.
It's only going to continue now as well. Katomi gets an angle for the hook shot. Nice attempt at the TPR to actually be able to make it. So we're going to cool down for a little bit of time. Let's see what they're able to get out of the map though. Watson will run into Jim Park. Blink just into the proof away. Very, very close, but looks like Entity want to take firm control of this bottom side. So T2 Tower should be for free.
Yeah, they're thinking about pressing forward. They're going to send Morphling top though, so doesn't look like they want to force the issue right now. I mean, I think a mistake a lot of teams make is they get Aegis and they're like, okay, it's go time, let's run them. It's like, you got 5 minutes, so finish an item or two, deal with the creep equilibrium, like, dot your I's and cross your T's. Push out the top lane and just take out these outer towers kind of more systematically if needed.
And we're not really expecting a response, right, for Beast Coast until they hit these next set of items?
It feels like they almost need to respond at some point, but into the Aegis, I just think it's too big of a task. They want to, try and find heroes that are maybe split apart from the rest of the team. But I think realistically, their options are somewhat limited. They're going to get this Scythe of Vice on Meepo, and then probably just look to make some find that nice initiation, like either off the Magnus or, like probably with the Magnus Blink Skura, and then like the Meepo follows it up with his Hex. Because, yeah, their draft is not scaling into this late game, it feels like, against a Watson Morphling.
Maybe now they're ready to go, though. I mean, that's a huge item. It's BKB Dark Margot. She's got the Hex on the Meepo, and you just completed a Scepter as well for Schofield. So, see what the call is going to be. I do not believe they smoked under the ward. Fishman is going to reveal himself, though.
Sacred in the neighborhood, hovering around this mid lane, but he's got backup nearby as well.
Oh, the illusion. Oh, not the illusion bait. Not the illusion bait. And now the heal group up. A curse onto 2. Spells disaster. Sacred goes down. Bye-bye, Dark Margot. Storm Stormer with the bait. That was perfect.
That feels so bad. You used so much, and it turns out just being an illusion. The second that Ice Blast goes on cooldown, Morphling, I mean, he already has a very free fight because of the Aegis, but sometimes you don't want to just throw away your Aegis for nothing, but that's the only thing that really poses a threat on Morphling is the Ice Blast. See it again here, just... I'm sure there was some level of intentionality with that, but there was also, it just seemed like an illusion just running down the mid lane as well.
Oh god. And now they're gonna lose so much off the back of that. One bait, couple of pickoffs. Your base is in shambles. Watson taking it with ease. With them respawning, they're gonna pay some respect though. So they will get the range barracks. And that will be it.
Yep. Playing it safe and slow. Watson has plenty of room to grow. Lots of scaling coming out of this Morphling, and not really any threat on the Beast Coast side. You see Beast Coast, yeah. I mean, I think they've got it. They kind of feel the pressure that's on them to not let this game drag out, so... see what they can find here.
It's like they've read this though on NC. They're going to back on off. Sacred gets a jump. It's just under the Undying though. Not the biggest target. Tossing that's huge from Dark Margot. Great opening onto the Winter Wyvern with the Ice Blast layer down. Toby on his dying breath lands a curse. It's pretty decent. Watson's ready to go with a double damage rune, and now Katomi along with the Sonic Wave spells disaster. Watson, he's looking for the cleanup. What can Beast Coast do to stop him short? Jim Park trying to retreat out to the right, but he pops, and Watson will add the Dark Willow to the tally as well. As it looked like a pretty good start getting the Wyvern, but as long as Toby used his ultimate, that was all they needed to turn the fight back around.
Yeah, now Morphling's here with the double damage. Magnus gotta be careful. You can't get too close to this Morph. Should be able to melt through the melee racks now.
Okay.
Toss back.
See, Watson might just kill them all. Sacred's gonna be forced to use the RP with the multi-shot as well, but Sacred is locked inside the cogs. RP will give them nothing. That is also a dieback for the Magnus.
Tried to fortify, get that multi-shot to try finish off a Clockwork, but it's gonna be easy melee racks and get out there. Morphling just getting stronger and stronger, and the answers getting fewer and fewer for the Beast Coast side. Definitely a Meepo pick that just has not really worked out for them. The laning stage going the way it did, and followed up with, you know, the first few fights that the Meepo joined just very lackluster. The Morphling just able to out-damage the Meepo and just easily shred through him with like a couple of like empower right clicks. So all of a sudden we're in a kind of late game scenario where this Morphling is a true raid boss that just cannot be brought down.
And it's not just him that's going to be an issue as this game goes on. You mentioned earlier about the scaling with the Queen of Pain. Wyvern also scales quite well too, so on receptive for Toby. And it just seems like this one only gets easier from now. I mean, Jim Park has a lot of net worth, but can he use that net worth to his advantage? And once again, Entity, they're ready to go. They see Dark Margot up on the high ground. Is he going to be able to react? He's actually away from the Observe Ward, so he'll somehow slip under the cover of the night. Okay.
They were even really close to finding the Meepo down here in the south, or they're gonna at least see Schofield. Maybe he's baiting here.
They don't have everyone though.
Oh, they're gonna find Meepo,
top.
it looks like.
Ooh, get out.
Oh, we got the hit.
Some Morphling. No Aegis. Terror. No. All right. They got to retreat though. That's the big issue. Can they get away with the kill? Jim Park gets the proof over the top, but all the Meepos, they're locked down bottom. He'll delay the inevitable with the dig, but they're good for the curse. And it was a good start. You get the kill of the first death of the game as well onto Watson, but in the end, it's not going to matter with Sacred and Dark Margot still not there for the fight. And now Sacred, he's revealing under the Observe Ward as well. So as long as they get the dagger to stop the blink away, Pipe is actually going to stop some of the damage. Sacred, he's making them really work for the kill, but in the end, they will be able to catch up to him. So again, even if Watson goes down, Entity, they're just way too far ahead.
Yeah. They're just using this Rocket Flare to just constantly scout heroes out. It cancels the Magnus' Blink Dagger, so he can't blink out there. And just run at the enemy again and again. You lose a Morphling. The fact they win that fight that convincingly after like Morphling just gets blown up really highlights the issues that Beast Coast are facing right now. Like you remove the Morphling, and I mean I guess it was like what 4v4 because Willow also died at the start, but this fight should be going way better. But the Meepo, like he throws all his damage and then he's just vulnerable. He's a sitting duck just to a Queen of Pain or a Wyvern. They've got too many tools, too much damage coming from different sources here that they're not even reliant on the Morphling to like 1v5 at all here in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, he did in the other game though, right? Like when the team was vulnerable and when they needed him to get him over to the stage where you could find the farm, that's where Watson came into play. And now the cores are able to pick up the slack a little bit in some of the fights.
Yeah. And if you don't like blow up the Morphling there with the Hex, he can still 1v5 is the crazy thing. Yeah. Like it's like a pick your poison. Like, okay, let's throw everything, kill the Morphling, and die to everyone else. Or if you ignore the Morphling, he'll just team wipe you. So there's just too many threats, and you can't easily address them all. You have to maybe turn this game into one where you're splitting up entity, you know, split pushing, trying to find pickoffs. But heads-on 5v5 fights are really tricky to take.
That they are. So Beast Coast are going to have to get crafty with their movements across the map. Tormentor at least was just claimed solo from the Meepo. Sacred's going to get the shard. Not the greatest one for them to work with, but wasn't really many others. You probably would have liked the Dark Willow to find it, who Schofield is he's got Moonshot, so we shall see. We shall see.
Oh, with the axe too. All right. He's like, yeah, we got some issues late game. You know, these melee heroes aren't dealing with Morphling, so I'm gonna have to do it myself. Kind of pretend being like a pseudo like it kind of reminds me of like the scaling Enchantress, where it's just like, all right, I will have all these melee cores who are being countered by a Morphling, so I'll take some carry duty.
I'm setting up mid lane. Roche claim, but they're wanting kills as well, and they're going to be able to get Jim Park. Just too late, very close to the curse. They moved away from Tiny as well, so Dark Margot was able to get the damage required to be able to find that tier 1 tower. So that's all tier 1s down now, 32 minutes in. But you've got Ages on Mr. Watson's Morphling and the cheese as well on Stormer as well. So all the components of that second Roche will go their way. And they will be able to catch up to one member. Dark Margot's got some heroes around him though. BKB is going to be able to provide him some protection early on. Katoma gets tossed into the Lion's Den with the Ice Blast combination as well. It's a lot of damage early to the Undying. Sacred finds a great opening with the RP, but where's the follow-up? No one else feels strong enough to enter the fight. They can try and spellcast as best as they can, but it just looks like they are too far behind. Toby even catches Stinger as well just before the TP connects, and Watson comes flying over to take the kill.
Yeah, Meepo not even able to initiate in. He's trying to find an avenue to like jump the back lines or pick off a straggler with this Blink Hex and Smoke of his, but Entity just doing a great job of just sticking together as this 5-man unit and using the Sage's cheese to great effect here, and they're ready to go for a second lane of racks now, force that defense of Beast Coast, and with 3 dead, it just doesn't look like this is going to be a lane of racks that can be defended.
Second full set. And they still have plenty of time at the edge of Dark Mark. Okay. So very aggressive TP. Sacred's going to be in as well. But they do... they do scout out the Meepo outside the base, but Jim Park's got one clone still here. It's the main Meepo ready to go. It's going to be much more difficult playing into the Ages, and even Fishman just sucks him in. Really nicely done. There goes your Ice Blast for 45 seconds. And that is a free window for Entity to take whatever they want.
Having that Tombstone as a save is just so nice here. Gonna make life even harder for the high ground defense. So they get in, get out unscathed. Not even signs of a fight or a hold there for Beast Coast. So they can just turn their attention now to this bottom lane and go for that final lane of racks potentially, where Beast Coast will be pressed to basically forced into finding some way to defend, or at least try and make a hold.
Has to be a miracle hold though from them to be able to somehow close it. I'll just take a look at the net worth and somehow Katomi is pretty close to the Magnus, and with that also pretty close to the Tiny as well. So
they've got the Magnus skewer, they've got the Tiny tossbacks, but they're still lacking a bit in the damage department. That's something Willow's trying to solve, and she's like, yeah, we got damage problems, so that's why I'm going Moonshard.
Schofield is the core now. Potentially the carry even, so I'll see just give everything to Schofield. Got another full wave of mid to get closer towards the Moonshard, but it might take a little bit too long as might even just be the finishing blow from Entity. They've got a minute 20 left on the Aegis, and this will be Megas if it's not addressed. Sacred. Oh, instant response. Watson out with the Bloodthorn. So we'll be able to get out of danger though, Sacred. They're even going to look for the toss as well. Darkmar goes in some danger. An aggressive blink. He's going to be able to get some separation, but it's not even enough. We're able to cut him down. No buyback as well for the Tiny. Jim Park's still going to be in, but straight away. Toby was ready for that. The curse onto multiple, and they should be able to clean up now. Sacred's in some danger. There's going to be no escape for the Magnus. Jim Park will join him in the afterlife as well. They've got one buyback to work with, but that will not be enough as Entity, they go back to what has worked for them in the past, the classic staple heroes for them, and they're going to be able to take this in 36 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny because game 1 Meepo was banned, right? I think is that.
Yes, last phase.
Yeah, and in this game they let it through, and the second Meepo was picked, they insta-picked Wyvern. They were so ready for that hero. And just seemed completely unfazed by it. I mean, they had also set Watson up to have a pretty perfect Morphling game. So, good news for Entity to get that first win of the day of the tournament, and to similar to Liquid, finish day 1 on a high. Even though your record's 1 and 3, at least you get to go to bed with a smile on your face.
Yeah, go to bed with a smile on your face, and also just show that you guys have been able to find some of the mistakes and work on them as well. And I really think it's just go back to the heroes that you've had a lot of success on. The Fishmen, Undying, the Katomi, Clockwork as well, and of course, how can we forget Watson on the Morphling too. So overall, you had a little bit of spice in there, like you said, with the instant response out of the Wyvern, but this was really when the team had a lot of success, when Katomi was on your initiating heroes, when Fishman was just securing lanes for his carry. So maybe this is just what they have to go for. It's a little bit more unconventional way. We don't really get a lot of the Clockwork in particular. Undying's pretty strong right now as a support, but maybe you just need to go back to what has worked for you in the past, even if maybe it's not too meta.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because you can't just totally change your identity as a team. You've got to kind of stick with your guns. But that's why you see Beast Coast here, they're banning out like the Invokers and things, because every team knows like you can't just completely change what your heroes are just because there's a new patch. Some players and teams are better at it than others, but there's gonna be some players and teams who, if you're Entity, I think you're gonna have your most success playing around your comfort picks. That's why they go to a first phase Morphling and find some great results. They build a really good draft around it. They set up for success. They came kind of prepared for Beast Coast answers in the Meepo, and just had everything they needed here. With also Stormstormer looking really comfortable on his mid Queen of Pain.
Yep. Just something that we see at the moment is one of the stronger mids out there, just with this staple build, Kyron Sunge into the Scepter. Ridiculous amount of damage that you are able to output as well. And they put a lot of emphasis on Stormstormer too. We saw like first 12 minutes just all supports hang around mid to try and secure all the power runes.
Yeah, they were just like, this is the one lane that they really didn't want to give this co-op a fun time. Like, they were taking away even the water runes and things. But despite all that effort, things didn't go well. I think really they needed that top lane to go better. Like, they got their first blood, but then Wyvern just came back to the lane and got several kills back to back. I have no idea how that lane's meant to go. We just don't see much Meepo these days, so it's really just kind of theory craft on my side. So maybe it is just a tough lane for the Meepo once Wyvern gets some levels, because it really felt like, Wyvern got like level 2, level 3, and then the lane was just really hard for the Meepo to play into.
And this fight in particular felt like the big turning point. I mean, maybe you could even say Watson when he 3v1'd prior when everyone else was dead around that top rune, but the illusion bait from Stormstormer just put them in a commanding lead where ever since then, I mean, Watson was just able to clean up with these. I mean, you take a look now, it's 3v5, and still they feel strong enough to be able to go in.
There's definitely there was several fights. There was even the fight where like bottom lane where Morphling got blown up and they had like I guess it was like a 4v5 but without your Morphling, and they're like, yeah, this is fine, we got this. So several fights where it's like Entity, they lose one because Beast Coast had this like, okay, we jump with Meepo Hex, we kill someone, or a Blink Tiny, but as soon as they use up their spells, I think Entity had this really good understanding that, hey, we can just keep on fighting even down a hero. It's not going to be a problem for us.
All right. Hopefully they're able to continue with this momentum, though, for Entity. You've got the recipe for success now in this game in particular, but hopefully they're able to continue. That's the big thing, because you're still going to have some more very difficult opponents. Trying to take a look who they are facing tomorrow. They've got a series versus OG and Shopify, so I mean it doesn't really matter who I pick out. Like every team is very difficult in Dream League.
Exactly. It's like I was like, well, that sounds scary. I'm like, well, what wouldn't sound scary? So, it's the best of the best here. I think that's what makes this tournament fun for us as viewers and casters, and hopefully for the teams as well. Entity, you already play in Western Europe where like the stiffest competition is, and now you go play a LAN event. It's like, oh well, turns out it's we're just continuing that experience of playing against the best in the world. So this is a trial by fire, and we'll see who is left standing at the end of the group stage.
Sometimes the trial by fire gives you that important experience, though, playing against the best. Sometimes you burn, but sometimes then you come out on top, and that much needed experience is what you need when you're going against the top dogs, because that really is what happens in Western Europe currently. I mean, Entity just by the skin of their teeth was able to survive and get by in Division 1, of course, with those tiebreakers as well. So we know how difficult that region is in particular, and just for them to continue to be around in Division 1, get that experience, get the reps in, the scrims with the boys, hopefully is going to be a big reward for them in the future in their upcoming games as well. But 1-3, like we said, very similar to Liquid as well. At least you're able to finish off with a win. Not the worst comeback. You can just reset. That's a big thing. Reset. Got more games going on tomorrow, which is going to be important. And hopefully we've got more games going on as well, because I know we are done for the night over on this stream, but I'm looking forward to jumping off and chilling for a little bit, watching a game, the end of a game, and then there's bedtime. 5:30 here for me. So watch the game before we go sleep.
The day's just starting here. It's afternoon. It's lunchtime. No, I'll probably be sleeping early too. Been up since 3 in the morning. But I think that's what's great about this. I mean, I think for the teams too, because a lot of the feedback about the DPC for these teams is like, obviously it used to be worse where it went for 6 weeks, but even the 3-week format, they're still not playing a huge number of series. Never multiple series a day. So if you're trying to like improve quickly and like really like boot camp, like have that serious boot camp where it's like we want to grow as a team, develop, and especially teams bringing in new players that they may be still adjusting around, tournaments like this are a great opportunity to do that, because you've got a series in a few over 4 days. So a lot of Dota to be played, and for a team like Entity or Beast Coast or whoever, this is a real chance for growth.
And a lot of Dota we've had played today as well. So we'll take a look at the Group A standings to close it out. Tundra, the one team on top, 3-1. Of course, you got some boys very close, Talon Secret and TSM and LGD combined. And then you got some of the other ones. I mean, really, of course, Liquid at the bottom, like we've spoken about, and then EG around them as well. So still pretty middle of the pack. Nothing too crazy. One team out top, one team a little bit out towards the bottom, but we know how fast that can change.
Honestly, what's impressive with Dota, like these days, like you look at these two groups, every team has a win, every team has a loss. If you go back 4 or 5 years, every tournament, there'd be a couple teams where they're like the punch and bag a bit, or there'd be 1 or 2 teams that were just way better than everyone. But yeah, even, Tundra, Gaming Gladiators, these teams who are, at various points, like, considered the top dogs, they still drop games. So we're kind of past this era where you have teams that just, there's the team who, just got through because there was that 16th slot that there's no like amazing team for. But no, you could take 8 more teams and you'd have 8 teams who are just as good as the teams here. There's just so many amazing teams in competitive Dota these days.
And do you think that's mainly because of the DPC, like with just this consistent regional battle that we have going on? Because it really feels like, at least for me, that's when I think about it. Like the one time I've noticed that was like last year when we saw the wild cards going on for the majors. Like people were like, hang on a second, the play-ins for the majors are like a major in itself.
Yeah, you had like even teams that people like underrate a bit. Like you had teams like, you know, Nouns and stuff coming from NA where people are like, you know, they're like, NA only has 2 good teams or whatever. And I was like, wait a second, these guys are taking games off, you know, some of the teams there. Like they were taking games off like Secret and Liquid and stuff. So, you know, it's definitely because of the DPC. DPC's done amazing things, I think, for some of the underdeveloped regions. You know, South America especially is just being the biggest winner of the DPC. Everybody is learning like how good and how deep this region is. You know, obviously there's Beast Coast and EG, but even teams like Hokori and stuff were looking really good. If you go back a year, not so much these days with the pickup, but you know, there's just so many good teams in all these regions that will catch you by surprise. If you know, even if you're a Tundra or, you know, a TI winner or a Gaming Gladiators, if you're not on your A game, you can't take anyone easily. There's no free wins these days.
Yeah, without a doubt. And for this series in particular, we didn't see any free wins as well. It had to work for them in Game 1 and Game 2. But of course, Game 2 victory going the way of Entity. So we get a winner's interview. It's going to be the lovely Stormstormer joining us as well for that one. Stormstormer, hello. How we doing, mate? Firstly, I'll let Parker start with the questions.
Hey guys.
Congratulations, firstly.
Hey, thank you.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, obviously not the best start to the day, but it must feel pretty good. You get to go to sleep with a win under your belt. How's it been for you today, and what's it like getting to play against the international teams over there in DreamLeague Season 20?
It's fun. Of course, the result could have been better, but I mean, especially against Beast Coast, I think we played reasonably well. We also had a pretty good shot, I think, at the first game, but like threw the lead a little bit. So, all in all, I mean, we had a tough time in our DPC, so it is fun to play this tournament, have like the chance to play against, yeah, as you said, other regions, and like for sure enjoying ourselves.
Yeah. When you mentioned the tough time, I'm curious how much of that do you chalk up to like Western Europe being like insanely strong versus like your team not maybe playing to your potential?
Definitely both. I think, I mean, for sure EU is like probably the strongest region out there, but there's no need to like sugarcoat that we just didn't play like our best. I think we just like, you know, need some time to find ourselves. You know, there's ups and downs in Dota, but you know, I think every team goes through these stages now and then, so just gotta move on and learn quickly, I guess.
Yeah. Are you still enjoying the new patch and everything, all the new fun surprises and things that have been added to the game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this patch is one of the best things that ever happened. Like, I'm a big fan of this, like, of big patches. Like, I just love the entire chaos and everything. Like, getting innovative and everything, meta shifting, even though there hasn't been a patch in so while. So I'm just glad that this happened. I myself was like insanely bored of the old patch before this one came out now. So good job, Ice Rock.
Awesome, that's great to hear. Thanks, mate.
There we go. Good job, Ice Rogue. So you just said, you know, there's some ups and downs for players and teams in particular. I wonder for you personally, what do you do on those down times to be able to stay mentally strong to, you know, get you back into those good games? What do you do personally for that?
I mean, it's not easy. I guess team-wise, like, I don't know, you just try to communicate a lot and try to basically discuss solutions, what you can adapt, what you should not adapt, and everything. That's what you do team-wise, of course, and basically just try to keep the mood as high as possible, because tough times can be tough if they go a longer way. For example, for us, like, it's been a bit tougher since like the second tour as well. We almost got relegated, but then we always win those tiebreakers, so you know, there are those those nice moments that we stay in Div 1. For me personally, like, I don't know, when I notice that like things are going tough, like I myself, I just sometimes like a break of Dota is what I know, and like sometimes it can help that you play better Dota when you actually play less, which is like a bit maybe not, how to say, intuitive. Like your brain when you're losing, when things are not going so well, like you want to push yourself to the limits, play as many puffs as possible, and I don't know, work like really hard. But sometimes it can just be better to like take a rest like of a couple of days, like play no games for some time, completely refresh. So also you let your emotions settle a little bit. So that's what I do for myself.
I just have one more question as well. I know with in the previous DPC, a lot of your success you guys gave over to the coach. You praised him a lot. Is his still role very similar with that previous success? Like what does he kind of do still to help you guys? Is there anything different?
No, like it's basically still doing all the same job, like basically filling the same role, and yeah, basically taking care of draft mainly, and like also discussing gameplay as much as possible, and just being really open about suggestions and so on. What is new to our team is that we have like a really good analyst chosen who just joined the team, and like he's doing a lot of work, like also sharing with our coach Metrim, like working a lot on things outside of the game, you know, to step our game to the next level, and being like a person to talk to analyze things when you're not sure about things. So it is definitely like a great addition to our team that Chosen is now with us. It's really nice. The more people you can have, the better, and he's a really great person to work with. So yeah, I guess Metrim basically doesn't feel as alone anymore, you know, not like those 5 nerds who have to play Dota and like, give me this hero, you know, and he has to decide, oh god, I gotta build a draft out of this now, like, you know, he's got a guy to talk to as well, like, I don't want to pick this guy Tinker, you know. So yeah. It's nice.
Very good. Awesome. Good to hear, mate. It's good to see you as well. Congratulations on the win. Hopefully we get some more interviews with you and the boys, but thank you for joining us.
I hope so too. Thank you guys, and yeah, podcasters, thank you. And I guess you guys are done for today, right, as well? So yeah, have a nice evening.
We are.
Thank you, sir.
Pod plays from you too.
There we go. Storm like himself, always a treat. Very, very lovely individual. One of the best you'll meet in the community as well. So good to hear from him. And again, hopefully we get to see a lot of success from Entity as well. It is just day one, so a 1-3 series count definitely are able to fight their way back. And hopefully with the addition of the analysts as well, that can help out too. You know, he said maybe lifts a little bit of weight from off Metrim's side.
Yeah, I really like what he said about, like, it's so nice for the coach to have like a buddy, like not even just a buddy, like, you know, basically somebody to bounce ideas off of, because like while the team's playing, you know, you're sitting there watching and you can like talk about what's working, what's not working, you know, when you're doing all your research, because often the players are, you know, they're playing your pubs, so it's almost like the coach has a teammate now, outside obviously the 5 players, but you know, somebody who's on his side on the coaching side. So I think that really helps. And like we've seen that, you know, with Liquid, where they have coach, analysts, like, you know, they have multiple people doing that. It seems to be something that really works for a number of teams.
Yes, it does indeed. So we are done for all the games today, but of course there are still many more days and games going on for the Dream League Season 20 groups. Tomorrow, over on the main stream, again, we will have 4 best of 2s. I'm going to just say one series I'm excited for. We can just do that. I'm going to say Gaming versus Ashtar for me, at least on the mainstream.
I like Talon Liquid. I want to see my SEA boys.
Take a look at what we have shaped up on the Ember stream as well for tomorrow. Of course, Parker and I are going to be covering the last 2 series, so I'm a little bit biased. I'll say Liquid Spirit.
I was looking at those seriously. Actually, I'm excited to see Shopify Beast Coast because you know, Shopify playing with Miracle is it's going to be a fun time, and Beast Coast honestly looked pretty good with the standard. Parker's doing just fine.
Yeah, that is indeed. And then, of course, on the Storm stream, got some more incredible series. PSG LGD versus Tundra for me is the exciting one. I have those 2 teams placing very highly in Dream League.
Yep, I'm doubling down on that one. Those 2 teams are just amazing.
And then, of course, that should be able to cap us off with, we do have one more stream over on the Earth, and Spirit EG, I would say. You gonna copy me again?
Yeah. That was my first thought too. Maybe Talon TSM, if I want to mix it up a bit.
Okay.
That could be an interesting one as well. I think just 2 teams that aren't, you know, Talon look not bad so far, but I think 2 teams that are kind of on the cusp of breaking through, but haven't, you know, I think particularly TSM haven't looked the greatest of late. So I'm curious to see, you know, which of those teams can maybe walk away and build some momentum and maybe snag a spot into the next phase of the tournament.
Do you feel like they don't have much to lose as well. Is that a weird way to put it? Because they're both not going to the major as well. Both Talon and TSM were expecting to go there. I mean, there is still a lot to be able to make it into Riyadh, but maybe the pressure isn't as much on their backs for those teams.
I don't know about that, but I would definitely say they're going to have, they can, pour all their energy and focus into this tournament. I think if anything, there's some teams you hear, you talk to them, they're like, oh, we're trying to take it easy, we're trying to avoid burnout. For those teams, it's like, they got a holiday coming up, Obviously, the major is not full holiday. They're going to be watching the game, seeing what's going on. You have to stay up to date. They'll be playing, pubs and stuff, but if you're not going to the major, if anything, I think that means you can really go all out for this tournament. There's a good chance there's going to be a patch in the near future, so at least some tweaks will happen. So I think this is a real chance for those teams to not worry about, pouring in basically all their energy and all their strats into trying to win this tournament.
Wow. Day one now concludes with that final game and final series as a whole. 4 incredible series on the Ember stream and all the other streams as well with the action we have. But the action will continue on. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting at the same time for some more Dream League Season 20. We'll see you guys then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.